Finally finished tidying up, Shen Yibin beamed with joy as he admired the spotless hall. After more than a month of hard work, the renovations were complete. Now he only needed to notify the suppliers to deliver the pets to his pet shop for a smooth grand opening. Shen Yibin had loved animals since childhood, often taking his dog out for a walk. After graduating from university and working for 2 years to save some money, he planned to open his own pet shop. At last, he found the perfect storefront. A 2-story building covering over 200 square meters with the first floor serving as the shop front of around 100 square meters. He had thoroughly cleaned it, and near the main door he set up a simple reception area with a desk and a computer for browsing the web or playing games when there was spare time. To his right was the area designated for displaying pets, which remained empty until he could contact the vendors to send over cats, dogs, and the like. On the left were 2 sofas for customers to rest or discuss business. A staircase was located along the right wall, and the space behind it had been partitioned into a small room for storage. Upstairs was his personal living quarters, arranged as 2 rooms and a lounge complete with a kitchen, bathroom, and balcony, saving him the need to rent elsewhere. In a city where life's pressures grew heavier and loneliness often crept in, keeping a pet had become one of the best ways to combat solitude and uplift one's mood. The street where Shen Yibin's shop was located was one of the bustling commercial avenues in Yuncheng City. Observing the steady flow of customers in neighboring stores, he was optimistic about his prospects, convinced that his pet market venture would at least be as successful as the others. After a thorough tour of the shop to ensure nothing was overlooked, a satisfied Shen Yibin ascended to the 2nd floor while humming. Realizing he had left his phone downstairs, he hurried back up to arrange the delivery as the grand opening was scheduled for the next day. Retrieving his phone from the bed, he found a flurry of WeChat messages, mostly congratulatory notes from classmates and friends. Shen Yibin replied to each one and invited them to celebrate his opening tomorrow, only then taking the time to contact the suppliers. But wait, why was that contact missing from his WeChat friend list? Had they changed their name? After a meticulous search, Shen Yibin could not locate the person. Just as he was about to call, he noticed an update in his moments. Instinctively, he clicked in and saw a post featuring 2 adorable kittens with a caption that mentioned new arrival at the shop, 2 little kittens. Message: if interested. Future pet shop. So they had changed the name. That explains why I couldn't find you earlier, he mused. Apart from that supplier, none of his other WeChat contacts were involved in the pet business. Without needing to call, he opened the chat window and typed, "My shop has been renovated. Please send over the items as promised." "Alright, just give me the address and he'll deliver them immediately," came the swift reply, followed by, "This is the address now. 221 Baiyun Street, Yuncheng City." After sending the address along with his phone number, wary of any delivery mishaps, Shen Yibin stressed, "I'm opening tomorrow, so please don't delay." Address noted. "Rest assured you'll receive the delivery within half an hour," the supplier replied promptly with a smiling emoticon and confident assurance. "Alright, I'll wait in the shop. Call me when you arrive," Shen Yibin confirmed. After finishing his call, Shen Yibin headed downstairs, brewed a cup of tea, and sat by the table, chatting leisurely with friends while waiting. He even snapped a few photos of his boutique and shared them on WeChat Moments as an advertisement. "Grand opening tomorrow, adorable pets arriving soon, welcome to join." "Abin, you've actually opened a pet shop. I must visit tomorrow. Can you at least reveal a hint of the wonderful pets you have?" messaged his old university friend Xiao Wenqi. The advertisement had its effect. Xiao Wenqi, a former classmate who had hardly spoken since graduation, reached out with enthusiasm. Delighted, Shen Yibin quickly replied, "Let's keep it a secret for now. Come tomorrow and you'll see. I promise an unexpected surprise." In the midst of bustling city life, loneliness was a common companion. Not only did girls like Xiao Wenqi eagerly inquire, but even male classmates were asking if there were any dogs suitable for their late-night runs. If the delivered pets turned out to be of good quality, the shop might open as early as the next day. Lost in his thoughts, Shen Yibin was suddenly interrupted by a call from an unfamiliar number. Assuming it was the delivery and noting that half an hour had passed, he promptly answered, "Hello, is this the delivery for my pet shop?" "Yes, the delivery is already at your doorstep. I have other shops to attend to, so I've left the items at your door," the caller said before abruptly hanging up. "Hello, hello," Shen Yibin cried out in frustration. "How can you deliver like this? I haven't even checked the items yet. If any pet is injured, who will take the blame?" Panicking, Shen Yibin immediately opened the shop door, only to find that the delivery person had vanished, leaving behind a large white box blocking the entrance. The box was sealed tightly with small ventilation holes for the pets, making it impossible to tell what lay inside. After a moment's hesitation, Shen Yibin decided to drag the box inside, muttering, "Who delivers pets in such an enclosed box? Won't the creatures be terrified in the dark?" Muttering as he crouched to pull the box further inside, he grumbled, "Damn it, what on earth is in here? It's so heavy." After great exertion, he finally managed to bring the box into the shop. Wiping away sweat, he retrieved a tool from behind the counter and opened the box. What he saw inside left him utterly stunned. Plump, fluffy, with patches of black and white adorning its body, the creature looked irresistibly adorable. I thought it would be something else. Turns out it's a panda. Unbelievable, he exclaimed. Panda. When Shen Yibin finally saw it clearly, he nearly lost his mind. He could hardly believe that the supplier had delivered a panda. After all, panda is a nationally protected animal. He had only intended to open a pet shop, not risk ending up in trouble with the authorities. Hurriedly shutting the door and drawing the curtains, he dashed back to the table to grab his phone. Frantically, he called Wei Lai Chongwudian, exclaiming, "What do you mean by sending me a panda?" While waiting for a reply, Shen Yibin scrutinized the panda closely. Its ears were perfectly round, and its body measured roughly 70 centimeters, adorned with irregular patches of black and white, unmistakably not a panda dog. It appeared well adapted to indoor life, rolling about in its cage in search of an escape route, and certainly not an oversized toy. You really have to admit this panda looks utterly adorable. Watching it extend its paw to push against the cage, Shen Yibin momentarily forgot that it was a nationally protected animal, and a foolish smile broke across his face as he teased, "Look at you, silly. If the cage is locked, you really think you can escape? Damn, who on earth packed this cage without locking it?" With a resounding clatter, the cage door was pushed open by the panda, which cautiously stuck its head out and slowly crawled away. Damn it, don't go running around recklessly. If you're seen out there, I'm doomed. People have been sentenced to 16 years over trivial captures, and I'm in the business of selling panda now. Could I be executed? Shen Yibin, nearly losing his nerve, lunged forward desperately in an attempt to shove the panda back into its cage. Yet though the panda was undeniably cute, its very name bore the character Xiong Bear. In the wild, it might easily overpower a wolf. Could Shen Yibin, a sedentary man unaccustomed to exercise, really handle that? As the panda attempted to emerge while Shen Yibin tried to force it back into the cage, a standoff ensued within the room. The creature scarcely struggled, its pitifully adorable eyes evoking unexpected sympathy in Shen Yibin. Longing for fortune and a surge of impact. What a marvelous twist of fate. Suddenly the phone on the table rang, causing Shen Yibin's hand to tremble, and before he could react, the panda had wriggled out of its cage. "Bro, I'm down on my knees for you. Please don't run amok." Shen Yibin nearly burst into tears as he reached out to grasp the panda's shoulder, slowly dragging it toward the table's edge. The panda, seemingly accustomed to such treatment, clung affectionately to his thigh. Could it be a call from the Public Security Bureau? With his right hand trembling, Shen Yibin picked up the phone and only exhaled in relief upon seeing the caller ID. It was his supplier. "Damn, I must really question you about why you sent me such a creature," he thought. Although the panda was indeed adorable, who in their right mind would dare to take it in? "Hey Abin, aren't you opening your shop tomorrow? I've even prepared a flower basket for you, yet why haven't you called me for delivery?" Before he could speak further, a cascade of questions was hurled from the other end. Didn't you deliver it just now?" Shen Yibin was taken aback. "When did I ever have you deliver anything? What exactly did you send?" "I'm telling you, Abin, you didn't procure these goods from someone else, did you?" The tone on the other end turned icy. "That panda dog, wasn't it you who delivered it?" Shen Yibin nearly let slip his words as he realized he might have contacted the wrong person on WeChat. He hurriedly asked, "I just left you a message on WeChat asking for a delivery, and you said it would arrive immediately. Wasn't that you?" "Isn't your nickname Wei Lai Chongwu Dian? I've always been known on WeChat as Meng Chong Sheng Hua Guan. I've never changed it. So are you taking the items I prepared for you or not? If you don't want them, I'll send them to someone else." The other party, assuming Shen Yibin had switched suppliers, grew rather impatient. "Damn, I really did make a mistake. Bro, don't be hasty. I must have sent the wrong message just now. Let me check and call you back in a moment." Without waiting for a reply, Shen Yibin hung up the phone and opened WeChat, where he indeed found both Meng Chong Sheng Hua Guan and Wei Lai Chongwu Dian in his friend list. It seemed he had mixed them up in his days. At that moment, Wei Lai Chongwu Dian sent a message. "Wasn't it originally a panda you received? Why are you dissatisfied and wishing for a return? Apologies, but our store does not accept returns. Bro, pandas are nationally protected animals. Who would dare to sell them casually? Do me a favor and take it back." Shen Yibin was nearly brought to his knees. Nationally protected animals. What a joke. Ever since the explosive breakthrough in 22nd century biotechnology, pandas have long ceased to be protected. The other party replied nonchalantly, "Bro, we are still in the 21st century. There are over 80 years until the 22nd century." Had it not been for the panda clinging to his thigh, Shen Yibin would have thought he was dealing with a madman. "You are in the 21st century, but I am not," came the strange retort. The other party immediately sent over a screenshot of his personal information, declaring, "Look closely. Wei Lai Chongwu Dian is no name given lightly. I run a 22nd century pet store from the same era as Doraemon. You should feel honored. Not everyone gets the chance to become our partner. Then can you courier a Doraemon over?" Shen Yibin's mind was now in a haze. "Sorry, our store only sells animal pets. We do not sell robots." The other party unceremoniously refused. But I just can't accept this startling surprise. Boss, please do me a favor and take back this Panda. Shen Yibin continued his pleading. Since you hail from the 22nd century, you surely understand the state of the 21st, and I simply dare not keep this creature. Rest assured it will be fine. Although I cannot take back the panda, I can help resolve any ensuing troubles, guaranteeing that the Public Security Bureau will not come after you. The other party asserted his promise. How do you propose to resolve this? Shen Yibin felt a glimmer of hope. You are currently a trial partner. Once you become a level 3 partner, I can offer you a comprehensive solution. In the meantime, keep the creature hidden so that no one sees it. How can one be promoted from a trial partner to a level 3 partner? Shen Yibin asked, suddenly feeling an itch on his leg. Looking down, he discovered the Panda was licking his trousers as if starving. It's all about performance. The more pets you procure from me, the sooner you can upgrade. The remark reminded Shen Yibin of his former sales manager from his old company. All right, let's discuss that later. The panda you delivered seems hungry. What variety of bamboo does it eat? The pitiful look on the Panda stirred unexpected compassion in Shen Yibin, and he decided it must be fed first. But damn, where on earth could he find fresh bamboo? This Panda doesn't eat bamboo. It prefers twice-cooked pork. Feed it that, and it will be satisfied. The message from Wei Lai Chong Wu Jian once again left Shen Yibin utterly humbled. Brother, are you sure this panda won't get an upset stomach from eating twice-cooked pork? Shen Yibin couldn't help but shudder at the thought of the consequences of feeding a fat panda. If anyone found out, he would never have to worry about food or housing for the rest of his life, right? The panda is from Sichuan. Since it hails from Sichuan, isn't it perfectly normal for it to enjoy twice-cooked pork? The future pet shop maintained its calm demeanor and looked disdainfully at Shen Yibin for his rare display of concern. You make a compelling point, he conceded, momentarily at a loss for words. Perhaps the panda had overheard the words, twice-cooked pork, and had suddenly become animated, its adorable black circles fixated on him, its gaze filled with yearning. Even the frequency of its panting seemed to increase, and Shen Yibin could swear the drool was piling up. You can't really want to eat twice-cooked pork, can you? Shen Yibin couldn't help but ask, not expecting the panda to understand. To his astonishment, the panda nodded vigorously, nearly causing him to lose his composure. Wait, can this creature actually comprehend human speech? He quickly relayed the situation to the future pet shop. As I mentioned, we are the future pet shop, and all our pets are exceptionally intelligent. If they can't understand their owners, what use would such a pet be? This panda's IQ is roughly comparable to that of a 6 or 7-year-old child, much smarter than the huskies from your era, the shop explained patiently. Being smarter than a husky doesn't seem like something to boast about, Shen Yibin thought, recalling his family's clueless husky from years past. At this moment, the panda was becoming increasingly restless, climbing up his thigh, as if it intended to reach the table and eat the snacks Shen Yibin had left there. Those snacks are not safe. Shen Yibin quickly squatted down and embraced the panda. Instead of letting it munch on spicy strips, he figured it would be better to feed it twice-cooked pork as suggested by the store. Wait a moment, I'll order some takeout for you right away. Shen Yibin was too anxious to go outside, so he opted for delivery. When the delivery arrived, he would have to hide the panda. If anyone spotted it, he would be finished. With that, Shen Yibin opened the takeout app and selected the restaurant with the quickest delivery time, pulling up a photo of the twice-cooked pork for the panda to see. How about this? Does it suit your taste? How many portions do you think you would need for a meal? Since the panda's intelligence was likened to that of a young child, he hoped this information would be comprehensible. The panda's response resembled a human's drawn out, adorably echoing its appearance. Accompanied by this sound, the panda nodded repeatedly, drool nearly spilling onto Shen Yibin's phone. All right, now it was time to determine the quantity. The panda seemed to have quite the appetite. Shen Yibin had seen a news clip of 2 giant pandas consuming 150 pounds of bamboo in a day. If this panda could eat the same amount of twice-cooked pork, he wouldn't be able to afford its meals. He thought for a moment and held up 3 fingers. Would 3 portions be enough? The panda shook its head. How about 5 portions? Shen Yibin spread his hand wide. The panda continued to shake its head. 8 portions. Each portion of twice-cooked pork costs 20 yuan, which would total 160 yuan. Shen Yibin felt his heart bleed at the thought, yet the panda kept shaking its head until it raised all its fingers. Only then did it reluctantly nod. 200 yuan for a meal? Goodness. After deducting the funds for the initial stock, only 1600 yuan remained in his savings. If he calculated 2 meals a day with 10 portions each, he could barely support this creature for over a month. Shen Yibin felt on the verge of tears. All right, sit tight. He'll prepare your meal now. Suppressing his sorrow, Shen Yibin selected 10 portions of twice-cooked pork, placed the order, and made the payment. The restaurant's response was impressively swift, Within a minute the phone rang. Hello, did you just order 10 portions of twice-cooked pork? Did you make a mistake? Anyone encountering such a peculiar order would surely find it strange. The owner assumed he had mistakenly ordered 10 portions instead of one. That's right, I want 10 portions of twice-cooked pork, Shen Yibin admitted, feeling like a fool. How could you order like that? Why not try something else? Our boiled meat, salt-fried meat, and spicy chicken are all quite delicious, the owner urged in a thick Sichuan accent. Seeing the panda shake its head repeatedly, Shen Yibin declined the owner's offer. No thanks, we only want this. Please hurry and send it over. Since the customer was insistent, there was nothing more to say. The owner muttered a few words and hung up. The panda seemed to sense that its meal was on the way, tilting its head to look at Shen Yibin, its eyes blinking adorably. You look just like a silly child. Shen Yibin couldn't help but imitate the Sichuan accent of the restaurant owner. In Sichuan dialect, silly child is not necessarily an insult, but rather conveys a sense of endearment. Shen Yibin had learned this term from watching the drama, The Silly Master, during his childhood. The panda savored the word, appearing to find the term silly child particularly endearing. No way. You actually like that term? Shen Yibin blinked, testing the waters. How about we call you silly child from now on? Come here, silly child. The panda's silly and chubby appearance indeed bore a resemblance to that particular silly master. The panda seemed quite pleased with this name, waddling over and hugging Shen Yibin's leg. Silly child, go over there and fetch the broom for me. Shen Yibin was thoroughly entertained by the panda and began to instruct it to do simple tasks. The silly child paused, chewing on its paw, then turned to look in the direction Shen Yibin pointed. It seemed to understand, excitedly making a few sounds before slowly moving towards the broom's location, only to bite the nearby dustpan and proudly present it to Shen Yibin. Shen Yibin slapped his forehead. Didn't they say this creature was smarter than a husky? It was just as silly. Unexpectedly, the silly child mirrored his action, scratching its head with its paw, leaving Shen Yibin utterly speechless. Silly child, roll over. Silly child, spin around. Silly child. He had to admit that teasing the panda and watching it be adorable was simply delightful. No wonder panda caretakers were considered to have the happiest jobs in the world. If he weren't afraid of being caught by the police, Shen Yibin would have wanted to snap some photos for social media. After playing with the panda for over 20 minutes, his phone rang. Hello, your takeout has arrived. Great, I'll be right out to get it. After hanging up, Shen Yibin said to the silly child, be good, I'm going to get your food. Stay here and don't run off. Shen Yibin approached the door, but hesitated, his worry gnawing at him. If the delivery guy saw horror, it would be disastrous, and he could only imagine what awaited him in his next life, waiting to pick up soap in a little black room. So he decided to take horror down to the staircase, opened the storage closet, and gently pushed it inside. Horror, be a good boy and stay in there for a moment. I'll be back in a minute, he said, trying to reassure the creature. Safety first, he could only temporarily inconvenience horror. As he closed the door, he worried that the darkness might frighten horror, so he turned on the light before dashing to the door to let the delivery guy in. The delivery person, while unloading 10 servings of twice-cooked pork, glanced curiously into the room. I mean, you didn't order all 10 servings just for yourself, did you? Shen Yibin broke into a sweat. Just a few friends who haven't arrived yet. They're all from Sichuan, and they love twice-cooked pork, he replied. Technically, horror was indeed from Sichuan. He had merely exaggerated the number a bit. Once the delivery guy left, Shen Yibin carried the 10 servings of pork back inside, and the enticing aroma made his stomach growl. It dawned on him that he hadn't eaten either. After securing the door, he released horror from the storage closet, found a stool, and placed it by the coffee table. He opened a food container and set it before horror. You must be starving. Hurry, eat while it's hot. But then he hesitated, wondering if horror preferred it hot or cold. Since Future Pet Shop hadn't specified, it was probably best to assume hot. Horror stared blankly at the twice-cooked pork, drool pooling at the corners of its mouth, yet it didn't rush to eat. Instead, it placed its paws in front of Shen Yibin, rubbing them together before pointing at its neck and making some sounds. Shen Yibin was utterly perplexed. What do you want? I brought you the pork and you're not eating. He nudged the food container closer. Go on, eat up, it'll taste bad if it gets cold. Horror's drool increased, yet it remained motionless, alternating between rubbing its paws together and pointing at its neck, looking increasingly anxious. Wait a minute, you want to wash your hands? Shen Yibin finally caught on, realizing that the rubbing motion was asking for a wash. His face flushed with embarrassment. Even a panda knew to wash its hands before eating, while he never paid attention to such details. Damn, he was less tidy than a panda. Horror nodded vigorously, extending its paws toward Shen Yibin once more. I'll get you a basin. Shen Yibin sprang up and hurried upstairs to the bathroom, retrieving a plastic basin that had hardly been used. Coincidentally, it had a design of a panda munching on bamboo. Hand soap, a towel, what else do I need? Oh, two paws rubbing together means washing, but what does pointing at the neck mean? He pondered while filling the basin with warm water. Oh, I see. This creature is quite particular. It wants an apron so it doesn't get its fur dirty while eating. What was it coming to eat, twice-cooked pork or dining at a five-star restaurant? Shen Yibin couldn't help but chuckle as he dashed to the kitchen to grab his cooking apron. He returned downstairs, balancing the basin, holding the body wash with. No, you can't continue to stock up until the panda provided to you during the trial partnership is sold first. If you want to order more, you must sell the panda first. The future pet store firmly rejected his request. Sell how? Shen Yibin hesitated and turned to look at the chubby panda lounging on the sofa, utterly adorable. Regardless of whether anyone would buy it or not, he simply couldn't bear to part with such a cute creature. Wait, what is it doing now? Shen Yibin watched as Ha suddenly flipped over, lying on its stomach on the sofa, its front paws propped up, moving them up and down in an ungraceful manner. Upon noticing Shen Yibin's gaze, Ha let out a few grunts, tilting its chin back as if beckoning him to come over. When he didn't respond, it rolled off the sofa and slowly waddled over to him, biting his pant leg and tugging him towards the carpet in front of the sofa. Ha, what are you doing? Ugh, it's your fault. I've started speaking in that dialect as well. Shen Yibin, unable to bear letting Ha suffer, grabbed his phone and followed it over, curious to see what it intended to do. Once on the carpet, Ha released its grip and laid down again, assuming that awkward position, and upon seeing Shen Yibin still standing there, it grew increasingly impatient, letting out a few more grunts. Are you asking me to do the same as you? Shen Yibin seemed to have guessed Ha intention and also lay down, staring at its dark circles. I must be sick to be mimicking a panda in such an embarrassing posture. Encouraged, Ha propped itself up with its chubby front paws, straining to lift its body, and with a thud it flopped back down. Catching its breath, it began to repeat the motion. Wait a minute, are you doing push-ups? Shen Yibin finally understood the meaning behind Ha actions. It's not that I wasn't quick-witted, but who could have guessed a panda's short limbs and round belly would lead to such a funny sight? Shen Yibin glanced at his phone. It had been an hour and a half since he last ate, the perfect time for post-meal exercise. After eating, the digestive organs require a large blood supply for their work, making exercise at that moment often counterproductive. It was better to wait for an hour or two after digestion was complete before engaging in less intense activities. A slow jog would be ideal, but it wasn't convenient to take hot air out now, so push-ups would have to suffice. You little rascal have healthier habits than I do. Shen Yibin couldn't help but slip back into that dialect. He instinctively rubbed his abdomen, realizing he had gained a bit of weight lately due to the shop's demands. It would be too tragic to be judged as overweight by a panda. Without a second thought, Shen Yibin set down his phone and joined Ha in doing push-ups, counting out loud, 1, 2, 3, 4. Ha joined in with its own grunts, seemingly counting along. By the time they reached 25, Ha plopped down on the ground, panting and refusing to continue. Ha, you need to work out more. Is it really too much after just 20? I used to do 4 sets, a total of 200, Shen Yibin teased, looking at the exhausted panda. After finishing the first set of 50, Shen Yibin lay down for a moment to rest. Suddenly, a new idea struck him. He flipped over, propping his hands on the ground again, and turned to Ha saying, Come on, Ha, climb onto my back. Let's see how many I can do. Ha seemed quite interested in this task. It crawled to the foot of Shen Yibin, then up his calves and thighs, finally settling on his back and letting go of its front paws to sit upright. Whoa, Ha, you're quite heavy. Shen Yibin immediately felt the strain. With the added weight of the panda, continuing to do push-ups was no easy feat. This was far more challenging than before. Fortunately, Ha remained relatively still on his back, allowing Shen Yibin to slowly begin again. Ha began counting from his back, its silly voice infused with encouragement, invigorating Shen Yibin. This was even more effective than a beautiful cheerleader motivating him. He couldn't let this adorable creature think less of him. 29. 30. Oh, I can't do anymore. Shen Yibin lay on the ground, panting. The added weight of the panda made a considerable difference. While he could typically do 200 today, he was struggling after just 80. Seeing Shen Yibin stop, Ha quickly crawled off his back, supporting itself on the sofa, looking around before rolling over to the coffee table. It picked up a towel, with its paw draping it over its shoulder before rolling back. How considerate. Shen Yibin was so touched that tears welled up. He simply couldn't bear to part with Ha now. Wiping the sweat off, he hurriedly grabbed his phone and contacted the future pet store. Can I buy this panda myself? But I only have 18,000 left in my account. That might not be enough to buy a panda, right? Am I going to have to use my credit card? After sending the message, Shen Yibin anxiously awaited a response. Whether you can buy it is not up to me, but depends on your affinity with the panda. The future pet store replied promptly, but what is this affinity? Not everyone is suited for pet ownership, just like in romance. Owners choose pets, and pets also choose owners. The pets we sell must be evaluated comprehensively for both sides. Only if the affinity reaches 80 or above will we consider selling. If it doesn't meet that standard, we won't sell it for any price. The future pet store explained quickly and sent over a QR code. You can scan to download the pet affinity testing app to see your affinity with this panda. We can discuss purchasing once it's above 80. Alright, I'll check it out right away. Shen Yibin quickly scanned the QR code and downloaded the app. Soon an owl icon appeared on his phone, its large eyes particularly striking. Opening the app, he read the instructions, which stated that he only needed to take a photo of both the pet and the buyer, upload them to the app, and then click to start the test. Hi, come here for a photo. What should I do? I'm a bit nervous, my hand shaking slightly while holding the camera. After finally getting a decent photo, he uploaded it to the app. Taking a deep breath to calm his nerves, he pressed the start button for the test. The result quickly appeared. What the heck? Affinity 79. Are you kidding me? The client possesses a gentle disposition, a caring heart, and a sound mental health status, ensuring that the pet will be cherished and the panda will not come to harm. Furthermore, the client has a low IQ and a blunt emotional intelligence, which coincidentally aligns well with the panda's character. The score for this criterion is a perfect 20, and thus the client receives a score of 20. Shen Yibin gazed at the data analysis beside him. Indeed, the high technology of the 22nd century could ascertain a person's character merely from a photograph, far more reliable than a street fortune teller. However, what did the remark about the client's low IQ and blunt emotional intelligence imply? Was it suggesting that he was as foolish as the panda, making them a perfect match? Shen Yibin felt a pang of hurt. Damn it, he had been dismissed by the software. As he continued reading, he found data searches indicate that the client owns a pet shop and has undergone specialized training in pet care, possessing relevant expertise to ensure the panda's healthy growth. The score for this criterion is 20, and thus the client receives a score of 20. It was merely a photograph, yet his personal information had been thoroughly scrutinized. Did this testing software possess hacking capabilities as well? A cold sweat broke out on Shen Yibin. If it were a wanted criminal software, would it alert the authorities? The client lives and works in the same location, providing ample time to accompany the pet, preventing the panda from experiencing loneliness or negative emotions. The score for this criterion is 20, and thus the client receives a score of 20. This assessment was valid. Many individuals were too busy with work or frequently traveled, leaving their pets locked alone at home, which could severely affect the pet's mental health over time. Some might even inadvertently cause their pets to starve to death. If such a client existed, Shen Yibin couldn't bear to sell his pet to them. The initial criteria had been favorable, and Shen Yibin had nearly received full marks. However, he faltered on the final major criterion. In addition to psychological well-being, expertise and free time, possessing other skills that promote the pet's robust growth is also crucial. This panda loves exercise and is fond of gourmet food. Therefore, the client must meet the requirements in these two aspects. Data searches reveal that the client exercises infrequently and has not developed good habits in this regard. The score for this criterion is 20, and thus the client receives a score of 15. Shen Yibin's somewhat reclusive habits were being criticized. Moreover, a scan revealed that the twice-cooked pork the panda just ate contained a high level of unhealthy substances. Although it won't harm the panda's health in the short term, prolonged exposure could lead to health complications. Therefore, it is recommended that the client personally cook meals for the panda from now on, though it appears the client's culinary skills fall far short of the required standards. The score for this criterion is 20, and thus the client receives a score of 4. It turned out that Shen Yibin's culinary skills were the area where he lagged the most. This was not entirely his fault. Throughout his life, either his family cooked or he bought takeout. The most he could manage was instant noodles or boiled pasta. He was utterly inept at cooking. Furthermore, judging by the panda's demeanor, it seemed rather picky. Acquiring satisfactory culinary skills in a short time didn't appear to be an easy task. Recalling the scene from earlier when the panda was eating, it perhaps had been quite hungry, consuming its meal rapidly, yet it did not seem to express much delight, treating the twice-cooked pork as mere sustenance rather than a beloved delicacy. This posed a bit of a dilemma. Realistically, Shen Yibin thought the flavor of the takeout he had just ordered was quite decent, likely among the best he had tasted in the vicinity. Surpassing the quality of that establishment seemed quite the challenge. The client can enhance their affinity by improving their fitness level and culinary skills. Achieving a score above 80 will grant them purchasing eligibility. The affinity testing app concluded. This was somewhat perplexing. Considering his fitness score of 15, further improvement seemed difficult, making the 4 points for culinary skills Shen Yibin's immediate goal. I suppose I'll have to start cooking for you from now on. I've never treated myself this well, he mused. Fortunately, the apartment had a kitchen, albeit one he rarely used. It seemed it was time to tidy it up. Upon hearing this, the panda waddled over and nudged against Shen Yibin's leg, clearly affectionate. Seeing its adorable antics, Shen Yibin's complaints faded away. He reached down to rub its fluffy head. I see now why I owe you this. I've brought home quite the little lord. Dragging the panda to the sofa, he opened his notepad to make a list of items he needed to buy. I need to get you a cooking apron, a food bowl, and spices, meat, vegetables. What else? The panda tugged at his pant leg, and upon meeting Shen Yibin's gaze, it covered its eyes with its paws, feigning shyness. Shen Yibin understood instantly and playfully flicked it on the forehead. Are you embarrassed about wandering around in your birthday suit? Should I get you some clothes too? The panda nodded vigorously. I still haven't figured out whether you're a boy or a girl. Come here, let me check. Why don't you stay in my bedroom? The first floor wasn't safe. If horror caused any noise, it could attract unwanted attention. Thus, Shen Yibin took horror to his bedroom on the second floor, placing it on the floor before retrieving his iPad from beside the pillow. He opened the video app, found Kung Fu Panda, and set it in front of horror. Look, they're all pandas, but why is the difference so vast? Shen Yibin ruffled its fluffy head. Just watch here, I'll be back soon. Horror picked up a cushion that Shen Yibin had tossed under the bed and propped it against the wall. It then slouched against the cushion, its paws cradling the iPad, its round belly supporting it as it watched intently. Goodness, is it really this comfortable? Seeing horror lounging so leisurely made Shen Yibin feel a bit lazy himself. However, it was undeniably adorable. No, I need to take a picture and save it on my phone. Shen Yibin pulled out his phone, opened a camera app, and began snapping photos of horror. After finishing, he adjusted the lighting and added a watermark, busying himself with little details before reluctantly leaving horror to head downstairs and go sell some items. Oh dear, it seems I forgot something very important. What was it again? While locking the door, Shen Yibin scratched his head, but he simply couldn't remember. Given that the delivery truck arranged by Bao Gu was about to arrive, he pushed the thought aside and hailed a cab to the supermarket. What do I need to buy? 3 outfits for horror, a feeding bib, cooking utensils, spices. Oh right, I need a cookbook for making twice-cooked pork too. It's starting to pile up. Upon arriving at the supermarket, Shen Yibin followed his list to gather cooking utensils and spices, then headed to a nearby bookstore to buy a few cookbooks. With various bags in hand, he entered the children's clothing store. Hello, sir. Here to buy clothes for your baby. How old is the little one? What color do they like? The sales clerk with impressive customer service skills greeted Shen Yibin warmly as he entered, even helping him place his items on the counter. Baby. Shen Yibin felt awkward. I'm still single, or where would I have a child? But he couldn't very well say he was buying clothes for his panda. As for the age, he couldn't answer, so he vaguely replied, the baby is a bit chubby, so I suppose I'll need a larger size. By the way, I saw a set of pandas nibbling bamboo on your official website. Is that here? This set is our seasonal bestseller, made from pure natural plant fiber, absolutely free of any harmful chemicals, ensuring the safety of the baby's skin. The sales clerk continued with a barrage of professional jargon, leaving Shen Yibin somewhat confused before presenting a sample to him. Sir, this is a medium-large size. Does it fit? The length is about right, but the waist seems a bit tight. Shen Yibin recalled Hawker's physique. Is there a larger size? The waist needs to be twice this size. Twice? Let me see if we have the largest size available. The sales clerk was taken aback. Just how chubby is this child? When she returned with the largest size, she kindly advised Shen Yibin, Sir, everyone is quite fond of their children these days, but we must also be mindful of scientific methods. Feeding a child to be this chubby isn't good for their health. Hey, I don't want that either, but it's a hereditary issue, you can't change it. Honestly, with hottest appetite, I reckon it'll be eating dirt in a few days. Hereditary? The sales clerk eyed the slightly lean Shen Yibin suspiciously. Did he marry a chubby wife, or is his neighbor Mr. Wong? He doesn't seem like someone who could produce such a chubby child. It's barely wearable. Also, could you get me that red star set and the blue checkered one in this size? Shen Yibin gestured, thinking horror might fit. At checkout, he winced at the price. Children's clothing is really expensive these days. My wallet is getting thinner. I need to think of ways to make money. Otherwise, horror and I might starve together. Taxi. As he exited the store, he spotted an empty cab and quickly hailed it, jumping in and speeding back to the pet shop, completely unaware that someone behind him was trying to get his attention. Hey, why is Abin running so fast? I was just about to ask him how to get to his shop. Shen Yibin's college classmate Xiao Wenqi sulked as she stamped her foot. Chi-Chi, look. Xiao Wenqi's college roommate and also Shen Yibin's classmate Imo Xiaoma had her attention diverted to the children's clothing store's sign, excitedly exclaiming, Abin just bought children's clothes. Could it be he's had a baby? He would be the first from our class, right? That shouldn't be possible, right? I haven't heard he got married, Xiao when she was skeptical. However, upon reflecting, she realized that Shen Yibin had indeed just exited that very children's clothing store carrying a shopping bag from there. I'll check his Weibo to see if I can find any wedding photos or something. I refuse to believe he's hiding it so deeply. The Weibo expert, Emo Xiaoma, quickly pulled out her phone and located Shen Yibin's profile. Oh, chi. Come look, this is so cute. The moment she saw Shen Yibin's Weibo page, she was blown away by the top photo of Hawker lounging with the iPad. Meanwhile, Shen Yibin, accustomed to passing time with his phone, pulled it out again. Huh, why are there so many notifications on Weibo? Opening it, he was stunned by the flood of 233 retweets, 188 comments, and 366 likes. What in the world happened? Oh no, I realized I must have forgotten to turn off the automatic posting feature on the photo app. Shen Yibin slapped his forehead, staring blankly at the adorable photo of Har. This is going to be trouble. Shen Yibin swiftly deleted the photos and the Weibo post, but alas, it was too late. The adorable images of the panda had already been downloaded and shared by countless people across Weibo QQ groups, forums, and social media spaces, with Hare's likeness spreading through the internet at lightning speed. At first, people did not realize the significance of these photos. Some regarded them as promotional shots from a newly established panda breeding base, while others speculated that they might be the work of a talented Photoshop artist or even stills from an upcoming movie. Many expressed that they would flock to the cinema for a chance to see this charming panda who was after all far more appealing than those young idols and goddesses. Indeed, this trend caught the attention of numerous film companies. They scrambled to discover which studio had the clout to enlist a panda for a film, while simultaneously gathering and analyzing public opinion online, debating the feasibility of a movie featuring a panda as the protagonist. They recognized that given the audience's affection for pandas, a film featuring one would surely be a lucrative endeavor. Moreover, it wasn't just the domestic box office that could reap rewards, international profits would also be substantial. Just look at the Kung Fu Panda series, which raked in nearly $2 billion worldwide. And have you seen the crowds at zoos abroad that house pandas? The prospects for such a film seemed exceedingly promising. If produced, it was guaranteed to gross at least $1 billion domestically and at least $300 to $500 million internationally. As various film companies grew increasingly interested, they admired the photo of Hare playing on an iPad, praising the panda's relaxed demeanor, which perfectly embodied the essence of panda charm. How wonderful it would be to cast such a captivating creature as the lead. Of course, solidifying a project required adherence to strict procedures, and it was still too early to discuss specifics. Hare seems to be exposed to what should I do? Shen Yibin typed frantically in the chat box. If people discovered that Hare was in his pet shop, what would happen next? Would the police launch a night raid? Would SWAT burst in to rescue a national treasure? Would he spend the rest of his life in prison? The more he thought about it, the more terrified he became, to the point where he could barely type. He dared not use voice input either, as he was in a taxi. If he uttered the word panda, the driver might immediately call the police, blaming others for your own foolishness. If you hadn't been so eager to take photos of Hare, none of this would have happened. The sarcastic voice of the future pet shop echoed in his mind. Brother, I was wrong. I swear I won't do it again. Shen Yibin wished he could smash the troublesome phone. He had initially hoped to gradually improve Hare's rapport, but now it seemed time was not on his side. He felt like begging for forgiveness, and after a lengthy plea filled with compliments, he managed to calm the future pet shop's outrage. Alright, don't panic. Based on my analysis of the current situation, you have at least 3 days before the authorities start paying attention to these photos. And how long will it take them to trace me through these photos? Shen Yibin asked, his heart racing. Oh, in your era, internet technology is still quite backward. It will take them a long time to track you down, the future pet shop replied. Based on my calculations, it will take at least half an hour. Cough. Shen Yibin nearly choked at the absurdity. Half an hour? That was hardly a long time. It would take him longer to get back to the shop. Well, who told you to be so careless? Using all your real information when registering for Weibo, and even advertising your pet shop with your address and contact details. No wonder they can find you easily. The future pet shop sent him a screenshot showing that the photos circulating on the internet still bore his Weibo account watermark. Were these people afraid he would meet an untimely end? Shen Yibin's eyes brimmed with tears. Brother, I beg you, give me a chance to escape. Why are you in such a hurry? You still have 3 days. If you can improve your rapport to above the standard in that time, you can complete your first purchase and upgrade to a level 3 partner. I'll help you solve these problems, ensuring you won't face any punishment. The future pet shop remained unruffled, ignoring Shen Yibin's desperate pleas. Once the taxi stopped outside his shop, Shen Yibin quickly paid and rushed inside, carrying a bundle of items. He shut the door and hurried to his bedroom on the 2nd floor, only to find Hare still sitting obediently with the iPad, engrossed in a movie. Phew! Shen Yibin exhaled in relief. It seemed Hare was well-behaved and hadn't strayed. Had he returned to find Hare missing, he would have surely lost his mind. Hmm, hmm. Upon seeing him, Hare dropped the tablet and waddled over, nuzzling against his leg. Seeing this affectionate display made Shen Yibin feel that all his earlier worries and exhaustion were worth it. Raising such a delightful panda seemed like a worthy endeavor. Just as he was about to say something, his phone rang. Bao guest delivery of pets had arrived at the door. Shen Yibin hurriedly closed the door and went downstairs to help the driver bring in the cats and dogs, checking each one to ensure they were healthy and that all paperwork was in order. After arranging everything, he signed off on the delivery slip and called Bao Gu to confirm. Once all was said and done, Shen Yibin felt utterly drained, collapsing onto the sofa for a brief rest. His stomach rumbled, and glancing out the window, he noticed it had grown dark. Dinner time was approaching. Hare must be hungry too, right? Shen Yibin got up, steadied himself against the wall, and made his way to the second floor to let Hare out. You must be hungry. Just hang on and I'll cook for you right away. Hare nodded eagerly, and soon Shen Yibin found his pants dampened by the panda's drool. All right, let's give this a shot today. If it doesn't work, I can always. How much should I add of the scallions and ginger? Shen Yibin felt frustrated. This cookbook was unreliable. It clearly specified the quantity for the pork belly and Sichuan peppercorns, yet it was vague when it came to the scallions and ginger. Well, I might as well give it a try. Shen Yibin washed the scallions and cut them into pieces that matched the length suggested in the cookbook. He prepared the ginger as well, and while he was busy, Hare dragged a stool over, puffing as he climbed up to perch on it, eyes fixed intently on every move Shen Yibin made. Hare, what do you think is the right amount? Is this enough? Shen Yibin, feeling a bit bored, picked up 4 or 5 slices of ginger and asked. He hadn't really expected a response from Hare, but to his surprise the little creature shook his head and even extended a paw, trying to nudge some ginger slices from the cutting board into Shen Yibin's hand. Wait, you actually know how to cook? Shen Yibin was taken aback. Seeing Hare frozen in place while the pot with the pork belly began to bubble, he couldn't help but let out a couple of grunts. With both paws resting on the counter, Hare desperately reached for the small pile of ginger slices. Don't move. The knife is right there. Shen Yibin quickly scooped him back onto the stool. If this little guy got hurt by the knife, he wouldn't even dare to take him to the doctor. Startled by Hare's insistence, Shen Yibin finally collected himself. He tentatively picked up 4 or 5 slices of ginger and asked, Is this enough? Hare shook his head again, spreading his left paw, while his right palm mimicked a scraping motion in his palm. Oh, are you saying that's too much? Understanding Hare's message, Shen Yibin tossed a few ginger slices aside. Finally, when only 7 or 8 slices remained, Hare nodded in approval. How much scallion should I add? Since it was for Hare, Shen Yibin decided to follow his guidance rather than consult the cookbook, and with Hare's help he quickly determined the right amounts of scallions and cooking wine. All right, let's check back in half an hour. Once it's done, I'll slice it and stir-fry it. I'm going to cook some rice now. You can go back to watching your movie. Wait a minute, why does this situation feel so familiar? Hare's behavior was reminiscent of that rat from Ratatouille. If it weren't for those paws being so ill-suited for handling knives and flipping pans, he might actually be able to cook for himself. That said, pandas are known for their keen sense of smell, and they typically communicate through sounds and scents. So it's reasonable that Hare could discern which combinations would yield delicious food. However, it was said that pandas have a unique taste and cannot sense the umami of meat. Why then did Hare have such a penchant for twice-cooked pork? On his way to buy supplies, Shen Yibin had researched quite a bit about pandas and had a basic understanding of these peculiarities. Ultimately, he could only conclude that the pandas of the 22nd century were different from those of today. As the rice cooked in the rice cooker and the meat simmered, Shen Yibin returned to the bedroom to lie down next to Hare while scrolling through social media on his phone, curious to see how far his photos had spread. Goodness, the speed was astonishing. A brief search revealed Hare's photos plastered across Weibo forums and various online platforms, with some even using his image as their profile picture. How that's odd. With my years of experience following internet celebrities on Weibo, I can't spot a single trace of Photoshop on this photo. Could it be a genuine shot? An experienced user's comment startled Shen Yibin. Seriously, could you stop being so observant? Do you really consume that much of what those influencers dish out? Hurry up and grab a bottle of nutritional supplement instead of obsessing over these few photos. And how do you know so much about the entertainment industry? Did any companies even produce films featuring pandas in recent years? Are you worried I won't expose enough details fast enough? Just as these troubling thoughts swirled in his mind, Hare clutched his leg and began dragging him toward the kitchen. Shen Yibin understood without needing to ask that the meat was likely done simmering. He poked the meat with chopsticks. It pierced easily with no blood oozing out. It was time to turn off the heat and slice it, but the next step required skillful knife work. The meat needed to be cut thinly with each slice, including skin and a balance of fat and lean to achieve the coveted lantern bottom shape. Of course, Shen Yibin lacked that kind of skill. The slices he cut were twice as thick as those from a takeout restaurant. Embarrassed, he chuckled, "Haha, my technique still needs work. Please don't judge me too harshly while practice until I improve." Hair began again slipping off As he leaned beside the twice-cooked pork, Hair initially seemed a bit dissatisfied, but upon seeing Shen Yibin sweating profusely, he quickly adopted a cheerful expression and nodded enthusiastically. "Hey, if you don't like it, don't force yourself. I'll give it a try. Oh, if it's unbearable, we can order takeout. Once I refine my skills, we can enjoy the meals I prepare," Shen Yibin thought to himself, feeling a twinge of guilt as Hair showed such understanding. He almost reached for his phone to call for takeout. However, it was still his own handiwork, guided by Hair no less, and it looked quite appetizing. He had to give it a shot, right? The enticing aroma wafting through the air compelled Shen Yibin to pick up a piece and pop it into his mouth. It wasn't as dreadful as he had imagined. While it couldn't compare to the restaurant he had visited at noon, it was certainly a marked improvement over his previous attempts. Could it truly be the result of Hair's guidance? If he continued practicing, perhaps he'd actually meet the standards before Hair was discovered. At that moment, Hair embraced the new food bowl Shen Yibin had bought for him and dove into the meal, making delightful sounds of approval as he ate, clearly managing to accept Shen Yibin's culinary efforts. "If you don't like it, please don't force yourself. What if it upsets your stomach?" Shen Yibin grew anxious. He stood up and opened the fridge, pulling out 2 bags. "If you don't want to keep eating takeout, I brought you some fruits, apples, bananas, and pears. Which one do you like?" Hair shook his head vigorously, ignoring the fruit Shen Yibin offered, and continued to devour the twice-cooked pork. After several unsuccessful attempts to persuade Hair, Shen Yibin resigned himself to finishing his own meal. To be honest, he was utterly exhausted from shopping and cooking, and he was quite hungry. After 3 bowls of rice, he looked at the small plate of pork and found it completely cleared. With a satisfied belch, he noticed that Hair still had a substantial amount of food left in his bowl, and it seemed unlikely he would finish it. "Hey, if you don't like it, there's no need to force it." Shen Yibin gently pulled the bowl away from Hair's paws, petting his furry head. The texture was incredibly satisfying. "It wouldn't be worth it if you upset your stomach. If you get hungry later, there's still fruit here." When he bought supplies, he had saved some fruits which Hair had devoured upon his return, proving he wasn't solely a fan of twice-cooked pork. Hair blinked shyly, extending his greasy paws toward Shen Yibin. "All right, I'll go get you some water to wash your paws. Once you're done, we'll continue our training, and after that you can help me feed the pets. We have a grand opening tomorrow." Shen Yibin suddenly recalled the impending opening and felt a pang of sympathy for Hair, who would likely have to hide in the bedroom all day. When could he take Hair out proudly? He mused about asking Hair to guide him in making twice-cooked pork a couple more times once his schedule calmed down. After washing his paws, Hair resumed his position near Shen Yibin's legs and waddled down the stairs, starting his workout beside the sofa. He lay on Shen Yibin's back, performing several sets of push-ups. As Shen Yibin exercised, he entertained thoughts of how wonderful it would be to take Hair out for walks. Surely crowds of girls would gather around them. Merely daydreaming wouldn't suffice. He needed to refine his culinary skills. After their workout, the two collapsed onto the sofa for a brief rest before beginning to feed the pets in the store. Given that it was a recent opening, Shen Yibin hadn't dared to acquire too many animals, only purchasing a dozen common and popular cats and dogs. He planned to consider a more niche high-end route once the business stabilized, selecting rarer and more profitable breeds, but for now it seemed unnecessary. With future pet stores in the mix, who knew what kind of stock he might receive next? Woof, woof. For some reason, one of the golden retrievers appeared, quite agitated. Just as Shen Yibin intended to open the cage to feed it, the dog lunged at him, barking furiously. Before Shen Yibin could react, Hair, holding onto his leg, seemed displeased. He released Shen Yibin and waddled over to the cage, slapping it with his hefty paws while glaring at the retriever, emitting a series of disapproving sounds, as if scolding it for being so irritable. Arg! The retriever's ferocious barking transformed into a whimper, clearly subdued by Hair's presence. He had forgotten that while pandas typically rely on their cuteness, they are indeed formidable beasts. Their bite force ranks just below that of polar bears, and equal to brown bears. They can outrun Olympic athletes at altitudes of over 2,000 meters. They can climb trees over 20 meters tall, and they can toy with several wolves as if they were mere cushions. Bullying a golden retriever was child's play for Hair. Once the retriever calmed down, Hair turned back to Shen. Panda, 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 cold like a mountain, warm like a flower. In the early morning, Shen Yibin's alarm clock rang. He had changed his ringtone to a song that mentioned pandas just the night before. Let me sleep a little longer. Shen Yibin stretched his hand out from under the covers, fumbling for his phone beside the pillow to turn off the alarm. However, after searching for a while, he found not his phone, but a furry paw instead. Mm. It turned out that Hare had somehow climbed onto his bed and was sitting beside the pillow ready to pull off the covers. Oh my, I really wasn't dreaming yesterday. Upon opening his eyes and seeing the panda sitting next to him, Shen Yibin let out a wail. But after a couple of cries, he couldn't help but break into a silly grin, kneeling on the bed to pat Hare on the head. Hee, if this were a dream, I'd probably cry out of sadness. Who could bear to part with such a lovely creature? After getting up and washing up, he tended to Hare's personal hygiene before heading downstairs for a bit of exercise. The two then returned to the kitchen. Hare, is it really appropriate to have such rich dishes like twice-cooked pork so early in the morning? How about something lighter? Would you prefer century egg and lean meat congee or shredded chicken congee? Hare drooled at the sight of the century egg and lean meat congee recipe in Shen Yibin's cookbook, clearly favoring that option. All right, then let's prepare that. Just like yesterday, you guide me through it. Shen Yibin rolled up his sleeves and got to work. Under Hare's supervision, he cooked up a pot of century egg and lean meat congee that far exceeded his previous culinary skills. Paired with fresh and spicy pickles, the two of them devoured the meal with gusto. This is their breakfast. You go feed them while I clean up. After witnessing the events of the previous night, Shen Yibin felt comfortable entrusting the task of feeding the pets to Hare. Hare nodded its fluffy little head and dragged a basket filled with pet food over to the feeding area. As soon as it arrived, the golden retriever eagerly stuck out its tongue, waiting by the cage with a fawning expression, causing Shen Yibin to feel a twinge of envy. Feeding the pets, cleaning up, tidying the pet cages, and preparing tea and snacks for guests. All these tasks were completed just in time to open for business. Hare, I need to work now, so you can't stay downstairs. The news of the grand opening had been spread. If he didn't open the doors, people would start to get suspicious. So Shen Yibin carried Hare back upstairs to his bedroom. Here, you can continue watching movies today while waiting for me. If you get hungry, there's fruit prepared for you. You can use the bathroom on your own now, so I'll come back to keep you company once I finish work. I promise I'll be right up after I send them off. Originally, Shen Yibin had planned to treat Bao Gu and some classmates who came to support him to a meal after closing, but now nothing was more important than Hare. He figured he could always invite them once he improved his customer rapport. Hare seemed to understand, clinging tightly to Shen Yibin's leg and unwilling to let go. It appeared that after yesterday's bonding, Hare had begun to depend on Shen Yibin. Damn it, I don't want to part either. Looking into those two shiny little eyes, Shen Yibin felt almost melted. But he still had to open for business. Not to mention the pet store hadn't yet provided a quote for Hare, and he needed to earn money. If not, he might end up crying in the future. After much coaxing, he finally managed to persuade Hare to sit on the bed with a tablet in hand. Shen Yibin turned back 3 times before closing the bedroom door and heading downstairs to open the roll-up door. It's your grand opening today. Wishing you a prosperous business. As soon as she saw him, Aunt Wong from the tea shop next door greeted him warmly, even presenting a congratulatory gift, a lucky cat. Thank you, Aunt Wong. Please come in. Uncle Lee is here too. During this time, Shen Yibin had become familiar with his neighbors, quickly ushering Aunt Wong and Uncle Lee from the liquor store inside. You carry on, we'll browse on our own. The two of them approached the row of cages to take a look. I must say, these cats look adorable. I'm tempted to buy one, but why do these cats have such big ears? They look almost like foxes. That's a Siamese cat, Shen Yibin explained, bringing them tea as he introduced the delightful breed. 200 years ago, these cats were only kept in the royal palaces and temples of Thailand, belonging to an elite group of nobles. Siamese cats are lively, clever, and empathetic. They are also very affectionate and loyal to their owners. If you were to buy one, it would surely bring you joy. Oh my, it's staring at me. Is it really destiny? Aunt Wong, who often visited temples to pray, became interested upon hearing about the Siamese cat's connection to the temples. How much is this cat? Could it really be that easy to make a sale? Shen Yibin felt a surge of excitement. Originally, it's priced at 1,200, but since it's you, Aunt Wong, I can give you a discount. Let's say 1,000, just as a grand opening offer. 1,000. That seems a bit pricey. Aunt Wong hesitated. It wasn't that she couldn't afford it, it was just that her generation had different spending habits, often considering multiple factors before making purchases, making it hard to whip out a card like younger folks. This is a purebred Siamese cat, complete with a pedigree certificate, hence the higher price. But don't rush into a decision, since we live so close. You can come by often, and if you truly like her, you can buy her later. Shen Yibin knew that the more he pressed older customers, the more suspicious they became. It was better to adopt a relaxed demeanor. How about I open the cage so you can hold her? Aunt Wong took the cat, clearly reluctant to part with it. Unfortunately, just as she was enjoying her time, a customer came in to buy tea, and she had to reluctantly set the kitty back down and return to her work. As noon approached and lunch hour loomed, Shen Yibin pondered whether he should order takeout for Hare to nibble on. Just then his phone rang. Hello, Abin, it's Xiao Wenqi. I'm at Baiyun Road, but I can't find your shop. Which spot are you at now? Oh, I see, just hang on, I'll be right out to get you. Sighing, it seemed that Hare would probably only be having fruit. Upon stepping out of the store, Shen Yibin immediately spotted Xiao Wenqi and Imo Xiaoma, who were hand-in-hand glancing around outside a fast food restaurant. At his prompt, they turned around and waved excitedly. With a light and cheerful stride, Imo Xiaoma approached the entrance of Shen Yibin's pet store and exclaimed, "Wow, Abin, this place is quite spacious, isn't it? The location is excellent too. You must have invested a considerable amount. I can't believe you've become a big boss just 2 years after graduation." "Big boss, my foot. I actually don't have much money," Shen Yibin chuckled, knowing she was just teasing him. However, the compliment felt pleasantly reassuring, and with the support of the future pet store, perhaps becoming a big boss wasn't just a dream after all. "Don't just stand outside, come in and sit down. If you see anything you like, I'll give you a discount." "Abin, congratulations on your grand opening." May wealth flow, and Xiao Wenqi, who had been quiet until now, clasped her fists and shook them a couple of times before reaching into her bag to pull out a red envelope, handing it to Shen Yibin. No, really, there's no need for this. I'm already thrilled that you came to support me. Accepting this feels a bit excessive, Shen Yibin quickly declined, but before he could push it away, Imo Xiaoma produced another envelope. "Just take it. Enough with the formalities. If you feel bad about it, you can return the favor with a big one when I get married," Imo Xiaoma, known for her straightforward personality, insisted. With both of them insisting, Shen Yibin had no choice but to accept. He resolved to give them a hefty discount if they found something they liked. Suddenly a thought struck him. "By the way, why didn't you two bring your boyfriends?" "Too busy with work, haven't had the chance to find one yet," came the melodious response from Xiao Wenqi, making Shen Yibin's heart flutter with joy. Speaking of which, that reminds me," Imo Xiaoma darted back, her bright eyes fixed on Shen Yibin, sparkling with curiosity. "Hurry up and tell me whose child is that children's clothing you bought yesterday? You can't possibly have kids already, right? Not even letting us know about your marriage and childbirth. Are you worried we can't give you a red envelope?" A whirlwind of questions left Shen Yibin dazed, but he finally clarified, "Children's clothing. Are you talking about what I bought at the shopping plaza yesterday?" "Yes, exactly. We were just about to greet you when you jumped into a taxi. Do you have wedding photos? Let me see. Is the baby a boy or a girl? How many months old? Can I be the godmother?" Imo Xiaoma fired off her questions like a rapid-fire pea shooter, hardly pausing for breath. "Are you kidding? That was for my pet. I'm still single. How could I have a child?" Shen Yibin hurriedly explained, not wanting Xiao Wenqi to misunderstand. That topic faded, but Imo Xiaoma hadn't forgotten about the panda photos. Before Shen Yibin could ask, his supplier brother Bao arrived at the store bringing 2 large flower baskets. As soon as he got out of the car, he pulled Shen Yibin over to the pet cages, boasting about his own pets. Look at this cleverness. No kidding, Abin, you won't find another place like this in Yinqing." Finally, Imo Xiaoma quieted down, dragging Xiao Wenqi aside to play with the 2 Siamese cats in the cage. Before long, more people filled the store, but actual customers were few. Mostly, it was Shen Yibin's classmates, former colleagues, and partners coming to show their support. Busy serving tea and preparing snacks, Shen Yibin felt overwhelmed. "Oh, isn't this Xiao Wenqi? It's been over a year since I last saw you, and you're looking more beautiful than ever." Sure enough, wherever a beauty goes, she becomes the center of attention. Shen Yibin's college roommate, Su Yi, who had just greeted him, immediately gravitated toward Xiao Wenqi, while a few of Shen Yibin's old colleagues subtly nudged him to make introductions. "No way, how could I let you guys take advantage of me?" Shen Yibin pretended to be too busy, shrugging his shoulders as he continued explaining the pet features to a customer. "Chihuahuas don't require much exercise daily and don't need to be taken out often, making them perfect for office workers. They'll sit quietly at home while you're at work. You won't have to worry." The customer showed some interest, but with shopping still on their agenda, they didn't make a purchase. Shen Yibin maintained his polite demeanor as he escorted them to the door, saying, "Take care, feel free to drop by any time." Just as he was about to return to the store, a screeching sound of brakes caught his attention. Turning around, he saw a brand new BMW parked at the entrance of his store. A familiar, unpleasant face poked out from the car. "Abin, this place is a bit out of the way, huh? I searched for ages and couldn't find it. Opening a store here must be tough for business." Inwardly, Shen Yibin thought, if you can't speak nicely, then keep quiet. Besides, I didn't invite you, so why are you here? However, since the person had arrived, it wouldn't be appropriate to turn hostile out of courtesy, so he forced a smile and greeted Ma Sitsong. "It's been a while since graduation. Didn't expect to see you today. Come in." Su Yi, Imo Xiaoma, and Xiao Wenqi are all here. "Oh, Xiao Wenqi is here too. I must see her." Ma Sikong feigned surprise, completely ignoring the other names Shen Yibin had mentioned as he adjusted his Versace casual suit and strutted inside. "Damn it, I knew you weren't here to celebrate my opening. If it weren't for Xiao Wenqi mentioning in the WeChat group that she would come, you probably wouldn't have shown up." Shen Yibin rolled his eyes and followed him into the store. What happened next brought a smile to Shen Yibin's face. Ma Sikong kept showering attention on Xiao Wenqi, but she showed no interest in him. While she politely responded, she subtly shifted her position, ensuring Su Yi and Imo Xiaomo kept Ma Sikong at the periphery of their circle. With that soft rejection, Ma Sikong appeared somewhat gloomy and didn't dare to push forward. Instead, he wandered around inspecting the pets in the store. Let's see what breeds you have here. After a quick glance, Ma Sikong displayed his usual disdainful smile. Siamese cats, golden retrievers, chihuahuas. Tisk tisk, Aubin, I was thinking of getting a pet since living alone in a villa can be boring, but it seems your selection is rather low-end. I'm afraid I can't afford your business. Damn it, you think you can afford something expensive. I still have a panda, but do you dare to take care of it? Shen Yibin realized that Ma Sikong was just showing off in front of Xiao Wenqi today, but why was he targeting him specifically? The classmates nearby overheard the conversation and gathered around. Those who came to support Shen Yibin were generally on good terms with him, and they couldn't hold back their anger upon hearing the provocation. Su Yi approached, ready to unleash a barrage of insults. However, before he could say a word, Xiao Wenqi spoke up first. Ma Sitsung, what you said is completely wrong. Pets are ultimately meant to alleviate loneliness or provide entertainment. As long as they bring joy, they aren't mere luxury items to flaunt. There's no need to fuss over lineage or pedigree. I think this Siamese cat is quite adorable and seems to like me a lot. It's perfect because Xiaoma and I feel our home is a bit dull. How much does it cost, Bin? As she spoke, Xiao Wenqi took out her phone to make the payment. The cat she chose was different from the one Aunt Wang had her eye on, which spared Shen Yibin some trouble. Thanks for helping me with the sale. Let's say it's 800. Shen Yibin offered an even harsher discount than Aunt Wang's. At that price, he was practically breaking even, considering he personally selected these pets from Baogu, ensuring they had good looks, temperament, and health. Yet there was no need to elaborate on that in front of classmates. After receiving the transfer from Xiao Wenqi, Shen Yibin opened the cage and took out the Siamese cat, which was instantly adored by Imo Xiaomo and Xiao Wenqi. They began to pet the cat while asking Shen Yibin about care instructions. Of course, Shen Yibin shared everything he knew, peppering his advice with a touch of humor that had the two girls giggling uncontrollably. This left Ma Sikong feeling quite dejected, and after a while of no one paying him any attention, he simply left. This is great. I was worried that if he stayed, I wouldn't be able to have lunch. But now we can enjoy a drink together. Su Yi whistled, and the others felt much more at ease. Keep the cat cage, while I'll also give you some cat food and litter. Su Yi, didn't you drive? Could you please give them a ride later? In the past, Shen Yibin would have delivered the pets himself, but now he couldn't bear to leave her alone in the bedroom. Before long, it was time for dinner. Shen Yibin returned the Siamese cat to its cage, and they all washed their hands before heading to a nearby restaurant where Shen Yibin had already reserved a private room. After graduation, everyone had been busy with work, so their time together was scarce. Naturally, the dinner table was filled with heartfelt conversations as they shared the bittersweet experiences of their working lives. Bao Gu and others occasionally chimed in, and without Ma Sitsung, the atmosphere was much more harmonious. Bin, why do you look so distracted? You've zoned out several times in just a short while. Could it be that you're mesmerized by how beautiful my Chi-Chi has become? Only Shen Yibin seemed preoccupied with thoughts of hair, unable to keep up with the conversation. No, I'm just focusing on my own career. Thinking about the future makes me a bit anxious, Shen Yibin offered as an excuse. After dinner, Bao Gu and the others had to leave early, leaving only Su Yi, Xiao Wenqi, and Imo Xiaomo to continue asking Shen Yibin for relevant advice. Su Yi had developed a fondness for a golden retriever, and Shen Yibin gave him a cost price. The golden retriever was currently lying peacefully at his feet, dozing off. Besides all this, you need to get it registered and vaccinated. I have connections for that. Just reach out to the contact on this business card and mention my name, Shen Yibin advised, ensuring all necessary services were covered. Also, no matter how well-behaved it seems, you must put a collar and leash on it when going out. Just because you know it won't bite doesn't mean others do. You don't want to scare anyone, he added, as this was a basic responsibility for all pet owners. Shen Yibin detested those who walked large dogs without leashes. As they were discussing, a sudden noise of a toilet flushing came from upstairs, causing Shen Yibin to shudder. That had to be hair, or what if someone discovered him? Just as he feared, the silence in the room made the sound clear to everyone. Imo Xiaoma curiously asked, Bin, does someone live upstairs? No, it's just me, Shen Yibin quickly replied. Please don't ask to go up and see. Then why did I hear a flushing sound? Could it be a burglar? Imo Xiaoma whispered. Why are you asking so many questions? Girls should not be so curious about toilets. You must have misheard, it's probably from next door. Their bathroom is pretty close to mine. Oh, it's getting late. I should head back. Bin, can you help me move the cage to the car? Su Yi, being a good friend, jumped in to help him out. Alright, it'll soon be rush hour. You guys should leave early. Shen Yibin didn't dare to keep them any longer. Who knew what kind of trouble Hare would cause? Plus, keeping him cooped up in the house all day would surely upset him, and Shen Yibin felt a pang of guilt. Then we'll take our leave. Next time we'll come over to visit. Xiao Wenqi said, pulling Imo Xiaoma, who still wanted to talk as they gathered the cat food and other items to head out. Shen Yibin quickly helped them lift the cage into the car. Thank you so much. Today I'll come by to hang out whenever you have time. You can come, but please don't do it in the next few days. Waving goodbye the moment Shen Yibin saw Su Ye's car disappear around the corner, he rushed back into the store, pulled down the roller shutter and curtains, and dashed upstairs. Hare, are you hungry? Upon entering the bedroom, he found no trace of Hare, causing him to panic and search frantically. Not under the bed, not in the kitchen, and not on the balcony. Shen Yibin felt like crying. If that little rascal had run outside, it would be a disaster. Hare, where on earth are you? Shen Yibin shouted. A sweet sound echoed from the bathroom, and Hare's adorable voice came from inside. Shen Yibin hurried over and swung open the bathroom door to find Hare squatting on the toilet with a perplexed expression. Oh, it's been a while since the flushing. You're still sitting there. Could it be that you're constipated? What would he do if this little one fell ill? Where would he find a doctor? Hare whimpered, raising a paw to point at the tissue box, which was completely empty. Ah, you need toilet paper? You scared me. I'll go get some right away. Last night I was so exhausted that I didn't notice the toilet paper had run out. With Hata's cleanliness obsession, there was no way it would go to the restroom without wiping. No wonder it had been sitting there for so long. Rushing downstairs, I brought the toilet paper to Hare, but it didn't use it immediately. Instead, it stared intently at Shen Yibin, unmoving. Fine, I won't bother you. Take your time. Shen Yibin stepped outside and closed the door. After a while, sounds of a chair being moved and water running in the sink echoed from the bathroom, and then Hare emerged with slightly damp paws. Only then did Shen Yibin take a moment to assess the bedroom. It was still pristine and tidy, showing no signs of mess. The leftover fruit peels and snack wrappers that Hare had discarded were neatly in the trash can. Have you eaten everything? You really have quite an appetite. Are you still hungry? They'll cook for you right now. Remembering how he had indulged himself at lunch while poor Hare had to nibble on dry food in the bedroom, Shen Yibin felt a wave of guilt and hurried to the kitchen. Following Hare's directions, he chopped scallions and ginger, then placed them in a pot to simmer slowly. During the cooking time, Shen Yibin took Hare downstairs for some exercise, since it had been cooped up in the bedroom for half a day and needed to move around. However, after exercising, Hare didn't just lie down, instead it waddled over to the storage room and dragged out a broom, intending to help Shen Yibin. Put that down, Shen Yibin exclaimed, sweating profusely. After having kept this child confined for so long, he felt it was too cruel to immediately put it to work. If those online commenters knew how he treated a panda, they would surely drown him in saliva. Yet as Shen Yibin took the broom, Hare went for the mop. It seemed utterly determined not to let itself relax, forcing Shen Yibin to grab a large pile of pet food. You might as well stick to this. I think you feed them better than I do. Finally managing to set Hare aside, Shen Yibin sped through the cleaning of the first floor at 3 times his usual pace, drenched in sweat. He couldn't afford to take his time. If he waited for Hare to finish feeding the pets, it would come over to help again. Shen Yibin certainly did not want to be scolded by netizens in the future. What on earth is happening? When Shen Yibin returned from taking out the trash, he was taken aback by the sight in the store. The Siamese cats, golden retrievers, and chihuahuas in their cages were all sitting neatly, paws holding their bowls, stretching their tongues in anticipation of Hare feeding them, resembling soldiers lined up for inspection. All right. Hare opened the cage of a Siamese cat, took out its cat food from the basket behind, and poured it into the bowl, even grooming the cat's fur in the process. Meow, the Siamese cat slightly squinted its eyes, looking quite content. After Hare closed the cage again, it nodded at Hare and meowed twice, seemingly thanking it for the food and casually saying, I'm going to eat now? Okay. Hare nodded as if acknowledging it, then dragged the basket to the Chihuahua's cage. Upon opening the cage, the Chihuahua showed no intention of running around. Instead, it pushed its bowl forward, just like the Siamese cat, making it easier for Hare to feed it. Who knew you had leadership skills besides your culinary talents? With this demeanor, you should be a squad leader at the very least. Shen Yibin instinctively pulled out his phone and carefully recorded Hare's feeding process. If he could post this online, the tips would likely surpass the profits from his pet shop. Hare, after we finish eating, let's let them all out to play with you, okay? Honestly, it's not good to keep pets cooped up in cages all the time. They deserve to stretch their legs and breathe some fresh air. With Hare around, they likely wouldn't cause a mess in the store. Okay. Hare appeared particularly excited, clearly having felt a bit pent up in the bedroom today. Then it's settled. The meat is almost done simmering. Let's head upstairs to cook, and later we can come down to play with your little friends. After saying this, Hare automatically became his leg pendant as Shen Yibin dragged it back to the kitchen. He fished the meat out of the pot and placed it in the. From Hare's reaction, the meal he cooked this time was indeed an improvement over the last. An entire basin of twice-cooked pork was licked clean. Admittedly, Hare had scarcely eaten since morning, subsisting on fruit and snacks, so hunger likely played its part. After they finished, and the kitchen was tidied, Shen Yibin checked his phone. The affinity rating with Hare stubbornly remained at 79, no change at all. I knew it wouldn't be that easy, Shen Yibin muttered, setting the phone down with a sigh. There was still time today, and these next couple of days he'd better work hard. If nothing moved by tomorrow, he'd close up for a day and devote himself to honing his craft. His shop had only just opened. It was hardly wise to be lax and sporadic. Yet if he failed to push that affinity past 80 and meet the purchase threshold, the consequences, when Hare's existence became public, would be grim. He'd be the one picking up the soap in prison. Compared with that, the present business seemed a trifling concern. Hare, come on downstairs for some exercise. He had kept Hare in the bedroom all day, or it was time for some fresh air. He didn't know when he could openly take the creature out in public. Hare answered excitedly, clearly pent up. Its stubby legs scuffled twice, and then it nuzzled up and clung to Shen Yibin's calf. Just a few more days, and you won't have to hide in the bedroom, Shen Yibin said, stroking its head as his heart melted at its eagerness. He hauled it downstairs with him. They exercised together for a short while. The other caged pets seemed envious. Mews and barks rose from their enclosures, as if they too craved a bit of freedom. Hare had been so gentle when feeding them earlier. What harm to let them out for a little while under its supervision? Shen Yibin surveyed the shop's doors and windows. Oh, everything was secured. He lowered Hare from his back. Hare, should we let them out to play with you? Hare cocked its head, considering, then nodded vigorously as though afraid he might refuse. It clearly wanted to play with them. All right. You know how to open their cages. Go on. Shen Yibin flopped onto the sofa and reclined. He had been up since dawn and felt weary. Hare's eyes flicked between Shen Yibin and the cages, torn between offering him a massage and setting the animals free. I'll just lie down a bit. Go and have fun with them. He couldn't bear to monopolize Hare's company. It deserved to be happy. Understanding, Hare waddled to the cages on its 4 plump paws. It made a few soft sounds as if addressing them, then opened each door in turn. To Shen Yibin's astonishment, the Chihuahua, Golden Retriever, Siamese, and Russian Blue did not bolt wildly about. Instead, they stood obediently at the thresholds like soldiers awaiting commands. Good heavens, could they understand Hare? Weren't they different species? Did Hare speak multiple animal tongues? Shen Yibin was floored. Besides its cooking prowess, Hare had another unexpected talent, truly a 22nd century polymath. No, a veritable bear of talents. With a couple of murmured prompts, the Chihuahua stepped out and took position at the front, followed by the Siamese and the Russian Blue. The Golden Retriever fell into the rear. They arranged themselves in a line from smallest to largest. When the Russian Blue slipped out of place, Hare gave a displeased sound and plucked it up, setting it correctly. Hare nodded, apparently pleased with their response, then led them in a measured circle across the open floor as if they were cadets on parade. Parade. Shen Yibin's eyes widened. Somewhere in the attic, his old training uniform still lay. He sprang up, fetched a cap from a box upstairs, and returned to crown Hare. The cap was a tight fit. Hare's head was modest in stature, but its head was not small. The cap perched precariously yet stayed. Soldier Hare, Shen Yibin declared with mock solemnity, in recognition of your exemplary early training, I hereby promote you to squad leader. He offered a salute. He had joked earlier that Hare could at least be a squad leader. Now it truly could, a discovery that spared him considerable effort. Hare wobbled upright on its hind legs and raised its right paw above its dark eye patch, returning the salute. Shen Yibin could not resist. This photo must be captured. If posted to Weibo, it would garner 7 or 8-figure reposts with ease. Perhaps even the military would come calling for a mascot. He was utterly disarmed by Hare's charm, a creature that ate the world with cuteness. After a few circuits, Hare released them to roam the room. The Chihuahua, Golden Retriever, and Siamese at last reveled in freedom, bounding about with abandon. Hare watched vigilantly. Whenever one of them threatened mischief, it emitted a warning hum and ambled over to lift the offender down from a table or coffee stand, rescuing cups from catastrophe and preventing accidental injuries. It patted the Chihuahua's head and produced a piece of kibble from a basket, offering it as a reward. That little dog was the most obedient of the lot, and the one Hare trusted most. At the sight of food, the others gathered round. Hare either tapped their heads and handed out a piece or hummed a reprimand, as if correcting their earlier misdemeanors, then fed them, and they hung their heads, as if apologetic. To keep the floor clean, Hare made them return to their cages before eating. When playtime ended, Shen Yibin helped close the cages and bade the animals farewell, then hauled the creature, who clung to his leg, back upstairs. If only the affinity could rise tomorrow, then he could finally take Hare out to play openly. infringing upon the laws regarding the protection of rare and endangered wildlife, whether through illegal hunting, killing, or the unlawful acquisition, transportation, or sale of such animals and their products can result in imprisonment for up to 5 years or detention along with fines. In serious cases, the punishment may extend to a prison term of 5 to 10 years accompanied by fines. In particularly severe circumstances, individuals may face imprisonment of over 10 years along with fines or confiscation of assets. Morning dawned, and before the alarm could sound, Shen Yibin had already opened his eyes. The discomfort of a restless night was a result of his late-night internet search regarding the fate that would befall him if his pet hare were discovered. He had spent the night dreaming of being confronted by police bursting through the door and subsequently imprisoned amidst the scorn of the public. Another day had slipped by, leaving only a day and a half until the pet shop's promised timeline. If he did not elevate his affinity with hare to above 80 by the afternoon of the next day, the nightmares might well become reality. There was no time for laziness. Shen Yibin sprang up, realizing he needed to hone his culinary skills. Just as he was about to leap from bed, he heard hare stir on the small bed beside him, seemingly awakened by the noise. Shen Yibin hastily quieted his movements, dressed, and tiptoed out of the bedroom. To allow hare a bit more sleep, he headed directly to the bathroom downstairs to freshen up before returning to the second floor to prepare breakfast. Today he decided to make preserved egg and lean pork congee. Closing his eyes, he carefully recalled the key points hare had guided him on yesterday, then began cooking. As the pot bubbled and a fragrant aroma filled the air, hare awoke, following the scent drowsily to the kitchen. The delightful smell of food invigorated hare, rubbing its eyes and diving into the bathroom to wash its face, paws, and brush its teeth. Just as Shen Yibin set the dishes on the table, hare emerged looking freshly prepared. How does it taste? Is it better than yesterday? For the sake of his freedom and to ensure that hare could remain by his side, Shen Yibin dared not slack off in his cooking today. Although hare appeared a bit groggy from sleep, its expression suggested it enjoyed the meal Shen Yibin had prepared. All his meticulous efforts of rising early to study culinary books and timing the cooking had not gone to waste. Hare devoured the entire bowl of congee, and seeing it satisfied filled Shen Yibin with renewed determination. With only a day and a half left, he needed to make the most of every moment. According to his initial plan, breakfast would signal the opening of the pet shop. However, it was more important to address hare's needs first. After tidying up the kitchen, Shen Yibin took hare downstairs, retrieved some pet food from the storage room, and said, "I need to go buy groceries. Please help me feed them, and I'll be back shortly." A great dish requires not only superb culinary skills, but also a careful selection of ingredients. Yesterday's vegetables and meat were purchased from the supermarket, still fresh, but not the best quality. Today he planned to venture further to a larger market for a more thorough selection, having researched various ingredient options the night before. Hare seemed reluctant to let him go, clinging to his leg and refusing to release its grip. It appeared that the previous day's confinement in the bedroom had left hare a bit anxious, not wanting to face another day alone. "Be good, hare. I'm going to buy you food. Look, the fridge is empty. You wouldn't want to miss out on lunch, would you?" Thankfully, hare didn't share the same preference for bamboo as its kin, otherwise Shen Yibin would have been at a loss as to where to find fresh bamboo. Although hot pot meat was challenging to prepare, it was certainly better than searching for bamboo. "See, even if I leave, you'll have them to play with, right? Afterward, you can let them out to keep you company, okay?" After much persuasion, hare reluctantly released its grip, trailing behind Shen Yibin until he pulled up the garage door to exit, at which point hare returned its gaze. Damn, seeing that was almost heart-wrenching, comparable to the bittersweet feeling of a college graduation farewell. Shen Yibin felt a hint of moisture at the corners of his eyes. Wiping them dry, he hailed a taxi, heading straight to the largest market in Yincheng City. Upon arriving at the market, Shen Yibin didn't immediately start shopping, but instead lingered at the entrance, observing customers who appeared to be chefs. After some time, he finally identified a suitable target and followed a chef with a Sichuan accent into the market. Relying solely on his online research was a bit unreliable. Consulting a professional was a much better approach. "Hey brother, have a drink." At the meat stall, Shen Yibin enthusiastically offered a bottle of mineral water. After strolling through 3 stalls with this chef, they had become somewhat familiar, and after a moment's hesitation, the chef accepted Shen Yibin's kindness. Relieved, Shen Yibin asked what type of meat is best for making twice-cooked pork. "You run a restaurant too?" The chef responded cheerfully. "Not really. My girlfriend is from Sichuan and just moved to Yincheng. She keeps complaining that the twice-cooked pork around here isn't authentic, so I thought I'd try making it myself." Damn, it seemed hare was male. He wasn't into that. "Haha, you're quite the whipped one." The chef shared a sympathetic smile and eagerly began to explain, "For the best twice-cooked pork, you'll want to use our local Chenghua pigs. They have black fur, a square head, a thick neck, short legs, a wide back, and a large rear. As the name suggests, twice-cooked pork requires 2 rounds of cooking, which means the meat shouldn't be too lean, otherwise it can become tough during the second fry. Changhua pigs have a high intramuscular fat content, ensuring the twice-cooked pork remains tender and flavorful. However, this type of pork isn't commonly found in Yuncheng. You've come across me. If you ask anyone else, they wouldn't know where to find it. The chef's enthusiasm grew as he discussed his expertise, even offering to take Shen Yibin to his contacts for purchasing the meat. Despite the size of this market, there's only one place that sells Changhua pork. With the chef's assistance, Shen Yibin finally acquired the appropriate pork, debanjiang, and chili peppers. After exchanging contact information with Chef Fan Bao, he returned home laden with bags, wondering if his efforts would yield the desired results. Hey, put that down. Let me handle this. You go take a break. As soon as Shen Yibin returned to the shop, he noticed that Har had already fed the pets and was struggling to mop the floor with its chubby paws. This sight tugged at Shen Yibin's heartstrings, and he quickly took the mop away, lifting Har onto the sofa to rest. Har seemed a bit reluctant and rolled off the sofa with a thud, slowly inching back to continue working. If I let you do this, I'd surely be scolded by all the Panda fans in the world, Shen Yibin thought. No matter what, he refused to agree. After much persuasion, he finally managed to convince Har to stay on the sofa, while he hurriedly put the groceries into the fridge and tidied up the hall. Once he was done, Shen Yibin began to understand Har's earlier behavior. It seemed that the little creature had been cooped up all day yesterday in the bedroom, worried that Shen Yibin might leave it behind again today. Thus it had resorted to such antics to please him. Don't worry. I want to open for business today, or I'll stay here and keep you company. Shen Yibin sighed, unwilling to confine Har any longer. As for business, a day or two of delay didn't matter. Besides, it was only a day and a half since the relevant authorities had discovered Har's identity from those photos. If he didn't resolve the issue soon, he might find himself with no worries about business at all. After all, prison offers free food and lodging. The round panda perked up at this, rolling over onto Shen Yibin's lap, its fluffy head nuzzling against his chest for a good while. Thus Shen Yibin set aside business matters, ignoring Aunt Wang and the others knocking at the door, and began playing games with Har in the hall. During their playtime, he noticed that although Har seemed much happier than yesterday, its eyes often wandered to the door and windows, suggesting that it longed for the outside world. By noon, Shen Yibin returned the pets to their cages and took Har upstairs to freshen up. Then, under Har's guidance, he continued his culinary training. His affinity with Har was at 79 points, just 1 point shy of the passing mark. Perhaps he needed to cook a plate of twice-cooked pork that Har would find truly delicious. He sliced ginger and scallions, boiled water, and stewed meat, preparing all the necessary ingredients. After 2 days of practice, Shen Yibin's skills had become significantly more refined. He had begun to find a rhythm, the sound of the knife striking the cutting board resonating pleasantly, while the slices of ginger and scallions were uniformly cut to the right thickness. Logically speaking, even if I truly had a talent for cooking, my progress shouldn't be this rapid. Could it be that Har's presence was subtly influencing me? Shen Yibin considered this a unique ability of future pets. This was immensely beneficial for him. The faster he improved his cooking skills, the more hope he had of raising his affinity to the passing mark before the deadline, thus qualifying to adopt Har. Give it a try. How does it taste today? Before long, the twice-cooked pork was ready. In every aspect of color, aroma, and flavor, Shen Yibin's dish was a significant improvement over yesterday's. He hoped Har would be satisfied. Har, donning a scarf and wielding a fork, dove into its bowl with gusto, noticeably eating much faster than the previous day. Watching Har devour its meal, Shen Yibin felt a pang of hunger himself. He quickly picked up a chopstick full of the twice-cooked pork and tasted it, finding that it had indeed improved in both texture and flavor, rivaling even the first takeout he had ordered. In other words, when it came to this dish, Shen Yibin's culinary skills had reached the level of a small restaurant chef. Yet it still seemed insufficient. It was merely better tasting, not enough to keep his chopsticks moving. Clearly, this rendition still failed to satisfy Har. As expected, although Har cleaned its bowl, when Shen Yibin checked the affinity app afterward, the score remained stuck at 79 points, showing no signs of change. What was the problem? Shen Yibin was perplexed. Logically, he had selected the best ingredients and followed Har's guidance meticulously during preparation, making no significant mistakes in technique or timing. Why then was he unable to create a version of twice-cooked pork that Har found satisfactory? Perhaps my technique still needs perfection. Shen Yibin could only console himself with this thought. He resolved to cut the meat without refrigeration in the afternoon, suspecting that the brief refrigeration might have affected the dish's texture. After pondering for a while, he could only come up with this excuse. To his disappointment, though he improved his cooking technique by slicing the stewed meat into thin, evenly sized pieces without refrigeration, and Har seemed to enjoy the meal, the affinity score remained unchanged at 79. This left Shen Yibin restless, unable to sleep. Lying in bed, He opened his phone, overwhelmed by the flood of comments on the photos he had posted on Weibo. The Sichuan Panda Breeding Center and various zoos had all stepped forward to declare that this panda did not belong to them, which gradually piqued the curiosity of netizens. Some even scoured foreign facilities that housed pandas, comparing photos to find a match, but ultimately found no panda identical to Har. If this continues, I might truly be exposed. Shen Yibin felt distraught eyes reddening as he tossed and turned until he finally fell into a deep sleep, only to awaken in the morning from a nightmare of being arrested by the police. Only half a day left. If I can't figure this out, I might end up in jail. Shen Yibin, still groggy, immediately got up to prepare breakfast for Har, instructing it to stay home. He then hurriedly left for the vegetable market, determined to find the freshest ingredients for Har. I've been back again today. How did your girlfriend perform yesterday? Shen Yibin coincidentally ran into Fan Bao at the market, who had previously helped him choose ingredients. Brother Fan, we both feel it's tastier than those small shops, but for some reason it still seems just a bit off. Shen Yibin expressed his frustrations, a flicker of hope rising within him. It seemed that Fan Bao's culinary skills were quite good. Oh, perhaps he knew where the problem lay. Could you tell me how you cooked it? Fan Bao, intrigued, blinked his small eyes and asked. To him, since they were all eager to learn, they should help each other. Thanks, Brother Fan. I made it like this. Shen Yibin detailed every aspect of his twice-cooked pork, careful not to miss a single step. I followed the cookbook precisely, both in process and ingredients. It shouldn't have gone wrong, right? If just following a cookbook could make someone a chef, all my years of hard work would be in vain. Fan Bao scoffed at Shen Yibin's reasoning. But your cooking steps and techniques seem fine. Why would this happen? Puzzled, Fan Bao patted his bald head. Suddenly a spark of inspiration hit him, and he slapped 5 red fingerprints onto his shiny dome. He quickly asked, what kind of oil did you use? Just the salad oil sold in supermarkets, Shen Yibin replied, naming the brand. Is there a problem with that oil? It shouldn't be, as it was from a reputable brand, and he had even checked the production date, well within the valid range. Could it be counterfeit or substandard? There's nothing wrong, that oil is quite good. However, it's not the best choice for twice-cooked pork. Fan Bao, having identified the issue, was quite pleased and hurriedly dragged Shen Yibin through the market to find the right ingredients. Thanks, Brother Fan. Come visit my shop when you have a break. With Fan Bao's help, Shen Yibin finally gathered all the ideal ingredients and seasonings for his twice-cooked pork. As he left, he repeatedly expressed his gratitude. This was a chef's unspoken secret. Without meeting him, how would Shen Yibin have known this trick? It seemed that Har must have realized this issue long ago, but since he couldn't take it out to select ingredients, it had never met its expectations. It looked like in the future, when he could take it out, they should explore the market together. Har, I'm back. Look what I have. Shen Yibin returned to the shop, pulling down the rolling shutter and approaching Har with an armful of items, mysteriously revealing a small pot filled with oil. Har reacted strongly, sniffing twice and nodding eagerly, drooling onto Shen Yibin's pants leg. Clearly this was the oil it desired. Don't worry, I'll fry it for you soon. Seeing Har's reaction eased Shen Yibin's worries significantly. With this final element in place, he might just cook a perfect twice-cooked pork. After a tiring morning, his efforts finally paid off. Relieved, Shen Yibin felt a wave of drowsiness wash over him. He tossed the ingredients onto the coffee table and slumped lazily onto the sofa. Har didn't disturb him, resting its front paws on the table, gazing longingly at the ingredients, drooling until the table was wet, likely already envisioning the delicious twice-cooked pork. After a short rest, he put the ingredients in the fridge and played with Har for a while. Just past 10, Shen Yibin eagerly headed upstairs to start cooking. Unlike previous times, he didn't begin by stewing the meat. Instead, he carefully scooped a small amount of oil from the pot and heated it in the pan. This was a cooking secret. Most people are used to adding oil to a cold pan, but this method can lead to a smoky mess, ruining the dish's flavors. This was a tip Fan Bao had shared. He set the oil aside after heating it. When it was time to cook, he would add it to the pan. This oil was clear and rich, carrying a distinct vegetable aroma, far different from the supermarket salad oil. It was the vegetable oil Fan Bao had helped him buy from a small shop, which combined beautifully with the lard and twice-cooked pork, enhancing the dish's flavor. This was the key to making it right. Indeed, it smells much better than salad oil, Shen Yibin mused as he poured the oil into a small bowl and swiftly began slicing ginger and scallions for stewing the meat. He had become increasingly skilled at these tasks, the sound of his knife echoing rhythmically. Har didn't interrupt even once, and soon all the preparations were complete. After stewing the meat, he let it cool before slicing it. Next came the ginger, scallions, and garlic, and then it was time to heat the pan. As Shen Yibin sensed the pan was hot enough, he reached for the bowl and poured in the fragrant oil. Soon a special aroma began to waft through the air, causing Har to drool again. Great, it was time to fry the meat. He added the sliced pork to the pan, stirring in a unique rhythm until the thin pieces began to curl and twist, the fat rendering out and mingling with the vegetable oil, intensifying the fragrance. Definitely a vast improvement over the previous attempts with salad oil. Once the meat was cooked, he continued to mix in Sichuan peppercorns and debanjiang, finally adding garlic shoots, cooking wine salt, sugar, and soy sauce to create a beautifully aromatic twice-cooked pork. Not only was the fragrance richer than before, but the color was also livelier. Dark red debanjiang, vibrant green garlic shoots, pure white scallions, and golden-tinged meat slices combined to create a dish that was utterly irresistible. Done. Horror, it's ready, I'm serving it up. Unbeknownst to him, Horror had already dragged a chair next to him, standing on tiptoes with its head peeking eagerly into the pot, completely forgetting to tie its scarf or grab a fork. Mm. Horror nodded vigorously like a chick pecking at grains. The perfectly balanced slices of half-it half-lean pork belly mingled with the fragrant garlic sprouts, and the rich taste of debanjiang danced tantalizingly on Shen Yibin's palate. Gone was the oily smoke flavor from previous meals. Instead, a wonderful explosion of taste filled his mouth, making him realize that the twice-cooked pork he had eaten before was nothing but rubbish in comparison. Chopsticks fell onto the plate like raindrops, and soon a large plate of twice-cooked pork had disappeared into Shen Yibin's stomach along with every bit of garlic and scallion garnish. He was nearly licking the plate clean. Yet after such a hearty meal, he found himself still unsatisfied. Shen Yibin stealthily picked up his chopsticks and reached towards Hare's food bowl. Damn it, had he really sunk so low as to compete with his pet for food? It was truly embarrassing. However, for the sake of such a rare delicacy, perhaps it wasn't such a big deal after all. Hare, reflexively clutching its bowl, scurried away, stuffing its mouth with meat. It was reluctant to part with its meal, but upon realizing that it was Shen Yibin reaching for the food, it hesitated, its gaze flitting between the twice-cooked pork and Shen Yibin. Ultimately, Hare reluctantly presented the bowl, still unwilling to let go, but willing to share its meal with Shen Yibin. What on earth? Why was the sandstorm so fierce? Shen Yibin suddenly felt embarrassed as he used his chopsticks to pick up a small piece of twice-cooked pork and placed it in his mouth before setting the chopsticks down. All right, I'm full now. You take your time eating. I'll go check on those guys downstairs to see if they're hungry. If he lingered any longer, he feared he might truly lose control. No way, they couldn't treat him this way. Perhaps these creatures had already grown accustomed to Hare feeding them. When Shen Yibin placed the pet food in their bowls, neither the Chihuahua nor the Siamese cat showed any interest. Disdain etched across their faces. They lazily let out a few mews before retreating to their cages for a nap. Damn it, if you all have the ability to starve yourselves, it's enough to infuriate Shen Yibin. He couldn't be bothered to let them out for fresh air. Instead, he leaned back on the sofa and picked up his phone. Taking a deep breath to calm himself, he cautiously opened the app designed to test compatibility with pets. Shen Yibin closed his eyes, secretly praying, "Heavenly Lord, please let me score over 80 this time. If not, I might end up picking soap in prison." After fervently praying to all the deities, he opened the app and uploaded the photo he had sneakily taken of Hare eating the twice-cooked pork. This was it. There was no turning back. With slightly trembling fingers, Shen Yibin pressed the test button, anxiously awaiting the app's analysis results. Data search indicates that this client owns a pet shop and has undergone specialized training in pet care, possessing relevant expertise to ensure the healthy growth of a panda. Score for this item 20 points. Client score 20. The client works and resides in the same location, having ample time to accompany pets and prevent negative emotions such as loneliness in the panda. Score for this item 20 points. Client score 20. Search results indicate that the client exercises infrequently and has not developed a good fitness habit. Score for this item 20 points. Client score 15. The client possesses a gentle nature, is caring, and has good psychological health, ensuring that they will cherish their pet and not harm the panda. Additionally, the client's IQ is not high and their emotional intelligence is lacking, aligning perfectly with the panda's temperament. Score for this item 20 points. Client score 20. The first few items matched his previous score exactly, so now it was time to see the final item. Based on recent training, the client's culinary skills have seen slight improvement. However, consistently feeding the panda the same food could adversely affect its nutritional health, suggesting that the client should continue to improve their culinary skills. Score for this item 20 points. Client score 6. The total score across all 5 items is 81 points, meeting the minimum purchase standard. Finally, he could make a purchase. Shen Yibin let out a sigh of relief, but it seemed he wouldn't have to pick soap after all. He eagerly took a screenshot of the test results and sent it via WeChat to the future pet shop. "I've now surpassed the 80-point passing line. How can I purchase a panda and upgrade to a level 3 partner? Please just be online. Don't take a vacation at such a critical moment." Shen Yibin prayed again. His luck appeared to be holding EU. As soon as he sent the message, he received a reply. Yes, I received feedback while you were testing. Here is the contract, take a look. If everything is fine, we can proceed with the signing and purchase. The future pet shop sent over a contract filled with numerous binding clauses, including the obligation to care for the pet, meticulously preventing any physical or psychological ailments, and prohibiting resale to others. The consequences of violations were severe. Just the compensation figures alone would be enough to bankrupt Shen Yibin. You don't need to tell me, I would do that anyway. How could I mistreat such an adorable creature as Hare? Moreover, selling pandas is against national law. These clauses held no significance for Shen Yibin, but when he flipped to the last page, he found the price section still blank. He quickly inquired, the contract looks fine. What do I do after signing it? Also, what is the price? After asking, worry began to creep in. Selling a Siamese cat would cost over 1,000. Could he afford the price of a panda? If the Sichuan giant panda breeding base announced they were selling pandas as pets, it wouldn't be surprising if they fetched tens of millions. The national rental fee for pandas to other countries was $1 million a year. If the future pet shop priced it according to that standard, he would surely be unable to bear it. Once you sign, just take a photo with your phone and send it to me. Also, please be sure to adhere to every clause of the contract. Do not doubt our ability to pursue breach of contract responsibilities. The future pet shop first warned Shen Yibin, then revealed Hare's price. According to current market conditions, this panda is priced at 22 yuan. Will you be making the transfer now? Thud. Shen Yibin almost collapsed. He only had 160 yuan left on his card, leaving a gap of 3 minutes. I called Su Yi, who would then transfer the money to me, and I would send it to the future pet store. There simply wasn't enough time. Shen Yibin was on the verge of tears. He had spent the last couple of days learning how to cook twice-cooked pork and had completely forgotten about raising the funds. Now there was an opportunity to bring home an adorable panda for just over 20,000 yuan, but he felt he was losing his grip on it. No, you read that right. It's not 20 million, not 2 million, nor even 200,000, just 22,222 yuan, and 2 jiao could bring a cute panda home, and it would even teach you how to cook. Such an opportunity was one no one could afford to miss. Yet the unfortunate truth was that Shen Yibin's bank account held only 16,351 yuan and 78 cents, far from the required 22,222 yuan and 2 jiao. Brother, can I pay with a credit card? Shen Yibin rummaged through his wallet, finally pulling out a credit card with a limit of 50,000 yuan, his last glimmer of hope. No problem, I'll send you a link, just click to pay. The future pet store's reply finally eased his anxiety. He hurriedly clicked on the link, and a page similar to Taobao popped up on his phone. Shen Yibin quickly selected purchase and payment and only breathed a sigh of relief when the transaction success page appeared. This should upgrade us to a Tier 3 partnership, right? So how do we solve the issues with Hare's identity? Yet with this delay, another 2 minutes had slipped by. It was likely that the relevant authorities were already tracking him down. Yes, once you upgrade to a Tier 3 partner, we will help you resolve those problems. The package has been dispatched, and you'll receive the legitimate documentation shortly, the future pet store reassured him without making things difficult. Moreover, you should continue working hard to sell more pets to elevate your privileges further. There will be even more benefits waiting for you then. So it will take half an hour. The last time the future pet store sent Hare over, it took about that long. Hey, they're about to. Oh no, they've already traced my identity. Your documents won't arrive for another half an hour. Isn't that a bit late? Isn't it because you're just too slow? It took you this long to learn how to make twice-cooked pork. Am I to blame? The future pet store's words left him speechless. But don't worry, based on my assessment, the authorities have some time from discovery to capture. You might receive the documents before they do. Hey, don't say that. I don't want to end up in jail. Shen Yibin was nearly in tears, but no matter how he pleaded afterward, the future pet store remained silent. Should I contact a lawyer just in case? Where did I put that lawyer's business card from the last time they helped me review my rental contract? Shen Yibin was in a state of anxiety. Even the slightest sound of a car outside made him think it was the police coming to arrest him. At that moment, a call from Hare came from upstairs. Turning around, he saw the little creature slowly waddling down the stairs, likely having finished its meal and come down to find him. Shen Yibin rushed to pick it up. He couldn't bear the thought of it getting hurt. Cradling the furry Hare in his arms, he felt tears welling up again. Oh no, if I get caught, who will cook for you? They wouldn't feed you bamboo, would they? What if you get a stomachache? Hare seemed to pick up on his emotions, wrapping its little paws around Shen Yibin's neck, nuzzling against his face, refusing to let go. Hey, don't worry, maybe nothing will happen. Seeing Hare like this made Shen Yibin feel guilty. He pushed aside his worries and comforted Hare, reasoning that the future pet store, being so capable, must have a perfect solution in store. Come look, they won't eat when I feed them. Have you spoiled them too much? Could you help me feed them? I'll tidy up the kitchen. To avoid letting Hare see his worried expression, Shen Yibin found an excuse to send it away while he went upstairs to wipe the table and wash the dishes. In no time, he cleared the dining table and quickly returned downstairs. Checking his phone, over 20 minutes had passed since the future pet store had dispatched the package, yet he still hadn't received any calls. Come on, hurry up. Shen Yibin leaned against the window, peeking through the curtain to keep an eye on the road outside, but he still hadn't seen any sign of the delivery vehicle. While I'm this anxious, they're all enjoying their meal. Looking back at the pets, they were still feasting on the food Shen Yibin had prepared for them. Now one was eating more heartily than the next, with hair around. Things were certainly different, which left Shen Yibin feeling infuriated, as if he had invited a bunch of freeloaders. Panda, 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 cold as a mountain, warm as a flower. Just as he was feeling down, his phone rang. The delivery has arrived. He quickly answered the call. Hello, is this the delivery? Yes, the items have been placed at your doorstep. I need to deliver to other places, so you'll have to come out to collect it. The same annoyingly casual tone, but to Shen Yibin's ears it sounded like heavenly music. Okay, I'll go get it right away. Damn, they hung up so fast. After hanging up, he peered outside again, but it seemed nothing had changed. So Shen Yibin pulled up the roll-up door halfway, bent down, and slipped outside to pick up the package he found at the entrance. The parcel was not thick, using the most common delivery envelope, and he could feel a stack of documents inside. This must be the legitimate proof prepared by the future pet store, right? Shen Yibin turned around, ready to head back inside to see what was inside, but as he turned, he suddenly heard hurried footsteps behind him. Don't move. Stay still. Two burly men rushed out from either side, quickly pinning Shen Yibin's hands behind his back and snapping handcuffs onto him. Horror, who had intended to fling itself at Shen Yibin's legs when it saw him returning, shrank back in trepidation at the sight of so many strangers pouring into the room. Just 2 steps back, it noticed that Shen Yibin had been manacled. A panda, after all, is a formidable creature. It instantly perceived the hostility directed at him. Abandoning its plan to flee upstairs, it spun and charged toward Shen Yibin. Good boy, don't be afraid. We'll take you home right away. The leading officer bent down with a smile and opened his arms as if to embrace Horror. Even they were powerless against the panda's charm. With the suspect in custody and intelligence indicating he was alone in the shop, the officers felt they could relax for the moment. Everything seemed likely to proceed smoothly. Just don't frighten the panda, they thought. If they did, it wouldn't only be the netizens complaining, even one's own daughter would never forgive him. Unexpectedly, Horror slammed its head into the officer's chest, bowling him over and sending him sprawling. It did not stop, though. It clambered to Shen Yibin's side, clung to his legs, and began to wail with anxious, misty eyes. Captain. The 2 officers escorting Shen Yibin stared at Horror, utterly at a loss. Ordinarily, an animal involved in a case that displayed aggression would be promptly restrained, but this was a panda. Who could possibly lay a hand on it? It's all right, it was just an accident. The captain's cheeks reddened. He had subdued countless brutal criminals without incident, yet today he had been upended by a little panda. The scene before him befuddled him. Why was this panda so devoted to Shen Yibin? It looked nothing like a trafficked animal. It seemed to prefer him more than many caretakers. What sort of spell had he cast over the creature? Captain, why don't you try? We're the ones holding him. One of the officers who had Shen Yibin in custody said uneasily. It was clear that prying Horror off Shen Yibin would require a degree of force their hearts could not summon. Don't push this off on me, the captain shot them a look. Duty fell to someone, so he bent again and smiling inched toward Horror. Good boy, we're not bad people. We're here to take you home. Horror moved to Shen Yibin's back and saw the handcuffs binding his wrists. Panicked, it gaped and tried to bite through the metal. Horror, don't. Shen Yibin snapped back to himself from his daze, lifting his hands high. If Horror crushed its teeth, the guilt would be unbearable. At his words, Horror stilled. Unable to remedy the matter of its master's bonds, it instead trained its ire upon the officers crouching and bearing a mock-threatening posture. But constrained by its rotund form, the pose was less menacing than endearing. Is your body cam on? When we get back, make me a copy of the footage. The officers, conquered by the sight, abandoned proper protocol and discussed it openly in front of Shen Yibin. Horror, sit there and don't move. Shen Yibin, fearful for the panda, hurried to dissuade it. When Horror complied, he quickly produced the courier envelope from his back. Officer, I have lawful papers to keep this panda. You've got to be kidding me. Private ownership of a panda. The officer's expressions were incredulous. The captain cleared his throat. Let's verify any documents at the station. We won't wrong an innocent man, nor will we let a guilty one go. For now, you'd better have this panda comply and come with us. Pandas are very sensitive to the external environment. If you frighten it when you take it outside, what then? Can you bear that responsibility? Shen Yibin, absurdly embroiled in an unjust calamity, felt his temper flare. He stopped caring about whatever was in his envelope and shot back. Refusal to cooperate with police action will result in harsher penalties. The captain's tone hardened, having apprehended a suspect he would not tolerate obstinacy. Horror bristled at the shout and barked back, though the return lacked menace and retained its endearing quality. "Captain, maybe we should check the papers first. If he holds out, we have no good way to transport the panda." An officer tried to mediate. Yunzhong was a modest city. The municipal zoo had no pandas, and they had no immediate access to someone versed in panda behavior. The captain said nothing. He beckoned for the courier envelope, and Shen Yibin released his hands, allowing the officer to pass it to the captain. "You're allowing us to open it?" the captain asked, then had a subordinate point the body camera at the envelope. He donned white gloves and cautiously slid along the seam. Damn it, this was serious. The officers were professional. No wonder the bureau had dispatched their best. Shen Yibin felt the weight of his predicament. If the documents were invalid, his fate would be far grimmer. He imagined the worst. Imprisoned traffickers of national treasures would be scorned, perhaps worse than embezzlers or rapists. The thought made his chest tighten. "Coach, I don't want to pick up the soap. Please let these papers be in order." His heart hammered, his mouth was dry as he fixed his eyes on the captain's gloved hands. After an eternity, the envelope was opened, and the captain drew out the paperwork. "Are you kidding me? This is your legal permit to keep a panda." He skimmed the documents and cursed. "If you were going to fake something, couldn't you have done it properly?" Shen Yibin felt his hopes crumble. He had been set up by the pet shop of the future, and now his mood plummeted into a pit of despair. How could it not be real? Although Shen Yibin's words were defiant, he felt a twinge of uncertainty within. He stretched his neck to take a closer look, only to find the document's header boldly emblazoned with the title, "Handling Opinions on the Experimental New Feeding Methods for Giant Pandas at the Sichuan Giant Panda Breeding Base." The organization's name was displayed prominently in red, while the main title was set in a bold song font and the body text was rendered in a slightly smaller Fong Song font. From its format, there was no doubt that it appeared genuine. However, the content below was utterly implausible. The captain placed the document right before Shen Yibin. "What do you make of this? Does it even resemble an official document?" Shen Yibin continued to read down the title, which stated that during his volunteer period at the Sichuan Giant Panda Reserve, he had rescued an injured juvenile panda. Furthermore, during the subsequent care, the panda developed a strong dependency on him, refusing to eat whenever he was absent. Since Shen Yibin had declined to remain at the Panda Reserve, a highly esteemed professor at the base had proposed a new research project to study the feasibility of keeping giant pandas as pets. Consequently, Shen Yibin was honored to be the first individual in the world qualified to keep a giant panda privately. Seriously, can't you be a bit more credible? Shen Yibin was on the verge of cursing the future pet store for this outrageous claim. This document was more exaggerated than a web novel. He had merely taken a brief tour of the Panda Reserve. He had never volunteered there, let alone rescued a panda. If such an event had occurred, the reserve would surely possess a multitude of audiovisual records, and when the police contacted them, the truth would be exposed. Forgery of an official document is another charge. "I'm curious to see what else you can come up with," the captain mused, his eyes widened in disbelief. After over 20 years in law enforcement, he had never encountered such an unreliable criminal. Although it was evident that Shen Yibin had the capability to bring a panda home, the quality of the forged document was astoundingly poor. With that, he abandoned his initial caution, shaking the delivery envelope upside down. A flurry of photographs, identification cards, USB drives, and assorted items tumbled to the floor. "Well, there's even a volunteer ID from the Panda Reserve. Looks quite authentic," the captain said, picking up the ID card with Shen Yibin's photo and tossing it into the evidence bag. Forgery of identification is the third charge. Where did this ID come from?" Shen Yibin's extinguished hope reignited. He had interacted with volunteers at the reserve during his visit and had seen their IDs, which indeed matched this one perfectly. Could the future pet store really have the audacity to fabricate a complete chain of evidence? Even if they possessed the ability to infiltrate the Panda base's system and produce authentic documents, they couldn't alter people's memories, could they? Eventually, when the involved parties were located, wouldn't the truth come to light? While these photos were really taken at the Sichuan Giant Panda base. Is this panda the one that was supposedly stolen? But why haven't they reported it? Picking up the scattered photographs, the captain noted images of Shen Yibin feeding and caring for pandas at the reserve, filling him with further confusion. Is PS technology in the 22nd century this advanced? There was no sense of incongruity at all. Shen Yibin was certain he had never performed any of these actions. He had never even entered the inner sanctum of the reserve. "Xiaozhang, go get my laptop from the car. I need to see what's on this USB drive," the captain ordered, his composure fracturing after reviewing the chaotic images. He plugged in the USB and swiftly opened the files, which were meticulously categorized into various documents, pictures, and audiovisual materials. all seemingly authenticating the veracity and reliability of the earlier document. This video looks astonishingly real. Shen Yibin was now questioning his own memories as he watched himself interacting naturally with the reserve staff. The appearance, mannerisms, and tone of the person in the video were strikingly similar to his own. If he hadn't been certain that this memory did not exist in his mind, he would have undoubtedly believed it was a genuine record. Moreover, the video even captured the grainy texture typical of surveillance footage, complete with flickering screens and static. Given the captain's experience, he could probably guess the camera model used to film these videos. "Captain, how should we proceed now?" The two officers holding Shen Yibin were equally unsettled. Did they mistakenly arrest the wrong person? "Look, I told you I had complete legal documentation, but you didn't believe me. This is all evidence. I didn't fabricate the documents. They were all issued by official entities," Shen Yibin retorted, his confidence returning. "The videos and pictures don't appear to be forged, and the document format is correct. However, the content is utterly absurd." The captain still struggled to believe the claims in the document, though his tone softened somewhat. Perhaps he really did spend time at the Panda base. The pictures and videos are genuine. Maybe he seized this opportunity to steal a panda. But how could he transport a panda all the way from Sichuan to Yunqing City, a journey spanning thousands of miles? Were the authorities along the route blind? Even driving, he would have to pass toll booths and stay in hotels, right? Should we contact the relevant organization? Doesn't this document have a phone number? One of the officers pointed to the document that had been cast aside. Professor Wu Gui. The captain hesitated before dialing the number on the document. Who knew if the perpetrator had prepared for this? He decided to search online first, and quickly found information on Professor Wu Gui, confirming that he was a leading expert in panda breeding and conservation in the country. Next, he found the external contact number for the giant panda base through the internal system and made the call. After introducing himself and navigating through several transfers, he finally reached Professor Wu Gui. Looking at his phone, he realized it matched the number on the document perfectly. His efforts had been in vain. "Hello, is this Professor Wu Gui? I'm Shen Dalong, the captain of the criminal police team in Yunqing City. I apologize for disturbing you, but there's something I need to discuss." Captain Shen briefly explained the situation and asked, "Did you indeed issue such a document?" "Yes, I did issue that document," came the definitive response on the other end of the line. "I'm feeling a bit overwhelmed right now. Did I mishear the ringing in my ears, or is this phone number fake?" Shen Dalong was at a loss for words. This shouldn't be happening. After all, I didn't just pull this from the internet. Could these criminals really manipulate our police systems database? As an experienced officer, Shen Dalong quickly gathered his thoughts. He gestured for his subordinate to remove the handcuffs from Shen Yibin and continued to inquire. "Professor Wu, why is it that when the photo of this panda was recently shared online, your staff claimed that this panda does not exist at the giant panda base?" You see, when this panda first arrived at the base, it was in such a pitiful state, injured and starving for days until it was nothing but bones. Have you seen those recent photos online? Isn't it looking plump and healthy now? They could easily mistake it for a different panda, Professor Wu Gui explained, slightly embarrassed. "I didn't anticipate causing you any trouble. If there's anything you need from me, I will gladly cooperate." "So you're saying this panda was injured? Do you know where exactly? Are there any scars we could verify?" Shen Dalong seized on a detail. "It was injured on its left leg, specifically a crescent-shaped scar about 2.5 centimeters long, just below the knee. If you look closely, you can find it," Wu Gui recalled vividly. "Additionally, our base has the genetic data of this panda, and I will have it faxed to you shortly. Please provide your fax number for the other documentation as well." "All right, I will check on that and contact you again. Our fax number is..." Shen Dalong hung up the phone, feeling bewildered. After urgently deploying the best personnel and painstakingly drafting a detailed operation plan, had he just made a blunder? "Mr. Shen, we have confirmed that these documents are legitimate, but this does not entirely clear you of suspicion. We would still need your cooperation," Shen Dalong explained sternly to Shen Yibin. "Now please allow us to check this panda's left knee for any scars." "Did you not communicate with the giant panda base before dispatching?" "My hands are still sore," Shen Yibin complained. He was increasingly impressed by the capabilities of the future pet store. If they could manage the giant panda base, then fabricating a scar should be child's play. "Mr. Shen, you are aware of the value of giant pandas. It would be unreasonable for us to remain indifferent in such a situation, wouldn't it? If we end up proving you are innocent, we will formally apologize," Zheng Dalong stated, standing tall. "Furthermore, if you intend to keep this panda here, you will likely encounter numerous challenges. We will do our best to assist you in alleviating some of the burdens so that this panda can thrive in Yunqing City." "Thank you in advance," Shen Yibin responded, touched by the last statement. If word got out that he had a panda, curious onlookers would surely flood his pet store, making it impossible to conduct business. Moreover, there was the risk of someone harboring ill intentions. Stealing a panda from him would be far easier than from the base. Having police support would indeed minimize troubles. How could we afford to be indifferent? If a panda were stolen in our jurisdiction, I can guarantee that our police station would be inundated with complaints from the children of Yincheng City. This can't happen, or I need to prepare a plan right away. It seems he'll be quite busy for a while, but for this little guy it seems worth the effort. Shen Dalong had already fallen for Hare. Hare, come here. Shen Yibin guided several officers to sit on the sofa. Alongside Shen Dalong and the two male officers who had captured him, there was also a striking female officer. He brewed tea for them, and then called Hare over, gently scratching its head and asking, "Come now, let these officers take a look at your left leg, oi." Hare appeared reluctant, clinging to Shen Yibin's arm and blowing air at the red marks left by the handcuffs clearly. "Calm down, Hare, let me take a look." Bayani gently pressed Hare's left leg, meticulously parting the fur beneath the knee, displaying a tenderness surpassing that of caring for a boyfriend. Beside her, Shen Dalong and two other police officers were green with envy. After all, this was a panda. How many people ever had the chance to touch one? "It's all right, just a moment longer. Once they're done with the inspection, I'll take you out shopping." Shen Yibin comforted from the side. Initially, Hare had likely been frightened, and it was only right to compensate it. After being cooped up at home for days, it must have been restless. Since it was no longer a secret, why not take it for a walk? "Young Shen, do you really think taking a panda out shopping is appropriate?" Shen Dalong was sweating at the thought. He had been a police officer for over a decade and had participated in various celebrity events, often troubled by their enthusiastic fans. What celebrity could possibly rival the panda's popularity? The moment Hare stepped outside, traffic would come to a standstill. Well, we can't keep Hare cooped up at home, can we? That would be detrimental to its physical and mental well-being. What if it gets sick from being stuck indoors? Shen Yibin rebutted, throwing a heavy accusation back at Shen Dalong, who had just suggested he could help him out of trouble. "I think we should send this panda back to the giant panda base. There we won't have these issues, and it can live and play with other pandas. They have better facilities and more professional staff. It would save you a lot of trouble, wouldn't it?" Shen Dalong earnestly advised. "Send Hare to the giant panda base. Are you sure they can feed it twice-cooked pork? What if Hare gets sick there?" Setting aside feelings of attachment, Shen Yibin couldn't dare to send Hare away for this reason alone. Before Shen Yibin could respond, Hare was already displeased. It sat up, wrapped its arms around Shen Yibin's, and huffed at Shen Dalong, clearly unhappy with his suggestion. "Captain, how can you scare the panda like that?" Both Bayani and the other two officers chimed in, almost simultaneously challenging Shen Dalong, who was usually held in high esteem within the department. It appeared that even the leadership paled in comparison to a panda's importance. "You saw the memo. Professor Wu clearly stated that due to the advancements in giant panda breeding technology, it is anticipated that solely relying on zoos and breeding centers will gradually become unsustainable for the panda's livelihood. Furthermore, the experiment on releasing giant pandas into the wild has faced significant challenges. Therefore, finding an appropriate solution for the pandas is a pressing issue." Shen Yibin brandished the memo as a shield. "Thus, my decision to adopt Hare is not merely based on personal preference, but in support of Professor Wu's key research project, feasibility study of domestication in giant pandas. Just think, if the experiment succeeds, you might have a chance to adopt a giant panda in the future." This was indeed the research project led by Professor Wu as detailed in the memo, although for various reasons currently only Shen Yibin and Hare were part of the experiment. "Are they still looking for volunteers for this experiment? Can I sign up?" Bayani promptly forgot about the need to gather evidence and eagerly inquired. "Sorry, but the conditions required for the experiment are too stringent, thus no other volunteers will be accepted at this time," Shen Yibin replied, knowing that only he was qualified to be involved. "That's just your word, it hasn't been officially confirmed." Xiaobai continued the inspection. Shen Dalong remained skeptical about the memo's reliability. "Found it. A crescent-shaped scar approximately 2.5 centimeters long, exactly as mentioned over the phone." Before long, Bayani discovered a piece of evidence, and everyone quickly gathered around. There it was, just below Hare's knee, the scar that Professor Wu had described. "They'll check if the bureau has received the facts," Shen Dalong muttered, still in disbelief. He stepped aside, dialed a number, and after about 5 minutes returned with a dazed expression. "The bureau has received the facts, and they've thoroughly verified it with several relevant government departments. It has indeed been confirmed. Additionally, colleagues from the testing department are on their way here with genetic testing equipment. We should have a final conclusion soon." It was apparent that sending a giant panda to the police station for an inspection was nearly impossible, so all they needed was for the professionals to arrive. "As long as we can resolve this, I'm free to move around now, right?" Shen Yibin felt a wave of relief wash over him, finally at ease with the future pet store's capabilities. After all the fuss, the pets at the store probably needed feeding by now. Yes, as long as you and the panda remain within our sight, and do not do anything that could lead to negative consequences, Shen Yibin replied, just as Bayani completed her evidence documentation. Great'll stay downstairs, not going anywhere else. Here, come help me feed them. Hare must have been a bit hungry, but Shen Yibin certainly couldn't prepare it twice-cooked pork in front of so many officers, otherwise they would surely lose their minds. Mm. After being stirred up for so long, Hare initially looked a bit lethargic, but upon hearing its owner's call it perked up, immediately leaping off the sofa and startling the officers. What happened next left them utterly astonished. Hare skillfully rummaged through the basket, pulling out various pet foods and distributing them to the Chihuahuas, Siamese cats, and golden retrievers. Initially, they were worried that these pets might harm Hare, but seeing them patiently waiting with their bowls, jealousy was all that remained. Why hadn't they encountered such good fortune? Excuse me, can I film a video? Bayani asked softly. Go ahead, but it's for personal use only. No sharing or posting online. Shen Yibin hesitated to refuse, but reconsidered. Hare's status was now. It's really a panda, the man in the white coat said, eyes bright as he entered. This is the first time I've ever performed genetic testing on a panda. He carried a toolbox and a fax from the Shuzhong giant panda based the document that would prove Hare's identity. How will you test it? How long until we have the results? Shen Yibin asked anxiously. The answer would determine when he could leave the room. I've borrowed the most advanced portable genetic analyzer in Yunzhong City, the chief technician, He Chu boasted, and it even came from Yunzhong University. If they'd known it was for a panda, they probably wouldn't have lent it at all. Genetic testing usually uses fresh tissue or blood. He Chu began, then faltered at the thought of drawing blood from the panda. He hesitated as if the idea itself were awkward. You dare? Bayani snapped, clapping a hand over his reaching arm. Shen Yibin and Shen Yibin scowled in unison. Injections hurt. Could they really subject Hare to that? Wait, I haven't finished. He Chu rushed to placate them. We can use Hare. That was acceptable. Plucking first stung, but it was far less cruel than bleeding. They settled on the compromise. Of course, He Chu would not do it himself. After a brief discussion, responsibility fell to Shen Yibin. He put on gloves, soothed Hare, and gently plucked a few black and white hairs, handing them to He Chu. These will be enough, He Chu said, processing the samples and loading them into the portable analyzer. We'll have the result promptly. Please wait a moment. They could not just sit in silence. Sensing the tension, Shen Yibin returned to what he did best and began describing the animals in his shop in his most ingratiating tone. If you find the waiting dull, play with these pets, he suggested. They're clever and well-behaved. Even if you don't buy anything, it's worth looking. Everything came through legal channels, and they've all been vaccinated. Their health is guaranteed. Under Bayani's lead, the group clustered around the cages. She even asked Shen Yibin to open one and handed back a chihuahua, teasing it in her lap. If I buy a pet here, can I come back to you if there's a problem? She asked, clearly taken with the little dog. Of course, he replied earnestly. If you need, we can board a pet temporarily for a modest fee. Will I be able to see Hare every time I come? She pressed, perhaps the question she really wanted answered. As long as I'm here, Hare will be here, Shen Yibin said without artifice. Then I'll buy this one. Cash card or mobile payment? How much is it? She only remembered to ask the price at the end. I want it too, another voice chimed. This Siberian husky looks fine. He'll take the golden retriever, another declared. Even the policeman made quick choices. Shen Yibin, who rarely gave in to whims, pointed at a Russian blue and asked the price. When a colleague teased the captain about his sudden softness, Shen Yibin blushed and explained, I promised my daughter if she ranks in the top 5 this term, I'll get her a cat. The plan to leave pets at the shop until after work felt sensible. It's still working hours, Bayani said, pleased with herself. No one would bring a pet to the station. Right, Shen Yibin agreed, thinking aloud whether he should collect his daughter from school later and bring her by. She would adore Hare. We'll keep them safe while you're at work, Shen Yibin promised. Several small sales were sealed in a breath. The receipts would ease the strain his finances had felt since buying Hare. The result is in, He Chu announced finally. It matches the data from the fax exactly. This panda is the same individual referenced in the document. Mr. Shen, all charges against you are cleared. Shen Yibin exhaled for the first time in hours. So I'm free to go? He asked, relief flooding him. Yes, Shen Yibin started to say, then paused. Leaving the panda alone in the shop still felt wrong. If someone desperate or violent tried to seize it, Shen Yibin's slight frame might not be enough to protect Hare. Captain, why don't we upgrade the shop's surveillance? Bayani suggested. Her instincts as a woman and as an observer made her more sensitive to vulnerability. Shen Yibin nodded toward a larger idea. The municipal bureau is installing a new batch of street police kiosks, he said. We could position one at the corner of Baiyun Street near the shop. That would greatly lessen the security risk. Hare, it seemed, had accrued quite the reputation. A police kiosk for its protection felt almost ceremonial. Shen Yibin, half embarrassed and half grateful, realized the expense would be considerable but necessary. He could not ensure Hare's safety alone. I think my time in frontline work has been short, Bayani said suddenly, then brightened. He'll apply to be stationed at the Baiyun Street kiosk. And me too, others said in quick succession, volunteering without hesitation. When the time comes, the Bureau will make the arrangements. Shen Dalong felt perplexed. He had never seen them so eager to take the initiative while working. Since the matter at hand had already been resolved, he decided not to linger any longer and said, Mr. Shen, I sincerely apologize for the earlier situation. However, please understand that we must address any issues that arise, especially given the unique nature of your case. Indeed, who would have thought someone could legally keep a panda as a pet? It's all right, it's all for work. As Shen Yibin received the formal apology, he felt a bit embarrassed. He anticipated he would require their assistance moving forward, so he quickly expressed his understanding. We truly apologize for disturbing you today, Mr. Shen. Now that everything is clarified, we should take our leave, the group said as they stood up, with Bayani reluctantly shifting her gaze away from Hare. He'll see you off. Shen Yibin also rose to follow, wondering if any rumors would emerge later that could affect his business. Please leave the pet we just purchased here for now. We'll come back to collect it after work. As they reached the door, Shen Dalong felt something was amiss. The security kiosk had yet to be constructed, and he worried about the time frame. After considering it, he said, Xiao Baiyu and Xiaoli stay in the car to keep an eye on things here. They'll take Xiaohe's vehicle back to the bureau. Mission accomplished. Bayani and Xiaoli felt a surge of joy and stood up straight, responding enthusiastically. Another chance to see the panda awaited them. That truly is a bother for you, Shen Yibin thought to himself, feeling he had created yet more inconvenience. After Shen Dalong departed, he repeatedly invited Bayani and Xiaoli to rest in the shop, but they declined, citing disciplinary requirements, their eyes fixed on the pet shop across the street. Oh, now you finally have a legitimate identity. Are you hungry? Let me cook for you. After a series of ups and downs, Shen Yibin felt a wave of relaxation. Although he could easily predict the kind of crowd that would gather once the news spread, at least he wouldn't end up in prison. He decided to enjoy this moment before anything dire arrived. By Jia, those two went upstairs. What are they up to? Xiaoli hurriedly reported to Bayani. It's noon. They probably went to eat, Bayani replied, rubbing her stomach. Xiaoli, I think I might be a bit hungry too. Can you order takeout for me? Just like usual. Sure. After working together for such a long time, they were thoroughly familiar with each other's tastes. A few quick taps on the phone, and the order was placed. However, while waiting for the delivery, Xiaoli had a sudden realization. Hey, by Jia, shouldn't pandas eat bamboo? I haven't seen any bamboo in the shop. Plus, is there even bamboo suitable for pandas around Yunzhong City? That's a good point, and pandas do have quite an appetite. I just checked, feeding one panda can cost 30,000 a year. I didn't realize Shen Yibin was such a wealthy person, Bayani frowned, recalling her observations. Shen Yibin certainly didn't seem like someone who could earn over 30,000 a year. Unbeknownst to Shen Yibin, his financial situation had sparked speculation. He felt the weight of an economic crisis. Having spent 22,222 yuan on Hare, he only had a little over 10,000 left on his card. He was short by several thousand yuan, and with Hare's daily expenses being considerable, feeding him alone would easily cost thousands a month. Adding rent and utilities, he needed to earn at least 30,000 monthly to break even. The shop had been open for several days, but his revenue had yet to surpass 10,000. The profits were pitifully low. He felt hesitant to profit from the few transactions he had made, barely earning over 1,000 yuan, just enough for Hare and his own meals for the past few days. It seemed imperative to devise a way to make money soon. After lunch, Shen Yibin opened the shop door and sat on the sofa with Hare, pondering what to do next. Should he take Hare and become a live stream host? Given how adorable Hare was, even broadcasting him sleeping could surely earn a fortune. However, that seemed a bit beneath his dignity, didn't it? Was he really reduced to relying on Hare for sustenance? Shen Yibin felt a flush of, Daddy, look, it's a panda. The little girl was giddy with excitement, nearly beside herself. Shen Dalong had evidently not mentioned horror on the way over. She wanted to step closer to the animal, yet feared disturbing it. She stood frozen, anxious and unsure. Shen Dalong had only intended to surprise his daughter. He had not expected her to be so delighted. He hurried forward to reassure her. This is Aben Gij's pet. It's very gentle and well-behaved. It won't harm anyone. You can come a little closer and you may take a photograph, but unless horror allows it, please don't touch him, understand? Horror, greet the little girl. Seeing no sign of aversion from horror, Shen Yibin suggested, inwardly complaining, damn it, why must your daughter call me Gij? You've made me look a lifetime shorter. Horror ambled forward with deliberate short strides, planting his right paw out as if to shake hands. Daddy, take my picture. The little girl dabbed her right hand with a handkerchief until it was perfectly clean, then cautiously clasped Hatter's paw, her eyes alight with wonder. My daughter is Shen Yu. Sorry to trouble you, Shen Dalong said bashfully. He had never before used his work for such a small personal indulgence, but Har was irresistibly adorable. He wanted his daughter to see him. Shen Yu had been raised well. Though she adored the animal, she understood it belonged to someone else and could not monopolize it, so after a short reluctant playtime with Har, she left with the Russian blue cat Shen Dalong had bought for her. From Bayani to Shen Yue, everyone had shown enormous interest in Har. It seemed the creature appealed to every type of admirer, from worldly women to little girls. With a pet like this around, one could scarcely fail to attract admirers, and Shen Yibin could not help but indulge in daydreams. After the police had taken their pets and left, Shen Yibin closed the shop and went upstairs to the kitchen to prepare dinner. Aren't you getting tired of twice-cooked pork every day? What else do you like? Shall we try something different? How about mapo tofu? He remembered an episode of Xiao Dongjia that featured a panda's magical mapo tofu. Some daring culinary virtuosos online had also attempted to recreate the dish. He opened the episode on his tablet and cued the panda mapo tofu segment, holding the screen up to Har. If Har liked it, he would gather the ingredients. Har's response was an enthusiastic series of approving noises. Apparently, anything from Sichuan would do. He began to salivate at the sight of the mapo tofu on the screen. All right, play with the new arrivals at home, or I'll go buy supplies. Shen Yibin wanted to take Har to stroll, but supermarkets forbade animals, and the wet market was too chaotic. He decided it would be safer to walk Har in daylight tomorrow. He hailed a cab and went to the market, buying black and white blocks of tofu, pork leaf lard, debanjiang textured soybean mince, and a handful of small mountain chilies, then hurried back to the shop. Inside, Har had already fed the other animals and was frowning at the tablet, scrutinizing the panda mapo tofu, as if to determine whether the animated method could yield a delicious real-world dish. As suspected, the authentic recipe diverged substantially from the cartoon's portrayal. Har kept calling suggestions as Shen Yibin cooked. After these days of collaboration, their rapport had deepened. Standing beside the panda, Shen Yibin found his culinary instincts sharpening. Har's slightest motion conveyed meaning, and Shen Yibin responded with increasing alacrity. Through the pair's earnest efforts, the black and white panda mapo tofu was soon steaming fresh from the wok. The colors and aromas were promising, and the flavor to their delight surpassed that of ordinary mapo tofu. The two gourmands ate with unabashed relish. There are still some imperfections, room to refine the seasonings. We'll try again tomorrow, they agreed, bellies comfortably round. Even the finest twice-cooked pork grows cloying after several consecutive meals, so despite this dish's modest mastery, Har was content and ate with pleasure. Then a thought came to Shen Yibin. What about those documents and videos? How had the Weilai Chongwudian managed to accomplish something so audacious? He unlocked his phone and asked, by the way, how did you manage the panda base? The reply came with an air of nonchalance. It was only some simple network hacking plus memory transplantation. Nothing to worry about, that won't leave you any trouble. If you're uneasy, I can implant memories of living and working at the panda base. Then the panda's identity issue will be resolved. Memory transplantation. No wonder Professor Wu had been so certain. In their era, even forged files and fabricated footage could be defended against, but memories were presumed infallible, until 22nd century science exposed the truth. If they ever needed to deal with the panda base directly, it might be prudent to be familiar beforehand. The Weilai Chongwudian's offer tempted Shen Yibin, yet perhaps under the influence of science fiction, he felt a lingering unease about memory alteration. He did not accept the suggestion and instead asked, so, does that mean I'm now a third-tier partner? Any new privileges? Resolving a pet's identity is a third-tier partner privilege, came the brisk reply. You may also continue to procure stock from our shop. And what pet will you send me this time? Shen Yibin asked, wary. He had no desire to relive being tackled by the police after today's panda escapade. Although, if it were by Yanni, perhaps he could consider it. We send parcels at random. Third-tier partners may not select their pets, Weilai Chongwudian replied, with an imperious tone. The prospect was daunting. Last time a panda had arrived, what if next came a Siberian tiger? Even with proper paperwork, it would arouse suspicion. He hesitated. Fine, I'll wait and see, he muttered, shrinking from the memory of Hatter's earlier commotion. It's fine, take your time to think it over. Upon reading these words, Shen Yibin was suddenly gripped by a sense of foreboding. Surely the problem couldn't be resolved so easily. As expected, the future pet shop's next message was far more direct. However, I must remind you that if a level 3 partner does not place an order within a month, they will be downgraded back to a trial partner. What are the consequences? Shen Yibin asked foolishly. Nothing particularly severe. It simply means that the rights you enjoy as a level 3 partner will be revoked. The reply from the future pet shop left Shen Yibin reeling. All those documents and videos will disappear, and the relevant personnel's memory implants will become void. Damn it, I knew it wouldn't be that simple. This means the police will come after me again. Plus, I'd be charged with document forgery. The time I would spend in prison would surely increase by 3 to 5 years. Are you running a tyrannical shop, forcing me to order from you? Should I stubbornly resist ordering and risk being caught by the police, or should I comply and gamble on what kind of pet I'll receive this time? Shen Yibin felt as though the future pet shop was leading him deeper into a pit, and it was only a matter of time before he would be thoroughly ensnared. I think I'll need to ponder this a bit more. I still have a month, right? I just want to be alone for a while. To be precise, you have 29 days, 16 hours, 7 minutes, and 35 seconds left. It seemed the future pet shop was counting the time from when Shen Yibin purchased hair at noon. Why am I so foolish as to engage in conversation with them? After finally managing to relax today, my mood has now plummeted into despair. If I wait until tomorrow to ask, I could at least enjoy the anticipation a little longer. Let me think it over. After all, there are still more than 20 days left. What's a day or two? Shen Yibin replied with a hint of gloom, deciding to feed hair first, and then contemplate where to go tomorrow. Unfortunately, the future pet shop was unwilling to grant him even that brief respite. Are you thinking that since the deadline is still far off, there's no need to rush? Don't blame me for not reminding you. If that's what you think, then you're mistaken. Can't I just make another purchase within those 29 days? I had already resigned myself to the situation. Oh, what more do you want? Just keeping hair alive is challenging enough. How could I manage another pet? I'd love to have more interesting pets, but only if I have the money. Surely you're not thinking that you can just buy this panda and be done with it. The future pet shop seemed to read Shen Yibin's thoughts, swiftly shattering his hopes. I must remind you that everyone has limited energy, so our shop only permits each customer to purchase one pet. Therefore, you must sell your current pet before the next ordering period arrives. Of course, the buyer must also meet the minimum affinity requirement. If the transaction isn't completed within the specified time, you will similarly be downgraded from a level 3 partner to a trial partner. You really are running a tyrannical shop. I can't even buy for myself. Shen Yibin was infuriated. When is the next ordering period? Level 3 partners must complete their first order within a month and thereafter must order at least once per quarter. In other words, you have 3 months to sell this unknown pet. The future pet shop sent a cute smiley face, relishing the chance to exploit a new sales channel. What? I have to order quarterly. Does that mean I'll be living in fear 4 times a year? Am I opening a pet shop or trafficking in flour? It sounds terrifying. But on the other hand, if Shen Yibin didn't comply with the future pet shop's directives, the consequences would likely be similar to being caught trafficking. Fine, I'll place an order in the next couple of days. Shen Yibin reluctantly acquiesced. Perhaps agreeing might still offer a glimmer of hope, while refusing would only lead to dire consequences. Remember to take good care of the pet after it's delivered. If the pet becomes ill or exhibits abnormal behavior, it cannot be sold. Our partners will not sell unhealthy pets. The future pet shop hit him with another harsh reminder. Considering how picky hair was with food, it was easy to guess that the next pet would be even more challenging to care for. Since this panda was your first collaboration, I selected a relatively easy pet for you. Just feed it well, and that will suffice. However, the next pet you receive will not be so simple. You may need to put in more effort. The future pet shop sent a smirking emoji as if anticipating Shen Yibin's impending misfortune. To keep hair alive, I've cooked 3 days worth of stir-fried pork. What more do you want from me? This isn't partnership, it's slavery. Is there anything else you need to tell me? I want to know if I should turn myself in or continue this partnership. Shen Yibin was already contemplating life in prison. There's one final requirement. Stop it. Let me sleep a bit more. In a hazy state, Shen Yibin felt a furry paw patting his face. Without even opening his eyes, he knew that Har had woken up. However, he had been working tirelessly to resolve Har's identity issues, and today, he finally had a moment to himself, intending to catch up on sleep. Seeing that he did not respond, Har ceased its antics. Soon Shen Yibin faintly heard it getting off the bed, heading to the bathroom to wash up, and then leaving the house. With the doors and windows of the shop securely closed, he had no worries about Har wandering outside. Thus, Shen Yibin pulled the blanket over his head and dozed off again. He lingered in bed until his stomach growled, prompting him to lazily rise, get dressed, wash up, and begin the search for Har. Not in the bedroom, not in the kitchen. Where could it be? Descending sleepily from the second floor, he was surprised to find Har dragging a basket feeding various Chihuahuas, golden retrievers, and Siamese cats. Shen Yibin felt a pang of embarrassment. What kind of treatment did the panda receive at the panda base? Even a national leader wouldn't disturb it. Yet here Har had to work early in the morning. He quickly went downstairs, rummaged through the storage room for cleaning tools, and began to sweep and mop the floor. Har, I'll make you breakfast after I finish cleaning, and then I'll take you out for a stroll. Har had been cooped up inside for several days since coming home, and given its industriousness, Shen Yibin decided to reward it with some fresh air. Mm. Mm. Upon hearing this, Har grew even more excited, and its feeding motions became noticeably sprightlier. Shen Yibin felt a twinge of sympathy. This little one must be feeling stifled indoors. After finishing the cleaning, he hastily cooked a pot of porridge, and the two enjoyed their breakfast together. He then quietly opened the door, noticing the police car still parked outside, which alleviated his last lingering doubts. From the shoe cabinet, he pulled out a panda-shaped cotton shoe cover and placed it beside the sofa, fitting it onto Har's paws. Walking barefoot indoors was fine, but outside was another matter. He certainly didn't want Har stepping on broken glass or rusty nails. Har, be good and wear these. Once you're dressed, we'll head out. Har blinked its small eyes at the panda shoes, seemingly comparing its own cuteness to that of the footwear. After getting dressed, it tugged at Shen Yibin's right hand and took a few tentative steps around the room, quickly adapting to the shoes. Let's go out. After checking that he had his phone, wallet, and camera, Shen Yibin opened the roller door and led Har onto the street. As they stepped outside, Har tilted its head curiously to survey the city. Fortunately, Yunzhong City was a tourist destination that emphasized environmental protection, maintaining good air quality with low fog levels, so Har was largely unaffected. Just as Shen Yibin closed the door, he heard hurried footsteps approaching from behind. Instantly, he recalled the previous day's experience with Shun Dalong and his companions. He quickly turned around and was relieved to see two police officers he recognized, Bayani and Xiao Li, who had visited the shop the day before. This saved him from needing to explain everything again. Abinyu, what are you planning to do? The two rushed to shield Har with their bodies, fearing it might attract unwanted attention. Taking my pet for a stroll. We just had breakfast, and a bit of exercise is good for health, Shen Yibin replied calmly. Why are you two so flustered? Taking a pet for a stroll. That rationale left them speechless, but they needed to consider the type of pet he had. A panda wasn't exactly a common sight on the streets. Can't you just let it stay quietly at home? Why not be a quiet, handsome man instead of parading around? You should know that with such an eye-catching pet, it would draw attention like a firefly in the dark, standing out so vividly that it was bound to cause a scene. My home is only this big. Har has been cooped up for several days. If I don't take it out, it might get depressed, and I can't bear the consequences, Shen Yibin shrugged innocently. I figured it's still work hours with fewer people around, so I brought it out for a little stroll. We won't go anywhere crowded, just the nearby park. The ice cream shop ahead with its panda sign seemed to catch Har's attention, and it waddled over with its little legs. All right, I'll accompany you two for a stroll. Bayani conceded, her mind quickly formulating a way to mix pleasure with duty. Great, I appreciate it in advance. Having a police officer nearby would certainly save him some trouble, and since Bayani was quite attractive, Shen Yibin felt pleased. The streets were indeed sparse, allowing them to reach the ice cream shop without causing a commotion. When they arrived, the shop owner Long Yanghua poked his head out to greet them. Abin, good morning. Out for a stroll. What flavor do you want? Did you bring Crash? Before he could finish, Long Yanghua tripped over his own feet and took a moment to struggle back to his feet, wide-eyed as he looked at Har. Abin, where did you get this panda? Oh, it's my pet. All the paperwork is perfectly legal, so no need to worry. Glancing down, he noticed Har drooling at a matcha-flavored ice cream on the promotional poster. Shen Yibin pointed at it and said, I'll have one of those, please. The poor girl behind the counter had encountered folks buying ice cream for their pets before, but this was her first experience with a panda. She instinctively replied, sure, just a moment. Wait, isn't a panda supposed to eat bamboo? Can it really have ice cream? She didn't mind giving ice cream to cats and dogs, but a panda was different. If it got sick, would she be responsible? This little one doesn't even eat bamboo. A panda that can eat stir-fried pork and mapo tofu should undoubtedly be able to enjoy ice cream as well. Shen Yibin urged, hurry up. Look at how much it's drooling. Do you have the heart to deny it? I can't. Long Yanghua instinctively shook his head. Such an adorable panda was simply impossible to refuse. In no time, he handed Shen Yibin a matcha-flavored ice cream. Here you go, Har. Let's see if you like it, Shen Yibin said as he presented the ice cream to Har under the watchful eyes of Long Yanghua and Bayani. Are you sure it's safe to give him this? Bayani fretted. If the panda showed any adverse reaction, should they detain Shen Yibin? And on what charge? There seemed to be no statute that covered such a thing. Har accepted the ice cream, but did not immediately eat. Instead, on tiptoe with his furry paws cupped like a child's, he held it towards Shen Yibin's mouth. Bayani and Long Yanghua looked on with envious awe. Mothers, we want a creature this considerate. Shen Yibin felt a warmth bloom in his chest. He took a gentle bite, and then offered it back to Har. Bayani, accustomed to being fed romantic fodder by Shen, bit her tongue and stayed silent. She had the urge to string him up by the lamp post and roast him. Har refused the ice cream again. He turned his large head, circled, and extended it toward Bayani. He remembered the young woman who had visited the shop the day before. Even the first love note Bayani had received in middle school had not made her this giddy. Panda offered me ice cream, she thought, almost buoyant with delight. She leaned down and, ignoring the faint imprint of Shen Yibin's teeth, pressed her lips to the treat. Thank you, Hare. Sister will enjoy this. Now it's your turn. Snap. Shen Yibin had recorded that exact moment with his digital camera. Long Yonghua standing by seethed with envy. He handed the camera over, but Bayani was not displeased by being secretly photographed. She snatched it, scrolled through the images, and studied them. Shen had been punctual with his shutter. He had captured the instant Hare brought the ice cream to her lips. She fished out her phone. Shen, what's your WeChat? Send me a copy of these. Me too, Long Yonghua piped up. Can I have one? Could I print it and hang it by the door for an ad? A photo of the panda holding ice cream would be perfect. Officer, I swear I'm not. She trailed off, flustered. No problem, Bayani said, coming to her rescue. You're wearing a police uniform right now, and you can't use it for advertising anyway. Ask Shen to take another shot. Thanks, sister. Shun. Long Yanghua's eyes shone. Even if it couldn't be used commercially, she wanted a single image to treasure. It depends on whether Hare likes your ice cream, Shen Yibin said, giving his WeChat ID with a small secretive thrill. In the short span of an afternoon, Hare had added him to the favor of two young women. If this continued, his single days might soon be numbered. His name is Hare. Long Yonghua emerged from the shop and crouched before the panda. Hare, is sister's ice cream tasty? Hare licked the corner of his mouth, tilted his head as if in contemplation, then took Shen Yibin's hand and nudged toward the menu board. He made a series of gestures by the illustration of matcha powder, egg yolk, and cream. By what is he saying? Long Yonghua and Bayani both looked perplexed. Shen understood. Hare's motions meant the ice cream was acceptable, but the matcha was too strong and the cream too scant. After days of companionship, Shen had come to read Hare's subtle vocabulary easily and translated it aloud. This panda is going to become sentient, Bayani murmured. Both women were speechless. The creature not only preferred ice cream to bamboo, but had particular tastes. Seeing Hare finish the revised serving, Long Yonghua hurried to make another batch exactly as Hare had indicated. Hare consumed it with vigor, nodding his great head between spoonfuls as though approving the alteration. Long Yonghua, now encouraged, made two more. The taste, upon careful sampling, was indeed an improvement over her earlier attempts. When Shen offered to pay, Long Yonghua refused. No need. Hare helped me improve the flavor. That's thanks enough. If I have a new creation next time, I'll let Hare try it. Bayani shot him a stern look. Were they turning the panda into a taste tester? What if he got sick? Shen, however, felt reassured. With Hare's keen nose and palate, any flawed batch would be rejected outright. All right. Next time, bring your new work to the shop. For now, I'm taking Hare for a walk. See you later. Hare waved a furry paw, then caught Shen's right hand and ambled slowly around the corner into the park. The park was sparse, retirees exercising, mothers strolling with small children. Bayani relaxed a little. Her respite was brief. A little girl's delighted voice rose behind them. A 4 or 5-year-old in a princess dress, eyes sparkling, abandoned her mother and raced toward Hare. Panda, black and white dumpling, she cried out of breath. Shen smiled wryly. He had known the stroll would not be entirely peaceful. The child stopped before Hare cocked her head and in a serious whisper asked, Dumpling, did you run away from the zoo? Don't worry, I won't tell the police. Shen almost laughed. Bayani wanted to weep. Was she invisible in her uniform? Hare, say hello to the little sister, Shen prompted. The animal's magnetism was irresistible, from the cool allure of Bayani to the youthful charm of Long Yonghua, and now this little one Hare drew admiration everywhere he went. Hare extended his paw forthrightly. My name is Nuamichuan, the girl announced solemnly, then mimicked an adult and shook Hare's paw. We're both dumplings. At that moment, the girl's mother hurried up, breathless with relief, to find her child safe. Then, taking in Hare's shape and markings, she froze. A panda, she exclaimed. Officer, someone is trafficking a panda. Aren't you going to do anything? The idea that a panda could appear outside a giant panda reserve or zoo was almost inconceivable to the woman. She looked at Bayani with visible distress. Mama Tawanzi is so adorable. Please don't let the police take it back to the zoo and lock it up, okay? Before Bayani could answer, Nuamichuan had already begun to protest, tugging at her mother's skirt with pleading eyes. Ma'am, we investigated this matter yesterday. I cannot disclose the specifics, but I can tell you this panda was not abducted. This gentleman also possesses a complete set of lawful documents. Only then did Bayani find the words to explain. A private citizen keeping a panda. The mother felt her head spin. How could this be? After a moment's tangle of thoughts, she decided not to overthink it. As long as the people involved were not malicious, she would not meddle. The panda looked so harmless and charming that she might as well let her daughter play a little longer. I'm terribly sorry for the trouble Nuamichuan has caused, the mother apologized with practiced politeness. It's all right. Your daughter is so sweet. Hare likes her very much, Shen Yibin said frankly. He had no patience for unruly children who clawed at others. This little girl was easy to tolerate. Abin, Bayani leaned toward Shen Yibin without altering her expression and nodded toward the cluster of elderly men and women and parents with children who were approaching, drawn by the commotion. More people are coming. Perhaps we should head back. At her cue, Hare lifted its head and looked at Shen Yibin with an irresistibly plaintive gaze. It had only just been taken out for a little stroll and was reluctant to return so soon. We can wait a while longer. Shen Yibin hesitated, scanning the gathering crowd. There were no troublesome types among them, and he could not bear to cut the outing short. By the time he answered, a respectful crowd had assembled. Fortunately, they understood ceremony and the significance of a panda, and no one made an immediate grab, which eased Bayani. Is this panda yours? Someone asked. Yes. Here, go greet everyone, Shen Yibin said with a composed face and a secret thrill. Only he had the privilege, he thought delightedly, of privately caring for a panda. Hare, enjoying the bustle mimicked an action scene in films, it brought its two paws together in a playful bowed circle. A chorus of exclamations rose. The creature's intelligence and charm immobilized the onlookers. They stood there calculating in their minds how best to win the favor of this irresistible fellow. There's a stand of bamboo up ahead. Shall I fetch a few stalks? An elderly man volunteered as if he alone could provide for the panda. Old Lou, breaking park plants will get you fined. An old woman snapped in disdain before fishing a few banknotes from her pocket and patting them into his hand. Here, he'll pay your fine. Go quickly and come right back. The scene left people half amused, half stunned at the old lattice mixture of propriety and mischief. Don't be foolish. Pandas don't eat just any bamboo. They prefer species such as Cheongju and Gongju, or Bashanmu Zhu Guigun, Zhu Kilwajian, Zhu Huashi Jianzhu, and Dajianza shoots. The parched Xiangfei bamboo is old and tough. Hare probably won't like it. A bespectacled gentleman with a scholarly air intervened urgently. If the panda fell ill after eating the wrong bamboo, who would be liable? Thank you for your concern, but Hare just had breakfast. He is not hungry, Shen Yibin said, trying to quiet the troop of would-be benefactors before their good intentions escalated into someone driving off to Yun's Hongxi in search of suitable bamboo. What then if they return with stalks Hare refused to touch? You're giving him a walk after meals, a good habit. Walk 100 steps after dining, and you'll live to 9 An elderly man said approvingly and gave a thumbs up. Shen Yibin surrendered to the sentiment without argument. Yes, I brought him to the park for fresh air and exercise. It keeps him healthy. Excuse me, could you please make way? I'd like to take Hare down by the lake. The elders obliged, parting with a rustle, yet unwilling to leave. This was a panda after all. They hovered, taking advantage of every angle to watch, and Shen Yibin felt a wave of frustration wash over him. If it were just the dog, it would be manageable, and at least the presence of reporters could help attract some business to the store. But who knew what bizarre pets the future would bring to his pet shop? If reporters continued to stake out his shop, it wouldn't be long before he found himself in a precarious situation. Sorry everyone, but Har is a bit tired. We're going to head back and rest, and we'll come play with you all again tomorrow. It was time to retreat quickly before more reporters arrived. He hadn't managed the photo session earlier, and surely he had the right to refuse interviews, didn't he? All right, I'll bring some tinder bamboo leaves tomorrow. Just make sure you come. Why was this person so fixated on that? Har only enjoyed eating twice-cooked pork after all. Brother, where do you live? Can I visit your home? Nuo Mituan tugged at Har's hand, reluctant to let go. I promise to be a good guest and won't cause any trouble. I have a pet shop nearby. If your mom agrees, you can come over. The sincerity on the little girl's face made it hard for Shen Yibin to refuse. Tuan, haven't you always wanted to have a pet? How about we go to your brother's shop with mom? Nuo Mituan's mother understood the situation and smiled apologetically at Shen Yibin. Since they had caused him trouble, it would be nice to help out with his business in return. I'll call for support. If you don't want to be interviewed, just say no. We'll back you up. Maintaining the normal operation of a legitimate business is part of our responsibilities. Bayani quickly found relevant regulations to support her actions. All right, I appreciate your help. Shen Yibin didn't hesitate to agree. Who knew how many reporters were interested in this news? If he focused solely on entertaining them, he'd have nothing else to do. After bidding farewell to the older patrons, Shen Yibin, Bayani Har, and Nuo Mituan made their way to the shop, followed by a few elderly patrons interested in pet care. Soon they arrived at the store. Mommy, look at this adorable dog. As soon as they entered the shop, Nuo Mituan was captivated by a small, charming chihuahua. She ran to the cage with Har and crouched down to observe the chihuahua. The other elderly patrons joined her, discussing their thoughts on various pets. Nowadays, many elderly people lived separately from their children, and having a pet could alleviate their loneliness. It's very gentle and doesn't bite. If you'd like to see it, I can ask Har to take it out for you, Shen Yibin said, while preparing tea for his guests. The chihuahua was still small and posed no danger, especially with Har supervising. Nuo Mituan immediately looked at Har, who responded with a nod, extending a paw to open the cage. Under Har's guidance, the chihuahua slowly walked out, circling around Nuo Mituan a few times, sniffing her to familiarize itself with her scent before resting its head comfortably on her shoe. Mommy, this dog is so well behaved. Can we take it home? I promise to bathe it and decorate its room so you won't have to worry, Nuo Mituan exclaimed. Although the black and white puppy belonged to her brother, having a dog around would be nice, and she was willing to do extra chores for it. Her enthusiasm earned praise from the elderly patrons who admired how well-behaved she was compared to their own mischievous grandchildren. Remember what you said, our promises must be kept. If you can do all that, then Mom will help you bring it home. After receiving Nuo Mituan's assurance, all those people just ignore them. In a few days, when the news hype dies down, they'll leave on their own, a seasoned elder advised, patting Shen Yibin's shoulder. It was clear he had shared many laughs with reporters in the past. Once disturbed by the reporters, the elderly patrons lost interest in lingering at the shop and began to bid farewell. As for purchasing pets, they decided to wait until the reporters dispersed and the place returned to tranquility. Shen Yibin couldn't help but feel frustrated. If it weren't for them, he would have made quite a fortune today. The commotion also caught the attention of nearby neighbors. Aunt Wang, who sold tea, walked in after hearing the news. Upon seeing Hare, she was naturally astonished. After a moment, she accepted Shen Yibin's explanation, exclaiming how lucky he was. This little guy is just too adorable. I remember there's a vast bamboo forest next to one of my supplier's tea gardens. The bamboo there must have soaked in the fragrance of the tea. It's bound to taste good. They'll call him to deliver a batch, she said. Shen Yibin felt like crying. Why did everyone want to feed Hare bamboo? After finally managing to send Aunt Wang on her way, Yanni returned to the police car to keep an eye on the reporters. Glancing at the time, Shen Yibin realized it was already lunchtime. What should they eat today? He scratched his head and suggested, Hare, how about we have bitter bamboo shoots and beef rolls today? Why was he also talking about bamboo? He must have caught their contagion. Hare nodded eagerly. This dish is one of the specialties of the Panda banquet from Sichuan, which of course does not involve eating pandas. Instead, it features bamboo shoots, which pandas love, prepared using local culinary techniques. The bitter bamboo shoots and beef rolls are among the offerings. I thought you didn't eat bamboo, but it seems you do enjoy it, Shen Yibin mused. It appeared he had misunderstood. Hare simply had a more extensive palate and higher culinary standards, but his fondness for bamboo shoots remained unchanged. Hare nodded in agreement, seemingly affirming Shen Yibin's words. Well, then I won't cook for you tomorrow. They'll take you to the park to munch on bamboo instead. I bet someone will bring you tender bamboo, Shen Yibin joked. As soon as Hare heard this, he became anxious, rushing over to cling to Shen Yibin's leg and wailing, his pitiful eyes nearly teary. I was wrong. They'll cook for you tomorrow and won't take you to eat bamboo. Shen Yibin couldn't help but slap himself mentally for scaring Hare to tears. It seemed that compared to bamboo, he preferred the meals Shen Yibin prepared. Looking around, he was relieved that Yanni wasn't present, otherwise she would surely give him a throw for provoking the panda. If Nuo Mituan saw this, Shen Yibin's image in her eyes would instantly shift from a kind big brother to a wicked demon king. Let's go to the fruit and vegetable store next door to buy some groceries, Shen Yibin said, peeking outside. Although the reporters hadn't left, they were under Yanni's watchful eye and had not acted out of line. Thus, he boldly led Hare onto the street, passing Aunt Wang's tea shop and arriving at the entrance of the fruit and vegetable store. Aubin, you haven't been here in ages. What kind of fruit do you want today? Just like Long Yanghua, the shopkeeper was momentarily stunned upon seeing Hare and rubbed his eyes vigorously, realizing he wasn't imagining things. I'm raising him. Shen Yibin chuckled, awkwardly recognizing that it would take a while for everyone to get used to Hare's presence. He then had to explain the situation at length before the shopkeeper reluctantly accepted his explanation. I remember you have bamboo shoots for sale, so I brought Hare along. Yes, we just dug up some tender shoots from the bamboo forest today, guaranteed fresh. The shopkeeper's little eyes darted around. If his store became a supplier for a panda, word would spread, and everyone would surely think the goods were fresh, delicious, and safe from contamination. Wouldn't that mean? Lost in these thoughts, the shopkeeper quickly busied himself, rapidly presenting the bamboo shoots for Hare to choose from. Hare lowered his head, using his paws to sift through the basket of bamboo shoots, occasionally sniffing and nodding or shaking his head. Meanwhile, Shen Yibin took a bag from the shopkeeper and placed the selected bamboo shoots inside. After finalizing the selection, the shopkeeper gasped, I now believe this panda isn't stolen. Why? Shen Yibin felt the comment was not heading in a positive direction. Look, this morning's bamboo shoots are all picked cleaned, the rest are leftovers from yesterday. The shopkeeper pointed at the dwindling bamboo shoots in the basket. This shows that this panda is quite clever. With your intelligence, trying to sell it would be. Damn, I won't buy beef from you anymore. How has he not been punched for talking like this? Shen Yibin. Early death is still death and late death is also death. It would be better to act sooner and discover what it truly is. Last time they sent a panda, surely they won't send a Chinese crested ibis this time, right? Shen Yibin bit his lip and made a decision. He opened the chat box and quickly typed, "Are you there? Send me the second pet now." Okay, it will be shipped right away. You have 2 months and 28 days to sell this pet, otherwise your partnership status will be downgraded to a usage partner. The future pet store responded swiftly, reminding him to complete his sales performance as soon as possible. Got it, Shen Yibin replied weakly. Can you at least give me a hint about what this pet is? I'd like to prepare myself mentally. Cannot, you'll find out once it arrives. The future pet store coldly refused his request. Dear, you would excel as a human resources director at Foxconn. Why lower yourself to run a small pet shop? Shen Yibin admired the store's ability to exploit people, but now he was at their mercy and had no choice but to endure. After helping Hare feed the pets, just as Shen Yibin was about to reopen the shop, his phone rang. Panda, 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 cold as a mountain, warm as a flower. So soon. As he pressed the answer button, he peeked outside. Hello, your pet has been delivered. I have other deliveries to make, so I've left the package at your door. The voice was as hurried as ever and the service attitude remained rude. Without waiting for Shen Yibin's response, the caller hung up. I didn't see anyone passing by my shop. How was it delivered? In the blink of an eye, a package had appeared at the entrance of Shen Yibin's shop. He hurriedly dragged the package inside and handed it to Hare. Hare, open it and see what's inside. I'm stepping out for a moment. With that, Shen Yibin dashed across the street and knocked on by Yana's car window. Sister Bai, did you see anyone passing by my store just now? He was eager to find out how the package had arrived. No, I didn't see anyone pass by your shop, Bai Yani replied, equally puzzled. Shen Yibin, unwilling to give up, asked a few reporters loitering nearby, but still found no one who had seen anything. What sort of delivery service uses spatial teleportation or flying swords? How could they be so elusive? Shen Yibin had no choice but to abandon his inquiries and rushed back to the shop. Surely Hare had opened the package by now. Hare, what did they send this time? As soon as he asked, Shen Yibin realized how silly the question was. Even if Hare recognized it, it wouldn't be able to articulate that. He decided to check for himself. I think my life is a tragedy. Just as I left the pet breeding center, I prayed for a good owner who would let me live a relaxed and carefree life. But I realized I was wrong. They sent the smartest, handsomest, most charming parrot from the entire breeding center to a complete fool. The package had a large tear from where Hare had opened it, and as soon as the parrot poked its head out, it fixed its gaze on Shen Yibin and said, "Do you really think this silly panda in front of you can master language like I can?" Was that statement an overestimation of the panda or just a reflection of your lack of basic common sense? Hey, Hare seemed angered by the parrot's words, its furry paw smacking the package and sending dust flying onto the parrot. Cough, cough, cough. The parrot flapped its wings a few times, dispersing the dust, but it appeared startled by Hare's actions. Hey buddy, I didn't mean to offend you. I'm just lamenting our tragic fate. Just look at the brainless owner we've got. Our future days are going to be terribly difficult. As it spoke, the parrot even brought its wings to its eyes, mimicking the act of wiping away tears. Haha, but I can only endure 3 more months before I escape to a new owner. Before Shen Yibin could react, the parrot transitioned from tears to laughter, flapping onto Hare's shoulder and patting its head. Then I can enjoy a leisurely life in a spacious villa while you remain in this cramped, dilapidated, filthy pet shop, enduring alongside a foolish owner and his equally silly pets. Damn it, if I prepare dinner for you, I might as well change my name to Shen. In just under 3 minutes since their first meeting, Shen Yibin was infuriated by this parrot. Was it here to wreak havoc? Woo woo woo. 3 months. I have to endure 3 more months. This parrot was absolutely insane. It went from laughter to sobbing again, its cries so mournful that they would bring tears to anyone who heard them. Woo woo woo, just thinking about spending 3 months in this cramped, dirty pet shop with a foolish owner and a silly panda makes me feel like death is preferable. Oh. After upgrading to a level 3 partnership with the future pet store, it seemed that the quality of service had indeed improved. Inside the package, there was a complete set of identification documents. Shen Yibin discovered that the parrot he received was a yellow-winged, blue-crowned Amazon parrot, also known as the blue hat parrot. This species is one of the more common types of Amazon parrots, renowned for its exceptional speaking ability and beautiful appearance, making it an ideal choice as a pet for families. The parrot was predominantly green with a striking blue forehead. Its crown, the area around its eyes, and the feathers on its thighs were adorned with yellow plumage. The front edges of its wings featured red and yellow feathers, while the primary flight feathers and coverts were green with blue-violet tips. The secondary coverts had some red feathers, and its tail was green tapering to a yellow-green tip. The beak was gray-black and the iris was orange. Although not as vibrantly colorful as a macaw, it could still be considered a handsome bird, if only it weren't so talkative. The customs declaration and purchase list were all present, but one could easily surmise that they were fabricated by the future pet store. In this world, it was unlikely anyone would uncover the ruse. Carefully stowing away the documents, Shen Yibin rummaged through a drawer and tossed a few peanuts toward the parrot. Instantly, the bird perked up, flapping into the air, pecking and grasping at the peanuts until they were all devoured. Although we don't particularly like each other, given that we will likely be cohabitating for a while, I think we should get to know each other first. What do you say? Shen Yibin poured the remaining peanuts onto the coffee table in front of him. You're right. Although I'm quite unfortunate, sometimes fate is just elusive. We must accept that which we are unwilling to accept, don't you think? The parrot settled on the coffee table and began to chatter away before starting on the peanuts. I'm Shen Yibin, the owner of this store. I'll find you a new master as soon as possible. That would be Har, the panda who arrived a few days before you. I should call you. Shen Yibin's introduction was abruptly interrupted by a fit of laughter. Ha ha ha, har. The parrot laughed so hard it nearly toppled over, flapping its wings against the table, changing its tone to a Sichuan dialect. Fat boy, are you out of your mind? Why call him Har of all names? Ha ha ha, har. Har. You really are quite amusing. Har, exasperated by the ruckus, pressed its claws onto the table, nostrils flaring as if ready to devour the parrot whole. If it weren't for the backing of the future pet store, I would have wholeheartedly supported you. Shen Yibin snapped the lid of the peanut jar shut. All right, it seems you don't like these. Wait, I was wrong. The parrot's laughter abruptly ceased, and it quickly pecked up the remaining peanuts from the table, looking up with a pitiful expression. This is inhumane. How can you let such a clever, handsome, charming, and melodious parrot go hungry? Enough. Not wanting to indulge in a lengthy discourse, Shen Yibin raised a hand to stop it. Don't you know it's rude to mock someone's name? Apologize to Har first, or there will be no more peanuts for you. If you are sincere, I'll buy you some figs later. Hey, my friend, I didn't mean to offend your esteemed name, but it's just that I'm fluent in so many languages. The moment I think of the name Har, I can't help but laugh. As it spoke, the parrot again collapsed onto the table, flapping its wings and laughing uncontrollably. Oh dear, this creature is hopeless. Shen Yibin had given up on trying to communicate properly with it. Instead, he decided to withhold its food supply in exchange for a moment of peace. May I know your name? I assume you must have one, he inquired. Naming Har was easy since it was mute, but a parrot as chatty as this one must have a name of its own, saving Shen Yibin the trouble of thinking of one. Of course, I am not some plump, foolish, rotund creature. I am the smartest, most handsome, most charming, and most melodious parrot in the world. Naturally, I have a noble, resounding name that is unforgettable. The parrot stood up on the table, puffing out its chest. So would you like to know my name? The parrot tilted its head and rubbed its claws against the glass jar containing the peanuts. It would be an honor to know the name of such a clever, handsome, charming, and melodious parrot as myself. Shouldn't you show your gratitude? If you can say your name in one sentence, I'll give you 3 peanuts. For each additional word, I'll deduct a peanut. Now begin. Shen Yibin twisted off the jar's lid, counting out 3 peanuts and holding them out to the parrot. The parrot was torn. Not babbling was more painful than death, but it had been hungry for so long already, and those peanuts were tantalizingly close. Covering its mouth, the parrot squirmed for a long while before finally lowering its wings, taking a deep breath, and then like a machine gun rattled off its name. My noble name is Pablo Diego Her San Diego Francisco de Palagai Nepomuceno Crespinian Avero Ciprianolis and Dissimid Trinidad Maria Patricio Crito Rees Blasco Reynolds. Dizzy from the lengthy name, Shen Yibin quickly abandoned the idea of asking it to repeat it. Taking a deep breath, he struggled to ask, is that really your name? It sounds like a Spanish name. I am a noble-blooded, yellow-winged, blue-crowned Amazon parrot, and my ancestors lived in the Bolivian Amazon basin. Is it strange for me to have a Spanish name? The parrot, eager to continue, was quickly silenced when Shen Yibin tossed some peanuts its way. All right, that name is far too long for me to remember, so I've decided to give you a shorter name. From now on, you shall be called Jian. Shen Yibin mentally applauded his cleverness. This name suited the parrot perfectly. With the loquaciousness of this blue-capped Amazon parrot, one could argue that only Deadpool from Marvel Comics could rival it, even the likes of Spider-Man, Star-Lord, and Ant-Man pale in comparison. Moreover, with such a lengthy name, Shen Yibin struggled to remember it, so he simply decided to call it Jian. I shall repeat myself. My illustrious name is Pablo Diego Hester San Diego Francisco Palagai Nepomuceno Crispinian Adros Remedios Iporia Nautilus and Dissimid Trinidad Maria Patricio Crito Res Blasco Reynolds. Jian exploded with indignation, having just mocked Har's name. How could it be allowed to have such a silly name itself? Mm. Har on the side understood and clapped its paws in support of Shen Yibin. Huh. Now you're facing the consequences for mocking me earlier, aren't you? Jian certainly sounds inferior to Har. 2-1. Both Har and I agree, so your dissent is invalid. Thus it is joyfully decided from now on you shall be called Jian. Shen Yibin and Har high-fived in celebration, finally seizing the opportunity to retaliate against the incessant teasing. If you disagree, then you can sort out your meals on your own. I had initially planned to go buy you some Brazilian figs, but it seems I will refrain from doing so now. Better to save some money to buy Har some bamboo shoots instead. Upon seeing Jian prepare to speak again, Shen Yibin immediately shook the peanut jar to silence it. Fine, it seems your pitiful intellect cannot retain my esteemed name, so let us proceed as you say. In the face of food, Jian lowered its proud head. Now can I have the peanuts? Also, when are you going to buy the figs? Har, this is up to you. If Jian behaves, feed it, if not, ignore it. I'm going out to sell some things, so keep an eye on the house. Shen Yibin tossed the peanut jar to Har and pulled open the roll-up door to leave. After all, Yanni and the others were just across the street, so he wasn't too worried about any trouble occurring in the shop. Having police help watch the place felt utterly reassuring. As he took a taxi and searched online for the dietary needs of blue-capped Amazon parrots, he arrived at the supermarket and purchased a heap of figs, as well as various berries and dried fruits from the South American Amazon jungle. He also bought some lamb for Har, planning to make a spicy Sichuan-style braised lamb for dinner, lightening his wallet once more. Har, Jian, I'm back, Shen Yibin announced as he opened the roll-up door. Hearing his voice, Har immediately rushed over, clutching the peanut jar. It took the lamb and other items from his hands and scurried up the short stairs to place them in the fridge. Figs. Freshly picked, no less than a week off the tree. Jian flapped over and dove into the plastic bag, chattering excitedly. The taste is absolutely delightful. Let that silly Panda keep the peanuts. I have more than enough with these. Oh my goodness, and Brazilian raspberries, my second favorite food. I take back what I just said, you're quite a decent fellow. By the end, Jian peeked out of the plastic bag, speaking earnestly. As long as it had something it liked, it indicated that Jian could indeed be managed. Har enjoyed Sichuan cuisine, while this one was fond of Brazilian fruits. Were all future pets from the pet store going to be foodies? Shen Yibin selected a few figs and Brazilian raspberries to place on the coffee table. I'll put the rest in the fridge for now. When you're done, just ask Har for more. The figs and raspberries were not cheap. A mere plastic bag had cost Shen Yibin several hundred yuan. Thankfully, a parrot couldn't consume much, otherwise he would have been in tears. I've decided to retract my earlier statement. Jian, who had been frantically gathering figs and raspberries to its chest on the coffee table, wilted upon hearing this. This meant it could no longer. The enthusiastic response delighted Jian, who proudly proclaimed, "Before coming here, I learned quite a few famous songs from your era. Besides the earlier Little Apple, I also know Love for Sale, Anxiety, Mistake, Gangnam Style." Which one do you want to hear? Shen Yibin was utterly flabbergasted. Who taught this parrot? It seemed to have an endless repertoire of hits. This was a pet store, not a hair salon for the punk subculture. But can we try something else? Perhaps Chasing Dreams with a Child's Heart, Shen Yibin suggested, hoping for a song he enjoyed more than the last. I haven't heard that one. Jian tilted its head, pondering for a moment before shaking its head. But if you play it for me once or twice, I'm sure I can learn it. It was clear that Jian had a passion for singing. The mere mention of it made it forget its usual chatter. No problem, I'll find it for you right now. Luckily, with the internet at hand, Shen Yibin quickly located the song on his phone and pressed play. Where's the world filled with flowers? If it truly exists, I will definitely go. I want to stand on the highest peak there, indifferent to whether it is a sheer cliff, to live fiercely and love deeply, even if it means sacrificing everything, not seeking anyone's approval, as long as I am true to myself. Jian gently closed its eyes, instinctively tapping a wing in the air to the beat, savoring the song's rhythm. It hummed along, initially unsure, but as the melody continued, it became increasingly proficient, perfectly merging with the original tune. As the song ended, Shen Yibin hit replay. By the time the third round reached the halfway mark, Jian opened its eyes. All right, I've learned it. You can turn off the music now. Did you really learn that so quickly? If all students were this adept, music training centers would surely close down across the streets. Clap, clap, clap. Shen Yibin and Har applauded simultaneously. Welcome Jian to present us with a new song. I told you my distinguished name is Pablo Diego Hester San Diego Francisco. Jian's voice faltered as it spotted the fig bouncing in Shen Yibin's hand. Fine, you win. Choosing food over its name, it succumbed, proving that one who eats can be easily swayed. Ahem, I am ready to begin. Jian coughed twice, then began in a deep tone. Where is the world filled with flowers? If it truly exists, I will definitely go. I want to stand on the highest peak there, indifferent to whether it is a sheer cliff, to live fiercely and love deeply, even if it means sacrificing everything, not seeking anyone's approval, as long as I am true to myself. Gradually, the tone shifted from deep to fervent. Run forward, facing disdain and ridicule. How can one appreciate the vastness of life without enduring trials? Destiny will not allow us to beg for mercy, even if blood spills keep running with the pride of a child. Shen Yibin was left speechless, his jaw nearly dropping to the ground. He stared wide-eyed at Jianjian's small figure, astonished that such a tiny being could unleash such a powerful voice, so filled with passion. How did it manage that? Har was equally captivated, entirely engrossed in Jianjian's melodious voice. The fig it had just taken from Shen Yibin slipped from its grasp and fell to the ground. Oh no, my fig! Jianjian's song abruptly ceased. It flapped its wings frantically, attempting to catch the fig before it hit the floor, but alas, it was too slow, and the fig fell. Oh my goodness! Jianjian slumped disheartened onto the floor, struggling to prop itself up, and began to scold Har. Don't you know that figs lose their flavor when bruised? Boo-hoo, how could you do this to me? You must be jealous of my beautiful singing, unable to even hold onto a fig. What use are you now, boo-hoo? It sounded as if it had faced immense injustice, causing Har to feel guilty. The bird hopped down from the sofa and approached Jianjian, folding its claws together and emitting a couple of soft sounds, seemingly apologizing. All right, Jianjian, Har didn't mean it. Your singing is just too enchanting. We were both mesmerized, which is why this mishap occurred. Shen Yibin quickly interjected to comfort Jianjian. It's all right that this fig got ruined. There are plenty more in the fridge. Tomorrow I'll check other supermarkets for more fruits from the Amazon. Har realized that mere words of apology were insufficient. It needed to act. It scampered upstairs to retrieve several figs from the fridge and brought them back to Jianjian. This. Jianjian's gaze flickered between the fig in Har's grasp and the one on the floor, muttering. It seems the one that fell landed on the carpet. It doesn't appear to be damaged. It should still be edible, right? Wasting food is not a good habit. Shen Yibin hastily picked up the fallen fig, dusting it off. Goodness, I've just been schooled by a parrot today. Yes, it's perfectly fine to eat. Jianjian sighed in relief and swiftly swooped in to snatch the fig from Shen Yibin's hand. So I've decided to forgive you both. Carefully placing its dinner on the coffee table, Jianjian flew over to Shen Yibin's phone, curiously inspecting the music playback interface. What other songs are there? I want to learn a few more. Of course. How about something from Jay Cho? Quick, grab your nunchucks. The benevolent are invincible. It seemed this song allowed Jianjian to showcase its vocal talents, singing with exuberance. Oh, besides Chinese songs, do you know any in other languages? After learning a few more of Jay Cho's tracks, Shen Yibin whimsically selected a Michael Jackson number. So be it, just beat it, you better run, you better do Hadouken. Jianjian not only sang flawlessly, but also mimicked Jackson's moves, sliding across the coffee table and performing the moonwalk. Is it really this impressive? How can I possibly bear to sell you now? Shen Yibin gaped, kneeling on the sofa to watch Jianjian's performance. Phew, I'm exhausted. After finishing the song, Jianjian sprawled out on the coffee table, its chest heaving heavily. It had just sung multiple songs and danced energetically, clearly worn out. I've sung so much now, isn't it your turn to sing? Jianjian looked at Shen Yibin with its tiny bean-like eyes. Hey, maybe I won't sing after all. Your voice is so beautiful, I wouldn't want to embarrass myself. Shen Yibin felt awkward. The way they sang, Jianjian, was nearly identical to the original, and with his broken voice, he truly felt out of place. I must listen to the original singers for at least 2 hours every day, or I can't even eat or sleep. You wouldn't want to let me starve here, would you? Jianjian looked at Shen Yibin with pitiful eyes. I knew it. These people are impossible to please. To support my pet, my cooking skills have almost reached the level of a new Oriental graduate, yet to take care of you, I now have to learn to sing. At that moment, Shen Yibin felt like he had brought home a bunch of tyrants. Hey, do I really have to play the original songs for this parrot every day? Holding on to a slim hope, Shen Yibin opened WeChat to seek advice from a future pet shop. Who said that? Of course it doesn't have to be singing. The future pet shop often liked to lead with a negative before revealing the positive. Before Shen Yibin could even catch his breath, the next words made him feel like kneeling again. You can play the guitar, piano, violin, or even the flute for it. Any music you perform will be fine. It doesn't have to be singing. I guess I'll stick to singing. I've never played an instrument in my life, and now you want me to play the guitar, piano, violin, and flute. Let's not go there. So what happens if I don't sing for it? Shen Yibin still felt a bit reluctant. This was definitely putting him in a difficult position. If outsiders heard this, they might think he was crazy. This parrot's talent lies in music, so it must be exposed to good music every day. If it doesn't meet the minimum requirement, it could severely affect its mental health. As for the consequences, I assume I don't need to elaborate, the future pet shop replied with a sly smile. I understand now, if its mental health is compromised, it can't be sold. If it can't be sold, my cooperative rating decreases, and once that drops, Har's identification will be exposed, and then I'll end up in prison. I've only ever heard of rape, never of being forced to cook or sing. This is truly an eye-opener. Hey, stop playing on your phone. When are you planning to start singing? After a brief rest, Jian seemed to regain their energy and began to mercilessly tease Shen Yibin again. Are you worried your voice won't measure up to mine? You can rest assured I won't mock you because I don't judge my friends by their singing abilities. After all, none of them sing better than I do. This arrogance deserves an 82, the rest will be awarded in a 666 format. Can you find someone else to sing for you? I felt that Bayani would probably sing well enough. If not, we could always invite Xiaowenqi. Oh, that's fine, but once we start we can't change singers until you find a suitable owner for me. Can you persuade your friends to sing for me for 2 hours every day? Jian was surprisingly accommodating, but this condition was something Shen Yibin simply couldn't accept. Occasionally bothering someone once or twice was all right, but daily requests would be inappropriate. All right, I'll sing for you. It was clear that everything depended on himself. Shen Yibin stood up, thought of a few songs he knew, opened his mouth a few times, but couldn't get a sound out. Damn it, this was really embarrassing in the shop. Come on, hurry up. Jian lay with their head on a fig, tilting slightly, and adopting a lazy demeanor, urging Shen Yibin to start singing quickly. Har too rested its chin in anticipation, curious about how well its owner would sing. Let's go. I'll take you somewhere professional to sing. He remembered there was a karaoke place not far away. If he couldn't sing in the shop, then there it was, at least no outsiders would hear him right. After helping Har put on its shoes again, and letting Jian perch on his shoulder, Shen Yibin led them out of the store. This business of mine is so unreliable. It's been 4 or 5 days since opening, and it seems like not a single day has been fully operational. At this rate, I might close down soon. But for now, there was no time to think about that. Keeping Jian happy and healthy was the most important thing. So Shen Yibin locked the store door and headed toward the nearby karaoke with Har and Jian in tow. As they passed a police car, Bayani couldn't help but ask, Abi, where are you taking Har? I'm taking Har to karaoke to sing. That shouldn't be a problem, right? Shen Yibin pointed to the karaoke nearby. This place? No problem, it's quite reputable. The patrons are mostly college students from the area, nothing crazy happens. Bayani was quite familiar with the area, and since they were going there, there was no need for her to protect him closely. But taking a panda to karaoke, you city folks really know how to have fun. Oh, this time the main character isn't Har. After thanking Bayani, Shen Yibin brought Har and Jian to the karaoke front desk. Can we bring pets in to sing here? As long as it's not a vicious large dog, it's fine. I see your pet is. The front desk staff peeked out and immediately froze upon seeing Har. Are you here to cause a scene? Don't panic, don't panic. My panda has all the proper documentation. Seeing the staff and security coming over, Shen Yibin quickly explained. In a moment of desperation, he pulled Bayani over as a witness. See, the police are right across the street. She can vouch for me. If you don't believe me, go ask her. After a lengthy explanation, 2 staff members really went to inquire with Bayani, which finally allowed Shen Yibin and Har to pass through. Fortunately, whether it was because they hadn't heard Shen Yibin sing, or for some other reason, Jian had remained lethargically quiet, preventing them from encountering too much trouble. Sir, I apologize, but I'll take you to a private room now. You want a small room, right? The staff returned with multiple apologies, leading Shen Yibin to the room and adjusting the sound system. What drinks and snacks would you like? Freshly squeezed juice, please. Shen Yibin was also uneasy about letting Har and Jian drink soda or cola, let alone alcohol. Juice felt safer. Some popcorn and a few figs as well. Since they were here to cater to Jian, he needed to ensure everything was perfect. The staff swiftly brought the requested snacks and drinks, then closed the door behind them. Shen Yibin took his time selecting songs at the karaoke interface, finally choosing a few he was good at, then picked up the microphone ready to sing. A solitary lamp of longing stood at the window while I pretended you had not yet left, hiding behind the door. The familiar place felt like a reunion, yet the full moon only deepened the loneliness. In the stillness of midnight, the flickering candlelight spared me from blame. A pot of wandering memories was hard to swallow. After your departure, the warmth of wine turned cold and memories of longing grew thin. Having just taught Jian to sing so many songs by Jay Cho, Shen Yibin picked up the microphone and began to sing Dongfeng Pa, a song he had learned during his school days. Shaking bells clap. Shaking bells clap. Har was not idle either. He climbed onto the sofa and picked up a tambourine, keeping rhythm with the music to assist Shen Yibin. Surprisingly, he had some musical talent. Each beat was perfectly timed, not hindering Shen Yibin's performance at all. Upon hearing the song, Jian Jian seemed to regain some spirit, standing atop Hata's big head, flapping his wings in rhythm with the tune. Stop, 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 stop. I really can't bear to listen any longer. Can you sing a note in tune, please? Jian Jian called for a halt after only a few lines, clearly dissatisfied with Shen Yibin's singing skills. He perched back on Hata's head wearing an expression of utter disinterest and weakly said, "You should really switch to a song you know better. Continuing to listen to this one could be deadly. Damn it, I was once the karaoke king in my dorm during college, and now I'm being looked down upon by a parrot." Shen Yibin felt like crying, but recalling Jian Jian's earlier performance in the store, he had to admit that the bird had the right to criticize his singing. Fine. I'll change the song. Since I can't match his skill, I'll have to endure." Shen Yibin dejectedly walked to the song selection station, deleted the chosen song, and began to sing a piece he was more confident in. "I'll give you a CD from the past, listen to our love from that time. Sometimes I suddenly forget that I still love you." Stop. Next song. "You are a song in my heart, a flower blooming in my soul. You are a song in my life, memories flowing into a river." Stop. Next song. "I've seen rainstorms under the desert, watched the ocean kiss the shark, seen dusk chase dawn, but I've never seen you." Stop. Next song. Shen Yibin switched through 7 or 8 of his best songs, but none reached Jian Jian's minimum standards. Time after time, he was mercilessly interrupted and ordered to change the track. "Bro, these are all I know. I can't sing anything else. Can't you just bear with me for a couple of songs?" With a forced smile, he brought a fig to Jian Jian's beak. This picky master was truly hard to please. He should be judging on, "I am a singer," instead of hanging out here. Horror handed him a glass of juice, patting his shoulder, as if encouraging him to keep going. It seems you've overestimated your abilities. The songs you chose are too difficult." When it came to music, Jian Jian suddenly became serious. He pushed aside the fig, resting his chin on his wings while pacing thoughtfully. "You could try something simpler. Simpler songs. All right, I'll give it another go." Shen Yibin took a couple sips of juice, caught his breath, and busied himself at the song selection station once more. Soon the music played again. "When I'm alone, it's not that I don't miss you. When I'm alone, I just fear missing you. When I'm alone, if it starts to rain, I'll learn to throw the umbrella aside like you did at the end of July. You are a Leo. At the beginning of August, you are a Leo." Stop. Next song. Though this song was longer, it too met with Jian Jian's ruthless command to stop. "I planted a seed, and it finally bore fruit. Today is a great day, or I'll pick stars for you, pick the moon for you, and let the sun rise for you every day." Shen Yibin went all out, even taking out a classic hit. "Stop. It's far worse than my singing." Next song. Yet again he faced disdain. After several more attempts, he still failed to earn Jian Jian's approval. "Oh, young man, don't aim too high. These songs are still too difficult for you. Let's try some." It seems your skills are rather limited compared to mine. You are simply far too lacking," Jian Jian remarked, clutching a plate of figs. "A parrot with such exquisite taste as myself cannot endure these simplistic songs for long. A day or two is one thing, but if you intend to rely on these tunes to deceive me, it won't work. Do you think I enjoy singing children's songs for 2 hours every day? For heaven's sake, I've been called uncle by strangers on the street. Who would willingly engage in such a thing? I've already sacrificed so much to cater to you, and you're still not satisfied. What is this madness? Well, you don't like the other songs I sing," Shen Yibin shrugged helplessly. "I really only have this much talent to offer. I cannot meet your lofty standards. My fate is utterly tragic, being stuck with an incompetent, cowardly, and lazy shopkeeper like you. It looks like I will have to put in more effort," Jian Jian said, adopting a tone of resignation. It circled the coffee table several times, seemingly coming to a difficult decision. "So starting today, I shall teach you how to sing. I hope your progress will be satisfactory." Thud. Shen Yibin fell to his knees. "To support my pet, I learned culinary skills, and now I have become an amateur chef of Sichuan cuisine, rivaling those from prestigious culinary schools. Now I'm about to learn singing from Jian Jian. Who knows what other demanding pets I'll encounter next. It feels like I'm being forced to become a jack of all trades. Though I am an Amazon parrot from South America, if you insist on treating me with such traditional Eastern rites of apprenticeship, I won't mind," Jian Jian said, elegantly positioning itself in front of Shen Yibin. It perched on the ashtray, propping up its leg in a mock display of accepting worship. So next do you plan to serve me tea? It seems there's none here. Then juice will suffice. I don't mind this small difference. Serve you tea? I would rather pour a glass of juice over your head." Shen Yibin sprang up, angrily glaring at Jian Jian. "This creature is far too cunning, always finding a way to take advantage of me. So are you not planning to learn to sing with me? Do you expect to get by with these children's songs? I will soon tire of such low-quality tunes, and when that happens, I won't be able to eat or sleep well." Can you bear to see a clever, handsome, and melodious parrot like me fall ill and die all alone here? Jian asked in a tone reminiscent of a tragic hero from a melodrama. Stop. Enough already. I've endured the torment of melodramatic shows every summer since childhood. This tone is enough to drive anyone insane. If Shen Yibin doesn't comply, Jian could continue with this dreadful tone for 24 hours straight. How do you plan to teach me? Shen Yibin finally relented. Oh, no one could withstand this kind of pressure. Your tea. Oh no, the juice hasn't been poured yet. This creature was getting bolder, returning to lounge on the ashtray. Whatever, if you don't teach me, the figs will be gone by tonight. Let's go back. I'll make you spicy braised lamb, Shen Yibin said, pulling hot air as if to leave. All right, though I come from noble origins, I am not overly particular about etiquette. Jian conceded, finally persuading Shen Yibin to learn singing. So which song would you like to start with? You sing a song well, and I will assess your voice and singing technique. Let's stick with the first song we just heard. Shen Yibin approached the jukebox and selected Jay Cho's East Wind Breaks. Taking a sip of juice to soothe his already strained throat, he took several deep breaths to prepare himself and began to sing. A lonely lamp of parting sorrows stands at the window. I pretend you're not gone behind the door. The familiar place feels like a return. The full moon only deepens my loneliness. The candlelight flickers at midnight, unable to blame me. Jian tilted its head and shook it repeatedly, seemingly unable to endure his poor singing, but determined to assess Shen Yibin's true level. It refrained from interrupting, occasionally muttering under its breath, as if critiquing his performance. Tisk, 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 this is truly awful. If I had to listen to this level of singing every day, I would lose 10 years off my life, Jian exclaimed as the song concluded, shaking its head as if trying to rid itself of a headache. Your high notes are non-existent. Your low notes lack depth. Your breath control is completely disjointed. Most importantly, hardly a note is sung correctly. Lose 10 years. Amazon parrots live quite long, generally 4 to 5 decades. Some larger breeds can live over 60 years, with some even reaching over 100. Shen Yibin might not even outlive it. What does 10 years mean to it? Of course, such thoughts could only remain unspoken. Despite Jian's harsh criticism, Shen Yibin, fearing for his own well-being, had no choice but to plead earnestly. How do you suggest I start learning? For someone like you who has no foundational skills at all, we'll have to begin with breathing exercises and vocal warm-ups. I'll first teach you 3 breathing techniques. Jian flew to the television, looking straight at Shen Yibin. The first breathing technique: slowly inhale, and then slowly exhale. Breathe in as if smelling flowers, and exhale as if blowing silk. Come follow my rhythm, hoo-hoo. Hoo-hoo. Shen Yibin followed Jian's instructions, finding this method not too difficult, managing to grasp the essentials after a few tries. The second breathing technique: exhale and inhale rapidly. Hoo-hoo-hoo-hoo. Compared to the previous method, this one was rather ungraceful. Hoo-hoo-hoo-hoo. After practicing twice, Shen Yibin suddenly felt something was off. This breathing method feels like a tired dog panting. Yes, you hit the nail on the head. This method is called dog panting. Jian smirked. All right, you did well with the last one, but the breathing frequency isn't fast enough. Keep practicing faster. What the heck? To learn singing, I have to imitate a dog's panting. This is utterly humiliating. Though feeling greatly embarrassed, practice must continue. Thus, the private room was filled with the sounds of rapid panting. This noise drifted outside, sparking discussions among the waitstaff. Are you sure the only guest in that room is a panda? There are no golden retrievers, Labradors, or shepherds. It sounds like there's a dog in there. All right, you can stop now. That breathing sound is truly unbearable. When we return, you can practice on your own. Next, we will begin learning the third breathing method. Count from 1 to 10, then to 20, all in one breath. The more you count, the longer it takes, but take it slow and steady. Don't overwhelm yourself at the start, or you might faint. It appeared that Jian could no longer endure the unpleasant noise. After practicing the rhythm of breathing, Jian taught him several methods to strengthen his voice. Then the 3-hour session came to an end, and Shen Yibin pulled hot air out of the private room. I finally made it through. Back in the shop, after settling the bill, Shen Yibin collapsed listlessly onto the sofa. The thought of having to start practicing early every day and then going to the KTV to sing for the demanding Jian left him with no hope for the future. Well, fortunately, hot air was much more considerate than the parrot. Seeing Shen Yibin's discontent, it immediately offered tea and water and even massaged his calves, causing Shen Yibin to forget his gloom and regain his spirits. This difficult master would only be a concern for 3 months. I should focus on running the shop and finding it a suitable owner. Once it's sold, I will be free. Excuse me, is this Mr. Shen Yibin's pet shop? Just as he was about to tidy up the store, a man with a camera walked in. Upon seeing hot air, his eyes lit up. There really is a panda here, but it was worth the trip. With that, he took out his camera, aiming it at hot air to take a photo. A reporter, recognizing the demeanor Shen Yibin, immediately deduced the man's identity. However, even if you are a reporter, is it appropriate to take photos without my permission? Sir, this is a private shop and photography is not allowed. Since he was impolite first, Shen Yibin naturally would not give him a pleasant response. He stepped forward to block the lens. We do not accept interviews, please leave, and do not disturb our normal business. I have the right to conduct interviews freely, you cannot interfere. Moreover, I believe you may have used some illegal means to acquire this panda. Please explain yourself to the readers. The reporter did not back down. Instead, he pulled out a recording pen and prepared for an interview, seemingly unwilling to leave without satisfactory answers. After a lengthy discussion, Shen Yibin found he had made no progress. Looking at the police car parked outside, he noticed two unfamiliar police officers had replaced by Yanni and Xiao Li, who seemed to have changed shifts and were off duty. Shen Yibin hesitated to disturb them. Why are you so long-winded? I've wasted my breath with no effect. A long-winded. Shen Yibin caught a glimpse of Jian pecking at a fig on the coffee table. Although the reporter was articulate, he paled in comparison to Jian. Perhaps I should let Jian handle him. I need to feed my pet. You can speak with my spokesperson about your matters. Shen Yibin decided to stop engaging with him. Spokesperson. The reporter looked around the store. Apart from a panda, a parrot, and a few cats and dogs, there were no other creatures. Where could the spokesperson be? Jian, come deal with him. Chase him away, and I will give you an extra fig tonight. Closing the door and letting Jian out. Oh no, I mean letting Jian handle the situation. Jian immediately flapped its wings and flew over, speaking despite the reporter's astonishment. Hello, sir. I am the spokesperson for this foolish shop owner. Allow me to introduce myself. I am a noble yellow-winged blue-top Amazon parrot from South America, and my illustrious name is Pablo Diego Hesa San Diego Francisco de Palagay Nepomuceno Crispino Ros Remedios Saporiano Alison Dissima Trinidad Maria Parisiaco Crito Riz Blasco Reynolds. What is your name? Before the reporter could respond, Jian dismissed him with a wave of its wing. Never mind, you don't need to tell me. As a noble being, I wouldn't bother remembering the name of such a minor character. After wandering the world for so many years, who would have thought I would be looked down upon by a parrot in Yunzong? The reporter was utterly infuriated. I am a reporter for XX Daily. Our newspaper holds considerable influence and I. So what? The parrot circled the reporter, closely examining his attire. When it spotted a slip of paper peeking out of the reporter's pocket, it laughed. Huh, a reporter who has to take a hard seat on the train for a business trip. Does your newspaper not even buy you a plane ticket? So which is it? Is your paper too poor, or are you just too lowly? Look at your clothes. They might even be worse than what this foolish shop owner is wearing. Sir, you are certainly living a rather miserable existence. The reporter's face flushed with embarrassment as Jian perched on the back of the sofa. Goodness, I am starting to feel sorry for you. Just think about it. Your boss must have heard some rumor from somewhere and issued a casual order forcing you to cancel your vacation and take a hard seat on the train. A hard seat on the train. You've worked so hard to get here for an interview. And then you have to craft an article that may or may not be published, and whether anyone reads it is uncertain. Your hard work goes unnoticed, your achievements overlooked, and your future remains bleak. Jian scolded, don't you have even a mouse's tail worth of courage? Why not firmly tell your boss no? Tear up your identification card, throw your resignation letter in his face, and say you're done. The poor reporter seemed to be hit with a truth bomb, opening his mouth to defend himself. But Jian would not give him a chance to interject, bombarding him with a torrent of critiques and disdain. The reporter's face shifted from red to pale, as if he were engaged in an intense internal struggle. Indeed, did he really want to continue in such a hopeless job? Stop. Enough. After enduring around 10 minutes of Jian's verbal assault, the reporter finally broke down, covering his ears and fleeing the pet shop in disarray. Shen Yibin and High Air simultaneously gave Jian a thumbs up, though it seemed that sometimes this creature could indeed be of some use. Alas, it seems today will be a slow day for business. Hair, please help me close the door. It's time to prepare dinner. Since the reporter was chased away, not a single customer had walked into Shen Yibin's shop until after 7 in the evening. The only sales made today were when a mother bought a chihuahua in the morning. Just a few days ago, Shen Yibin would have been content with a single transaction each day. After all, he could fill his stomach and leave his family well fed. But now with Hair and Jian around, things were different. The profit from selling the chihuahua had disappeared into buying figs and Brazilian raspberries for Jian, and he also had to buy bamboo shoots and lamb for Hair, not to mention the money spent at the KTV in the afternoon. If things continued this way, Shen Yibin feared he would soon face bankruptcy. Hair climbed down from the sofa, stepping over the plush panda-shaped cushion to the door. Together they pulled down the roller shutter, sealing off the day's business. With Hair around, even a bit of hardship doesn't matter. Watching Hare wobble as he climbed the stairs melted away Shen Yibin's earlier frustration. If business continued to dwindle, perhaps he could try writing web novels on Qijian, weaving in the stories of himself and Hare. A title like Future Pet Shop could attract many readers, especially with how adorable Hare is, as surely they'd collect, recommend, and shower him with rewards. Today, well, makes Sichuan-style braised lamb. According to research, pandas love lamb, and since Hare enjoys Sichuan cuisine, he would surely relish this dish that combines both. Of course, Jianjian couldn't be overlooked. After all, he had just helped significantly. Jianjian, how about I make you a fig salad? Are you okay with salad dressing? Add some mozzarella cheese, use Greek olive oil and Italian balsamic vinegar. And this creature always claimed to have noble lineage, but with such picky taste, he truly exuded an aristocratic air. Nope, just ordinary olive oil and vinegar. Eat it or not. These ingredients were easy enough to prepare, and Shen Yibin regretted giving him such a pleasant demeanor. Fine, if you don't have them, then forget it. After dinner, let's practice some breathing exercises and vocal warm-ups, especially for dog panting. Let's start with half an hour of panting. However, the repercussions arrived swiftly. Chunks of lamb leg were cleaned and boiled with seasonings. Once cooked, they were drained before being stir-fried with oil, Pixian debanjiang, onion, star anise, and other ingredients. The lamb was then added along with water, soy sauce, and a generous amount of cooking wine for flavor before being transferred to a pressure cooker with rock sugar and carrots to stew. While the lamb simmered, Shen Yibin quickly prepared a fig salad for Jianjian. Although he lacked Greek olive oil, Italian balsamic vinegar, and mozzarella cheese, using substitute brands wouldn't greatly affect the taste. After all, Jianjian's palate was far less discerning than Hare's. Before long, dinner was ready. Shen Yibin enjoyed a delightful meal with a panda and a parrot before heading downstairs to feed the pets and let them out for a stroll. Taking advantage of the opportunity, he continued to practice breathing and vocal exercises under Jianjian's guidance. While practicing various techniques was manageable, the dog panting exercise attracted the golden retrievers and huskies, who rushed over, perhaps thinking new friends had arrived at the shop. They even began panting in unison, creating a cacophony that left Shen Yibin feeling quite vexed. After finishing up, Shen Yibin headed back upstairs to rest. Jianjian had Hare place his nest atop his head as they returned to Shen Yibin's bedroom, setting it on the bedside table. Luckily, Jianjian didn't say much before bedtime, and the three quickly fell into slumber. Shen Yibin stretched and opened the curtains the next morning, greeted by bright sunshine. Hare, wake up. The weather is lovely today. Let's continue our walk in the park. He had a favorable impression of the people from yesterday and planned to take Hare out again. The air is fresh in the park, making it perfect for exercise, especially for dog panting. Let's continue our practice there. However, his good mood was short-lived as Jianjian mercilessly shot him down. Was he really expected to learn dog panting under the watchful eyes of a bunch of elderly folks? He had no dignity left. Hare was quite pleased with yesterday's experience, especially the expansive lawn by the lake, where he had rolled around comfortably. After breakfast, Shen Yibin took Hare and Jianjian outside. Perhaps thinking the park posed little risk, by Yanni and the others didn't follow. He exchanged greetings with Long Yonghua and snagged 2 ice creams as the 3 of them walked towards the park. Tuanzi. Upon reaching the park entrance, they ran into the mother and child from the glutinous rice ball family. She seemed to be waiting for Hare, bringing along a newly purchased chihuahua. The little one snuggled up to Hare's side, and in just a day it had changed its outfit, now adorned with a pink bow around its neck. Hare appeared to like the little girl quite a bit, waving enthusiastically from a distance. Tuanzi. The glutinous rice ball dove into Hare's embrace, then pointed at the chihuahua. I named it Fontuan. You're hey bye Tuanzi, I'm Nwomi Tuan, and it's Fontuan. We're all Tuanzi. Well, after just 1 day apart, the Tuanzi family had grown bigger. Hare is here. Look, this is the tender bamboo leaves I specifically went to the countryside to find yesterday. Do you like it? Once they entered the park, the elderly folks surrounded them again, many holding bamboo branches and leaves. Dear friends, is your retirement life really this leisurely? Aren't you supposed to be helping with grandchildren? Shen Yibin felt utterly deflated. Fortunately, Hare didn't seem to mind. He happily accepted the bamboo leaves and started munching on them like a cigar. Bamboo and bamboo leaves are limited in nutrition, so a little snacking wouldn't hurt. Shen Yibin hurriedly thanked the enthusiastic elderly folks, repeatedly assuring them that he had a proper food source and could take good care of Hare, so they needn't worry. Hey, what are you waiting for? Hurry to the lakeside to practice. The cheerful atmosphere was soon shattered by Jianjian, who fluttered onto Shen Yibin's shoulder. A few minutes later, Shen Yibin stood on the grassy banks of the lake, beginning another round of vigorous dog panting, while the old men and women around him looked on in bewilderment. At this moment, if a stranger were to stumble into the park, they would likely be taken aback by the bizarre scene before them. On the lawn by the lake, a young man in his 20s was gasping for breath like an exhausted dog. Perched on his shoulder was a parrot chattering incessantly, while at his feet a plump panda rolled around joyously on the grass. Nearby, a cute little girl cheered on the panda, accompanied by her chihuahua adorned with a pink bow. A group of elderly onlookers observed the young man murmuring amongst themselves. Was this a park or a mental asylum? What's wrong with Yibin? Has smoking ruined his lungs? How can today's youth be so weak? If he's sick, that's one thing, but what will happen to Hare if no one looks after him? One elderly woman remarked, not sparing her words. That doesn't seem right. He looks like he's practicing breathing. He must be learning to sing. Indeed, practicing breathing and vocal exercises by the lake is a good idea, an experienced elder deduced. Oh, you know about that. It does sound like that now that you mention it. The group's gaze towards Shen Yibin finally returned to normal, especially as he continued his vocal exercises, further corroborating their theory. After over an hour of breathing and vocal practice, Shen Yibin took Hare for a stroll around the lake, marking the end of their morning session. Yet the enthusiastic elders were not done with him. Come on, let us help you take these bamboo and leaves back to your shop. After all, you can't carry them all by yourself. We might as well see what fun things you have in your store. We were interrupted by reporters before we could finish looking yesterday. New customers meant business for Shen Yibin, so he could hardly refuse. He, along with Hare and Jian, led the way, accompanied by a lively procession of elderly folks and children as they made their way down the street to the pet shop. Anyone aware of their destination knew they were off to see pets, but those unaware might have thought it was yet another promotional event by a health product company trying to swindle retirees out of their pensions. Upon entering the store, Shen Yibin brewed tea while instructing Hare to greet the customers. Hare, take everyone to see the pets. If you find one you like, go ahead and open the cage. Oh, what a pity this panda isn't for sale. Otherwise, I'd be willing to trade my villa for it, the elder remarked, unable to tear his gaze away from Hare. Just imagine bringing this creature home. The grandchildren would flock to visit daily. Dear sir, while you may not be able to buy the panda, perhaps consider the parrot nearby. I assure you it won't disappoint. Shen Yibin silently mused, managing only a dry chuckle in response. What kind of cat is this? It looks quite beautiful, an elderly woman asked, pointing at a cage. Oh, this silly cat is a British shorthair. Before Shen Yibin could respond, Jian fluttered over, eager to play the role of tour guide. It hails from the cold, damp land of Britain, which pales in comparison to our South America. However, it adapts quite well and is not difficult to care for. Its temperament is gentle and obedient, but it is lazy and requires daily exercise, otherwise it will become overweight. Goodness, this shop is filled with peculiar creatures. Despite the intelligence of the panda, even the seemingly ordinary parrot was exceptional. I had seen many singing parrots reciting ancient poetry, but this was the first time I encountered one that could give a guided tour. The elders were instantly enchanted by Jian's eloquence. Hey, what are you staring at? Haven't you ever seen a parrot as clever, handsome, and charming as me? Jian thrived on the increasing crowd. Ha ha ha. His words sent the elders into fits of laughter. Yes, we've never seen such a clever, handsome, and charming parrot. What's your name? My esteemed name is Pablo Diego Hosser San Diego Francisco de Paula Juan Nepomuceno Crispiniano de los Remedios Cipriano de la Santísima, Trinidad Maria Policio Crider Ruiz Blasco Reynolds. Clearly Jian was unwilling to accept the name Jian, seizing every opportunity to flaunt his lengthy Spanish name. The name exceeding 100 characters left the elders momentarily speechless. Even in their youth, they would have struggled to remember such a long name. Just call him Jian. This creature may not have many admirable traits, but being cheeky is certainly one of them. Given the generation gap, Shen Yibin had no intention of explaining the connection between Jian and Deadpool. Bin, how much is this parrot? It wouldn't be for sale, would it? A particularly eager elder asked, imagining the joy a witty parrot could bring into their home. The transfer fee for this parrot is 38,384 yuan and 38 fun. Before Shen Yibin could check, Jian confidently declared his worth. 38,384, a hefty price indeed. Shen Yibin silently applauded the future pricing strategy of his pet shop. Wow, that's quite expensive. Upon hearing the price, the elders began to waver. Well, there's no way around it. The market price for a blue hat Amazon parrot is typically in the 5-figure range due to its scarcity and the need for import from South America. This particular one is exceptional, hence the higher price, Shen Yibin promptly explained. Then I'll pass. I'll stick to looking at that cat. What did you say it was called again? 400,000 yuan. Rounded off, that's almost $1 million. Spending that on a parrot seemed impractical. A British shorthair characterized by a round, plump body, short, thick limbs, and a dense coat. It has a large head and round face, is gentle, calm, friendly, and very easy to care for, requiring little effort to look after. You could even take it for walks in the park every day. Jian enthusiastically detailed the advantages of the short-hair cat, and its price was reasonable, only a few thousand yuan. Thus, the elderly woman quickly made up her mind. After listening to Jianjian's extensive introduction, I must buy one. A bin can I pay via mobile transfer? Who would have thought this elderly woman was so tech-savvy? Absolutely. Just scan my phone, and I'll get you a cage cat litter cat food and the CFA birth certificate. If you need a pedigree certificate, I can help with that too. With Jianjian's assistance, it seemed business was about to take a turn for the better in the shop. Though this lazy cat cannot compare to me the parrot in handsomeness, charm, intelligence, or vocal prowess, it can still be quite adorable in its silly demeanor, and it is not troublesome to care for. Bringing it home would be a fine choice. Jianjian flitted over to Shen Yibin's shoulder. Boss, if the deal goes through, will I get a commission? Of course, here you go. Shen Yibin tossed a fig, nearly knocking Jianjian off his shoulder. Jianjian flew to the coffee table with the fig pecking at it while grumbling. It's truly unfortunate to have such a stingy boss. Selling a lazy cat that only eats and sleeps is no easy feat, and to think I was dismissed with just a fig. My life is indeed tragic. Oh, woe is me. As it spoke, Jianjian even pretended to wipe away tears. I say, Yibin, one shouldn't be so stingy. Hurry up and buy Jianjian some good food. Jianjian's display of sorrow quickly bore fruit, prompting someone to come to its defense. Sir, don't be fooled by the small size of this fig. In reality, it is quite expensive. Its daily food expenses exceed mine. Thinking about it really stings. Here I am, a young man eating less than a bird. Truly, I feel despondent. I want to get it something nice too, but imported fruits from South America are incredibly costly. This shop has just opened and business is mediocre. It's quite a struggle to support both her and this creature, he lamented. I just wish someone would buy Jianjian so I could enjoy a little peace. True enough, pandas aren't easy to keep, the man said, glancing around the shop's decor, and then at Shen Yibin's attire, sympathy welling up. I can't help you much, but I've been wanting to get a dog lately. Jianjian, come here and tell me about these dogs. Just a moment, sir, I'll be right there. With business in sight, Jianjian abandoned the fig and flew directly to the golden retriever's cage. This one is a golden retriever from Scotland. Don't be fooled by its somewhat dim-witted expression. It is in fact quite intelligent, ranking 4th on the canine IQ list. Of course, it pales in comparison to me. The greatest advantage of this silly dog is its friendliness towards children and infants. It has a cheerful personality and loves to play with little ones. If you have grandchildren, they will certainly have a blast together. As Jianjian sarcastically critiqued the golden retriever, it extolled its virtues. It doesn't bark excessively, so there's no need to worry about scaring the kids. It also loves exercise. Taking morning runs with you is no problem at all. Hey, I actually do have a grandson. With all you've said, could we let it out for a bit? The prospect of a playful companion clearly piqued the man's interest. Hare opened the door for the dog. Jianjian held its head high, flapping its wings, as if giving orders with the authority of a general. Okay. Hare was slightly annoyed by the tone, but understanding that Jianjian was trying to help Shen Yibin sell, he complied without a fuss, unlocking the cage and letting the golden retriever out. The dog promptly circled the man, sniffing as if to familiarize itself with his scent before sitting obediently by his side. Hey, it really is well behaved. Let's see it run a few steps. After leading the golden retriever around the room, the man was quite pleased with its behavior, and without hesitation swiped his card to pay. Boss, my commission, please. With another deal secured, Jian eagerly flew over to Shen Yibin to claim its reward. Of course, it's all yours. Shen Yibin tossed another Brazilian raspberry, thinking that at this rate, he might not need to prepare lunch for Jian at all. Its commission would suffice. As Shen Yibin had anticipated seeing Jian. Let me shed tears not just from last night's wine, let me feel reluctant not just from your tenderness. How much longer must we walk this path with you holding my hand? What troubles me is the struggle for freedom. In the KTV, after over an hour of singing children's songs, Shen Yibin finally began to practice a new piece. Stop. Start over. The first note is off, it's half a pitch too high. Jian comfortably leaned against the cushion, sipping fresh juice through a straw, while ruthlessly critiquing his singing. Oh, why am I so unfortunate to encounter a tone-deaf shopkeeper like you? Just thinking about living with you for a long time makes me feel like I'm going to collapse. Brother, I'm just as frustrated with your constant criticism. Shen Yibin thought he would be free from the teacher's reprimands after graduation, and quitting his job would mean no more harsh words from his boss. Yet here he was running a shop, enduring a barrage of verbal assaults, and the worst critic was his own pet. I feed it, I care for it, and in return not a single kind word, but instead this torment. What sins did I commit in my past life? But no matter how upset he felt, he had to endure it. Back in school, if he disobeyed a teacher, he could go home to call his parents. If he couldn't stand his boss at the studio, he could quit. However, if he didn't serve this esteemed pet, well, he might end up in a prison picking up soap. Just thinking about the potential consequences made Shen Yibin suppress his frustrations, slowly placing the microphone down, returning to the song selection table to choose a recently popular song, closing his eyes to recall Jian's earlier pointers, and began his nth attempt at singing. Jingle jingle clap. Thankfully, with Har helping him, it continuously adjusted Shen Yibin's rhythm with a tambourine and cheered him on. Whenever he paused for even a moment, it would eagerly offer him juice to soothe his throat. This is how Shen Yibin managed to persevere under Jian's relentless critique without storming out. To be honest, just like when Har guided him in cooking under Jian's constant instruction, Shen Yibin felt he had indeed improved his karaoke skills. Not to mention the beginning of this new song had started to take shape. Although still far from Jian's level, it was already a significant improvement compared to his earlier attempts. After 3 hours of torment, Shen Yibin opened the private room door, and the waitstaff, who had been eavesdropping outside, scattered in a rush. After paying at the front desk and pulling Har along while carrying Jian on his shoulder, Shen Yibin walked toward the pet store under the gaze of passers-by on both sides of the street. Phew! In the police car across the street, Yanni sighed with relief. Just moments ago, several drivers had nearly popped their eyes out in shock. Thankfully, the traffic was light, preventing any accidents, or they would have been busy again. I really need to tell Abin he can't take Har out shopping during rush hour. Otherwise, it could lead to a fatal accident. At that thought, a hint of jealousy welled up in Yanni. She considered herself quite a beauty and typically turned heads while walking down the street. However, she couldn't compare to Har. Its charm knew no bounds, captivating everyone from young to old, leaving no one unimpressed. Oh, I understand, I'll be more careful in the future, Shen Yibin replied to Yanni on WeChat. Considering the time, he took Har to the park before anyone else was at work and returned from KTV before others got off. There shouldn't be much of an issue, but in the future he might need to observe the traffic flow before heading out. After all, he wasn't in a congested city like Beijing, or otherwise he might not be able to step outside all day. Abin, we just got fresh bamboo shoots. Would you like to buy some for Har? The owner of the fruit and vegetable shop greeted him enthusiastically. Ever since people saw a panda buying bamboo shoots from his store, business had picked up significantly. Everyone believed that if the panda could eat them without issue, then the vegetables in his shop were certainly fresh and untainted. Sure, let's get some. Har, you pick some out. By the way, do you have any fresh lamb? Har had really enjoyed the spicy braised lamb from yesterday, so Shen Yibin planned to cook lamb again, this time opting for barbecue instead of braising. All right, Jian, do you see any fruits you like? He still had this esteemed pet on his shoulder. If he only remembered Har and neglected Jian, he would surely face a barrage of complaints upon returning. Apples. They're treated with preservatives. I can't eat those. Bananas. Picked raw and ripened improperly, the taste has changed. Strawberries. They still have pesticide residue. How dare you sell these? Before the shop owner could introduce anything, Jian flitted out, launching into a tirade of criticism. Hearing this, a girl nearby who had just picked out a few apples quickly put them back. The shop owner's face turned as dark as the bottom of a pot. Were you here to cause trouble? Oh, the cherries seem okay. Abin, buy me some. After circling the fruit shelves, Jian finally found a fruit it could eat. Unfortunately, by this time, most customers had already left the shop. Next time you dare come here, I'll chase you away with a broom. The shop owner. Currently, with the store having just opened, the customer flow is rather sparse. Finding a buyer who meets the necessary conditions for purchasing the cheeky parrot Jian within such a limited pool of potential customers seems a daunting task. One that would require extraordinary luck. Unfortunately, Shen Yibin has never been particularly lucky. His fortune is akin to that of a jinxed individual. If he were to simply wait in the store, he might as well be on his knees in despair. Perhaps he should try advertising. Post a message in his social circle asking for help in finding a suitable buyer. With this thought in mind, Shen Yibin took out his phone, snapped a couple of photos of Jian, and uploaded them to his social media, beginning to craft his message. Currently available: one yellow-winged, blue-capped Amazon parrot, complete with import certification and pedigree documentation. This parrot possesses extraordinary linguistic abilities that are sure to astonish you. He silently vowed that anyone who could remain indifferent upon seeing such a cheeky creature deserved a hefty dose of misfortune. He continued to edit his message. The selling price is a mere 38384. 3 yuan, no room for negotiation. Just as he was about to post it, he couldn't resist adding another line. Moreover, potential buyers must have a profound understanding of musical performance and singing, otherwise the sale will not proceed. Please help share this message, and I express my gratitude in advance. After a thorough review to ensure there were no errors, he finally felt satisfied enough to post it. From now on, he would publish this message daily in his social circle for a month. If that still yielded no results, he would have to contemplate alternative strategies. After posting, Shen Yibin retrieved the lamb leg he had purchased earlier, cut it into small rectangular strips, and mixed it with some onion and a pinch of salt to marinate. He then found the bamboo that had been brought for Hare that morning, took a small knife from the kitchen, and began crafting them into skewers. After all, there was no way Hare could finish all that bamboo, and it would spoil over time. It was better to use it for making skewers for lamb kebabs. Hare, how about I make you lamb kebabs for dinner? Shen Yibin asked as he sliced the bamboo skewers. Hare, who was busy feeding the pets from a basket, nodded enthusiastically. Lamb was the panda's favorite meat, and just thinking about its deliciousness made its mouth water. Would you like to try some? Shen Yibin recalled that the Amazon parrot's preferred foods included figs, berries, nuts, flowers, seeds, fruits, and tender shoots from the tops of trees, seemingly not meat. However, since the future pet store had provided the panda with delicious twice-cooked pork, it didn't seem too surprising for the Amazon parrot to have a unique palate as well. That lamb you made yesterday smelled pretty good, right? Jian hesitated. This was a food it had never tried before. Could it possibly be better than fig salad? Yet recalling how Shen Yibin and Hare savored it the previous day, it was uncertain. Perhaps it was worth a try. You probably can't eat spicy food, right? Then I'll make you a couple of skewers without chili later. Though Jian could be rather annoying, Shen Yibin felt a twinge of reluctance at the thought of selling it. He decided to let Jian enjoy its time at the store a little longer. After spending an hour preparing a large batch of bamboo skewers, these freshly cut pieces would impart a hint of bamboo fragrance when grilling, effectively alleviating the lamb's gamey taste and richness, aligning perfectly with Hare's preferences. At that moment, the lamb was ready to be grilled. Shen Yibin swiftly skewered the meat. He had often gone camping with Su Yi and others honing this skill, and he even had a grill at home. Otherwise, he wouldn't be undertaking this task. Once everything was prepared, Shen Yibin took Hare and Jian upstairs. He moved the grill to the balcony, lit the charcoal, and began grilling, laying the skewers across the grill to evenly absorb the heat. Before long, the delightful aroma of grilling meat wafted through the air. Hare stretched its head forward, mouth agape, gazing at the meat on the grill, occasionally drooling in anticipation. Here, would you like to try? Noticing Hare's eagerness, Shen Yibin handed over a small portion of meat to let it grill. Given Hare's solid theoretical foundation, it should have no problem handling the grilling process. Making lamb kebabs was not particularly complex. Hare's panda paws were more than adequate for the task. Hare nodded vigorously, quickly taking the lamb skewers and starting to grill them. Initially, its technique was somewhat clumsy, but soon its solid theoretical knowledge began to shine through. Its movements grew increasingly adept, even surpassing Shen Yibin, an experienced griller. If things ever became unmanageable, he could always take Hare to the night market to sell skewers. Surely a 20 yuan skewer would find buyers. Lamb skewers were everywhere, but how many people had tasted kebabs grilled by a panda? He could even offer a promotion: buy 50 skewers and receive a photo with a panda. Earning over 10,000 daily would not be a dream. Of course, this was merely Shen Yibin's daydream. Occasionally grilling for his own enjoyment was one thing. He could never bear to let Hare toil so hard. If he wanted to make money with Hare streaming live, would surely. Hare, you go ahead and eat first. As Hare brought over the freshly grilled lamb skewers, Shen Yibin and Jian felt a twinge of guilt. Hare had worked hard all day and hadn't eaten yet, while they had at least had a taste. You eat. He'll go grab a couple of bottles of beer. Barbecue simply must be paired with beer. Since Hare arrived home, he had been particularly careful. When would he have time to go out for skewers and beer? Now that the opportunity presented itself, he should indulge himself properly. Glug glug, are refreshing. The icy beer slid down instantly, dissolving the previous greasiness. A loud belch escaped him, and every cell in his body felt invigorated. Shen Yibin sank back into the reclining chair, so comfortable that he didn't even want to lift a finger. Hare curiously leaned over, watching Shen Yibin drink the beer. Jian scooted closer. What are you drinking? It seems to taste pretty good. Seriously, have you two even reached adulthood? Is it really okay to want to drink at such a young age? Shen Yibin quickly covered the beer can. This is alcohol. You're both still too young to drink. I'm 32 this year. How old are you? Who's older, really? Jian puffed out his chest. It had been mentioned earlier that Amazon parrots were a long-lived species, and Jian was a new breed enhanced by 22nd century biotechnology, so living this long wasn't surprising. Dear, for someone so brash, living this long is truly remarkable. Before Shen Yibin could respond, Jian had already flown onto his arm. Come on, share some with me. Good things shouldn't be hoarded. I'll pour you a little bit, but I doubt you'll like it. Shen Yibin had seen Jian drink juice before, so whether it could handle the taste of beer was uncertain. He got up, grabbed 2 small bowls, poured a bit into one, and handed it to Jian. Here, but don't say I didn't warn you. Beer has a peculiar taste. If you don't like it, don't blame me. Hare, who was grilling the lamb skewers, noticed Shen Yibin only poured for Jianjian and not for himself. He immediately protested this apparent favoritism. Hey, you're not over 30, are you? With Hare's personality, he looked far from being an adult, and Shen Yibin didn't dare pour him any alcohol. Hare insisted loudly again. Yuck, yuck, yuck. What is this strange taste? It's nowhere near as good as juice. By this time, Jianjian had tasted the beer. It reacted as if it had tasted poison, desperately sticking out its tongue, then buried its beak into the juice Shen Yibin had prepared, taking a while to recover. It's simply too horrible. Ooh, I can't help but question your taste. How could you drink something so awful and enjoy it? See, Jianjian can't handle it. You might as well give up trying, Shen Yibin continued to persuade. But Hare was determined to try the beer, refusing to back down no matter what Shen Yibin said. Fine, I'll pour you a little bit, just a tiny bit. No matter if you like it or not, you can't drink more, okay? You guys are all high and mighty, I can't afford to offend you, right? He took another small bowl and poured a little less than half for Hare, then presented it to him. Hare was thrilled, quickly sharing the grilled lamb skewers with Shen Yibin and Jianjian. He imitated Shen Yibin, taking 2 hearty bites of the lamb skewer before lifting the small bowl for a huge gulp. Wow. Having never tasted beer before, Hare was immediately overwhelmed by the alcohol, involuntarily burping and wearing a peculiar expression as if savoring the flavor. How is it? Not good, right? Put the bowl down or I'll get you some juice. As he spoke, Shen Yibin reached for the small bowl, but Hare, not listening to his master, was caught off guard and choked on the beer. However, Hare clutched the bowl tightly, squinting his small eyes, licking his lips. Suddenly his eyes widened, sparkling with surprise, as he presented the small bowl back to Shen Yibin. No way, don't tell me you're hooked. This clearly signals that he wants more beer. However, Shen Yibin dared not agree. Even though the beer had a low alcohol content, it still contained alcohol, and he wouldn't let this little one drink freely. All right, just a taste is fine, you can't drink too much. Shen Yibin quickly hugged the beer, fearing Hare might snatch it from him. Observing that Shen Yibin was slow to refill her cup, Hare grew anxious, repeatedly urging him with her 2 paws as she presented the wine bowl, her eyes gazing at him with a pitiful expression. I really don't understand you 2 fools. How can you enjoy such a terrible drink so much? Jianjian lamented, exasperated with the pair. And can I get another skewer of lamb without chili, please? I might as well enjoy my meal in peace while you 2 do whatever you like. Hare, engrossed in her drinking, had abandoned the grilling altogether. It was impossible for me to manage both pouring wine and grilling meat alone. Hare, wait a moment. Let me finish grilling this meat before I pour you more wine, all right? Shen Yibin attempted to delay further. Hare nudged her wine bowl again, then deftly placed the lamb skewer on the grill and began turning it over. It seemed she intended to take care of the skewer while urging him to pour the wine quickly. All right, I concede. What more could I do when she's like this? Shen Yibin sighed helplessly and poured another half bowl of wine. Hare, this really is the last bowl. He glanced at the remaining beer and thought, why is there still so much left? If there were only 2 or 3 bottles, I could down them in one go, but this is clearly beyond my capacity. Hare nodded vigorously, quickly brushing spices, cumin, and chili powder onto the lamb skewers, her gaze fixated on the wine bowl. It was clear she intended to leap for the wine as soon as the skewer was done. It seems bringing out the beer today was a mistake. Why can't I just control my mouth? Drinking has its consequences. I must ensure not to have beer at home next time. It's fine here at the shop, but what if I left this little rascal alone at home and she indulged in the beer can? Just as Shen Yibin was lost in thought, Hare had already grilled the lamb skewers. She handed 2 without chili to Jianjian and stuffed the rest into Shen Yibin's hands, eagerly reaching for the wine bowl once her paws were free. Shen Yibin quickly pushed the wine bowl aside and offered several lamb skewers. Hare, eat these before you drink. She hadn't eaten much tonight. Drinking on an empty stomach could lead to drunkenness, didn't she know? She needed to have something to fill her stomach first. Hare looked at Shen Yibin with a face full of grievance. Why won't you let me drink even though I'm being so obedient? However, this time, Shen Yibin stood firm, refusing to hand over the wine bowl. Reluctantly, Hare accepted the lamb skewers and began to gnaw on them. The skewers that had seemed so delicious moments ago now tasted bland. It didn't take long for her to finish them again, gazing at Shen Yibin with pitiful eyes. Fine, you win. No matter how adorable a panda might be, it's still a bear. I have no way to deal with this stubborn child. Shen Yibin used a tissue to wipe the grease from Hare's mouth before handing over the wine bowl, reiterating, this really is the last bowl. After this, we focus on grilling meat. At first, Hare was reluctant to agree, but seeing Shen Yibin grasping the wine bowl tightly, she had no choice but to relent, responding with a dejected murmur. Gulp, gulp. With both paws cradling the wine bowl, she tilted her head back and drank it down, releasing a contented belch. Genuinely astonished, by how delicious this beverage was. Why had she only discovered it so late? Hare felt a mix of relief and regret in her heart. Wait, why does the moon seem to have split into two? And why are Bin and Jianjian swaying around? Hare, clutching the wine bowl, staggered as if to ask Shen Yibin for another round, but before she could voice her request, she toppled over onto the ground with a thud. Is she already drunk? Shen Yibin looked perplexedly at the beer can. This is just regular beer, nothing extraordinary. How could it lead to such quick intoxication for Hare? 3 small bowls already knocked her out. Hare! Hare! Without a moment to lose, he rushed over to help her up, calling her name repeatedly, filled with regret. Look what happens when I don't let you drink. You insist on it, and now you're drunk. Why didn't I stand my ground more firmly? What will I do if this little one gets hurt? Just as Shen Yibin pondered whether he should call for an ambulance, Hare finally reacted, blinking her dazed eyes and presenting the wine bowl to Shen Yibin again. Seriously, you want more? Goodness, you just fell and forgot to protect the wine bowl. What kind of panda have I raised? Will you be the first panda to die from alcohol poisoning? Hare, you. Goodness, Jianjian. You didn't say a word when Har came out. Shen Yibin felt his soul nearly escape his body. Har was so unsteady on his feet. What if he fell down the stairs? He hurried to the staircase, scooping Har up in his arms, feeling a wave of relief wash over him. He woke up looking for you, but I didn't want to disturb you since it seemed like he was fine, Jianjian said innocently. Doesn't this silly panda clean with you every day? Today was different. This little rascal was drunk. Shen Yibin screamed internally but dared not voice it. After all, Har seemed fine now, and he doubted he could win an argument against Jianjian. Better to endure for the moment. Ignoring Jianjian, Shen Yibin gently patted Har's head. Har, how about you go back to sleep? I'll finish cleaning up soon and then come up to keep you company. You haven't finished your practice for tonight, Jianjian interjected, suddenly his intentions unclear, whether he wanted Shen Yibin to improve his singing or simply wished to see him flustered. Har shook his head, repeatedly wobbling upright and extending a paw towards the cleaning tools in the middle of the hall, seemingly eager to help Shen Yibin finish the chores just like the previous days. Today that's not necessary. Look, there's barely anything left. I'll be done in no time, Shen Yibin carefully avoided agreeing. Har's current state was unpredictable. Who knew what mischief he might cause next? Yet the stubbornness of a drunken Har was formidable. No matter what excuse Shen Yibin offered, Har shook his head, resolutely refusing to go back to sleep. All right, if you don't want to sleep, then stay with me downstairs. Since Har was awake, Shen Yibin didn't dare leave him alone in the bedroom. Even with Jianjian supervising, it didn't feel reliable. So he carried Har down to the first floor, wary of his unsteady gait. He certainly wouldn't let Har navigate the stairs alone. Upon reaching the first floor, as soon as Har's paws touched the ground, he staggered towards the center of the hall, grabbing a broom and attempting to sweep. However, under the influence of alcohol, his paws were clearly uncooperative, causing him to scatter trash instead of collecting it. All of Shen Yibin's earlier efforts had gone to waste. Har burped and scratched his head, utterly oblivious to the chaos he was causing. You should rest on the sofa. I can handle this. Shen Yibin decided it was best not to let Har continue any more of this, and he wouldn't get to sleep at all. This time Har didn't resist. He clung to Shen Yibin's leg and climbed onto the sofa. After settling him down, Shen Yibin resumed cleaning. However, as he worked, he felt something amiss behind him. Turning around, his eyes nearly popped out of his head. Har, who had just been on the sofa, was now climbing up the decorative pillar beside it. Jianjian was not helping. He had flown nearby, cheering Har on higher. Higher. Jianjian, what on earth are you doing? Shen Yibin was nearly in tears as he rushed to protect Har from falling. Climbing is a panda's nature. Since there are no trees in your house, I guess he'll have to climb the pillar, Jianjian replied, innocently, showing no remorse. But Har was drunk. As Shen Yibin watched, Har climbed higher, surpassing his head. If he continued, he would reach the ceiling. Shen Yibin had no time to argue with Jianjian. He quickly reached out to pull Har down. Normally well-behaved Har was particularly obstinate when inebriated. Clinging tightly to the pillar with his front paws, he kicked against Shen Yibin's hands with his hind legs, determined to climb higher. Har, I've got something for you. Come down and drink it. Seeing that force wouldn't work, Shen Yibin resorted to a different tactic. He supported Har's waist with one hand and grabbed some juice from the coffee table with the other, pouring it into a cup. Upon hearing the sound of pouring, Har seemed to recall the delightful taste of beer and immediately loosened his grip, slipping down to the floor. Shen Yibin was taken aback. Here, drink some juice to sober up. Did juice even have that effect? He thought after drinking too much you get dry mouth. Anything is better than nothing, right? Har sniffed the cup, realizing it wasn't the beer he expected, and looked somewhat displeased. However, Shen Yibin's interruption seemed to have diminished his interest in climbing the pillar. Instead, he wobbled to the center of the hall, stretching his paws and twisting his body as if he were about to dance. By this point, Shen Yibin had nearly finished his cleaning and found the scene amusing. He immediately took out his phone to record it. If you ever want to drink again, I'll show you this video and see if you're still embarrassed. Ni hao. 1 step, 2 steps, 1 step, 2 steps, a step, like claws like the devil's dance, rubbing on this smooth floor, rubbing like the devil's dance, 1 step, 2 steps, 1 step, 2 steps, a step, like claws like the devil's dance, rubbing. Jian, the ever-enthusiastic spectator, flew over to Har's cage and started providing a lively accompaniment, singing in a rhythmically intense tune. With Jian's accompaniment, Har seemed to find his groove, his paws clad in cotton slippers, sliding across the floor in perfect synchrony with Jian's melody. Shen Yibin was taken aback. Tomorrow I'll post this video on Weibo. If it gets less than 10 million views, I'll livestream a fan blowing air. Tears streamed down his face as he thought. As he drowsily stirred from slumber, Shen Yibin felt a furry paw scratching at his face. Reluctantly, he opened his eyes to find Hare's large head before him. Hare. The moment he saw the panda, all traces of sleep vanished. What kind of trouble had this little rascal gotten into now? A quick glance at Hare revealed nothing unusual, which eased his worries. It's time to get up and practice, Jian said while preening its splendid feathers in front of a mirror. Clearly displeased with Shen Yibin's tendency to linger in bed, Jian seemed more eager to witness Shen Yibin's dog-breathing exercises in front of an audience. Wasn't it you two who kept me awake all night? Shen Yibin ruffled Hare's head. Do you even know what you were up to last night? When we get back from exercising, I'm going to show you a lesson. After dressing and washing up, he helped Hare with its grooming, then prepared breakfast, serving the two demanding creatures as they enjoyed their meal. An hour later, Shen Yibin, Hare, and Jian set off towards the park. Having familiarized themselves with the route over the past few days, the shopkeepers along the way no longer reacted with astonishment at the sight of Hare, instead greeting them warmly. Inside the park, familiar faces awaited, including the elderly folks who were often accompanied by pets from Shen Yibin's shop. Hare, you're a bit late today. Were you sleeping in? Mama always says sleeping in isn't good for children, said Nuamituan, making a shy expression. Oh. Hare bashfully scratched its head, seemingly reminiscing about the previous night during breakfast. Come on, let's take a stroll, Shen Yibin suggested, tugging at Hare as they began their leisurely walk around the lake. Why were there so many people in the park today? He really didn't want to practice breathing exercises here. As Shen Yibin ambled along with Hare, and Nuamituan, who was accompanied by her chihuahua Jian, took to the treetops to practice its vocal skills. Perhaps due to a nearby opera enthusiast warming up, Jian surprised everyone by not singing its usual quirky songs, but instead joining the elder in a rendition of Peking opera. I stand atop the city tower, gazing at the scenic view, my ears catching the clamor beyond the walls, the fluttering banners casting shadows, only to discover they are troops sent by Sima. Each word resonated with strong confidence, fluidly transitioning between notes, captivating the elderly audience of opera lovers. They held their breath, nodding along, and when the final note rang out, a thunderous applause erupted. Bravo! That was splendid. Well, I've been an opera enthusiast for 30 years, yet today I'm outperformed by a parrot, one elder remarked, left speechless. Accepting that a professional opera singer might sing better would be easier, but to be outdone by a mere bird, that was a hard pill to swallow. Ah Bin, is this parrot for sale? How much? With Jian's impressive display, a crowd quickly gathered to inquire about its price. Sigh, I wish I could sell this creature sooner, but finding a buyer for Jian isn't that simple. Upon hearing the price of 38,384 yuan and 38 cents, the prospective buyers hesitated, as their spending habits differed greatly from the younger generation. Committing to spend tens of thousands on a pet wasn't an easy decision for them. Shen Yibin didn't hold much hope, as he noted that even if some could afford the price, they likely wouldn't meet the needed friendliness requirements. After all, these elders were not young. Whether it was 2 hours of daily practice with instruments or singing, it required stamina that they probably lacked. After 2 laps around the lake, Hare climbed a tree while Shen Yibin continued to practice his dog breathing on the grass. Technically, climbing trees in the park was prohibited, but when the park attendant came over to check and saw Hare the panda, he simply walked away, evidently aware of Hare's background. After a night's rest, Hare was completely sober, and Shen Yibin wasn't worried about it falling from the tree. This was a skill it had mastered. Following their workout, a few followers made their way to the pet shop, though the number paled in comparison to the previous days. Those interested in buying pets had already visited, and the crowd would likely dwindle further. I need to find ways to expand the customer base, otherwise when will I ever sell Jian? The 3-month deadline has already passed, and so far there hasn't been a single serious buyer. Watching Jian enthusiastically introduce pets to potential clients, Shen Yibin thought to himself. Thanks to Jian's silver tongue, they successfully closed a few deals, ensuring their meals and KTV expenses for the afternoon were covered. But that wasn't enough. He still owed over 20,000 yuan on his credit card from when he purchased Hare not too The feeling of showing off a panda without worrying about anyone trying to take it away is truly exhilarating. It's akin to flaunting a high status in a group chat without fear of an admin stepping in to silence you. Gone is the anxiety from mistakenly sending a picture of Har. Instead, there's only the forthcoming thrill of countless envious glances. The mere thought of it made Shen Yibin chuckle aloud. What time is it? Aren't you going to make lunch? Do you want us to starve? Jiajian, ever the mood disruptor, broke into Shen Yibin's revelry just as he was lost in his daydreams. It was already 12:30. How quickly time flew. Just like that, a third of Jiajian's sales time had slipped away, and Shen Yibin felt a surge of anxiety. Forget it, he decided to cook first. Har, what do you want for lunch? How about scallion lamb? The lamb he bought was still waiting to be cooked. If he didn't use it soon, it wouldn't be fresh anymore. Har nodded vigorously, raising 2 fingers at Shen Yibin. Wait, are you really going to drink beer with lunch? I don't even have that kind of drinking habit. No way, we'll talk about it tonight. Shen Yibin regretted his impulsiveness from last night when he had carelessly brought out the beer. Har suddenly lunged at him, clinging tightly to Shen Yibin's leg. His small eyes, framed by dark circles, looked up at him, pitifully reminiscent of a child who had lost their lollipop. Do you really need to do this? It feels like I've mistreated you. Shen Yibin steeled himself and locked eyes with Har. Unfortunately, he succumbed to Har's sorrowful gaze after only a short moment. All right, but you can only have 1 bowl. The rest will be for you tonight. Though reluctant, Har released Shen Yibin's leg and followed him upstairs, where he fetched a stool to climb onto, intently watching Shen Yibin as he cooked. Before long, a plate of fragrant and colorful scallion lamb was ready, and he didn't forget to prepare a fig salad for Jiajian, though he still lacked the Italian balsamic vinegar, mozzarella cheese, and Greek olive oil. Here, just this 1 bowl. After placing the dish on the table, he went to grab juice and beer, pouring juice for Jiajian and a shallow bowl of beer for Har. To prevent any further pleading, he gulped down the remaining beer in one go. Burp, having drank a bit too eagerly, Shen Yibin belched as he sat down to eat. This time, however, Har didn't down his bowl like the previous night, but sipped it slowly, as if reluctant to finish it all at once. If I had known it would be like this, why was I in such a rush? Now my stomach feels so bloated that I can hardly enjoy this delicious scallion lamb, Shen Yibin thought with regret. While eating, Shen Yibin's phone buzzed incessantly. After clearing the table and kitchen, he pulled out his phone, utterly astonished. He had anticipated his video would go viral, but he never expected it to happen so quickly and to such an extent. In just an hour, the reposts of this Weibo post had skyrocketed into the thousands, with comments following suit. His follower count surged by over 10,000, and it seemed this was just the beginning, not even reaching the peak of its popularity. Can the poster tell me which film this is from? When it's released, I'll definitely take my girlfriend to watch it multiple times. Someone assumed it was a promotional clip for a movie. Damn it, caught off guard by a wave of sweet dog food. With such a display of affection, even if there were a movie, I wouldn't give you an introduction, Shen Yibin thought, scrolling down the comments. I can't believe I listened to the entire song Skateboard Shoes. My roommate thought I was going crazy, but when he came over, he also knelt in awe. Can anyone tell me where this panda is? I want to see it dance live. 6666666. That's simply incredible. But this doesn't look like the giant panda base or a zoo, it looks more like a pet shop. Can giant pandas really be sold as pets now? Where can I buy one? I have to get one. Do you really think you can afford it? Let's not forget that each panda sent abroad costs $1 million in rental fees every year. Just the bamboo alone costs $30,000 a year, not to mention other expenses. You need at least $1 million to manage one. So you mean it would only take $10 million to raise a panda for a year? That sounds quite reasonable. Shen Yibin was almost blinded by that comment. Who was this wealthy person? Upon closer inspection, he realized it was the most famous second-generation rich kid on Weibo. Wow, it's the young Master Wang. My condolences to Wang Ku. As the saying goes, online celebrities come and go, but Wang Ku has always been by his side. Is the panda going to replace Wang Ku now? But then again, if I had a panda, would I still have time to care for my dog? A fan familiar with Wang Ku's background replied. Wang Ku was the beloved pet of the young master, always doted upon, and now it seemed he might be overshadowed by horror. As Shen Yibin browsed the comments, the reposts and comments continued to swell, and his follower count was rising at an astonishing rate. Clearly, young Master Wang's comments and shares had attracted countless viewers. Naturally, some questioned Har's identity and even tagged the local police, but Shen Yibin felt no worry. The future pet shop had long since tidied up all loose ends, ensuring that no official entities would come to disturb them. Of course, this hinged on Shen Yibin finding a suitable owner for Jiajian within 3 months, otherwise all of this would become his evidence of wrongdoing. Aside from comments and reposts, Shen Yibin's inbox was overflowing with various private messages, some seeking to advertise, some offering to help manage his Weibo account, and others from film companies looking for collaboration. There were also those threatening to report him over Hodder's identity. Sadly, nearly everyone was focused on horror, with not a single person realizing that the background music wasn't from a playback device, but sung by Jiajin herself. If Jiajin could read, she would surely feel aggrieved. Aubin, are you there? Was that Weibo post you made filmed in your shop? Is there a panda in your shop? Just as he was enjoying the buzz, a flurry of messages popped up from Xiao Wenqi, filled with questions. Of course, she followed his Weibo and had visited the shop, so it was no surprise she recognized it. Well, yes, last time I visited Shu, I happened to bring back a panda. Shen Yibin recounted the fabricated excuse he had concocted for Xiao Wenqi. No wonder you were gone for so long during your trip to Shu. If I'd known there was such a delightful occurrence, I would have joined you. Xiao Wenqi remarked, the adept marketing of the future pet shop having even influenced someone with little connection to the matter. Tomorrow is Saturday. May I come by your shop to see the panda? I knew that was your true intention, Shen Yibin thought, with a twinge of regret. Of course, just come by, he replied. After all, once this post went live on Weibo, his pet shop would surely see a wave of visitors. Having some acquaintances among them would make things much easier. Not just Xiao Wenqi, but anyone who had been to Shen Yibin's shop last time recognized the scene in the Weibo post and promptly sent messages inquiring about it. Shen Yibin's fingers cramped from typing, and eventually, he simply forwarded his explanation to Xiao Wenqi to address their inquiries. These individuals expressed the same sentiments of envy and desire as Xiao Wenqi, wishing to visit Shen Yibin's shop to see the panda. Eager to find a suitable owner for Jianjin, Shen Yibin acquiesced. The power of the internet was indeed formidable. Soon someone had identified the filming location from the details of the decorative lights visible in the video, leading to an outpouring of requests from countless individuals eager to visit the shop. Even Bayani called to inquire, "Abin, what prompted you to post on Weibo? Our station's emergency line is nearly overwhelmed with reports of panda trafficking. The operator is about to break down." "I sincerely apologize," Shen Yibin said repeatedly. "You know how difficult it is to care for hair, and yesterday's dance was simply too amusing. I couldn't resist sharing it on Weibo, hoping to attract some business for the shop. I didn't expect it would cause you so much trouble. A guy was supposed to have tomorrow off, but once the captain saw your Weibo, he knew there would be a crowd at your shop. So my long-awaited break has been cancelled. He'll have to help maintain order at your shop tomorrow." "How do you plan to compensate me?" Bayani said with a hint of complaint. "Officer, by your kindness is beyond repaying, and I can only offer myself in gratitude," Shen Yibin thought wistfully, though he lacked the courage to voice such thoughts. "Once this is all over, I'll treat you and the friends from the precinct to dinner. I've improved my cooking skills, and after work I can prepare a feast at the shop, allowing her to join us." Initially, he considered inviting only Bayani, but thought better of it at the last moment, opting to include everyone given the inconvenience he had caused. "Our regulations prevent us from accepting such invitations," Bayani replied, torn. Though she never lacked for dining companions, the opportunity to share a meal with a panda was a rare gem she hesitated to pass up. However, the captain said he would come over soon to help install the surveillance system. He'll probably be busy until late, and it seems there aren't many restaurants nearby. How about we cover your meal expenses and call it a shared meal? That was perfectly acceptable to Shen Yibin. Once the matter was settled, he hurriedly took Hare and Jianjin to a karaoke venue where they planned to sing for 2 hours, which had not yet concluded. During their singing session, Shen Yibin and Jianjin repeatedly tried to entice Hare to dance like he did the previous night, but every time they mentioned it, Hare would shyly cover his face with his paws and shrink into the corner of the sofa, refusing to budge. Shen Yibin and Jianjin felt an overwhelming sense of regret. It seemed that Hare would only dance when intoxicated. Should they consider getting him drunk next time? It would be a shame for such a captivating dance to become a thing of the past. Shen Yibin found himself lost in thought once more. After energetically singing for Jianjin for 2 hours, Shen Yibin rushed back to the shop with his 2 companions, calculating that Shun Dalong and Bayani would have arrived to assist with the installation of the surveillance system. "We were originally scheduled to come next week for the installation, but given the circumstances, we had to expedite the process. Rest assured, the only cameras connected to the precinct's computer are those outside. Well, simply update your shop's surveillance equipment, ensuring it's only accessible to you," Shen Dalong explained before getting to work with his team. Meanwhile, Shen Yibin ventured out to purchase ingredients for dinner. Thanks to Hare's training, his culinary skills had significantly improved, and he was eager to showcase them. However, with only himself, Jianjin, and Hare dining together, he had rarely had the opportunity to do so. With so many guests now present, he couldn't miss the chance to prepare a splendid feast. The officers busied themselves with the surveillance installation, while Shen Yibin demonstrated his culinary prowess in the kitchen. Soon the aroma of delicious food wafted through the air, prompting Bayani to swallow hard and murmur, "What has Abin cooking? It smells incredible." Enticed by the delightful fragrance and the prospect of dining alongside a panda, the officers quickened their pace, and the monitoring system was completed half an hour ahead of schedule. By that time, Shen Yibin had prepared a grand feast and welcomed them to the table. Hair adorned with a scarf sat in a chair, waving his fluffy paws in greeting. As for Jinjin, he squeaked enthusiastically, "Thank you all for your hard work. Thank you so much." Today he was unusually concise. "It's a bit warm, and you've all worked hard for quite a while. Let's start with some beer to cool down," Shen Yibin said, surprisingly producing a case of beer. Shen Dalong did not hesitate, having grown familiar with everyone, and since they were off duty, he poured drinks for everyone. However, midway through pouring, he paused in surprise as Hair stood from his chair, holding a small bowl with both paws and gazing eagerly at the beer bottle, drool trickling from the corners of his mouth. This little fellow wanted to drink again. Shen Yibin covered his forehead. If he got drunk this time, it would be quite an adventure indeed. "Abin, what's going on with Hair?" Shen Dalong instinctively reached to fill Hair's bowl with liquor, but upon realizing who was holding the bowl, he quickly halted. "If the panda got sick from the alcohol I poured, how long would I be sentenced?" "Hair, we agreed just a moment ago. Why are you starting again?" Earlier, Shen Yibin had painstakingly persuaded Hair not to drink during dinner, and now seeing the beer, Hair had completely forgotten their agreement. Hair ignored him, still gazing eagerly at Shen Dalong with the bowl in its hands. The sight of beer had eclipsed all else. Indulging in its craving came first, regardless of how its master might scold it later. Well, Hair can have a little drink, but just one bowl. Any more, and it'll be drunk. With Hair unyielding in its desire, Shen Yibin was forced to concede. He shot a stern glare at Hair, thinking, "I'll deal with you after dinner." Yet even if Shen Dalong and Bayani departed, what could Shen Yibin do? He simply couldn't bring himself to reprimand Hair. "Are you sure?" Shen Dalong, Bayani, and the other officers felt their minds were failing them. Was this a panda pulled from the Sichuan panda base, or summoned from the depths of a game like Warcraft? Was its homeland not Sichuan, but Pandaria? Would it breathe fire if it got drunk? Hey, Hair happened to be near a group of monkeys in Sichuan. You've all seen the smiling proud wanderer, right? Ever heard of Monkey Bar? That's where Hair developed a taste for alcohol. Shen Yibin had to concoct a flimsy excuse, rambling until he provided a barely acceptable rationale. "However, I can't let it drink too much now. After this bowl, no matter how it begs, you all cannot refill its drink." After this round of explanation, everyone reluctantly accepted his reasoning. Shen Dalong cautiously poured alcohol for Hair. His hands, once steady on a sniper rifle, now trembled slightly under the pressure. Once poured, everyone watched Hair intently. Hair chuckled foolishly, quickly bringing the bowl to its lips, sipping cautiously. Tonight there would be no excess, so it would savor every drop. Captain Hair really enjoys drinking. Bayani was astonished, while the others had subconsciously blocked out the aroma of the food transfixed on Hair's drinking posture. "Everyone, please eat. Eat. Tell me how my cooking is." Finally, Shen Yibin managed to rouse them from their stupor, encouraging them to taste his culinary creations. "Abin, I didn't know you had such skills. Honestly, if you opened a restaurant, you'd definitely make more than at a pet shop." The group was quickly charmed by Shen Yibin's culinary prowess, honed under Hair's influence, showering him with praise as they eagerly dug into their meals, even forgetting to drink. This allowed Shen Yibin to breathe a sigh of relief. If they were too engrossed in their food, it would deter Hair from persistently requesting more alcohol. An hour later, everyone had finished their meal. Throughout dinner, Hair had repeatedly raised its bowl, hoping Shen Yibin or the officers would refill it. Though some felt a pang of sympathy, they stood firm, refusing to indulge it. After helping to clear the table, Shen Dalong and the others stood to leave. "Abin, don't worry too much for tomorrow. The department has arranged for more personnel to help maintain order. If that's still insufficient, they can dispatch additional staff. Once we get through these peak days, things will return to normal." Despite the online frenzy waxing and waning, the initial noise was bound to die down over time, replaced by newer hot topics leading back to tranquility. Shen Yibin simply needed to seize the opportunity to find a suitable owner for Jianjian. After bidding them farewell, Shen Yibin fed Hair its pet food, tidied up, and returned to his room to sleep. Just before drifting off, he couldn't help but wonder how many people would come tomorrow. "Chi-Chi, do you think Abin's shop will be packed today?" The next morning, as they headed out, Mo Xiaomao posed the same question to Qiao Wenqi. "Definitely a lot. Did you not see the number of shares on that Weibo post? The address of his shop has already been leaked. Even if only 1 in 100,000 people shows up, that's enough for Abin to fill a jar." Qiao Wenqi replied, her concern not for Shen Yibin, but for whether she could get a close look at the panda. The dancing panda in the videos was simply too adorable, and she wanted to capture as many photos as possible. Even with the worst-case scenario in mind, when they arrived at Shen Yibin's shop, they were taken aback by the scene before them. The entrance was a sea of people, with over a dozen officers struggling to maintain order as the throng nearly overwhelmed the entrance. I've never seen anything as exaggerated as this, not even at Jay Chou's concert. Mo Xiaomo was at a loss for words. They had woken up much earlier than usual to see the panda, only to find so many others had arrived even earlier. Do you think all these people will scare the panda? Xiao Wenxi asked worriedly, still oblivious to Shen Yibin's safety. Form a line, everyone. Line up properly, no cutting in line. A parrot perched imperiously on an officer's shoulder commanded the eager and slightly annoying netizens who had rushed to see the panda. 20 people at a time, with a 5-minute viewing period. Once time's up, you must exit. Why can't we see more? Someone complained. They didn't even bother with Hatra's identity issue. The panda base and the police department had already clarified that on Weibo. This is a pet shop, not a zoo. I'm not obligated to let you in for a tour. Jinjin shot back. 5 minutes is generous. What more do you want? If you don't want to see, then go home. There's no entrance fee. The crowd was left speechless. This parrot was remarkably eloquent. Soon someone recognized something. Hey, doesn't this parrot's voice sound familiar? Doesn't it sound like the one singing in the video? Even though Hare's imitation was spot on, it inevitably carried a hint of its own accent during the performance, and that small flaw was picked up by the crowd. Indeed. Someone immediately pulled out their phone and replayed the video, confirming that the background music was remarkably similar to the parrot's accent before them. They were so captivated that they even forgot about the panda. After all, there were still many people ahead of them in line, so why not enjoy the parrot's song? Hey, can we sing a song for us while we wait in line? Is it so rude to ask someone to sing? What do you mean, you or you? This parrot has a name, you know. My esteemed name is. Before Hare could finish this lengthy introduction, it was interrupted by Shen Yibin, who had just arrived at the store entrance. You can just call it Jinjin, or it can sing many songs, and even if it hasn't heard a song before, it can learn it after just 2 listens. If you let it finish its name, the readers would accuse me of padding the word count. Shen Yibin leaned down and whispered into Jianjian's ear, Jianjian, as long as you charm them, I'll buy you some Amazon fruit later. I just found out that a supermarket has it for sale. In order to maintain order, Shen Yibin was willing to make sacrifices. Not a problem. Today's singing time has been extended to 4 hours. Jinjian, being the life of the party, thrived on the crowd's energy. The more people there were, the more it yearned to perform. Tempted by the prospect of extorting Shen Yibin for a treat, it couldn't resist agreeing. All right, I'll head inside to attend to the customers. You keep an eye on things outside. Although Bai Yanni and others helped maintain order inside the store, some customers were genuinely interested in his pets. Shen Yibin could only rely on himself to introduce the pets, as the police couldn't assist with that. As for Hare, Shen Yibin placed it on the sofa, cordoned off the area with a line of caution tape, and Hare happily watched cartoons on a tablet, completely ignoring the visiting guests. The guests, however, were entirely satisfied, as being so close to a panda was a treat in itself. Anyone attempting to misbehave would likely regret it before the police even had a chance to act, as the other visitors would swiftly intervene. Thus, order remained harmonious. The only regret was that the 5 minutes of visiting time felt too short. The lucky ones who were at the front exited the store with lingering excitement, quickly drawn to another spectacle outside. You are my little apple, no matter how I love you, it's never too much. Outside the store, a brilliantly colored parrot perched on a branch of a street tree, belting out the song. Hundreds of people stood agape, mesmerized by its performance, nearly forgetting the real reason they had come. You 10 can go in now. Another batch of visitors received permission to enter the store. Wait, let me finish this song first, someone instinctively replied. Though pandas were rare, one could always see them at the Chengdu research base of giant panda breeding. A parrot that sang so well was a once-in-a-lifetime encounter. Almost everyone pulled out their phones, turning on their cameras to capture Hare. A few quick-witted individuals even logged into their streaming. A parrot has grown wise. It's holding a concert on the street. If it's no good, I'll stream myself with an electric fan. Taiji crafted an irresistibly eye-catching headline and sent the link to the stream into every live chat group he belonged to. A spectacle like this demanded to be shared. Taiji was no unknown in those QQ groups, and soon many people had flooded into the stream, promptly ensnared by Jinjin's cheeky singing. They in turn forwarded the link to other groups. The fortunate streamer watched his viewer count and gifts swell with dizzying speed. Incredible! This parrot is actually sentient. Streamer, make it sing Chasing Dreams and Innocent Heart, and I'll tip you a rocket. Even the wealthy patrons were drawn in by Jinjin's charm. Some lavished extravagant gifts. 10 rockets. The streamer's head swam. 1 rocket was 500 yuan, 10 meant 5,000, and with the platform's 50-50 split, he would pocket 2,500, more than his tips from the past 3 months combined. The struggling streamer swallowed, muttered a swear under his breath, and decided he'd risk it for those 10 fools. Grandmaster Jinjian, could you sing Chasing Dreams and Innocent Heart? He shouted without hesitation, discarding whatever dignity he had left and addressing Jinjian as Day. No problem. Jianjian seemed to luxuriate in the address. It swept a wing with jaunty grace, tossed off an English phrase, and resumed singing. The voice rose from rueful low notes to defiant raw belts, conveying the singer's unyielding pursuit of a dream. Everyone on the street and in the stream felt the contagion and found themselves joining in. You keep your word, rockets incoming. Before the song finished, the pledges began to materialize. A cascade of rocket animations streaked across the screen, dazing countless viewers. More importantly, whenever someone gifted a rocket, the gesture lit up feeds everywhere. Fans in other streams, seeing an unknown broadcaster receive such a deluge, were instantly curious. They followed the trail to Gunyao Yanchenghui's room, and like Tai Ji fell to their knees before Jianjian. That attention drew still richer patrons. Such a phenomenal parrot. 10 rockets for one song won't suffice. Streamer, if you can make it sing Dong Xiaojia, I'll tip 20 rockets. Love confession balloon, 30 rockets. Another reserved tycoon offered his words few, but his generosity abundant. You people tip far more to sports idols every day. Out to be stingy before such an otherworldly parrot is shameful. Streamer Q Moonlight over the Lotus Pond, 50 rockets. The wealthy gamblers in the chat knew one another and quickly pushed the bids higher. The bidding war peaked when the ultimate patron spoke. Friends from the platform know I am an MJ fan. After all these Chinese songs, I wonder whether this parrot can do English. If it sings MJ's Billie Jean, I'll tip 200 rockets. 200 rockets equaled 100,000 yuan. The offer quieted the room. Perhaps other patrons paused to verify Jianjian's command of English before escalating further. They fell silent and awaited the streamer's reply. 200 rockets. The streamer's mind short-circuited. If he received 200 rockets and kept half, that meant 50,000 yuan. It surpassed a year's wages, yet instructing a parrot to sing in English seemed improbable. Still, for 50,000, he summoned courage. Grandmaster Jianjian, can you sing Billie Jean? I've not heard that one, but you can play it twice, and Jianjian Day promises to learn it. Jianjian said, puffing its crest proudly. Sure, right away. The streamer frantically searched for an online streamable copy, but his aging phone was already struggling to run the broadcast. Fortunately, other viewers also wanted to hear Jianjian tackle an English song, not out of blind adulation, but because after so many Chinese numbers, a change of language would be tantalizing, and a parrot speaking English was worth witnessing. Soon MJ's music filled the air. Jianjian cocked its head, ruffled its feathers, and remarked, I think I've heard this singer before, though not this song. Then, with the same audacious mimicry it had used earlier, it launched into beat, it echoing MJ's phrasing and even performing moonwalk-like steps on its perch. The crowd on the street and at the screens went wild. Amazing, I've kneecaps shattered. I won't even get up to pee. I worship Jianjian Day. My mother asked why I'm kneeling to watch a stream. I told her I'm witnessing the greatest singer of the century. Gunyao Yanchenghui's viewer count surged beyond 1 million and raced toward platform records. The site responded, promoting the room to the fullest extent. I'm humbled to my knees. It wasn't Billie Jean, but my promise stands, the rich donor declared, and rockets began to rain down. The stream's feeble phone choked beneath the spectacle of special. Yes, streamer, hurry and ask the shop owner if it's for sale. You're in Yinchong City, right? As long as the owner says yes, I'll fly over immediately. One remark jolted the dreamer awake. While watching the live stream was thrilling, nothing could compare to bringing the prized parrot home to sing for him every day. Damn it, why am I here in Hawaii vacationing at a time like this? Is it too late to rush back to the country now? Streamer, send me your bank account number. If the owner agrees to sell, you must buy it for me first. You'll certainly reap the benefits later. The wealthy viewer who had just requested a song was in a panic, hastily making promises to the streamer. No matter how much he offers, I'll double it as long as you help me secure that parrot, another viewer chimed in. The number of people watching the live stream had already exceeded 1 million and was rising rapidly. The wealthy were multiplying, all eager to possess such a remarkable parrot. Who would willingly watch it be snatched away by someone else? They began to bicker in the comments. Wait a moment, let me ask. The streamer was also tempted. In just that brief time, he had received over 100,000 in tips. If the parrot's price didn't exceed that amount, he himself wanted to buy it and take it home. The tips from the wealthy might bring him fame, but buying the parrot could turn him into the hottest streamer on all platforms before long. He could earn over 100 million in no time, marry a rich beauty, and walk the path of success. Just thinking about it was a bit thrilling. Do we have any employees in Yinchong City? Have them rush to the pet shop immediately. No matter the cost, we must secure that parrot. Once we have it, we will surely become the #1 live streaming platform, and funding and an IPO will be a piece of cake. The bosses of numerous live streaming platforms were equally determined. In the digital age, what was most important? Traffic, of course. With the parrot's fame, how could they worry? Thus, whether by car or plane, they dispatched the nearest employees to Yuncheng City, a wave of people rushing to claim the parrot, which had transformed in their eyes from a mere bird to a treasure crafted from diamonds. Are you the owner of this pet shop? At that moment, Wu Qingchen, the struggling streamer, had advanced to the front of the line, gaining permission to enter the shop. However, he didn't even glance at the other pets and headed straight for Shen Yibin, suppressing his overwhelming excitement, bowing and asking politely, "Yes, are you looking to buy a pet?" If someone came into the shop without even glancing at the other animals, it surely had to be for a specific reason. Surely he must be here for the parrot, right? "Hello, boss. May I ask if that parrot outside is for sale?" Wu Qingchen inquired in a trembling voice while his fans held their breath waiting for Shen Yibin's response. "It must be sold, it must be sold." The wealthy viewers and platform bosses in the live stream simultaneously prayed in their hearts. Of course, even if Shen Yibin refused to sell, they would think of every possible way to persuade him, but reducing the hassle was always preferable. "It's for sale. As long as the conditions are right, it can be sold." Shen Yibin's emotions were somewhat complex. He wanted to sell the parrot quickly for his own peace of mind, yet after spending so much time together, he had grown accustomed to the parrot's chatter and would feel reluctant to part with it. Wu Qingchen swallowed hard, and he and the viewers along with the platform bosses felt their hearts race. Under the pressure of the comments, he nervously asked, How much do you want for this parrot?" Almost everyone believed that the conditions Shen Yibin mentioned were merely a matter of money. "Is the finance team available? Tell me how much liquid capital the company can free up immediately." The bosses sprang into action, resolute in their decision to secure the parrot, even if it meant taking out high-interest loans. "How much do I have left on my card?" The wealthy viewers quickly logged into their online banking, checking their balances. Some anxious immediately called their personal financial advisors for help in gathering cash. Missing out on such a parrot would surely lead to a lifetime of regret. However, Shen Yibin's response left them all stunned. "The price is negotiable, just 38,384 yuan and 38 cents. Why did it feel so embarrassing to quote this price? However, to buy this parrot, it's not just about money, you also need 38,384 yuan and 38 cents. As soon as that number was revealed, the live stream exploded. Nobody cared about Shen Yibin's next words. "What the hell, I thought it would be at least 1,000,000. I didn't expect it to be this cheap. Streamer, please buy it for me. I'll give you 100,000 as a commission." The parrot's price left all the viewers dumbfounded, not because it was exorbitant, but because it was remarkably low. How could such an incredible parrot be had for less than 40,000? It was almost unimaginable. "They'll offer 200,000 and can transfer." "Wait, is there a qualification review to purchase your pet?" Wu Qingchen was stunned. The audience in the live stream was stunned, and the owners of various live stream platforms were also taken aback. Thinking about it, it does seem reasonable. When you buy a Rolls-Royce or a Ferrari Enzo, they require a qualification review, right? A parrot like this is far more precious than a Rolls-Royce or a Ferrari Enzo, so it's not surprising if the store owner has additional requirements, one wealthy viewer speculated after a moment. However, if that were the case, why was it priced at 38,384 yuan and 38 cents? This price didn't seem to match the grandeur of the parrot at all. "Haha, I knew it." Host quickly asked the store owner what the requirements are. "I just bought a Rolls-Royce, I should be eligible, right?" Another wealthy viewer said, puffing out their chest. When Shen Yibin initially quoted the price, it had startled him. He feared that the parrot would be snatched away by someone else. Unexpectedly, a qualification review emerged, and if it followed the review model of those big brands, Wu Qingchen would definitely be ineligible. Most viewers on this platform wouldn't qualify either, leaving only a few wealthy individuals as his competitors, which made him feel somewhat relieved. Exactly, a parrot as exceptional as this surely isn't something anyone can just buy, is it? Many can afford the 30,000 plus yuan, but not everyone can care for such a remarkable parrot. The most pressing issue was the pet store's stringent regulations. If customers didn't meet the requirements, even if Shen Yibin wanted to sell, he couldn't. "So may I ask what qualifications need to be reviewed?" Wu Qingchen felt frustrated. Why does buying a pet require such scrutiny? It's as if job recruitment requires background checks, handling official matters involves connections, and matchmaking inquiries delve into family situations. What has society come to that it's so unwelcoming to those of us at the bottom? First of all, we need to assess whether you can sing or play a musical instrument. Jian requires 2 hours of high-level music performances or singing each day. Can you manage that? Shen Yibin's response left Wu Qingchen and all the viewers in the live stream taken aback. It turned out that the examination wasn't about identity, background, but personal skills. Many people with unique talents felt a spark of hope reignite, while the wealthy viewers seemed a bit deflated. Wu Qingchen was at a loss. Although he was a live stream host, he wasn't a musical one. His streams primarily revolved around gaming, and he had no expertise in singing or playing instruments. Host asked the store owner if I can hire professional singers or musicians to serve Jianjian. A wealthy viewer, equally lacking in talent, asked unwillingly. As long as the store owner agrees, I'll hire professional musicians from the Music Academy daily to entertain Jianjian, switching between Western instruments, traditional instruments, bel canto, and pop singing. If money could solve the issue, it wouldn't be a problem at all. Just like how young Master Wang could buy 8 iPhones for Wang Ku, I could hire several singers to cater to Jianjian. Right. My previous girlfriend was a Guzheng player. If the store owner agrees, I'll get her back and support her. She won't have to do anything else but take care of the bird. A wealthy one, which bird are you talking about? Are you referring to the parrot or your little bird? The comments section suddenly turned risque. These wealthy viewers reminded Wu Qingchen, who quickly asked Shen Yibin if this could be a solution. If that were the case, he could manage it too. If he could acquire Jianjian, what was there to worry about the small expense of hiring professional singers and musicians? However, Shen Yibin ruthlessly shattered his hopes, shaking his head. No, it has to be the buyer themselves who sings or plays. No one else can substitute. Do you know how hard I worked to learn cooking? Do you know how awkward it's been practicing my breathing these past few days? You think you can just throw some money at it? There's no such easy deal. Why didn't I learn a skill back then? Watching the dream of marrying a wealthy beauty crumble, Wu Qingchen felt utterly despondent. Who would have thought that the piano skills I learned to impress girls would finally come in handy? Host quickly asked the store owner if my level 1 piano certification is sufficient. A wealthy viewer burst into laughter in the comments. Piano levels are divided into amateur and professional. Only after passing level 9 in the amateur category can one qualify to take the level 1 professional exam. While level 1 is hardly impressive compared to professional players, it's still quite remarkable among amateurs. Wu Qingchen was now too exhausted to speak. Just as he saw a glimmer of hope on the horizon, he was dealt a cruel blow. No one could handle this. Fortunately, Shen Yibin caught sight of the comments on his phone and directly responded, if you truly possess that level of skill and can commit to playing for Jianjian for 2 hours each day, then you can pass the first qualification review. Wait, does that mean there are second and third reviews? Indeed, things weren't so simple. The wealthy viewer felt slightly disheartened, but since he had passed the first hurdle, he might as well give it a shot. The rest depends on whether Jianjian likes you. If Jianjian doesn't take a liking to you, it doesn't matter how well you play the piano. I won't sell Jianjian to someone it doesn't like. Besides musical proficiency, there was also a requirement for affinity, which could only be tested using an app available in Shen Yibin's store. So anyone who believes their musical talent can win Jianjian's approval is welcome to visit my pet store on Baiyun Street in Yunqing City to have a try. Shen Yibin seized the opportunity to promote his store. Boss, let's not talk about anything else. Even though I can't sing or play an instrument, I have money. Name your price, I'll give you 5 million for that parrot. A bright red comment instantly dazzled everyone's eyes. 5 million, and you dare to show off. Store owner, don't mind him. I'll offer 8 million. If you agree, I'll transfer the money immediately. Another wealthy viewer quickly chimed in. Owner, I'm the boss of XX livestream platform. If you're willing to part with this parrot, I can offer 10 million. The price shot up rapidly. Ban him. How dare he come to our platform and steal business? 30 million yuan. If he accepted it, he would never have to worry again for the rest of his life. Yet when Shen Yibin thought of the requirements for the future pet shop, a heavy gloom settled over him. With barely 80 days left before the 3-month deadline, if he did not want the rest of his life to be spent in prison, he had to abandon those fantasies and hurry to find a suitable owner for Jianjian. How infuriating that he did not even have the right to set the price. If he had, selling Jianjian would have netted him a small fortune. Instead, he could only claim a tenth of Jianjian's value. The thought alone left him sullen. I'm sorry. I don't intend to sign with any livestream platform. Right now, I only want to find a proper owner for Jianjian. Suppressing his ache, Shen Yibin tore his gaze away from the scrolling comments and stated his resolve with cold clarity. If you have a musical talent and can afford the price, please come to Yunzhong City to negotiate. As for the bosses of the livestream platforms, there's no need for you to come. I will not receive you. The 30 million signing fee vanished in an instant. Shen Yibin patted Wu Qingchen on the shoulder and turned to leave. Sir, your 5 minutes are up. Please step outside. Boss, can we negotiate a little more? Wu Qingchen protested, unwilling to give up. He had not taken 2 steps when Bai Yani stopped him without ceremony. If this had been earlier, Wu Qingchen would have seized the chance to ask the beautiful woman for her contact information. Now he could not spare such thoughts. All he cared about was getting Jianjian. But Bai Yani would not grant him the opportunity. She brusquely drove him out. Jianjian, exhausted from singing, abandoned the audience and returned to the shop, sprawling on the coffee table and leisurely nursing the juice Shen Yibin had freshly pressed from tropical fruit. He could not resume the live stream to collect tips. Jianjian is tired from singing. He won't perform anymore today. Everyone please disperse. The panda also needs lunch. I'm closing now. If you still want to see him this afternoon, queue again. Shen Yibin was drained. Hare was already on the sofa massaging his belly. It seemed the shop would have to close early again. A chorus of lament rose among the crowd, but with the police helping to keep order, those who were disgruntled could only leave in a huff. A few stubborn souls lingered at the door, hoping to be first and win, or if the shop reopened. Xiao Wenxi, Mo Xiaomao, and Su Yi were not among them. Shen Yibin had brought them inside. Wait a moment. I'll close the door and prepare lunch for you, he said. He had hoped to ask Shen Dalong and Bai Yani to stay and help, but they declined. There are still so many people outside. We'll stay on the street to maintain order. I didn't expect your parrot to be so remarkable. Be careful these coming days. Someone may try to steal it. We'll increase patrols and help watch the outside, but you must also stay vigilant. I knew this would attract trouble, Shen Yibin thought, feeling a twinge of irritation. Thank you, officers. I'll be careful. He wondered whether any formidable guard dogs were sold in future pet shops. He wanted one desperately, but it seemed he could only afford another supply run if he sold Jianjian. Ignoring the murmurs of the crowd, Shen Yibin pulled down the rolling shutter and closed the curtains. Now only he, Xiao Wenxi, Mo Xiaomao, Su Yi Hare, and Jianjian remained in the shop. Abin, may I hug Hare? Xiao Wenxi and Mo Xiaomao gazed at Hare with luminous eyes. From Shen Yibin's voice they already knew the panda's name. No problem. Shen Yibin had barely finished speaking when Xiao Wenxi leapt to the sofa and pressed Hare's big head to her chest, kneading it affectionately. Mo Xiaomao, phone in hand, urged Chi-Chi, hurry up. After you, it'll be my turn. Coach, I want to be a panda too, Shen Yibin and Su Yi thought enviously, their eyes nearly bulging. How splendid it must be to win the favor of beautiful girls simply by being adorable. Take your time. I'll go upstairs and make lunch. For noon I'll prepare a panda feast. Shen Yibin rose and climbed to the second floor. Okay. At the mention of food, Hare brightened, instantly wriggled free of Mo Xiaomao's embrace, and with short, eager legs scampered up after Shen Yibin, seemingly determined to help cook. He's worried my cooking won't pass muster and wants to supervise. You two can stay below and play with Jianjian. Shen Yibin shrugged with amused resignation. We'll help you cook. Xiao Wenxi and Mo Xiaomao chimed together, utterly bewitched by the panda. They could not bear to be parted an instant. If only you treated me so well, I wouldn't still be single, Shen Yibin thought, as the small group crowded into the kitchen. Xiao Wenxi and Mo Xiaomao rinsed and trimmed the vegetables. Hare perched on a stool, giving earnest culinary guidance, and Su Yi set the table outside. They did not realize that Hare's supervision was more than just hunger-driven, though otherwise they would have been even more astonished. They also did not forget to ask whether the purchase terms for Jianjian were truly as stated. When Shen Yibin confirmed the price, they accepted the reality with regret. They could scrape together the 30,000, but they could not provide the instruments and the daily singing Jianjian required. Besides, their work was busy. They could not promise to sing for Jianjian every day. Bitter bamboo shoot jelly, bitter bamboo shoot beef rolls, bitter bamboo shoot lion's head meatballs, bitter bamboo shoot pancakes, bitter bamboo shoot stewed chicken, a crate of bitter bamboo shoots. The dishes are ready. Let's eat. With their help, Shen Yibin set the table faster than usual for the panda feast. I didn't know you had such skills, Abin. Any girl who becomes your girlfriend in the future would be so lucky. She'd eat like a queen every day and have a panda to hug. I'm tempted. After tasting the food, Mo Xiaomao sighed, and Xiao Wenxi and Su Yi could not praise it enough. Hare, however, did not rush to the food. He hopped to the cupboard, took out his drinking bowl, and presented it to Shen Yibin with both paws. Apparently, he had acquired a taste for a drink with every meal. Good grief, there are hundreds waiting outside to visit. Do you intend to perform what de Huaban xie for them next? Abin, what is this with Har? Xiao Wenxi, Mo Xiaomao, and Su Yi were puzzled by Har's actions, unsure if it was time to serve food or offer a dish. And wasn't Panda supposed to eat bamboo? Hey, you really can't go a meal without it, can you? We agreed, just one bowl, Shen Yibin said, helplessly ruffling Har's fluffy head. This child was beyond saving, clearly addicted to alcohol. As he stood up to pour beer into Har's bowl, everyone was taken aback. Su Yi widened his eyes. Wait, is Har from a distillery? It's my fault. Last time I had a beer while grilling skewers, and this fellow started drinking. The video on Weibo was actually of Har getting drunk, Shen Yibin explained. Hearing this, Har shyly lowered its head, seemingly feeling ashamed of that night's events, yet its paws remained steady, firmly grasping the bowl, afraid to spill a single drop. But don't worry, Har's tolerance isn't great, but one bowl should be fine. It won't go crazy like that night, he reassured Xiao Wenxi and Mo Xiaomao, who looked concerned. Thank goodness. Both Xiao Wenxi and Mo Xiaomao felt relieved, yet somewhat disappointed. Honestly, I really wanted to see Har dance. Abin, your filming skills are terrible. The video was so shaky that you could hardly see anything. If you want to see it, we could go to KTV to sing after the visitors leave. How about we let Har perform then? What do you say, Har? Shen Yibin suggested, enticing Har. If you agree, I'll give you another bowl at dinner. It seemed that for Har, beer was more tempting than food. That silly bear will definitely agree, Jian said, while munching on fig salad. By the way, don't forget to buy me some Amazon fruits later, and next time, when you make fig salad, I want Greek olive oil, Italian balsamic vinegar, and mozzarella cheese. Great, he had forgotten there was a picky eater among them. No problem, business is good today, thanks to you, Jian. I'll treat you later, Shen Yibin replied. A large crowd had come in that morning, some of whom were interested in pets, leading to several successful transactions. At this rate, he would need to restock with Bao Gu in a few days. After finishing their meal with laughter and chatter before Shen Yibin could start cleaning up, Qiao Wenqi took out a tissue from her bag to wipe Har's mouth, and then everyone began to tidy the dining table, helping Shen Yibin wash dishes and feed the pets downstairs. When everything was done, it seemed time to open the doors again. If you find it noisy downstairs, you can just watch a movie upstairs, Shen Yibin suggested before opening the door. No need, I'll stay downstairs with Har and Jian, the three replied in unison. Compared to being up close with a panda, enduring a bit of noise was trivial. At that moment, the first batch of wealthy patrons and executives from the live streaming platform arrived outside the pet shop. Seeing the long line ahead, they were immediately taken aback. If they queued in an orderly fashion, when would it be their turn? If someone else snatched Jian away, they would incur a huge loss. Friend, would you accept 10,000 yuan for your spot? The wealthy patrons, always eager to pave the way with money, quickly devised a plan, rushing to the front to buy a favorable position with cash. Others quickly followed suit, and soon the front of the line was filled with wealthy patrons and executives. Finally, with a creaking sound, the pet shop's door opened and the guests waiting outside surged forward. Shen Dalong by Yanni and other officers hurried to maintain order. Just like this morning, enter in batches. Each batch has only 5 minutes for viewing, no cutting in line, no pushing. Excuse me, may I enter? The foremost patron, dressed in a Fendi shirt and sporting a Hermes belt, asked politely, attempting to win over the store owner by setting aside his usual arrogance. Come in, Shen Yibin stepped aside. Once inside, the wealthy patron's eyes lit up, and he couldn't help but ask, is that panda for sale? Selling a national first-class protected animal is illegal. There are police right behind you, Shen Yibin replied with a sidelong glance. Did they plan to take Jian? The wealthy and the executives of the live streaming platform exchanged glances, feeling utterly humiliated. How could they, who were once the center of attention, find themselves ejected from a mere pet store? They'll give you 10,000. Just let me take your spot. One of them insisted, unwilling to believe that money wouldn't sway the other party. The wealthy and the executives employed their old tactics again, approaching those at the front of the line, hoping to buy their way in. If one attempt failed, they would try again and again. Surely they could find a reason to persuade someone. They'll give you 20,000. Just disappear from Yunzhong City. Another one tried, only to hit a wall. Those at the front were now equally wealthy individuals, unperturbed by their offers. Oh, isn't this young Master Wang? How did you end up getting kicked out? Someone mocked, recognizing the embarrassed group. I knew your miserly nature wouldn't allow you to secure this parrot. How much did you even offer? 30 million. 50 million. Oh, Mr. Lee, I didn't expect you to act so quickly. Luckily, we haven't reached an agreement yet, or I would have made a wasted trip, chimed in another executive from the same platform, now recognized by a competitor. Let's see how you feel once you get in. You'll have your share of frustration soon enough. The downcast individuals replied with cold laughter, turning back to purchase their queue positions. For many eager netizens who had come to witness the spectacle, it turned into a profitable day. The transfer of queue positions and the live performance brought them countless delights. They wished every day could be this bustling. Fortunately, a significant police presence ensured that the competition for positions didn't devolve into chaos. 5 minutes later, the second batch of visitors emerged, just as disappointed as the first. Shen Yibin had not budged even when they revealed their highest offers. In truth, Shen Yibin had long been tempted. Any price they offered would allow him a lifetime of luxury. However, due to the restrictions of the future pet shop, all of that was meaningless. If he casually sold the parrot, the accompanying documentation would quickly turn fraudulent, and he might find himself in prison before he could even access his funds. Mr. Shen, hello, I am the business director of XX live streaming platform. As the second group exited, the third batch surged in. No need for introductions. I'll reiterate, it's not about the money. I will only consider selling if I have the parrot's approval, Shen Yibin replied, exasperated, holding his forehead. He had repeated this countless times that day and was weary of saying it again. Should I buy a recording speaker for recycling old phones and appliances? Each new group could hear the same message without me having to repeat myself. The obstinate, wealthy, and profit-seeking capitalists were always the hardest to deal with. Not a single genuine customer had entered all afternoon. Even if their desire to see the panda slightly dented under the weight of money, their purpose for queuing shifted from merely visiting to selling their spots for cash. This forced Shen Yibin to implement a new rule: each person could only visit once per day. Our repeat visits would not be entertained. Yet this did not deter their efforts. The wealthy were always surrounded by numerous lackeys, and executives rarely traveled without several secretaries or assistants. If they couldn't enter, they'd send in their underlings. Even Xiao Wenxi, Mo Xiaomao, and Su Yi, who were lounging on the sofa playing with the parrot and the dog, began to sympathize with Shen Yibin. They stepped in to help him fend off the wealthy and the executives, giving him a chance to rest and hydrate. I think I'll have to close early today, or I can't take this anymore, Shen Yibin said, collapsing onto the sofa while allowing the dog to massage his shoulders. Chi-Chi, could you do me a favor? I can't go out right now. Oh, could you pick up some fruits from the Amazon for the parrot? Shen Yibin tossed his wallet to Xiao Wenxi, realizing that buying fruits for the parrot was likely a lost cause. Mister, Shen, you want fruits from Amazon? No need to go through all that trouble. My family has a branch in the Amazon jungle. I'll have them send you the freshest ones. My family collaborates with the largest fruit company in Brazil. I'll have them shipped to Yunzhong City right away, or it will arrive in a couple of hours at most. Shen Yibin was once again humbled by the sheer power of the wealthy. What seemed challenging to him was trivial to them. No need for trouble. There's a supermarket nearby. I can go buy it myself. Not a bother at all. Even if the deal doesn't go through, we can still be friends, they insisted, seizing the opportunity to forge closer ties, and immediately grabbed their phones to make calls. At that moment, the parrot perked up, flapping its wings and calling out, I want passion fruit, I want guarana, I want jaboya. Listing off a myriad of exotic fruits Shen Yibin had never even heard of. Yes, 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 we can find all those for you, the eager callers exclaimed, relaying the parrot's demands with urgency. Send them over at your fastest speed. Indeed, the influence of these wealthy individuals was extraordinary. Within 3 hours, a motorcycle sped to the store, delivering a large box of fruits. When Shen Yibin inquired, he learned that these fruits had been rushed via a dedicated flight from a courier service. To ensure timely delivery, the motorcycle rider had already been apprehended by Bayani for speeding and reckless driving. Seeing the parrot and the dog enjoying their feast, Shen Yibin couldn't maintain his stern demeanor any longer. Ladies and gentlemen, I understand your intentions, however, I have my difficulties as well. It's not merely a matter of money. I want to find a suitable owner for the parrot. If those conditions aren't met, I cannot part with it. Mr. Shen, may I understand this as meaning that as long as a suitable candidate is found, you won't obstruct the sale? After receiving confirmation, they pressed on. So as long as someone possesses certain musical skills and gains the parrot's approval, it can be sold. Yes, Shen Yibin replied. Then that's easy. I'll bring all the singers and musicians from our company here. It seemed they were planning to hold a talent show in Shen Yibin's shop. Is this going to be too much trouble? Although Shen Yibin hoped to help Jianjian find a suitable owner through the internet, he never anticipated the uproar it would cause. Not at all, replied an executive from the live streaming platform, a glimmer of excitement in his eyes. For internet companies like theirs, creating a buzz was the least of their worries. The more noise they made, the higher their traffic would rise. He had already devised a plan for this selection event. Oh no, it was more of a matchmaking event for Jianjian. Regardless of what it was called, this event needed to be live-streamed, ideally extending over a longer period. Even if they couldn't secure Jianjian, the activity would still generate revenue for their platform, wouldn't it? The other executives from various live-streaming platforms quickly grasped his intention, exchanging knowing glances. It was clear that such a lucrative opportunity couldn't be monopolized. They might as well collaborate to amplify the event. Mr. Shen, you needn't worry, we won't add any trouble for you. Just leave everything to us. When the time comes, you'll only need to bring Jianjian to the venue to assess their performances. We'll prepare a proposal for you by tomorrow morning. They would work through the night to finalize it. Where to rent the venue, how to select the singers and musicians, how to promote the event, how to draft cooperation agreements, what resources each company would contribute, how many singer slots they would acquire, how profits would be distributed. All these were distressing issues. Yet they had little choice but to proceed. Shen Yibin had slightly relaxed his stance, and they were eager to seize the moment. If he changed his mind, all would be lost, and they would surely be distraught. No way, I must be included in this. The wealthy executives became displeased, feeling sidelined. We need to join in on this too. Speaking of which, how much would it cost to buy 10% of your company? I believe I also hold shares in an entertainment company and can bring in professional singers. This must include me. The commotion drew in more executives and wealthy individuals. Gentlemen, since Mr. Shen has already agreed to our request, let's not disturb him further. Why not find a hotel to reserve a conference room and discuss things there? I'm sure we can come up with a mutually satisfactory plan, one executive suggested, noticing Shen Yibin frowning again. Yes, you all should find a place to discuss. I need to close up and rest, Shen Yibin quickly agreed, exhausted from the day's events. Thus, this group of affluent individuals and executives reluctantly left Shen Yibin's pet shop, driving their luxury cars to the most opulent hotel in Yunzhong City, where they would engage in intense discussions, but that was no longer Shen Yibin's concern. After much pleading, he managed to disperse the remaining customers still queuing outside, tidied up, fed the pets, and then took a moment to recuperate before preparing a lavish dinner for Qiao Wenqi, Mo Xiaomao, and Su Yi. Since it's the weekend and you don't have to work tomorrow, why not join me for karaoke tonight? Shen Yibin invited, feeling overwhelmed, singing alone for 4 hours. He wondered if others could lend a hand. Yes, I want to dance with hair. Mo Xiaomao enthusiastically raised her hands in agreement. Sounds good. Jian will also be singing, right? How about we collaborate on a song? Su Yi, who had a decent singing voice and had once formed a band in college, suggested. Unfortunately, Shen Yibin had just tested their compatibility using an app and found that the score between Su Yi and Jian was far below 80, so he had to reluctantly decline. Compared to our school days, opportunities to go out and have fun are so scarce now that we're working. Tonight we must sing our hearts out, Qiao Wenqi also chimed in. So without further ado, the group tidied themselves up, discreetly pulled back the curtains to check that the crowd outside had thinned, and hurriedly opened the door to rush out. They returned to the familiar karaoke venue, the only difference being that this time they upgraded from a mini room to a mid-sized room. Su Yi dashed to the song selection counter as soon as they entered, calling out to the staff, "Let's start with a dozen beers along with some sunflower seeds and pistachios." Upon hearing beer, Hare's eyes lit up. How about we skip the alcohol tonight? You have to drive, and it's not safe for Qiao Wenqi and Mo Xiaomao. We can save the drinks for another time, Shen Yibin quickly advised, fearing Hare might get wild later. Right, a few bottles of juice will do. Let's just focus on singing tonight, Qiao Wenqi agreed, pulling out some tropical fruits for Jian from her bag. I'm sorry, but we can't allow outside snacks or fruits in our establishment, the staff replied, looking rather displeased. Surely if they waited until he left to pull it out, he wouldn't mind, but this felt a bit too straightforward. Do you have these fruits? Mo Xiaomao pointed at the passion fruit, guarana, and jibwasu. If you do, I'll buy some right here. What kind of fruits are these? The staff was perplexed. What kind of juice would you like? I'll go get it for you right away. It seemed easier to pretend he hadn't seen anything. Once the juice and snacks arrived, they had also selected their songs, starting with the ladies. Qiao Wenqi and Mo Xiaomao first sang a duet of Minuet, and then it was Shen Yibin's turn. A solitary lamp of sorrow stands by the window while I pretend you haven't left behind the door. The familiar place feels like a revisit. The full moon brings even more solitude. The candlelight awake in the midnight refrains from blaming me. After a few days of Jian's guidance, Shen Yibin's singing skills had significantly improved. During his performance, Qiao Wenqi and the others were so captivated that they forgot to cheer, quietly listening to his song, while Hare kept the rhythm with the tambourine. As the song concluded, applause erupted. Who would have thought? Abin, your voice has improved so much since our school days. At this rate, you might even have a shot at becoming a singer in the future. Jian comfortably rested on the fruits, chuckling to itself, proud of its teaching prowess. It's my turn now. If I manage to sing decently, let's do a duet for the next song, Jian. Su Yi eagerly grabbed the microphone. However, before he could get through a few lines, Jian interrupted him, saying, "Oh, with your skills, I can't even help you. I can't even give you the chance." It pretended to be heartbroken, covering its forehead with a wing and shaking its head, looking utterly regretful. Su Yi was instantly deflated, while Qiao Wenqi and Mo Xiaomao burst into laughter. Shen Yibin had already begun to pray for the singers rushing toward Yunzhong City, hoping they could withstand Jian's sharp tongue as a judge. Do not worry about being forced to drink, nor ponder whether you may have made mistakes earlier. These young individuals, who have only recently begun to forge their paths in society, have found a rare opportunity to truly unwind and enjoy themselves. Once Su Yi finished singing, the mischievous Jian finally made its appearance. It had Har help hold the microphone above his head while it flew atop Har's head, using his fluffy head as its performance stage, belting out songs that rivaled the originals, earning rounds of applause from the audience. Har, seemingly caught up in the lively atmosphere, began to dance with a swaying waist and a shake of the hips, causing Shen Yibin and the others to laugh so hard that they rolled on the sofa. The revelry continued until midnight, when everyone reluctantly began to disperse. Su Yi drove Qiao Wenqi and Mo Xiaomao home, while Shen Yibin took Jian and Har back to the shop. Today was truly exhausting. Let's all get some rest. Tomorrow promises to be busy. As agreed, the executives from the streaming platforms and affluent sponsors would be coming to present their proposals the next day. Before falling asleep, Shen Yibin glanced at Jianjian, who had already begun to dream in its basket. He felt a pang of reluctance to part with the creature. How wonderful it would be if the future pet shop had fewer restrictions. Upon waking, he had breakfast and tidied up. Shen Yibin cautiously opened the shop door, only to be greeted by a throng of people outside, indicating that once again he would not be able to take Jianjian and Har for a stroll in the park. At the front of the line were the same wealthy patrons and executives from the streaming platforms. However, this time, they were not in line to purchase their spots. Shen Yibin had noticed their aides and assistants camped outside with tents ready to wait through the night. Please come inside, there's nothing much in terms of fine tea, so I won't serve you any. He'll prepare some fresh fruit juice instead. Shen Yibin doubted they would find his tea to their liking, but fortunately, they had sent over some excellent fruits the previous day. There's no need for Mr. Shen to trouble himself. These tasks can be handled by others, replied Li Yinqing, the executive who had proposed the talent competition. He waved, and a lovely young secretary promptly stepped up to take the fruits from Shen Yibin's hands, busying herself with the task. In no time, several glasses of fresh juice were served. Mr. Shen, here is the proposal we compiled yesterday. Li Yinqing handed over a thick stack of documents. Let me briefly introduce it to you. After a night of discussions, we have reached a preliminary consensus. Seeing the dark circles under his eyes, Shen Yibin nodded, indicating for him to continue. We 5 streaming platforms and 7 independent investors have decided to re-register a company to manage this event. These individuals are now colleagues of the company. Li Yinqing gestured to the representatives behind him. We understand that Mr. Shen does not like complications, so we will handle these trivial matters. We have secured the indoor stadium in Yun City for the talent competition venue, and we expect to officially start the auditions in 7 days. It was supposed to be about finding a master for Jinjian, but it had morphed into a talent show. Yet they could hardly think of a better term, so this was how it was framed. The audition process is similar to other programs, with contestants performing on stage, judges scoring and deciding who advances or is eliminated. The only difference is that we will have only Jinjian as our judge. As things stood, Li Yinqing and the others secretly hoped Jinjian wouldn't find a master too soon. They wished for the program to extend as long as possible. But I have to run the shop every day. Oh, I doubt I have that much time. Shen Yibin raised his concerns. No need to worry, if our scheduled program is from 8 to 10 in the evening. You only need to spare 2 hours each day, which will not interfere with your business. At this point, the wealthy patrons and executives felt an immense frustration. As long as Shen Yibin agreed to any of their conditions, millions of cash would be thrown their way, making this small shop seem insignificant. That's acceptable. But how long do you expect this talent show to last? A prolonged duration wouldn't work either. The future pet shop had given Shen Yibin a time frame of 3 months. If he couldn't find a suitable customer during the event, he would need to consider alternative plans. We certainly hope for as long as possible, but it ultimately depends on your convenience, Li Yinqing replied candidly. To strengthen his argument, he painted a promising picture for Shen Yibin. According to our estimates, this talent show will surely yield substantial profits. After our discussions, we are willing to share 30% of the profits with Mr. Shen. Shen Yibin nearly spat out the juice he had just sipped. Having witnessed the audience's fervor when Jinjian sang the previous day, he knew this talent show would be lucrative. They were willing to give him 30% of the profits. Based on the most conservative estimates, that 30% would be in the millions, so what do you think? Li Yinqing stoked the flames further. Let's prioritize Jianjian's opinion. If he finds a suitable master on the first day, then we'll call it off. Additionally, if he still hasn't found one within a month, it should also conclude. Even with more money, one must have the ability to spend it. Shen Yibin couldn't shake off the warning from the future pet shop. Mr. Shen, we have invested so much for this event, and will spend considerable time and effort promoting and setting up the venue. If it only lasts a day, we might not even recoup our costs, Li Yinqing urged anxiously. If that's the case, then so be it. Shen Yibin tossed the proposal onto the coffee table. Of course, I estimate that such a coincidental outcome is unlikely. Given the nature of the future pet shop and Jianjian's high standards, finding a suitable master would not be easy. After a back-and-forth argument, Shen Yibin remained firm, forcing Li Yinqing and his team to concede. The primary reason was that they had already signed a contract. Whoever gained the right to purchase Jianjian through this talent show would have to sign under this new company, allowing them to manage the promotion and packaging. They still had opportunities to profit. They called in a few lawyers to help review the contract, and after some minor modifications, Shen Yibin signed his name. Thus, the unprecedented talent show was officially launched. Videos of Jianjian quickly spread across the internet, and the talent show soon became a hot topic with everyone speculating on who would become the owner of this remarkable parrot. In a quiet and secluded county town, Sun Qian walked through the gates of the high school. Having graduated from university just a year ago, her family had leveraged connections to secure her what they considered a stable and prestigious job. All she needed to do was teach for a couple of years, marry a suitable young man, and settle down to a life that in their eyes would be deemed complete. However, these were merely her parents' views. Throughout the year of her employment, Sun Qian had gradually grown weary of this monotonous existence. The lack of any excitement in her life was troubling. Most importantly, this way of living seemed to drift further away from her dreams. Sun Qian had studied music in university, aspiring to become an exceptional musician. Yet here she was working as a music teacher in a school where hardly anyone truly cared about music. Even the few students who had decided to pursue arts viewed music merely as a stepping stone to enter university. When she first returned to her hometown, Sun Qian thought she might forget her musical dreams and adhere to her parents' plan, living in this closed-off, yet leisurely town. After all, she had always followed her parents' wishes, studying music as they desired, applying to university according to their plans, and returning home to work as they instructed. At first glance, this seemed acceptable. But every night, lying in bed, she found herself tossing and turning, unable to sleep. Scrolling through her social media, she saw classmates joining symphony orchestras, others uploading original songs online, and some studying abroad, sending photos from the Golden Hall in Vienna. They had not forgotten their musical dreams, while she was destined to remain in her hometown teaching students who lacked any passion for music. Each morning, she would awaken to find her pillow stained with tears, perhaps the result of her unfulfilled aspirations. At work, she endured mundane gossip from colleagues. After hours, she went on blind dates with the county's promising young men as per her parents' demands. Yet none of these suitors sparked any excitement within her. It wasn't that there was anything wrong with these individuals. In truth, Sun Qian barely remembered their names. At just 23, was she truly meant to spend her life with someone she met through a setup? The very thought filled her with dread. Shouldn't marriage begin with love? Sun Qian, your talent stands out among our students. It pains me to see you bury it, her classmates would often say. Caught between her discomfort with life at home and her friends' encouragement, Sun Qian's thoughts began to shift. Perhaps she should give it another try. She glanced at the guitar hanging on her wall. Once the thought took root, it spread like wild grass, ultimately overshadowing her compliance with her parents and her worries about the future. One day, she gathered her courage and expressed her desire to her parents. She wanted to venture out into the world, or else she would never find peace. This led to a prolonged Cold War and accusations, but ultimately her parents, still concerned for their daughter, softened upon seeing her fading smile and diminishing health. They finally relented, granting her request. Thus, Sun Qian found herself at school today, ready to submit her resignation. "Good morning, teacher," she greeted as she reached the principal's office, encountering teacher by coming out. "Is the principal inside?" "Yes, teacher," nodded, stepping aside. She swayed away in her high heels, and Sun Qian thanked her before knocking on the door. "Come in," came the principal's deep baritone. Sun Qian thought the voice was suited for opera, an amusing notion that crossed her mind. "Hello, Principal Gao." She stepped inside, retrieving her resignation letter from her bag and handing it over. She had already informed the school in advance. Today was merely a formality. "Honestly, I'm reluctant to let such a great teacher as you go," Principal Gao said with a hint of regret. Sun Qian's professional skills were remarkable, and under her guidance her music students had shown significant improvement. It would be hard to find a suitable replacement once she left. "I apologize for the trouble," Sun Qian replied awkwardly. "Your generation has different aspirations. After spending time outside, you no longer wish to remain in such a small place. It's understandable," he said, opening her resignation letter. The letter expressed gratitude for the support from colleagues and management since her arrival at the school, followed by a statement of her resignation, which was quite standard. "While you're young, it's good to explore the outside world. If you ever feel exhausted and want to return, our school will always welcome you back." He had done his part to persuade her, signing the letter with an approving mark. From that moment, Sun Qian was free once more. As she exited the school gates, a wave of relief washed over her. Unable to contain her joy, she began humming a song she had written during her school days. With a light step, she returned home, where her parents fell silent upon seeing the smile on her face. Perhaps bringing her back had been a mistake. All right, Mom, I really can't eat anymore." "Eat more? Who else will care for you like this once you leave?" Her mother stubbornly placed a chicken leg in her bowl. Having made her decision, Sun Qian booked her tickets that same day, dragging her suitcase to the station to say goodbye to her parents. "Dad, Mom, you can go home now. Don't worry about me. I've already contacted my college roommate. I'll be staying at her place, and everything will be fine. If anything happens, just call home." Your dad and I are still in good health. There's no need for you to fret, her mother said, wiping her tears while waving earnestly. As the time to board approached, Sun Qian dried her eyes and stepped onto the bus. As it began to move, she glanced back, noticing her parents standing there watching her from a distance. This sight tugged at her heart. Holding her guitar, she gazed out of the window, admiring the mountains, rivers, flowers, and trees as the bus wound its way along the mountain roads. After more than 4 hours of travel, she finally arrived at her destination. She pulled out her phone and dialed her college roommate's number. Yes, I've arrived. I'm at the Yunzhong City bus station. No, it's fine. You don't need to take leave. Just tell me where to go, and I'll take a taxi. After hanging up, Sun Qian called for a taxi and headed to the designated location. Finally, a moment of peace. After a refreshing nap, Shen Yibin discreetly pulled back a corner of the curtain and discovered that the streets once bustling with people just 2 days prior were now quite empty. Perhaps today, he wouldn't have to be so busy. It was likely due to it being Monday. Those people were either off to work or school, leaving no time to loiter outside. Moreover, Shen Yibin had repeatedly asked Li Yinsheng and the others to help fend off the reporters, which contributed to the relative tranquility. Har Jinjian, rise and shine. After breakfast, I'll take you to the park. After being cooped up in the house for 2 days, he was eager to step outside and breathe in the fresh air. Har rolled out of bed, neatly made his bed, and headed to the bathroom to freshen up. Oh, finally some fresh air, Jian exclaimed, feeling quite pleased before quickly shifting gears to criticize Shen Yibin. By the way, you've interrupted your practice for 2 days. You must make up for it today. You haven't forgotten about that, huh? Was I about to learn how to breathe like a dog by the lake again? The fleeting joy he felt vanished in an instant, shattered by Jianjian's relentless words. Well, I was going to treat you to some Jibu Asu this morning, but now it seems I'll have to reconsider. Shen Yibin sighed, sinking back into bed, completely unmotivated to get up. That's all mine. It was given to me. Now it was Jianjian's turn to panic. Shen Yibin had stored the fruits in the fridge, and Jianjian couldn't access it. No way, I feel like I still need more sleep. I'm going to continue resting, Shen Yibin declared, pulling the covers over his head to shut out Jianjian's incessant chatter. Jianjian lacked the energy to lift the covers, but Har was different. Having spent 2 days as a store mascot, it was now impatient for an outing. Seizing the opportunity, Har climbed onto Shen Yibin's belly, tugged at the blanket, and gazed pitifully at him. Fine, I'm defeated by your innocent eyes. I'll get up. After rising, washing up, changing clothes, preparing breakfast, cleaning, and feeding the pets, Shen Yibin finally took Har and Jianjian out of the store, heading towards the nearby park. Abin, good morning. Har, good morning. Oh, and Jianjian, good morning to you too. Familiar faces from nearby shops greeted them warmly. Once Shen Yibin and his companions disappeared around the corner, they huddled together, discussing with envy how much money Shen Yibin would likely earn from the recent talent show, especially after the newly established company had kicked off its promotional campaign last night. Honestly, I wouldn't sell my parrot if it were me. Keeping it at home, whatever I did would be better than this, someone muttered, and naturally, they regarded Shen Yibin as foolish. Sticky Rice Ball, good morning. Good morning, everyone. Upon arriving at the park, Shen Yibin greeted Har and all the familiar faces one by one. Then, as he had done a few days prior, he pulled Har with one hand, while Har led Sticky Rice Ball with the other. The three of them started walking along the lakeside path. As for Jianjian, it flew to the treetop and began performing Peking opera for the elderly folks. This time it switched from empty city stratagem to Sha Jia Bang, singing. Back then my troops were just starting out, barely a dozen men with 7 or 8 guns. When the Imperial Army pursued me, I was utterly disoriented. Thankfully, Ah Qing's wife told me to hide in the water tank. Transforming from the cunning Zhuge Liang to the bumbling Huchuan Kuei, Jianjian evoked nostalgic memories for the elderly, who couldn't help but hum along. After their stroll, Har climbed a nearby tree to exercise, while a frustrated Shen Yibin began his breathing practice, though he seemed to forget that many of those elderly individuals had purchased pets from him last week. Golden retrievers, huskies, and Labradors had also been brought to the park. At the sound of that familiar noise, these pets quickly surrounded Shen Yibin, sitting closely by his side, panting just like him, which left Shen Yibin feeling utterly despondent. After blushing through a double session of his usual practice, he felt too embarrassed to remain in the park any longer and hastily returned to the store with Har and Jianjian. I need to see how the promotion is going, Shen Yibin said, comfortably reclining on the sofa. He pulled out his phone and logged into Weibo, discovering that the talent show had become a trending topic, generating countless shares and comments. I feel like I've suffered 1,000 cuts. Here I am, a fully fledged singer with 3 years of professional training, yet I can't sing better than a parrot, lamented a commenter beneath Jianjian's performance video. Please experts, what kind of music does Jianjian prefer? I need to prepare early, another user apparently keen on participating in the talent show wrote. I can play the piano, violin, clarinet, and saxophone, but based on the talent show rules, I can only perform one. Which should I choose? I just registered on the talent show host's official website and found out my number is over 100,000. Please God, let me pass the preliminary round so I can at least make an appearance in the main event. Even if I don't get picked, just meeting Jian would be enough for me. Jian now had devoted fans. 100,000. The promotional plan only launched last night, and already there were that many registrants. Shen Yibin couldn't help but admire Jian's immense appeal and the company's impressive marketing prowess. Scrolling further, he saw many signed singers and musicians from various streaming platforms expressing their determination to seize this opportunity to win Jian's favor, while former stars and gaming influencers seemed to fade into obscurity, losing the spotlight. Frustrated, he thought, why didn't I learn some musical skills back then? These people were in tears, helplessly watching such a great opportunity fall into someone else's hands. Mr. Shen, based on our estimates, we should be able to gather at least 2 million registrants for the talent show within a week. We have prepared audition stages in several cities, and the first batch of contestants will arrive in Yunqing next Monday, Li Yinqing said over the phone, his voice brimming with excitement. It seemed this promotional effect had exceeded even his expectations. Boss, are you in? Just as he was enjoying his moment, a high-pitched voice suddenly came from the entrance. Turning around, he saw a young woman in her 20s, strikingly beautiful and dressed in designer clothes, scanning the surroundings. Hello, welcome, he greeted, realizing that a customer had arrived, and a wealthy one at that. Perhaps a sale was imminent. For the sake of Hare's meals and Jian's tropical fruits, Shen Yibin quickly stood up to welcome her, preparing to introduce the pets in the shop. Do you prefer cats or dogs? Or perhaps a chinchilla? Oh my, a panda! The young woman exclaimed upon spotting Hare, her eyes instantly lighting up. I heard that your shop has pandas and I thought it was a hoax. I can't believe it's real. Wait, is she not a customer, but rather here to gawk? Shen Yibin sensed the potential loss of business, but maintained a polite demeanor nonetheless. Just a silly foodie, nothing to get worked up about, Jian interjected, unable to suppress a sarcastic remark laced with jealousy. Why did everyone get so excited seeing this creature? It was merely a bit rounder than usual. So could it be that talent is forever overshadowed by looks? I am utterly disillusioned with this appearance-obsessed world. What a clever parrot. Your voice is so delightful, the young woman cooed, her tone unnervingly sweet, sending shivers down Shen Yibin's spine. He instinctively took a step back. However, the young woman seemed oblivious to his discomfort and moved closer, tugging at Shen Yibin's arm. Boss, what breed is this parrot? Oh, this is Jian, a yellow-winged, blue-crowned Amazon parrot native to the Amazon rainforest. It is renowned for its remarkable ability to mimic language, Shen Yibin explained. No wonder. Oh, I happen to have some jabuticaba that a friend sent me from Brazil. Would Jian like to try some? The young woman exclaimed excitedly, hastily reaching into her Hermes bag to retrieve a box of fruit resembling grapes. Seriously, was her performance not overly dramatic? That excitement was exaggerated and utterly insincere. There was no genuine feeling at all. Shen Yibin realized then that this young woman was not a casual customer, but had come specifically to butter up Jian. What a coincidence indeed. Who would stuff their Hermes bag with jabuticaba, a rare find in Yunzhong City? Just a few days ago, he had searched every supermarket in the city for this Brazilian fruit known as tree grapes and found none. She clearly came prepared. Thank you, but I just had breakfast and am not hungry right now, Jian replied, seemingly aware of the ulterior motive. It lazily rested on Hare's belly, showing no interest in eating. The young woman suddenly felt awkward. Hadn't Xiao Lu told her that this parrot loved Amazon fruits? She had gone through such lengths to acquire it, yet she not only failed to forge a connection, but seemingly upset it. Realizing she had been seen through, the young woman felt embarrassed and hurriedly made her exit, nearly tripping on the steps as she left. Sigh, what is wrong with today's youth? Why the impatience over a trivial talent show? Did they really need to concoct such absurd schemes? Shen Yibin lamented, seemingly forgetting the immense benefits Jian could bring. Do you think we will encounter more people like that? Shen Yibin suddenly felt an ominous premonition surging within him. Surely there were many others harboring the same intentions as that young woman. Hare shook his head, lost in ignorance, while Jian covered its eyes with its wings, evidently sharing Shen Yibin's thoughts. As expected, it wasn't long before a second customer walked into the shop. Oh my boss, your parrot is truly stunning. A young man with long hair entered, but his opening line revealed his intentions. Anyone walking into Shen Yibin's shop would surely notice Hare first, yet he completely ignored Hare and immediately praised Jian's beauty, indicating he was well prepared. Just moments ago, the young woman had tried to entice Jian with food. What trick did this one have up his sleeve? With this mindset, Shen Yibin engaged in small talk with the long-haired youth. Before long, the young man revealed his purpose. I just bought a macaw with gorgeous feathers. It's a female. I'm going to bring her in to see if they can get along. Without waiting for Shen Yibin's response, he eagerly dashed outside to retrieve a vibrantly feathered scarlet macaw from his car. The scarlet macaw, also known as the five-colored macaw, is cherished for its bright plumage and beautiful appearance, making it one of the most admired parrots. Coupled with the emphasis on it being female, Shen Yibin immediately grasped the young man's intentions. He was employing the beauty trap. Having previously ignored the allure of food, this time the young man presented a beauty. Jianjian, surely you won't remain unaffected, right? Shen Yibin's curiosity piqued. Yet Jianjian was a parrot of noble character, unfazed by either food or beauty. The long-haired youth's scheme fell flat. The main reason was that the beautiful scarlet macaw seemed utterly disinterested in Jianjian, hardly glancing at it from the moment she entered until her departure. Once he left, both Shen Yibin and Hare burst into laughter, relishing the rare sight of Jianjian being dismissed by a beauty. Their spirits were delightfully lifted. She's already in her 40s. No interest whatsoever. I'm only fond of girls in their teens, Jianjian quipped, revealing itself to be. Miss, you've misunderstood. Oh, I am not that kind of person. Shen Yibin pushed the last of the relentless young women out the door and quickly rolled down the shutter. The number of visitors to the shop today was quite substantial, but few were genuine customers. The majority were merely attempting to get closer to Jianjian or him, hoping to gain an advantage in the upcoming talent show. Just moments ago, that young woman, seeing that she had no effective means to attract Jianjian's attention, had shifted her focus onto Shen Yibin. As she spoke, her body nearly leaned onto him. As a hot-blooded young man, Shen Yibin could hardly endure such an ordeal, so he hastily sent her away, fearing that things could escalate into a major disaster. Finally, some peace and quiet. Shen Yibin, Hare, and Jianjian collapsed onto the sofa in unison, thoroughly exhausted from the day's events. Of course, the most frustrating part was that they hadn't managed to make a single sale all day. After resting for a while, Hare was the first to regain some energy. It climbed onto Shen Yibin's back and began to massage his shoulders, making gentle murmurs as if to comfort him. Thank you, Hare. I'll cook you something delicious later. Hare's sturdy paws provided a particularly pleasant massage, and Shen Yibin immediately felt rejuvenated. Hey Jianjian, with so many people coming in today, didn't any of them catch your fancy? Among the visitors, several had brought instruments or prepared songs, eager to showcase their talents before Jianjian. Unfortunately, most were swiftly halted by Shen Yibin. The shop was flanked by other businesses, and their performances would disturb the patrons next door. Moreover, it wouldn't be fair to the other contestants. Alas, not a single one, Jianjian replied despondently, shaking its head. Being pursued by admirers could indeed be a burdensome affair, especially when one was fated to reject them. Why not? I heard several of them sing quite well. At least better than I do, Shen Yibin inquired, curiously, feeling a surge of pressure. With Jianjian being so discerning, could he truly find a suitable owner within the limited time available? He began to feel a twinge of panic. They lack love, Jianjian suddenly dropped a line typical of an anime enthusiast. Before Shen Yibin could ask for clarification, it continued. Their voices are beautiful, their technique flawless, every note perfectly hit, yet they lack substance. Could you elaborate? Shen Yibin felt a wave of embarrassment. When had he become unable to comprehend even a parrot's statement? His intellect seemed to have suffered a severe blow. Jianjian regarded him with a look of "you're hopeless," as if it had anticipated this response. Because their singing is merely a display of their skills, devoid of any emotion. How can music devoid of feeling move an audience? Finally, Shen Yibin understood these individuals had no passion for music. A parrot like Jianjian, who cherished music, surely desired a master who shared that same fervor, right? One could lack a perfect voice or technique, but must possess a heart that loves music. So the kind of owner you seek must genuinely love music. This seemed a daunting task. While he had a heartfelt passion for food and could whip up various delicious dishes for Hare, music was merely a tool for him to unwind or uplift his spirits. Even if the pet shop relaxed its criteria, Shen Yibin doubted he could raise his compatibility with Jianjian above 80 points. Yes, exactly. For me, music is the most wonderful thing in the world, even more marvelous than figs. I would never choose a master who does not love music, Jianjian stated with unusual seriousness, eschewing its usual sarcasm to share its standards for selecting a master. I understand. I hope you find someone who genuinely loves music at this talent show. Shen Yibin's heart sank further, judging by the emotions expressed by the applicants on social media. They seemed more concerned about what Jianjian or the talent show could offer them rather than a true love for music. The entertainment industry had grown increasingly prosperous, birthing countless wealthy singers and musicians, yet among this new generation, few possessed the sincere passion for music that characterized the older artists who viewed it as the essence of their lives. Well, perhaps it would be best to wait and see. With so many applicants, surely he could find a suitable candidate, right? Shen Yibin thought to himself. Meanwhile, Sun Qian had also heard about the talent show from her college roommate at her home. Her roommate Qian returned excitedly saying, Qian, I can't believe you've come to Yunzhong City, just in time for such a great opportunity. If you win the talent show and bring Jian home, you'll definitely become a sensation. Forget it. I haven't sung properly in nearly a year. At this rate, I doubt I could even make it past the preliminary auditions. Besides, I've never been fond of talent shows, Sun Qian replied, shaking her head as she put down her guitar. And besides, a parrot costs about 40,000. I certainly don't have that kind of money. This was the truth. The salary in her small town was not high, and since Sun Qian was quite filial, she spent most of her earnings on gifts for her parents, leaving little saved over the past year. You haven't changed a bit, Qian sighed, shaking her head. During their college days, Sun Qian had always shown little interest in talent shows. In her words, they were merely stunts. While the contestants appeared heartfelt on stage, their thirst for success far exceeded their love for music. Sun Qian still aspired to be a pure musician. Perhaps she wouldn't achieve great fame, but as long as she could support herself and create music she loved, that was enough. Success was not important to her. Hearing Qian say this, Sun Qian merely smiled. She knew Qian meant well, but she truly disliked such events. Come out with me for a meal later. Oh, I've found you a gig at a bar. The pay isn't high, but that bar is somewhat well known among music enthusiasts in Yunzhong City, with customers who are seasoned music lovers. I think you'll like it. Qian presented her alternative plan. Sure, that sounds good. I could use the practice for live performances, Sun Qian replied, enthusiastically nodding in agreement. Since Monday, Shen Yibin's pet shop had been overflowing with customers seeking opportunities, leaving him quite exasperated. Eventually, he had no choice but to post a notice at the entrance stating that the shop only welcomed genuine buyers of pets, declaring that anyone participating in the selection event would be eliminated without hesitation. This restored a semblance of calm to the pet store. Here, look what I brought you. Bamboo-flavored biscuits. Do you like them? And here's Jinjin, some dried figs I picked up on my way, Xiao Wenqi said, arriving shortly after work with Mo Xiaoma presenting gifts to both Hare and Jinjin. Where on earth did you find such quirky flavored biscuits? Shen Yibin couldn't help but admire the prowess of online shop owners. Indeed, one could find anything on Taobao. Hey, didn't you bring me anything? Shen Yibin waited patiently, but after Hare and Jinjin received their gifts, he found himself feeling quite dejected. What kind of world was this where even pets received more attention than he did? To be fair, Hare was a national first-class protected animal and Jinjin was an internet celebrity. Oh no, an internet bird. While Shen Yibin was nothing at all. It was only natural that everyone overlooked him. I came here for two reasons: first, to see Hare and Jinjin, and second, because I've grown tired of eating out lately, so I wanted to sample your cooking. How could two stunning beauties like us offer you this opportunity, and you still seem dissatisfied? Mo Xiaoma said, taking a seat across from him with a casual demeanor. You are quite frank, aren't you? Shen Yibin was left speechless by her boldness in freeloading on food and pet cuddles, all while justifying it so earnestly. After that meal the other day, Momo couldn't stop talking about it for 2 days. Since I don't have to work overtime today, I thought I'd bother you again. I brought meat and vegetables. What else do you think we should buy? Xiao Wenqi proved to be more reliable than Mo Xiaoma as she pulled out several large bags filled with bamboo shoots and lamb, among other things Hare enjoyed. Perfect. That saves me a trip to the market. Being old classmates, sharing a meal was no issue at all. Hare, let's go upstairs to cook. Hare scampered off the sofa, accepting the ingredients from Xiao Wenqi with a nod of thanks, and followed Shen Yibin upstairs. Meanwhile, Jinjin stayed behind to entertain the two, and soon the sounds of their laughter floated up from below. Shen Yibin felt a pang of envy. How wonderful it would be if he possessed such charm. Washing and chopping vegetables and stirring them in the pot, in no time 4 dishes and a soup were ready. Without needing to be told, Hare hopped down from a chair and scampered to the stairs, waving to beckon them up. The aroma of Greek olive oil, Italian black truffle, and mozzarella cheese. Finally, I get to enjoy authentic fig salad. Jinjin inhaled deeply, settling onto the table. These were specially bought for Jinjin by Xiao Wenqi and Mo Xiaoma. Seeing Jinjin's grateful demeanor made Shen Yibin think that if they weren't so tone-deaf in music, they might just take Jinjin home. Here, let me pour you some wine. Just as Hare set its bowl on the table, Mo Xiaoma quickly filled it. Mr. Shen, please take your seat at the podium. Li Yinshen guided Shen Yibin to the center of the gymnasium, which had been meticulously transformed for the event. At the back sat the judges, while the stage in front was set for the contestants' performances. Several chairs were arranged on the podium, with Shen Yibin positioned at the center, flanked by the renowned host hired at great expense by the organizers. A specially crafted small chair was prepared for Jinjin, adorned with an array of fresh Amazonian fruits for its exclusive enjoyment. Of course, Hare also had its own setup. A high chair was placed to the right of Shen Yibin, allowing it to peek over the podium. After all, the adorable panda was a powerful tool for attracting followers. How could they overlook that? Having already rehearsed twice, Hare effortlessly climbed onto the chair, its eyes darting between the juice and the fruit basket, seemingly contemplating which delicacy to sample first. Meanwhile, Jian had confidently flown to the podium, allowing the staff to adjust the microphone before happily nibbling on a jabuticaba. As the talent show was about to commence, the curtains slowly parted, revealing two elegantly dressed hosts at the center of the stage. Authentic milk tea and authentic music welcome you to the show presented by the leading brand of milk tea. The hosts launched into an impressive list of sponsors, seamlessly rattling off over 100 names before smiling and awaiting the audience's enthusiastic applause. However, the crowd's immediate reaction was not applause, but a chorus of boos. Compared to Jian, this somewhat mundane display held little allure. This was awkward. After years of navigating the entertainment industry without defeat, today I was outshone by a bird, and more critically, it seemed the bird hadn't even spoken a word. The female co-host quickly cast a desperate glance at Jian. Given the situation, her carefully prepared lines seemed unnecessary. "This jabuticaba is quite delicious," Jian said, swallowing the fruit pulp with effort. "Well, since everyone is here, let's get started. I still want to eat jabuticaba." It flapped its wings and grabbed another fruit. "Wow." This seemingly inconsequential remark drew enthusiastic applause. Countless audience members whispered among themselves, "Just like in the video, this parrot speaks so fluently, this ticket was worth it." Jian's opening line unexpectedly triggered a viral sensation, catapulting the jabuticaba from Brazil into online fame. Numerous enterprising vendors began listing the fruit for pre-order on shopping platforms, reaping substantial profits. Viewers of the show were eager to taste the fruit beloved by Jian, leading to a dramatic increase in the export of jabuticabas from Brazil, with prices soaring. The Brazilian ambassador was even eager to fly in to present Jian with a medal. All right, let's welcome the first contestant, a well-known streamer from the Douyin platform, the sheep who doesn't eat grass. He will bring us a song. With Jian's presence stabilizing the audience, the host quickly introduced the first contestant, a man in his late 20s wearing glasses and appearing quite refined. With a massive online following, his singing live streams were quite popular, earning him the nickname General Sheep among fans. The Douyin platform happened to be the company where Li Yinxing worked, and after some negotiation, he had secured the first performance slot. General Sheep. As he took the stage, the organizers planted supporters among the audience, sprang into action, waving glow sticks and cheering him on. General Sheep responded with a star-like wave to his fans. "You are also a well-known streamer, and I often watch your singing live streams," the gold medal host remarked, breaking the ice and creating rapport before asking, "What motivated you to participate in this talent show?" "Of course, it was all about the money. If I can bring Jian home, I could easily become the hottest streamer on all platforms, making millions a month, and over 100 million a year would be a piece of cake." Though he thought this, he couldn't say it aloud. General Sheep began by expressing his love for music, praising Jian's singing ability, and finally declaring that Jian was the musical partner he had been searching for, hoping to bring Jian home through this opportunity. Fans erupted into cheers and applause, prompting the host to turn to Jian. "Mr. Jian, what do you think of General Sheep's statement?" "Well, it's clear you're here for the music talent show. If someone didn't know better, they'd think you were performing a comedy skit," Jian quipped, crossing its legs. "Why say so much? In the end, it all comes down to singing ability, right?" Ha ha ha. Laughter erupted throughout the gym, and from viewers at home, Jian's sharp tongue was indeed merciless. The host and General Sheep were left bewildered on stage. Why wasn't he following the usual script of flattery before the performance? Great ratings just went up. Let's get the hosts off the stage and start the show, Li Yinxing thought, unconcerned as long as the ratings soared. "I'm going to perform the brightest star in the night sky for Jian and all the audience friends. Please enjoy." General Sheep, accustomed to the spotlight, quickly regained his composure and prepared to sing. However, just then a mishap occurred. Hare accidentally knocked an apple from the fruit basket onto the floor, where it rolled to General Sheep's feet. Hare hurriedly slid off the chair, waddling toward the center stage to retrieve the apple, looking around with a puzzled expression. "Ha ha ha. This panda is so adorable." This sight instantly charmed countless viewers, leaving General Sheep completely forgotten. Hare returned to the podium while the director shifted the camera back to General Sheep, ready for the performance. But the audience had other ideas. The live chat exploded with demands. "Director, we don't want to see singing, we want to see the panda." Li Yinxing and the on-site director exchanged glances, unsure of how to proceed amidst this unexpected turn of events. "We want to see gun gun, we want to see gun gun." The live audience chanted in unison. Hare's apple-picking earlier had been unbearably adorable. Yang Zong stood ruffled by the breeze of chaos. "Coach, are we still supposed to be singing?" He cast a beseeching look at the host, who hurriedly contacted the director through an earpiece. Cut to a small picture in the lower right, and keep that panda on screen the whole time, the director decided without hesitation. Ratings were everything. Whether your performance suffered was nobody's concern. Tell that singer to finish fast and get the next one on. He's almost over his time. The brightest star in the night sky, can you hear the one who gazes up the loneliness and the sighs within their heart? The accompaniment swelled. Yang Zong had no choice but to continue, but the interruption had broken him. His voice was dry, devoid of nuance, and even slipped out of tune. Still, there was little need for worry. Both the live audience and those watching on screens had largely forsaken him. All attention had shifted to Hare, who was now clutching an apple and gnawing at it with fervor, nodding as if to commend its flavor. The small window had become the focal point of everyone's gaze. Ratings spiked so rapidly that Li Yinxing and the production team were already contemplating offering viewers the option to enlarge that little feed to full screen. After a moment, Hare noticed that Shen Yibin's hands were empty. He scratched his head, plucked another apple from the fruit basket, wiped it on the thick pad of his paw, and proffered it to Shen Yibin. Shen Yibin, unperturbed in the face of 10,000 onlookers, felt too embarrassed to eat under such scrutiny. He ruffled Hare's head. Be good. You have it. I'm not hungry right now. By then, Yang Zong had finished his song. He glanced anxiously at Jianjian. Damn it. This panda had ruined him. He hadn't managed more than 30% of his usual level. Forget it. I can't be bothered to critique, Jianjian conceded, wearily folding his wings. The audience offered sparse applause. Yang Zong's fate was unmistakably sealed. Next, the contestants waiting backstage had witnessed it all. They had once feared being placed late in the lineup, worried that others might win Jianjian's favor before them. Now it seemed the opposite. In this atmosphere, anyone who went on was doomed. Director, can I swap my slot? Pleaded the contestant who had paid dearly for the second position. There was no time for changes. Resigned, he forced himself onto the stage. Laughter erupted the moment he appeared. What's wrong? Is his makeup smeared? Is his zipper down? The second contestant panicked, scanning himself for flaws. The host gestured with his eyes. He followed the direction and saw Hare on the dais, chin resting on the table. The furry round head turned left, then right, and the audience dissolved into laughter once more. I knew it would be like this. The second contestant felt forsaken, just like Yang Zong. The barrage of on-screen commentary had shifted entirely away from the performers. Viewers began taking screenshots and turning Hare's expressions into reaction images. Hare, perhaps bored, spread both paws flat on the table and cocked his head, and the capture frenzy intensified. Hare had stolen every shred of attention. Even when Jianjian held his tongue, he was no match. The organizers were blindsided. Wasn't this supposed to be a talent show? How had it become a one-panda variety act? Li Yinxing and the director exchanged incredulous glances, unsure how to proceed. The ratings target had been met, but the spectacle bore little resemblance to the contest's original purpose. Should they change course? And if so, how? The second contestant still stood on stage, bewildered and immobile. Leaving things to carry on like this could not be an option. Mr. Shen, I sincerely apologize, but could you please keep your panda quiet? The audience is focused on the panda right now, completely ignoring the talent show. This situation cannot continue. Li Yinxing had no choice but to seek help from Shen Yibin through his earpiece. Hare, sit still. We'll continue grilling lamb skewers and drinking beer when we get back, Shen Yibin coaxed. This talent show aimed to find a master for Jianjian. Oh, it must not be delayed. The allure of lamb skewers and beer was irresistible. Upon hearing this, Hare straightened up, puffed out his chest like a primary school student, and stared motionlessly at the stage performance. This contestant, you may begin your performance, the host said, tears streaming down his face. First the parrot, now the panda. Each one seemed to be more popular than him. It was truly cruel. Mr. Jianjian, dear audience, hello everyone. The song I'll perform for you is The Vast Sky. The second contestant finally remembered he was there for the talent show. As the accompaniment began, the second contestant started singing, but like the sheep, he was greatly distracted and unable to showcase his true abilities. Before he even reached a minute, Jianjian called for a halt. Stop. Jianjian spread his wings helplessly. For the sake of the audience here and those watching at home, I think it would be best for you to step down. Look at what you've done to their ears. As Jianjian spoke, he fluttered to Hare's head. Look at this poor panda. Your noise has almost made him cry. Host, next contestant. Those words struck deep. The second contestant was in tears, and the audience erupted in laughter. Jianjian, with his sharp tongue, reclaimed much of the audience's attention from Hare. Both the live and screen viewers eagerly anticipated the appearance of the third contestant, not to enjoy the song, but to see what Jianjian would say next after the performance. The third contestant was an adorable little girl, but unfortunately she too fell victim to Jianjian's sharp tongue. Halfway through her performance of Wonderful Ability song, she was abruptly halted. Everyone has the right to pursue their dreams, but I can't allow your pursuit to become a nightmare for the audience. Look, you've almost frightened the children to tears. Host next. Hey, those kids were clearly having a great time. But no one cared about such minor details. The audience burst into applause again as Jianjian gradually became the star of the talent show, overshadowing Hair. With Jianjian's sharp wit guiding the proceedings, the talent show gradually found its rhythm. The subsequent singers began to adapt to this atmosphere, and their performances improved with each passing moment. However, they still could not win Jianjian's approval. Shen Yibin continuously used an audience engagement app to gauge which contestants performed well, but unfortunately, even the highest scorer fell far short of the 80-point minimum requirement. It seemed most of these contestants viewed the talent show merely as a stage for overnight fame, with few truly passionate about music. Well, you sang quite well, but I noticed a few issues with your pronunciation, such as Jianjian spared no mercy in his critique of those with ulterior motives. For the few who genuinely loved music but didn't meet the criteria, he patiently pointed out their flaws. Thank you, Mr. Jianjian. The contestants bowed in gratitude and the audience responded with enthusiastic applause as the viewership peaked at that moment. While banter and cuteness were undoubtedly appealing to the audience, such sincere moments touched their hearts even more. Jianjian's image grew richer in the minds of the viewers. This parrot possessed not only an incisive wit, but also a true love for music, attracting more fans to both him and the show. As the first episode wrapped up, countless viewers left messages in the comments expressing their intention to continue watching the next day's program and encouraging their friends and family to join in. Logically, a program like this would be best aired weekly, but due to Shen Yibin's one-month deadline, the organizers had to conduct continuous live broadcasts from Monday to Friday for 2 hours each evening with weekends off. This was quite demanding, even if they weren't tired. Jianjian and Shen Yibin needed rest. Mr. Shen, you've worked hard. We've prepared a simple meal. Please come with Jianjian and Hair to eat a bit. Li Yinxing invited. No, Hair and Jianjian are tired too. It's better to head back and rest early, otherwise they might not have the energy to participate tomorrow, Shen Yibin replied. Having spent 2 years in society, he understood that such gatherings were rarely innocent, and he didn't want to waste his energy on them. Moreover, Hair and Jianjian did seem a bit fatigued, so he firmly declined. Well, then I'll drive you back, Li Yinxing said, not wanting to push further. He reluctantly agreed, personally driving them back to the store before taking his leave. Jianjian, you worked hard today. I'll go make you some fig salad. Hair behaved well today, and the lamb skewers are all prepared. Once I get the grill going, we can start cooking. Once home, everyone felt a wave of relaxation and hurried to the balcony on the second floor. Soon the delightful aroma of Hair's special lamb skewers wafted through the air along with his contented sounds after finishing his beer. The next day, the three woke from their slumber following their usual routine of washing up, brushing their teeth, having breakfast, cleaning, and letting their pets out for some fresh air before heading out to the park to exercise and practice breathing. The only difference was that the elderly folks were now discussing last night's talent show, praising Jianjian and Hair's performances. Upon returning to the store after exercising, they found Li Yinxing waiting at the door early again. They quickly opened the door to welcome him and invited him to sit on the sofa and poured him some tea. Shen Yibin asked, is there something you need? Are there adjustments to the talent show's schedule? No, the audience's response was excellent. Tonight's format will be the same as yesterday, Li Yinxing quickly denied. Then why are you here so early? You're clearly busy, so it can't just be a casual visit. Mr. Shen, after last night's broadcast, many brands have contacted us wanting Hair to endorse their products, Li Yinxing explained. Since last night the office phones had not ceased, they had been hammered without respite. Li Yinxing looked at Hair with unabashed envy. This creature was not merely a panda, it was a walking fortune. Even the lowest bid from a company would secure him a comfortable income for decades. If only that panda belonged to him. Commercial shoots. Shen Yibin glanced at Hair uncertainly. Ultimately, this matter would be decided by the animal itself. We've compiled preliminary offers for your review. Naturally, these are initial figures. If you wish, our legal and negotiation teams can step in to secure the most favorable terms, Li Yinxing said, noticing Shen's hesitation. He produced a thick sheaf of documents from his briefcase and handed them over. He was not performing benevolence for its own sake. The audience reaction from the previous night had exposed Hair's extraordinary influence. Securing the animal as a live stream anchor on his platform would be a bonanza. He wanted to cultivate favor with Shen Yibin in hopes of that opportunity. I can't decide immediately. May I have some time? Shen suppressed his curiosity and did not open the files. Of course, if you need anything, call me. Our company has lawyers and negotiators ready at any time. Li Yinxing understood this was not a spurofement decision. He withdrew with practiced courtesy. Once the visitor was shown out, Shen returned to the shop. He ruffled Hair's head while flipping through the proposals, and then he was stunned by the parade of figures. Hare, he said, incredulous. This cola company will pay $2 million a year for an endorsement. This online game wants Hare as an in-game character and is offering $3 million annually. This phone brand, $5 million a year. This silly panda only likes beer. It doesn't care for cola, Jian muttered idly from the couch. He lay propped among pillows, still languid from last night's show. Hey, I'm talking to you. Are you even listening? Shen nudged the fruit basket closer and tried to enlist their attention. Hare seemed uninterested in corporate riches. It had its paws stretched toward the bowls on the coffee table. Hare turned bewildered, as if the conversation had never reached its ears. Shen conceded defeat and pushed the basket nearer. Here, pick whatever you like. You just finished breakfast, or are you not afraid of getting fat? Jian adopted a lordly air and said, give me that jibu asu. Before Shen could intervene, Hare plucked a jibu asu from the basket and set it on a cushion. It did not consider how large the fruit was for Jian. The oval sphere rolled off the cushion, and Jian had to scramble to catch it. You expect me to eat this whole thing unbroken, he complained. The fruit's hard shell would not yield easily. Hare scratched its head, sheepishly retrieved the jibu asu, and brought its paws together. With a single decisive snap, the shell split open, revealing the tender flesh within. Shen exhaled. He recalled how much effort it had taken him to crack one for Jian the day before. Hare's strength belied its cuddliness. The two of them began feeding themselves, and Shen, relegated to the sidelines, wrapped the pile of papers against the sofa to regain their focus. Well, give me some input. How do you like doing a cola commercial? Hare froze, then shook its head repeatedly. It seemed only the word cola had registered. Fine. That one is off the table. Shen pushed the $2 million offer aside. The game company, he tried. Hare shook its head again. $3 million gone. The phone brand. Another shake. $5 million evaporated. Shen worked his way through every prospect on the list. Hare kept declining, indifferent to the prospect of wealth. Beer company. They promise unlimited beer supply for Hare. What about that? Shen extended the suggestion with a theatrical inflection. At that, Hare became animated, eyes bright, abandoning the fruit and burrowing into Shen's arms, gazing up as though stars had filled its pupils. We don't have any such offer, Shen said with an apologetic shrug. He still held the phone company's proposal. No brewer had called. Hare slumped listlessly on the sofa, refusing even to look at Shen. Shen felt the sting of loss. In an instant, tens of millions in endorsement money had slipped away. Yet what could he do? Hare did not care. Moreover, the animal already helped around the shop, sweeping, tending to pets, letting them out for exercise to keep them mentally healthy. Shen's conscience pricked him. To drag Hare into the glare of commercial life for profit would be cruel. Sorry, Mr. Li. After thinking it over, Hare doesn't seem to enjoy these activities. I don't want to force it. Let's pass on this. If similar calls come in, please refuse on our behalf, Shen said. He tore the multi-million proposal in half, as if severing temptation. Mr. Shen, would you reconsider? Li Yinsheng urged, exasperated and disappointed. No thanks. I don't prize money that highly. Hare's happiness matters most. He thought to himself of the unpaid credit cards of feeding two picky gourmands, Jian and Hare, and felt the absurdity of his own declaration, but he held fast. Li Yinsheng finally acquiesced to decline on his behalf. Putting down the phone, Shen consoled himself it would be all right. There would still be a share of the talent show proceeds to come. I hear what you've done is akin to flying a small brewery, said Shen Yibin, rubbing Hare's head after hanging up the phone. Deep down, he felt a tinge of regret. Of course, he would never force Hare to do something he disliked. This was merely a casual remark. Hare innocently patted his belly, casting a pitiful glance at Shen Yibin as lunchtime approached. Well, the business at the shop is gradually improving, and I can support you. If there's no advertisement, then so be it. Shen Yibin stood up. Let's go buy some ingredients. Oh, what do you want for lunch? Hare slid off the sofa, grabbed Shen Yibin's hand, and mischievously flew up to his shoulder. The trio left the door ajar as they headed to the nearby grocery store. Can you still get tickets, Abin? Sell me too. The store owner, despite being in his 40s, was evidently intrigued by the recent talent show. He'll ask the organizers and see if they have any extras, Shen Yibin replied. They were all familiar faces, and he didn't mind helping out with such a small favor. I knew you were a good guy, Abin. The store owner gave a thumbs up and turned to rummage through a small warehouse at the back. These are fresh bamboo shoots I personally selected this morning. Let's see if Hare likes them. Upon opening the box, Hare picked up a bamboo shoot and sniffed it, seemingly quite satisfied with its quality. He eagerly gathered all the shoots into his embrace. Well, lunch would be bamboo shoots stir-fried with meat then. After purchasing some fine fresh pork, Shen Yibin returned to the shop, where there were still plenty of Amazon fruits in the fridge that Jian loved. After lunch, you two can take a rest. I'll handle the shop alone, or I still have to be busy tonight. Given the intensity of the talent show the previous night, Shen Yibin was concerned about exhausting his companions. Hair seemed somewhat reluctant. All right, I feel like I need to rest my voice. Call me when you're ready to go to the KTV. Jianyan wobbled back to the bedroom, extending his beak for Shen Yibin to help clean. Be good, take a nap, and I'll wake you up later. Finally, Hair helped Shen Yibin tidy up the dishes before returning to his small bed. It feels a bit dull without these two around. Shen Yibin went downstairs, reopened the shop door, and settled on the sofa, quietly waiting for customers. Perhaps due to the talent show, the shop was gaining a reputation in Yincheng City. Many people specifically came to buy pets, intrigued by the owner, who could raise such extraordinary parrots and adorable pandas. Surely other pets in the shop must possess remarkable qualities as well. Though the other pets in the store weren't the magical creatures like Jinyan and Hair, they were carefully selected by Shen Yibin from Bao Guest Breeding Farm. Whenever there was a need, he would call Bao Gu for delivery, ensuring that their health and intelligence surpassed those of typical pet stores. So even though customers didn't find the extraordinary pets they expected, the charming, clever, or endearing animals still won their affection, leading to a surge in sales at Shen Yibin's shop. Thank you for your patronage. Have a good journey. If you have any issues in the future, feel free to call me. If you're on a business trip or otherwise unable to care for your pet, you can leave it here temporarily, and I promise to take good care of it. Having closed another deal, Shen Yibin warmly escorted the customer outside. I can't take it anymore. Running a successful business is exhausting. This was already the 5th transaction of the afternoon, and Shen Yibin had barely rested since going downstairs. Speaking about the pets left him parched, and accompanying customers had left his back sore and legs aching. Should I hire a new employee? Now that Hair's identity issue was resolved, he no longer had to worry about being seen. Moreover, he was truly overwhelmed with work, and his current income could support a bit more labor costs, so it was time to consider this. What kind of employee should he recruit? Noticing that it was nearly time to take Jinyan to the KTV, Shen Yibin decided to close early. He rolled down the shutter and collapsed on the sofa to ponder. He envisioned hiring someone with a voluptuous figure, long legs, good looks, and a gentle demeanor. Shen Yibin indulged in his fantasies, but he quickly reminded himself that such a person would hardly consider taking a small paycheck. It was essential that the candidate loved pets and had a lively, cheerful personality to effectively introduce pets to customers. Coming back to reality, Shen Yibin seriously began to outline the job requirements. Soon the job posting was ready. Shen Yibin crafted the content and began sharing it on social media. Our shop is hiring one employee due to business needs. Requirements: love for pets, cheerful and lively disposition, aged 20-38, base salary of 2,000 plus, sales commission, 5 days of work per week, with a choice of rest days from Monday to Friday. Weekends are mandatory. Interested candidates may come to the shop for an interview. He decided to post it on social media first to see if anyone could recommend a suitable candidate. Additionally, he planned to put a recruitment notice on the shop door, and if that didn't work, he would consider recruitment websites. Abin, are you hiring at your shop? Do you think I'd be a good fit? Not long after posting, Imo Xiaomo reached out. Sis, you're joking, right? You're a gold-collar worker. Oh, why would you settle for this little pay? Shen Yibin perspired slightly. Imo Xiaomo had a good job, with an income far exceeding Yincheng City's average salary, clearly joking. I'm not kidding. I have a distant relative who just moved here and hasn't found a job yet. Should I have her try at your place? Imo Xiaomo suggested. Sure, have her come over tomorrow, and if everything looks good, I'll hire her. Shen Yibin agreed readily. Meanwhile, on the other side of Yincheng City, someone was also discussing work matters. Miss Sun, your singing was outstanding. Our establishment warmly welcomes you to perform here, although Sun Qian currently resides at Qianqian's home, but Qianqian's own place is merely a one-bedroom apartment. Living together inevitably brings some inconvenience, and since Qianqian already has a boyfriend, it is clearly inappropriate for Sun Qian to stay for long. She must find her own rental accommodation soon. Renting a place, maintaining her vocal health, seeking out a piano room for practice, and so forth, all these entail considerable expenses. Sun Qian's funds are limited, and the income from her bar performances is hardly sufficient. Moreover, in the future, once she has suitable songs, she will need to find a recording studio to produce demos and promote them online. If any music company show interest, she will certainly need a decent outfit for negotiations. Although she has spent the past year back in her hometown, hearing her classmates talk about their struggles in Beijing has made Sun Qian acutely aware of the challenges she will face. Fortunately, her bar shifts are from 9 in the evening until 10:30, leaving her the entire day to work. Once she returns home, she can look for suitable job opportunities online. Qianqian, are you looking for a job? Upon returning, she shared her decision with Qianqian. Yeah, while the bar pays decently, it's still not enough, Sun Qian explained her reasoning. That's true, that little amount of money is hardly sufficient for expenses. Qianqian, fully aware of the costs associated with pursuing a career in music, furrowed her brow in thought. I think I have a client who wants to hire a tutor for her daughter. With your skills, you should be perfect for it. I'll ask about it tomorrow. Thank you so much, Sun Qian replied, without hesitation expressing her gratitude. Also, our boss has opened a Western restaurant that needs live music besides. Being a local of Yunzhong City, Qian had many connections and quickly came up with several potential leads. However, if you take these opportunities, you'll be working non-stop day and night. Don't overexert yourself. I prepared for this before coming out. My classmates who went to Beijing shared their experiences, and compared to them, I feel quite fortunate. At least I'm not living in a basement or crammed into public transport for long periods. Sun Qian forced a light smile. While you're more resilient than I am, Qian sighed. Though her job was good and her boyfriend quite impressive, she no longer worked in the music industry. Seeing Sun Qian still striving for her dreams made her feel a twinge of jealousy. I'll help you inquire tomorrow. The talent show seems to have started. I'll grab some snacks, and let's watch TV. Before long, the room was filled with the sarcastic banter from Jian, and both of them burst into laughter, lightening the somber atmosphere. Time to get up for breakfast. Today, Shen Yibin let Hare and Jian sleep in a little longer, only waking them when breakfast was ready. Someone will be coming for an interview soon, so don't scare her off. Hare sleepily opened his eyes while Jian climbed out of his nest. After getting up, washing up, and having breakfast, they went to the park for an excruciating breathing training session under the watchful eyes of onlookers before returning to the shop to prepare for the arrival of customers. Hello, is this Mr. Shen's shop? Shortly after their return, a young girl entered the store. I was sent by Mo Jie to interview. Oh, Xiaomao mentioned you yesterday. Come on in and have a seat. Let's get you some water, Shen Yibin said, while pouring water, assessing the girl who had come to interview. She seemed to have been briefed by Mo Xiaomao as she appeared slightly surprised to see Hare and Jian, but quickly composed herself. Thank you. The girl seemed a bit shy. After accepting the water, she fell silent, unsure of what to say next. This wouldn't do. How could she effectively introduce pets to customers and entice them to make a purchase? Shen Yibin furrowed his brow slightly. His first impression of the girl was not very favorable. During the ensuing conversation, the girl spoke hesitantly, lacking clarity, and seemed to have little interest in pets. After a while, Shen Yibin decided to let her go for the time being. Xiaomao, your relative, doesn't seem suited for a job that requires regular interaction with people. Maybe she'd be better off in a technical position, Shen Yibin messaged Mo Xiaomao on WeChat. She's just started, and to be honest, I'm not very familiar with her. I just asked because I saw your need for talent. If it doesn't work out, that's fine, and I'll let her know. Since this is your business, it should align with your needs, so don't worry about me, Mo Xiaomao replied understandingly. I'll see if I can find someone suitable around me. Alright, thanks. Let's have dinner tonight after the talent show with Qiao Wenqi and Su Yi at my shop. After finishing his reply, Shen Yibin put down his phone, realizing he needed to start looking for new candidates. Hare, go put this up in the display window. Shen Yibin handed Hare a printed job advertisement. He had hoped to avoid the trouble of searching for someone new if the previous candidate had worked out, but it seemed he still had to begin the search again. Hare took the double-sided tape-laden paper and stumbled to the store entrance, straining to stick the job notice on the display window. This scene piqued the curiosity of passers-by who gathered to take a look. However, for some inexplicable reason, laughter erupted from the crowd. What's happening? Did I make a typo? Such a simple thing shouldn't have gone wrong. Shen Yibin quickly leaned back over his computer, checking each word meticulously. Oddly enough, there were no mistakes. So what were they laughing about? It seemed he had to step outside to see. As he pushed through the crowd and finally understood the situation, Shen Yibin felt like kneeling in despair. He pressed his forehead in frustration, realizing he had overestimated Hare's intelligence. The creature had pasted the notice upside down and printed a new one, only to head outside to fix it himself. Throughout the process, Hare had followed closely, scratching his head in confusion as to why Shen Yibin needed to redo something that seemed just fine to him. After the job notice was posted, it did attract some interest, but most applicants either knew nothing about pets, were inarticulate, or were overly concerned about work hours and pay. For several consecutive days, Shen Yibin had been unable to find a suitable candidate. When I graduated, finding a job was difficult enough, I didn't expect recruiting would be equally frustrating now. It seems finding the right person really is not easy. For the next few days, he would have to rely on himself. Shen Yibin slumped helplessly onto the sofa. If the shop grew busy, he would have to tend to customers, cook, buy provisions, and frequently visit Bao Guest Breeding Farm to select suitable pets. One person could never manage it all. For now, he would persevere. If when the talent show ended, business remained brisk and no suitable hires had been found, he would spend some money on recruitment sites and try his luck. A few customers entered and Shen Yibin rose to greet them. Jian had been overworked these past days. Shen Yibin no longer let it handle introductions. By day, it lounged on the throw pillows, resting and nibbling fruit to soothe its throat. I cannot keep this pace, he thought. I have been running morning and night. Perhaps I should take a day off tomorrow and take Jian and Hare out for a stroll. These two have been in Yun's Hongxi so long and never explored the outskirts. After lunch, he did not hurry to open the shop. He sat at the table and considered the idea. He could ask Suyi to lend him a car, bring the barbecue set, and find a scenic spot in the suburbs for an outing. Hare and Jian would surely enjoy that. Hare, do you want to go out tomorrow? Shen asked, taking a tissue to wipe the grease from Hare's mouth. Go out? Where? Hare had not quite grasped his meaning. Jian answered first. Come on, let's find a place with fresh air. The air here pales beside the Amazon. I've been stifled these days, and my throat feels sore. That was true. Though Yun's Hongxi was famed for its greenery and pleasant air, it could not be compared to the Amazon rainforest. They were in entirely different leagues. Shen pulled up a few photographs of the suburban countryside on his phone and showed them to Hare. Hare nodded repeatedly. It was clear it wanted to go. All right, we'll close the shop for a day tomorrow. We'll feed the animals in the morning and return by afternoon when they grow hungry. Since both of them wanted to go, Shen made up his mind. A lost day of business was tolerable. If the two were happy, a little forfeited income was worth it. Still, a trip to the suburbs posed concerns. Suyi would surely lend the car, but taking Jian and Hare out alone, could it be safe? One was a national first-class protected animal. The other was a celebrity worth tens of millions. If they encountered criminals, Shen's slight frame could not protect them. Perhaps he could ask the organizers for 2 bodyguards. He had met plenty of such people lately, but that would enlarge the outing invite noise and make the excursion less pleasant among strangers. Aben, are you at the shop? Why is the door still closed? While he hesitated, Bayani messaged him on WeChat. Oh, are you here to pick up the tickets? He'll come down and open the door. Bai had asked Shen to reserve a few tickets and had arranged to collect them in the afternoon. When he opened the door, Bayani wore casual clothes. Come in and sit. I was just tidying up after lunch. Shen led her to the sofa, took the tickets from the drawer, and handed them over. I was going to give them to you when we went singing later. I'm off today and tomorrow. You won't find me in the car. Lucky for me, I know you, otherwise I'd have to pay scalpers a fortune. As she spoke, Bai transferred the ticket money to Shen. On leave, no wonder you aren't in uniform. I almost didn't recognize you. Bai's casual outfit softened the sternness of her usual police demeanor and lent her an urbane, youthful charm, quite different from her uniformed presence. Yes, even police take leave. We've been working overtime because of your stall. Oh, I only secured this time off after banging on Captain Daishan's desk. Her cheerful tone faded, and she sighed. My friends only rest on weekends. I don't know where to go alone. I'll probably just sleep in tomorrow. That was a fitting candidate, Shen realized. Having a police officer accompany them would allay his worries about Jian and Hare's safety. Besides, the pets were acquainted with Bai and would not feel constrained. Officer Bai, I'm planning to go to the suburbs tomorrow. Would you come with me? Shen ventured the invitation. Trying to chase after me? Bai looked up with a half-teasing smile. If she were his girlfriend, she could pet Panda every day. That sounded rather appealing. No, Officer Bai, you misunderstand. I plan to bring Hare and Jian, but I can't handle everything alone, so. Shen hurriedly explained. Am I really so unappealing? You don't even have a single thought of pursuing me. Her expression shifted suddenly to a playful, wounded pout. Shen, accustomed to her resolute bearing, was disarmed and unsure how to respond. He tried to clarify, but the more he explained, the worse it seemed. Enough, I'm not teasing you. I know what you mean. You just want me as a free bodyguard. Bai waved away his protests. For Hare and Jian sake will come, but you must make something delicious to reward me. No problem. I have a complete barbecue set upstairs. We'll go to Yunshui to fish grill our catch on the spot, and the food will be fresh. With the bodyguard issue resolved, Shen promised at once. Good. He'll get some things ready. Pick me up in the morning. She gave an address, then left with the tickets. Her expressions changed faster than any trickster, he thought, scratching his head. He gave up trying to read her mind, rose, and greeted the customers who had just arrived. Welcome. What kind of pet are you looking for? That Panda is not for sale. The parrot isn't for sale either. Please feel free to look at the other animals. Finally, I can sleep in. Don't wake me up tomorrow morning. Returning from the talent show, Shen Yibin collapsed onto his bed, pulling the covers over his head without even showering. He didn't stir until 8:30 the next morning, rising leisurely to prepare some breakfast. He even packed a portion for Bayani, then stuffed a barbecue grill, outdoor cooking gear, ingredients, seasonings, a moisture-proof mat, and other necessities into the trunk of the business car he borrowed from Suyi. Ha was also dressed differently today, clad in camouflage with hiking shoes. Compared to Shen Yibin, he was missing sunglasses, but his natural dark circles seemed to render them unnecessary. Ha Jiajin, get in the car. After everything was set, Shen Yibin snapped his fingers, stylishly beckoning them to hop in. Ha made it to the passenger seat, but needed Shen Yibin's help to climb up. Jiajian, however, had no trouble simply flying in through the window. By the time Shen Yibin fastened Ha's seatbelt, Jiajian was already comfortably sprawled out on the back seat, nibbling on a jabuticaba while enjoying the air conditioning. Let's head out today. We're embracing nature. Indeed, the suburban environment of Yincheng City was vastly different from the mountainous regions where giant pandas thrived or the Amazon rainforest. Nevertheless, the three of them didn't dwell on this discrepancy. After being cooped up in the city for so long, it was refreshing to experience the wild scenery and breathe some fresh air. Ha fidgeted restlessly against the seatbelt, curiously reaching for Shen Yibin's sunglasses. It seemed puzzled how in the blink of an eye Shen Yibin had developed dark circles just like him. Had he been hit? Stay still, I'm driving, Shen Yibin replied, relieved the car wasn't yet running. Otherwise, Ha's antics could lead to an accident. After much coaxing, Ha finally settled down, allowing Shen Yibin to start the car and set the navigation to Bayani's residence. Officer Bai, I'm downstairs. Yes, that black business car. All right, see you soon. After making a quick call to Bayani, she soon appeared dressed for the outdoors, as well pulling open the car door. I brought you some breakfast, steamed buns and hot soy milk. Eat while it's warm. Shen Yibin pointed at Bayani, and Ha eagerly handed over the breakfast he had been holding. Thank you, Ha. Want an apple? Bayani smiled, so wide her eyes nearly disappeared, pleasantly surprised by the unexpected treat. Sister, I made that breakfast. Shen Yibin felt quite overlooked. After closing the car door, he immediately restarted the vehicle and drove towards the outskirts. They managed to avoid the morning rush hour, and the drive was smooth. The weather was lovely, the sun shining brightly in the sky, and a gentle breeze swept over them, instantly lifting their spirits. Jiajian, sing us a song. Just as Shen Yibin was about to turn on the stereo, he remembered the talented Jiajian was with them. Listening to the stereo would pale in comparison to hearing the original. Sure, I heard a nice song at the talent show yesterday. I'll sing it for you now. Jiajian was in an unusually good mood, refraining from teasing Shen Yibin, and cleared its throat to start singing. The evening breeze stirs the pines, ringing like heavenly chimes. Standing in this silent city, let the clamor fade away, only the green mountains hide among the clouds. It was morning. Where was the evening breeze? Nonetheless, the song was perfect for their journey, and Shen Yibin and Bayani didn't mind the minor detail. Soon they were humming along to Jiajian's voice. Let our world be vibrant and colorful, who made us cry, yet gave us surprises. Let us love and meet like this. Clap, clap, clap. Ha looked around for its familiar tambourine, but finding none, decided to use its paws to tap rhythmically against the car body, accompanying their song. A man, a woman, a panda, and a parrot drove joyfully towards the outskirts, lost in melody. After more than an hour on the road, Shen Yibin finally reached their destination. He pulled off the main road onto a small path leading down to the riverbank, parking beside the clear Yunsui River. To the left lay a dense forest, while the right revealed the sparkling waters of the river. The area was devoid of any signs of civilization, creating an unusually tranquil atmosphere. Furthermore, the riverbank was sparsely vegetated, minimizing the risk of fire, perfect for a cookout. I want to take a swim in the river. Shen Yibin unbuckled Ha's seatbelt, opened the door, and lifted him out, remembering that pandas could swim. Upon seeing the clear water, Ha seemed excited, rushing towards the riverbank. But halfway there, he hesitated, glancing at his outfit, seemingly reluctant to get it wet. You can take them off to swim, Shen Yibin suggested. Ha covered his private parts and shook. Be gentle, if it dies it won't be fresh anymore. Shen Yibin hurriedly ran over with a bucket, rescuing the little fish from Hare's claws and tossing it into the bucket. Having only caught such a small amount, it was barely enough to fill a gap between the teeth, so he decided to let it live a little longer. Hare, I didn't know you had this skill. Shen Yibin circled around Hare, observing intently. He had heard that pandas occasionally eat fish, but he had never seen one catch fish before. He recalled videos of Alaskan brown bears catching salmon. Pandas and brown bears were distant relatives after all. Perhaps Hare learned from its brown bear cousin. Shen Yibin could only rationalize it this way, as this was a future pet store product, a panda which was bound to be different from the pandas of today. Hare, keep it up and catch a few more. Let's eat early. Shen Yibin encouraged, giving Hare a gentle pat. Delighted by the praise, Hare dashed back to the river, lowering its head and concentrating on the movements beneath the water. Shen Yibin decided to stop fishing and remained on the shore, prepared to assist Hare. Hare can catch fish. Bayani approached, having put down her fishing rod. A panda catching fish was a rare sight. Compared to that, the joy of fishing paled in significance. Should keep it down and don't scare the fish away. Shen Yibin quickly lowered his voice. Just now I caught a fish from the water which startled me as well. It seemed he would need to frequently bring this creature into the wild. Who knew what other surprises Hare might bring? While speaking, Hare once again swiped its paw at the water's surface, and another little fish inexplicably transformed from a diver into an aerial creature, landing on the sandy bank by the river. "He'll do it. He'll do it." Bayani hurriedly set down her phone, but she was a beat too slow. Before she could reach the spot, Jiajin suddenly pounced, pinning the unfortunate little fish beneath its paw. Fishing isn't yielding results, and you can't catch fish quickly either. What else can you do? Jiajin tilted its head disdainfully, eyeing Shen Yibin, who was approaching with the bucket to collect the fish, then flew off to a large rock by the river to watch Hare. One was catching fish, the other was photographing. Shen Yibin felt as if he had become merely a spectator, which left him quite frustrated. Bayani, however, paid no mind, and seeing she had nothing to do, found a good angle and began snapping pictures of Hare. If she brought these back to show her colleagues, they would surely be envious. Who has seen a panda catch fish? Gradually, Hare grew more adept at the task. Shen Yibin watched, mouth agape, as one fish after another flopped onto the shore, only to be pinned under Jiajian's paw while he busily collected the fish into the bucket. "All right, that should be enough. If we catch any more, we won't be able to eat." Observing that they had already caught enough for lunch, Shen Yibin quickly called for a halt. Given Hare's exuberance, he feared it would deplete the fish population of Yinshui River if he didn't intervene. "He'll make grilled fish for you later. Then we can gather some wild vegetables for soup." Wiping Hare's paws and little legs dry with a towel, Shen Yibin led the group into the jungle by the river. There was plenty of shepherd's purse here, perfect for porridge. "Hare, this is shepherd's purse. It's the tastiest wild vegetable. When you see it, just pick the tender leaves like this." He demonstrated for Hare and Bayani, then they each bent down to gather the wild greens. Before long, Shen Yibin and Bayani had each collected a large bundle, while Hare grew frustrated. Unlike Shen Yibin, who could gather the picked greens together, whenever Hare finished picking one handful and turned to grab another, the previous handful scattered to the ground much like a bear trying to break a twig, causing it to grunt in agitation. "Okay, that's enough wild vegetables. Let's head back and start cooking." Shen Yibin picked up the scattered greens, sighing. This must be a bad habit inherited from its cousin the bear. Back on the riverbank, they set up a grill and an outdoor pot, washed the wild vegetables, and began cooking the porridge. Then they removed the guts and scales from the little fish and threaded them onto freshly cut willow branches to grill over the fire. Using fresh willow branches to grill helps eliminate the fishy smell and imparts a special fragrance. I learned this trick from Northwest herdsmen. While threading the fish, Shen Yibin explained to Bayani, "Why don't we have cumin or pepper?" Bayani rummaged through the spice box, but found nothing. "There's no need for those. The fresh fish itself is flavorful enough. A touch of salt will suffice. Adding other spices would only detract from its taste." Shen Yibin clarified, handing the threaded fish to Hare. Hare seemed to agree with Shen Yibin's explanation and skillfully placed the fish skewers on the grill. From the looks of it, Hare's grilling skills had improved since the last time. The timing of each flip was impeccable. Of course, it would have been perfect if it didn't keep glancing at the beer sitting nearby while grilling. Hare was small, so the fish it caught were also little ones. It didn't take long for them to become crispy on the outside and tender on the inside. Hare stared at the grilled fish, about to take a bite, but then remembered there were others around. Turning to look at Shen Yibin, then Bayani, and finally at Jiajin, it ultimately offered the first skewer of grilled fish to Shen Yibin. "Let's give it to Officer Bai first. We caused her some trouble today." Shen Yibin felt pleased, realizing his efforts in nurturing Hare had paid off. Perhaps he would treat it to an extra half bowl of beer later. "Thank you, Hare." Bayani smiled brightly as Hare obediently handed her the fish skewer, making this outing full of delightful surprises. Who had ever tasted grilled fish prepared by a panda? "The second skewer is for Jiajin. I'll remove the bones for you." Shen Yibin took a plate, handed over the prepared grilled fish to Jiajin, then kept the third skewer for Hare, with the fourth finally going to himself. Delicious. The fragrant grilled fish paired with refreshing shepherd's purse porridge left the four companions with insatiable appetites, and before long, they had polished off half a bucket of small fish and a pot of porridge. "I feel a bit stuffed." Shen Yibin rubbed his slightly swollen belly, having eaten far more than he usually did at home. "Me too. I'm probably going to gain weight. It's all your fault." She had been more aggressive in grabbing food than Shen Yibin earlier, yet now she was complaining. Women truly were a headache sometimes. "Let's rest for a bit, then we can hike a little and take a stroll. It's just a small meal. It'll be easy to digest." Shen Yibin shrugged and got up to retrieve a moisture-proof mat from the trunk, laying it out in a sheltered spot. "Officer Bai, you can rest in the car. I'll be outside. Okay, wake me when I'm done napping." Bayani felt a bit drowsy herself, stretching lazily before heading back inside the car. Shen Yibin had already placed a blanket for her in the back seat, which touched her slightly, as she hadn't expected him to be so thoughtful. She glanced at Shen Yibin, then lay back on the seat and quickly fell into a deep slumber. Haru, you can lie here, and Jianjian, you go back to your nest. Shen Yibin made the arrangements. Jianjian's nest was small, so he casually picked it up as they left. Haru had to squeeze onto the moisture-proof mat with Shen Yibin, but fortunately the weather was bright, and there was little wind, allowing the three of them to doze off to the soothing sounds of the flowing river. In a haze of sleep, Shen Yibin felt a furry paw poking his face. He opened his eyes to find Haru staring at him with wide eyes. What time is it? He squinted at his phone, surprised to find that he had slept for 2 hours, and it was now 2 in the afternoon. I must have slept too long, I guess I've been a bit tired these past couple of days. Rubbing his head, he got up from the mat. You two come wash your faces by the river, then I'll take you hiking. He led them to the riverbank for a splash of water, and then approached the car to wake Bayani. Just as his hand reached the window, he paused. Through the glass, he could see Bayani sleeping soundly in the back seat, seemingly lost in a pleasant dream. Her face was slightly flushed, and a charming smile graced her lips, making her look exceptionally enchanting. Shen Yibin was momentarily mesmerized, forgetting to knock on the window. Bang, bang, bang. Lazybones, wake up. Jianjian, unaware of the beauty before them, was eager to explore the forest. Seeing Shen Yibin's inaction, it flew to the window and pecked at the glass, squawking loudly. Who? Bayani, being a police officer, instantly woke up, her right hand swiftly poised on the car door, ready to spring into action. Once she recognized it was Shen Yibin, she relaxed. Did you just call me lazybones? No, it was Jianjian who said that. Shen Yibin quickly explained. Well, it's your parrot, so it must have been you who taught it. Great, now he was stuck with that accusation. Before Shen Yibin could clarify, Bayani began shooing him away. Go on. I need to tidy up my clothes first, I'll be out in a moment. Feeling frustrated, Shen Yibin shot Jianjian a middle finger and took it along with Haru to the side. Before long, Bayani emerged, and they all put the moisture-proof mat, barbecue grill, and outdoor cooking gear back in the trunk and locked it up, then began their hike. It seemed that Haru hadn't had much contact with nature for a long time. As soon as they entered the forest path, it became exceptionally excited, kicking off its shoes and happily running around Shen Yibin, dashing back and forth. Jianjian flitted from tree to tree, occasionally pecking at fruits and dropping them into Shen Yibin's arms. Looks like I'll have to bring them out more often. Seeing them so happy lifted Shen Yibin's spirits. Perhaps he could set aside a day each week to take them for an outing. But that meant he would need to hire reliable help at the shop sooner. Yibin, help me take a picture of Haru. Bayani's voice interrupted Shen Yibin's thoughts. He turned to see Haru gripping a branch with its front paws, preparing to climb, while Bayani posed beside it with a peace sign. Sure. He snapped a few pictures of the two and sent them to Bayani via WeChat as they continued their ascent. Haru, be careful. Just as he spoke, Haru slipped and rolled down a grassy slope, making distressed sounds as if startled. Don't panic, I'm coming. Shen Yibin dashed forward, reaching out to catch Haru, but he ended up tumbling to the ground himself, thankfully managing to stop Haru. Now lying on his back, Shen Yibin found Haru sitting on his stomach, grinning foolishly, its eyes fixed on the slope from which it had just rolled, clearly enjoying the game and eager to try again. Haru hopped off Shen Yibin and quickly scampered back to the top of the slope. It let out a call, hugging its head with its paws and curling into a ball before rolling down once more. Haru, don't. Ouch. Just as Shen Yibin attempted to stand and stop it, Haru landed right in front of him, bumping its head between his legs with a thud, causing him immediate discomfort. Ouch. Shen Yibin dropped to his knees, clutching his groin in pain. Haru, seemingly confused by the commotion, innocently scratched its head, looking at Shen Yibin. With one paw, it tried to push aside his hands to see what was wrong. Don't move, it'll be all right soon. He couldn't let it fidget around now. Jianjian was perched in a tree, laughing heartily, while Bayani averted her gaze, pretending to be oblivious to the situation. After a moment's rest, as the pain subsided, Shen Yibin stood up again and continued hiking with Haru. Upon reaching the midslope, they paused for another break, and Haru's attention was drawn to a large tree in front of them. Despite its round, chubby appearance and clumsy demeanor, Haru climbed the tree with surprising agility, reaching the top before Shen Yibin could react. After a brief rest, the sun in the west was nearly setting behind the mountains, signaling it was time to head back to prepare dinner and continue participating in the talent show. Haru, come down, it's time to go home. Shen Yibin called out to Haru, perched atop the tree. Haru paused for a moment, then shook its head repeatedly, clearly unwilling to return. What to do now? Shen Yibin was at a loss. Here, be good, come down quickly. If we don't leave soon, we'll be late. I'll make you something delicious when we get home. Shen Yibin pleaded, urgency in his voice. Hare only shook its head and climbed a little higher. It seemed resolved to stay. The adventure of climbing had not yet satisfied it. Hare, I'll pour you a beer later. At a loss, Shen Yibin produced his trump card. He did not believe the temptation of beer could be resisted. At the mention of beer, Hare hesitated and seemed about to loosen its grip, but then resolutely shook its head, hugged the branch tighter, and even turned its face away from him. He was defeated. Shen Yibin looked around for a solution and could not find one. Not even beer had the desired effect. Other measures would be even less feasible. He certainly could not steal a female panda from the Shu Zhong de Xiong Maojidi. Officer, take my bag. Fine. You would have to climb up and grab him. Shen Yibin handed his bag to Bai Yanni, spat into his palm, and began to inch upward, clutching the trunk. He had to admit that his tree-climbing skills were paltry beside Hare's. He was winded by the first fork, sat astride it, and continued to call upward, Hare, come down now. I'll take you out again next week. Hare glanced at him, and then toward the western sunset, apparently baffled at why they had to return so early. There was still a long while before nightfall. He had to climb higher. Normally obedient Hare's small mood had turned this into a torment for Shen Yibin. He picked each branch with care and climbed slowly. By the time he reached beneath, Hare's sweat drenched his brow. Good Lord, it was high. Looking down at the rocks and the path, his acrophobia flared. It was at least 12 or 13 meters. A fall would spell grievous injury, if not worse. He hugged the trunk tighter and resolved to coax Hare down as swiftly as possible. The longer they lingered, the greater the risk. Hare, you've dithered long enough. It's time to come down. One hand clutched a branch, the other reached for Hare's hind leg, his eyes resolutely refusing to glance below. Rather than descend, Hare whinnied and attempted to climb higher, the treetop shuddering and prompting near panic in Shen Yibin. Don't move, don't move. He almost lost control and shouted, bracing himself, then plunged his right hand out and finally seized Hare's leg. Be a good one. If we're late tonight, we'll have to compensate, and after paying damages, I won't be able to afford to keep you. I might have to give you to the zoo. He half-teased, half-threatened, tugging Hare downward. Under the terms of the contract, such delays truly could cost him. Hare's resistance wavered. It would not willingly leave Shen Yibin for a zoo. Reluctantly relinquishing the branch, it began to descend. Shen Yibin exhaled in relief as he coaxed the old boy down. But the tree still loomed more than 10 meters above the ground, and his legs trembled with weakness. Please, no mishap. Fortunately, the descent passed without catastrophe. His clothes suffered 2 rips, leaves grazed small cuts across the back of his hands. Only when his feet met the earth did Shen Yibin truly relax. Hare had descended to about 2 meters above the ground. Excuse me, officer, what seems to be the problem? Shen Yibin obediently parked his car, preparing to cooperate with the investigation, though he had already guessed the reason for being stopped. Captain, there's indeed a panda. The officer caught sight of Hare in the back seat, who, oblivious to the situation, waved cheerfully at the police, mistaking them for Bayana's colleagues. The officers instinctively waved back, only to realize something was amiss, and hurriedly attempted to separate Shen Yibin, Bayani, and Hare. Which precinct are you from? I'm also an officer in Mr. Shen has legal paperwork for his pet. Bayani interjected, rolling her eyes and mumbling to herself that she had known it would be like this before retrieving her credentials to present them. Oh, so you are Mr. Shen. Could you please show your ID? Shen Yibin's case had already circulated within the Yuncheng City police system, and his face had become somewhat familiar to the public due to the ongoing talent show. It seemed they had made a mistake, but out of caution the officer still requested his identification. We apologize for the disturbance, we were only following up on a report, the officer said after verifying the information, quickly saluting an apology and letting them go. Don't worry, after this incident your and Hare's pictures will likely circulate within the Yuncheng City system, so you shouldn't encounter such issues again, Bayani reassured him. Upon returning to the city, Bayani had plans to attend the talent show that evening, so she decided to accompany Shen Yibin back to his shop, where they could share dinner before he drove her to the venue. From that point on, their relationship seemed to grow closer. Whenever Bayani was on holiday, Shen Yibin would take the opportunity to invite her to join him along with Jianjian and Hare for outings in the countryside. After a couple of such excursions, the talent show's duration had passed its halfway mark, and while the organizers were pleased, they were also somewhat regretful that no contestant had yet gained Jianjian's approval. We've already showcased all the contenders we have on hand. If this continues, we might not find a suitable candidate by the end of the talent show. Li Yinsheng raised his concerns at the regular meeting. What's there to worry about? Just renew the contract with Shen Yibin. The ratings are climbing daily, and I hope this show continues indefinitely, remarked a shareholder wearing black-framed glasses. I'm afraid that's not feasible. I've brought it up with Mr. Shen several times, but he doesn't seem inclined to renew, Li Yinsheng replied, shaking his head. It's not a matter of money, either. I've raised the offer twice, yet Mr. Shen shows no signs of changing his stance. Could it be that he has no intention of selling the parrot at all? There are still several contestants who, in my opinion, meet the criteria, so why hasn't anyone qualified for purchase? Is he trying to keep us in suspense? Another shareholder expressed his doubts. That doesn't seem likely. From my observations, Mr. Shen appears quite eager to sell Jianjian as soon as possible, Li Yinsheng admitted, unable to comprehend. If I had a parrot that could generate so much revenue, I would never part with it. Moreover, each refusal is Jianjian's decision, Mr. Shen isn't exerting any influence. So it's still because our contestants haven't met his requirements. But these are the best candidates we could find, the shareholder with the glasses lamented. We should prepare for two scenarios. First, I will continue to persuade Mr. Shen to agree to a renewal, but given the current situation, the chances are slim. Second, we must find more suitable contestants for the talent show. Even if we can't continue this competition, securing Jianjian would still be beneficial, Li Yinxing proposed. Then we can only collaborate with other firms to bring in a few more talented singers or invite some instrumental masters from top music academies. However, that should be a last resort, not to be taken lightly, the shareholder with glasses added. The reason for not initially inviting instrumental masters was also economically motivated. Even world-renowned performers like Lang Lang and Li Yundi earned significantly less than popular singers, and the profits the organizers could derive from them would never match those from singers, hence the hesitation. Let's first discuss potential candidates, focusing on those singers with great talent who haven't yet achieved fame for various reasons. As for instrumentalists, we should consider more economically beneficial options like piano bench players. The shareholders quickly reached a consensus and began dividing responsibilities. Li Yinxing was of course persistently pursuing Shen Yibin, hoping he would extend the contract or simply sell Jianjian to them, but both propositions were unacceptable to Shen Yibin. Breaking news: the newly debuted star Li Li has just appeared at Yinchuan City Airport, reportedly to participate in the talent show. Famed singer Li Xiaodian is confirmed to join the talent show, competing alongside Su Zhixiang and Yuziki next week. Various rumors, some true and some false, circulated, adding fuel to the already blazing talent show. The online viewership soared and scalper prices skyrocketed, with countless spectators flocking to Yinchuan City, filling every available hotel. These individuals came either to savor the vocal prowess of their idols or to catch a glimpse of Jianjian bargaining with scalpers outside the athletic gym in various accents, hoping for a chance to enter the venue. The fortunate ones who gained entry were not disappointed. The idols' performances and Jianjian's sharp critiques left them exhilarated, while the organizers reveled in the continuously rising ratings and advertising revenue. Amid all the participants, the only one feeling discontent was Shen Yibin. The professional singers undoubtedly performed far better than the contestants, but their passion for music never quite met Jianjian's standards. He continuously checked the data of these artists through a popularity testing app, only to face repeated disappointment. Even the highest-scoring female singer fell short of the 80-point passing line by a significant margin, something that couldn't be remedied in the short term. If a suitable owner wasn't found by the following week, it seemed the talent show would have to conclude, and Shen Yibin couldn't help but feel anxious. Only 3 days remain, yet Mr. Shen still refuses to budge. I'm at my wit's end, Li Yinxing said, furrowing his brow. He had raised the commission to 60%, yet Shen Yibin still wouldn't sign. The negotiations to purchase the parrot also fell through. Mr. Shen adamantly insists on the price of 38,384 yuan and 38 cents, but the buyer must meet his requirements. I simply don't understand why he's turning down such a substantial sum. The shareholder with black-rimmed glasses added, exasperated. Our plan to invite Mr. Shen to host a live stream on our platform also failed. He shows no interest at all. Naturally, with half of the 3-month deadline gone, and still no suitable owner for Jianjian, any further delay could lead to dire consequences. Shen Yibin had little inclination to live stream under such pressure. Then we have only one option left. Starting tomorrow, let's bring in the masters from music academies and national orchestras. Although this would reduce potential profits, it was better than ending up with nothing. In the final 3 days of the talent show, the organizers diverged from their usual style, replacing the main performances with those of master instrumentalists. However, a new issue arose. While these masters undoubtedly possessed profound skills and a genuine love for music, they lacked in other areas. Take the Guzheng master, for example. His passion for music and technical prowess reached their zenith, but his overly tranquil demeanor and preference for a quiet life clashed with Jianjian's exuberance. The violin master, equally impeccable in his craft, was perpetually jetting around the globe for performances, leaving little time to accompany Jianjian. Then there was the Eru master, whose artistry was nothing short of mesmerizing. Yet his advanced age made even self-care a challenge, let alone tending to a pet. For 3 whole days, the masters captivated both the live audience and viewers at home, enthralling even those previously indifferent to instrumental performances. Yet Shen Yibin still hadn't found a suitable buyer. Jianjian, it seems this path is blocked. We need to think of another way. Shen Yibin sighed in disappointment after the last contestant finished. Har was unbothered, seeming pleased that Jianjian could continue staying in the shop. Finally, it's over. Does this mean you'll have time to take us out more often from now on? Jian, awakening from her musical reverie, replied, as if the matter held little significance for her. Let's see if we can find a suitable person. He'll go back and check for any viable recruitment channels. The search for staff had been equally frustrating you up until now. No suitable candidates had emerged, leaving Shen Yibin utterly exhausted. So by the end of the talent show, he felt a mix of regret and relief. At least he wouldn't have to work tirelessly every day anymore. Tomorrow, he thought, he'd be too lazy to even open the door. He would sleep until he naturally woke up. However, just as he completed his thought, his plan was interrupted. Li Yinsheng approached him saying, "Mr. Shen, are you really not considering continuing with us?" "Not at all. It seems that even with another month, we wouldn't find a suitable candidate," Shen Yibin replied, shaking his head. He had made his stance clear countless times over the past few days. "What a pity. It has been a pleasure collaborating with you this time. Oh, I hope we have the same opportunity next time." Li Yinsheng had merely been speaking out of courtesy, not harboring much hope. After being turned down again, he shook Shen Yibin's hand and added, "Our finance team is working diligently to calculate the profits from this event. I expect we'll have a rough figure by tomorrow morning. I will ensure the first payment reaches you then." "Thank you for your efforts," Shen Yibin replied, allowing himself to fantasize a little. With the event being so successful, even a mere 30% share would be substantial. Perhaps he could. Then we'll have the chance to cooperate again next time. There's a celebration dinner tomorrow. Yeah, I'll come to pick you up. With many tasks still at hand and the likelihood of future collaborations with Shen Yibin appearing slim, Li Yinsheng decided not to waste any more time and moved on to attend to other guests. "Let's head back. It seems tomorrow will be an early start for us," Shen Yibin said, steering her along with Jian on his shoulder as they exited the event venue and boarded the staff's prepared vehicle back to the shop. "At last we can take a breather." Back in the store, the three of them collapsed onto the sofa, utterly exhausted from the long days of running the shop, spending afternoons at karaoke, and participating in the talent show. The thought of no longer needing to work late hours brought them immense relief. But it seems we won't truly rest until the day after tomorrow. How about we sleep in and then go on an outing together in the afternoon? Shen Yibin disregarded the fact that the day after tomorrow was the weekend, prioritizing recovery first. Har perked up at the mention of an outing. "The air in the gym is simply dreadful. I long to breathe fresh air in the forest," Jian added, now too fatigued to say much. "Let's wash up and then rest," Shen Yibin suggested after a brief lull. He regained some energy and led the duo upstairs, where they quickly settled into their beds and fell into a deep slumber. In his dreams, Shen Yibin saw the deadline approaching, realizing he still hadn't found a suitable owner for Jian. On that day, Bayani's demeanor shifted as she handcuffed his hands behind his back and escorted him into a police car. "That scared me. It was just a dream." Shen Yibin jolted upright, and as he noticed the sunlight streaming through the window, he realized it had merely been a nightmare. Yet it could very well become a reality. Now only 40 days remained to find Jian a new home. The thought of this kept Shen Yibin wide awake. Plus, with Li Yinsheng set to arrive soon with the payment, he decided to get up, tidy up, and wait for Li Yinsheng's arrival. He didn't have to wait long. Just past 9, a bleary-eyed Li Yinsheng entered the shop, exchanging pleasantries before pulling a check from his briefcase and handing it over. "Mr. Shen, this is the first payment. According to our finance team's calculations, this amount is roughly half of your earnings." Shen Yibin eagerly took the check, curious about how much he had actually earned. As the reality of the situation began to settle in, Shen Yibin found himself momentarily dazed. Staring at the check adorned with a lengthy string of digits, he struggled to comprehend the magnitude of the wealth before him. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6 zeros preceded by a 17. What could this possibly amount to? A staggering 17 million. Stealthily counting with his fingers, Shen Yibin soon grasped the enormity of this fortune. Overwhelmed, he leaned back against the sofa, mouth agape, yet no words escaped his lips. The specific details are noted here. If you have any questions, please feel free to call me. The next payment will be delivered to you by the end of this month at the latest, Li Yinsheng said, anticipating such a reaction. With politeness, he handed over a document and prepared to take his leave, sensing that Shen Yibin needed some solitude. "Oh, understood. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Li." Shen Yibin attempted to rise, but found himself too weak to muster the strength, his gratitude coming out more as a dry whisper. "Actually, the potential of this program is far from fully tapped. If we could extend the collaboration period, your income could rise even higher. If you're willing to sign with our streaming platform, I can guarantee your earnings could exceed 100 million this year." Li Yinsheng seized the moment to entice him. Let's pass on that for now." This suggestion jolted Shen Yibin back to some semblance of awareness. He still hadn't found a suitable owner for his pet Jian, and accumulating wealth would mean little without that. Gathering his resolve, he finally stood up and followed Li Yinsheng to the door. "Let me see you out." All right, please take care. Li Yinsheng felt a twinge of disappointment. He had expected Shen Yibin's attitude to shift upon seeing the large sum, but it remained unchanged. Once Li Yinsheng had departed, Shen Yibin promptly pulled down the roller shutter and closed all the curtains, then erupted into a hearty laugh. Haha, I'm rich. Finally, I won't have to worry about rent, utilities, or credit card repayments anymore. How shall we buy a villa? One with a big garden and a few large trees at the entrance so you can climb them every day? Shen Yibin rushed to Har, lifting him above his head and spinning around several times. The windfall invigorated him, and the hefty Panda barely seemed to notice. Besides the big trees, there should be a bamboo grove next to the villa so you can enjoy the freshest bamboo shoots daily. If there isn't one, we can plan our own, growing your favorite bamboo. After all, I've got money now. Shen Yibin rambled on excitedly, his thoughts a whirlwind of dreams. Jinjian, what type of parrot do you like? I'll buy you dozens and create a grand harem for you. He hadn't forgotten to honor the one responsible for his newfound wealth, carrying Har over to Jinjian. Har seemed a bit dizzy from the spinning, struggling to descend to the ground, where he plopped down wide-eyed and curiously observing Shen Yibin, bewildered by his owner's sudden exuberance. Oh well, I prefer ones with vibrant feather colors, ones that sing beautifully. And most importantly, they should be young. Jinjian appeared to catch Shen Yibin's enthusiasm, flapping his wings and daydreaming. Buy. I'll get you as many as you want. High-quality Amazon parrots could cost thousands each, a financial burden Shen Yibin had once deemed impossible. Now, however, it posed no issue whatsoever. Let's buy a bigger villa dedicating an entire floor just for you filled. Yes, in order to help Jinjian find a suitable owner, I participated in a business event. That should be fine, right? Shen Yibin replied, nervously fearing that something might go wrong. However, what he feared came to pass. Future Pet Store struck him with an unexpected blow. This parrot is currently on consignment at your location, and any money earned from this parrot during this period does not belong to you. What? You intend to take the money back? This news left Shen Yibin reeling, his mind spinning as he recalled the potential uses for the over 17 million he had just dreamt of. No one could accept such a devastating turn of events. You must return the 17 million along with any subsequent funds. If you spend this money, you will bear all the consequences, Future Pet Store coldly added, seemingly unconcerned about the impact this would have on him. Is there no justice in this world? No rule of law? After all the hard work I put in to earn this money with Jinjian, you say you can just take it away. Perhaps the most painful thing in life is to be given a large sum of money only to have it snatched back unexpectedly. Staring at the check and then at the response from Future Pet Store, Shen Yibin felt utterly despondent. After a long while, he mustered the courage to ask, what if I refuse to return the money? Haha. The response from Future Pet Store, consisting of just those two words, ignited countless dark thoughts in Shen Yibin's mind. Indeed, they held the upper hand, and if nothing else, just the cancellation of Har's identification certificate would land him in prison. Given Future Pet Store's previously demonstrated power, what with memory transplants and document forgery, just a slight manipulation of the rules could easily lead to his downfall. Was he really going to watch over 30 million? No, wait, adding the subsequent funds, it was over 30 million, just fly away before his eyes. Damn it, how long would it take to earn that amount on his own? This was truly cruel. Should he resolutely keep the money and risk going to prison, or should he resign himself to fate? Glancing at Har, who was rolling around nearby, and thinking about his friends and family, Shen Yibin's resolve softened. 30 million is great, but freedom is priceless. Even if he stubbornly decided never to repay the money, he believed Future Pet Store would surely find a way to transfer it. The ease with which they managed Har's identification indicated that the current network was utterly defenseless against them. It would surely be less troublesome to move the money than to fabricate identification for Har. Woo, Har, your villa is gone, and your bamboo forest too. Shen Yibin cried, while holding Har, the blow too cruel to bear. Jinjian, your Amazon rainforest sunroom is gone, and your harem is lost. Hey, I know you can't accomplish anything. Jinjian seemed to have seen through Shen Yibin's true self, collapsing lifelessly onto the cushion. Har, seemingly unaware of what had happened, or perhaps finding no allure in the villa or bamboo forest, rushed to wipe Shen Yibin's tears with its claws upon. Shen Yibin picked up his phone once more and entered the chat with the Future Pet Store. So can I donate this sum of money in the name of Jinjian? Donating meant he wouldn't have the funds for himself, and doing it in Jinjian's name rather than his own meant he wouldn't even gain any reputation from it. This arrangement should satisfy the Future Pet Store's requirements. That's fine. Who do you want to donate to? The Future Pet Store maintained a hint of caution, wary that Shen Yibin might be disguising a donation to his friends and relatives under the pretense of helping the needy. Let's donate to the Sichuan giant panda base. Who knows, I might need to trouble them in the future. Although Hare was currently healthy, should any issues arise later, he would likely have to seek assistance from them. It would be wise to deepen their connection beforehand, making future dealings more convenient. Understood. I will continue to monitor your financial activities. If any discrepancies arise, you will bear the consequences. The future pet store concluded their conversation with a warning. I had planned to take you two out for a feast today, but now it looks like we'll just have to cook at home. After finishing lunch, he would continue with work. Damn it, with such a significant sum gone, he would again have to worry about rent, utilities, and credit card bills. Upon hearing the word food, Hare perked up, seemingly undeterred by the loss of the lavish meal. Go on and cook, I'm starving, Jian urged from the side. With the lavish palace of the Amazon rainforest gone, they still needed to fill their bellies right. Wait a moment, I need to make a quick call to check on something. Shen Yibin located Hare's identification documents and found the phone number of Professor Wu Gui from the Sichuan giant panda base to make the call. After 3 rings, the call was answered, and an elder with a Sichuan accent inquired, "Hello, who is this?" "Hello, Professor Wu, this is Shen Yibin from Yunzhong City. I wonder if you remember me." Shen Yibin felt slightly nervous, unsure if the future pet store's memory transfer had failed. "Oh yes, I remember you. You're the one who adopted Hare." It seemed the future pet store's technology was quite impressive. Professor Wu not only recalled him, but also remembered Hare's name. "How is Hare doing? Is he healthy? Is he eating well?" "He's doing well, eating plenty and sleeping soundly, still energetic, climbing trees and such. Oh, this guy is living better than I am now. Haha, I saw him on television, and he looks quite healthy indeed." Hearing that Hare was well made Professor Wu happy. After a few pleasantries, Shen Yibin stated the purpose of his call. "I wanted to ask how I might go about donating to the panda base." "Oh, you want to donate? That's easy. I'll send you a website link shortly. Just click on it to access our donation page and follow the instructions there." Professor Wu didn't realize the considerable amount they were about to receive, so his tone remained quite casual. "It's not me who wants to donate, it's a friend of mine." After inquiring about a few more details, Shen Yibin prepared to hang up. However, Professor Wu wanted to chat a bit longer. "Shen Yibin, if you have time, bring Hare back to the base for a visit. We can also check his health, and he's been alone in Yunzhong City, which must be a bit lonely. It would be good for him to play with his companions at the base. Sure, if I find the time, I'll take him over." That makes sense. Hare hasn't interacted with any of his peers yet, which is quite pitiful. Perhaps once Jian is sold, I could take Hare to Sichuan for a few days of fun. Do try to do it soon. I believe Hare's mating season is approaching, and there are a group of female pandas at the base waiting for breeding. The panda mating season is very brief, so missing it would be a significant loss. In Professor Wu's view, Hare, as a rescued wild giant panda, belonged to a different lineage from those bred at the base. Using Hare for breeding could help avoid inbreeding issues and produce healthier panda cubs, which would be a boon for the base. Are they planning to treat Hare as a breeding male? Shen Yibin stifled a laugh. No wonder Hare had looked so shy earlier. His mating season must be nearing. Of course, I'll try to come by as soon as possible. After hanging up, Shen Yibin burst into laughter. "Here, let's go. Soon I'll take you to Sichuan to meet some ladies. God, this silly bear is getting a girlfriend, and what about the parrot you promised me?" Watching Hare prepare for a life of blissful companionship, he felt like a lonely dog. Or rather, a lonely bird. Jian felt a pang of hurt. Hare seemed to have heard the earlier conversation and shyly retreated to a corner. "All right, I'll whip up something delicious for you both at noon, and then in the afternoon we'll head to the bank to make that donation." At this point, Shen Yibin had reviewed the webpage Professor Wu sent, familiarizing himself with the donation process. Given such a large sum, handling it solely through his phone would be impossible. A trip to the bank was necessary. With the promised villa, rainforest, and bamboo grove gone, he should at least make a grand feast as compensation. Therefore, at noon, Shen Yibin pulled out all the stops to prepare a lavish spread, treating Jian and Hare to a delightful meal. He even loosened the limits and poured Hare 2 bowls of beer. While the two were napping after lunch, Shen Yibin hurried to the bank with the check and relevant documents. Under the astonished gazes of the bank employees, he donated the entire 17 million to the Sichuan giant panda base. Upon returning to the shop, before he could even wake Jian and Hare from their slumber, Professor Wu's call came through again. "Shen Yibin, that 17 million you donated wasn't from your friend, was it?" Professor Wu had initially thought the donation would be a mere 5 or 6 figures, so he hadn't paid much attention. However, the financial report he just received left him astounded. 17 million. This might be the largest personal donation the Sichuan giant panda base had ever received since its establishment. Yes, that was indeed my friend's donation. Losing 17 million like that was truly painful. And this isn't the only donation. In the near future, there may be a second sizable donation. I'll call you when that happens. Professor Wu Gui could hardly contain his excitement. Despite the generous funding the state provided to the panda base, along with substantial international rental fees for the giant pandas, amounting to $1 million per panda annually, not to mention donations and ticket sales, the financial situation at the base was significantly more favorable than that of other similar institutions in the country. Who in research ever complained about having too much funding? With over $30 million at his disposal, they could acquire the latest equipment and upgrade both the laboratory and the panda's living environment. This might even lead to the successful breeding of a few more cubs and the publication of substantial research papers, hence Wu Gui's exhilaration. Yes, it should arrive within this month, and it won't take long, he replied, suppressing his emotions. I actually wanted to keep this money, Shen Yibin said with a pained expression. All right. On behalf of all the employees and pandas at the base, I thank Mr. Shen and your generous friend. Wu Gui had composed himself by now. I sincerely invite you and your friend to visit the Shuzhong giant panda base to spread the word about your benevolent act. Oh, I think that won't be necessary, Shen Yibin interjected. He had donated in the name of his pet, and a grand announcement might attract unwanted attention. My friend isn't keen on interacting with the media. I'm considering this from the perspective of the panda base. Wu Gui switched to a more familiar address, attempting to sound more amicable. If such kindness were to be publicized, it would definitely create a news sensation, attracting more generous souls to provide donations for the panda base, allowing us to improve the living conditions for more pandas. As the head of the base, securing funding was even more crucial than scientific prowess. Over the years, Professor Wu had become quite adept at this. He recalled how a recent patron, young Master Wang, had sparked a wave of donations after adopting a panda from the base. Wu Gui hoped to replicate that success. Of course, young Master Wang's situation was different from Shen Yibin's. He could not take the panda home, only retained the naming rights. He had named his panda Meng Qi, reportedly in honor of his then-girlfriend. Wang had effectively promoted his streaming platform through this opportunity, while the panda base reaped substantial benefits, a win-win partnership. Inspired by this, Wu Gui wanted to stir the pot. If I have time, I'll take horror to the panda base soon, Shen Yibin mentioned, provided he found a suitable owner for his pet. However, my friend won't make an appearance or reveal his identity. As long as we adhere to these two conditions, you may proceed with the publicity. Then it must be this way. Please thank your friend for me once again. Wu Gui reluctantly conceded to abandon his idea, but still saw plenty of room for maneuvering. Over 30 million just flew away like that. I should focus on making more money, Shen Yibin thought, feeling disheartened. He woke horror, and the pet raised the roll-up door and declared the pet store open for business. For the entire afternoon, Shen Yibin felt out of sorts. Having just donated 17 million, discussing the prices of pets ranging in the hundreds felt trivial, and he became easy prey for customers seeking discounts. In the end, the day's sales appeared satisfactory in quantity, but the actual profits were meager. Several pets had barely generated any income. I should take a proper day off to recuperate, otherwise if I continue like this I might not just fail to make money, but could end up losing my capital. Tomorrow I'll sleep in as planned, then take horror and the pet for a stroll. I wonder if Officer Bai has time. I'll ask after dinner. Let's go, horror and the pet, time for some singing. The effort of this period had not been in vain, at least Shen Yibin's singing skills had improved significantly. Even in a talent competition, he would no longer be eliminated in the preliminary rounds. Now he looked forward to singing every day. The only downside was that today's modest profit would barely cover their meals and expenses for singing out. After a day of rest, he and Bayani took the pets out for some fresh air. Shen Yibin gradually emerged from the gloom of losing 17 million, returning to his previous state when reopening the shop. With his recent participation in the talent competition, he and his pet store became well known throughout Yunzhong City. When people thought of purchasing pets, his shop was the first that came to mind, resulting in a steady stream of customers. This resurgence in business significantly lifted Shen Yibin's spirits. The only lingering dissatisfaction was the lack of suitable employees at the store. With just him and the pet managing the customers, it was a bit overwhelming, leaving them exhausted each day. After more than a week, Li Yinxing visited again. Their efficiency was commendable, and they had calculated Shen Yibin's profit distribution. Li presented him with a check. This is 18,247,652. Let me explain. After handing over the check, Li Yinxing detailed the sources of these funds and extended another invitation for continued collaboration, which Shen Yibin once again declined. After sending Li Yinxing off, he left the pet and horror at home and headed to the bank to transfer funds to the Shuzhong giant panda base. With the police booth at the store entrance now established, he did not worry about their safety, even if he stepped away briefly. Mr. Li, welcome. Please take a seat in the VIP room. I'll pour you some tea. Upon entering the bank, the lobby manager greeted him warmly. Shen Yibin's generous previous donation had nearly become a legend within the bank, There was hardly anyone at the bank who did not recognize him. "Mr. Shen, what business do you wish to conduct today?" The bank staff, presenting a cup of tea at just the right temperature, asked with anticipation. "Like last time, I wish to donate to the Shu Zhong Giant Panda base. This time it's 18,247,652 yuan. Shen Yibin handed over the check, still warm from his hand. Even seasoned bank employees were left astounded by Shen Yibin's actions. "Mr. Shen, you truly are. You are incredibly compassionate." The VIP client manager, someone who had seen considerable wealth before, was taken aback. It wasn't just the 18 million he had witnessed. He had seen sums far greater, yet those were either corporate funds or personal savings. However, he had never encountered someone like Shen Yibin who donated such a staggering amount in one go. Adding to his previous donation, in less than half a month, Shen Yibin had given away 35 million. What a substantial fortune he must possess. The client manager felt as if he might kneel in awe. "Do you think I want to donate? I'm not doing this willingly. Please take care of it quickly. Oh, I have other matters to attend to," Shen Yibin said, watching helplessly as more of his money slipped away. It felt like torture to him. All he wanted was to complete the transaction and leave. "He'll handle it right away," one client manager replied, while another seized the opportunity to pitch their services. "Mr. Shen, look, our bank has recently launched various new offerings tailored for high net worth clients like yourself, such as the Centurion card in collaboration with American Express. I just paid off over 20,000 on my credit card, and now I have a mere 13,000 left in my account. What use do I have for such extravagant offers? It makes me seem like a true tycoon." After a lengthy conversation, noticing Shen Yibin's lack of interest, the client manager shifted their approach. "Or Mr. Shen, do you have any specific needs? We will do our utmost to assist you." This was a rare chance to engage with a valuable client. They needed to seize it. If they could cater well to Mr. Shen, even a small deposit or transaction could lead to a promotion. "Actually, I do have a request." This prompted Shen Yibin to pull his credit card from his pocket and present it. "You see, I'm using your bank's credit card, but the limit is quite low. Could you possibly increase it?" "Off." The client manager was taken aback, staring at the card. She could tell from its appearance that it was a standard credit card. Did this wealthy individual truly need such a basic card? Moreover, how could the credit approval department be so careless? How could they not adjust the limit for such a major client? She immediately donned her most professional smile. "What is your current limit, sir? How much would you like it raised to?" "Let me think." Shen Yibin often needed funds for purchasing goods and daily expenses, and the store's revenue was not always sufficient. Hence, he sought to raise his limit, but he also knew that an excessively high limit could lead to trouble if he overspent. My current limit is 48,000. Could you increase it to 100,000? A limit of 100,000 would suffice for his everyday transactions. Anything more would be unnecessary. Are you joking with me? You just donated over 35 million, and now you want a credit card limit of 100,000. Wealthy people sure know how to play games. Is this some kind of joke? "Mr. Shen, your transaction has been processed." A voice broke the awkward atmosphere between them as the other client manager returned with a stack of documents. Shen Yibin checked them and then placed them in his bag, while the client manager across from him seemed utterly flabbergasted. Feeling embarrassed, Shen Yibin took back his card. "If it can't be done, then forget it. I should be going." "We can do it. I will take care of it." The young woman gritted her teeth, clearly frustrated by the antics of these wealthy individuals. However, there was no trickery involved, as Shen Yibin was not a wealthy man. He merely sought better means for his finances and left right after completing his business. "Jian, it's been over a month, and I still haven't found a suitable owner for you. What should we do next? Where can we find someone who meets your requirements?" Back at the store after a busy afternoon, Shen Yibin closed the shop for the night and prepared dinner, posing the question as he ate. "I don't mind if we can't find anyone for now. I'm eating well here, and it's quite comfortable. Plus, there's a silly bear to keep me entertained." Jian munched on a sapodilla, playfully flicking the pit at Har's nose, appearing notably lazier than before, likely due to not being as busy as in previous days. "Really? You don't want to leave? I hope you do. The money I've spent on fruits and KTV during this time has already outstripped the commission the pet shop promised me. Every extra day you stay here is another day I lose money. I can't afford this. Tomorrow I'll take you out to find a suitable owner." Shen Yibin resolved, pondering where he might find someone who fit the bill. The music department at Yuncheng University, the Yuncheng City Theater. Where else might someone who loves music appear? I'll have to borrow Su Ye's car again. When will I be able to afford my own? Shen Yibin sighed in frustration. From that day on, Shen Yibin had to shorten the shop's operating hours, taking Har and Jian to various music-related venues like Yuncheng University, Yuncheng Theater, and the Yuncheng Music Secondary School. He scoured countless profiles on his phone, but still found no suitable candidates. Meanwhile, Professor Wu Gui, who had received the second donation, urged him to arrive in Shuzhong soon, warning that missing Har's mating period would incur significant losses, which only added to Shen Yibin's stress. On not even the Yuncheng City Opera Society. This was my last planned stop. After this, I truly don't know where to go next. Am I supposed to travel to other regions? Tour music academies? Shen Yibin sat in the car staring blankly. But he had encountered plenty of music academy teachers and students during the previous talent show. Those individuals hadn't met Jianjian's requirements either. Even if he did visit those places, would he truly find a suitable candidate? And what would happen to the pets in his shop? Who would take care of them? Har patted Shen Yibin's shoulder from the back seat, offering comfort. Ever since that day when the police had stopped them, Shen Yibin had been placing Har in the back during their trips. I need to think of a better plan. Yet he had already exhausted his ideas in the past few days. What more could he come up with? Resigned, Shen Yibin started the car. Let's eat out today. He felt a bit tired and didn't want to cook. He scanned the restaurants along the way, searching for one that Har and Jianjian might enjoy. Finally, he stopped in front of a Western restaurant. Har hadn't had Western food since they arrived, so he decided to give it a try. I'm sorry, sir, but we do not allow pets here. The receptionist hurriedly attempted to stop Shen Yibin as he entered with his pet. However, when she caught sight of Hare, she was momentarily taken aback. Wasn't that a giant panda? Could you make an exception? Hare is very well behaved and won't disturb anyone while they are dining. The girl wondered if she would need to call the authorities again. Oh, it's Mr. Shen. Fortunately, this young lady was a fan of variety shows and had never missed a single audition, so she quickly recognized Shen Yibin as well as Hare and Jianjian. Excitedly, she said, "Please wait a moment, I'll check with our manager. It should be fine." The restaurant's no-pet policy was primarily concerned with not disturbing other diners, but the customers who had come before usually brought cats or dogs. How could they be compared to a giant panda and a celebrity like Jianjian? A panda held privileges wherever it went, and this was a golden opportunity for the restaurant as well. Thus, the manager quickly appeared to welcome Shen Yibin and his companions, leading them to a quiet private room. Here's the menu, please take a look. They'll have 2 steak sets of fruit salad and 3 juices for now, that will be all. Shen Yibin felt a twinge of pain when ordering, as the bill was rather hefty. Oh, I have already donated 35 million, why should I care about these few petty coins? As long as Hare and Jianjian are happy eating, Shen Yibin reassured himself. Very well, I'll bring those right away. The manager politely noted down the order and served them tea before taking his leave. It was only then that Shen Yibin began to admire the restaurant's ambience. The restaurant was tastefully decorated with a garden sunroom in the center filled with various beautiful flowers and plants. Sunlight streamed through the glass roof, bathing the landscape below and creating a dining experience akin to being in a garden, refreshing and delightful. Moreover, their private room had a great view with a window at Shen Yibin's back, facing the central landscape. He could see a piano placed amidst the flowering bushes, suggesting there might be a performance. What if I encountered the right person here? That thought briefly crossed Shen Yibin's mind before he cast it aside. He chuckled softly to himself, realizing he had developed a professional habit of contemplating such matters wherever he went. But since he had failed to find suitable candidates at music schools and theaters, how could a mere restaurant have exceptional musicians? This place is lovely, Bin. You should install a room like this in your own shop sometime. Jianjian seemed quite taken with the sunroom. Just imagine lying among the flowers enjoying fruits while listening to music. What a luxurious experience that would be. Hare nodded in agreement. From its gaze, Shen Yibin guessed, it was admiring the large tree in the center of the sunroom. If only that 30 million hadn't been donated. Buying the store next door and converting it into a sunroom would be a piece of cake. But now Shen Yibin could barely afford a few potted plants, let alone think about that grand tree. All right, once this matter is settled, I'll hire staff as quickly as possible and work hard to earn money to build you a sunny garden room, Shen Yibin promised, gently rubbing Hare's head. If luck was on their side, perhaps Hare would see that day. As for Jianjian, he felt that was a distant dream. Sir, your dishes are ready. After only a brief time of admiring the surroundings, the fragrant steaks, colorful fruit salad, and freshly squeezed juices were served. Hare, come here, I'll cut it for you. Shen Yibin hesitated to let Hare use a knife and fork, so he took it upon himself to cut the steak into bit-sized pieces, feeding them to Hare, while Jianjian had already stationed itself beside the salad bowl, eagerly munching away. Hare, how does it taste? Is it to your liking? It was said that pandas couldn't savor the flavors of meat due to genetic issues, but Hare seemed to be an exception, enjoying the meal immensely. After a few bites, noticing that Shen Yibin was still busy feeding him, Hare used its fluffy paw to nudge Shen Yibin's hand, holding the fork toward his mouth. All right, I will eat too. Shen Yibin laughed, happy that Hare was not like some creatures who only thought of themselves. The two companions shared their meal, joyfully, soon finishing the 2 portions of steak, but Hare still looked hungry. "I'll order 2 more. We had ribeye steak, so this time let's get its bone and a filet mignon." Shen Yibin felt a pang of regret. This meal was consuming his food budget for 3 days. However, seeing the delighted expressions on Hare and Jianjian's faces, he soon dismissed his concerns. When the next 2 steaks arrived, soft piano music began to play in the restaurant. The soothing melody created a sense of relaxation, making dining a rare pleasure. Not bad at all, Shen Yibin thought, having developed a discerning ear after witnessing numerous masters perform at the auditions. However, his focus quickly returned to Hare. "Hare, would you like to gnaw on this bone? The marrow is quite nutritious." He was curious about how a panda would handle a bone. The restaurant steaks were delicious, crafted from premium cuts, tender and juicy, cooked to perfection and bursting with flavor. Shen Yibin and Hare enjoyed the meal immensely, soon finishing the 2nd portion and calling for a 3rd. By the time they reached the 4th round, both companions finally seemed full. Shen Yibin patted Hare's round belly, knowing it had indulged a bit too much today. He would need to supervise its exercise later. I can't shake the feeling that something is missing from today's meal compared to usual." While sipping his juice, Shen Yibin pondered. It hit him. Today's dining experience had been eerily quiet. Jianjian hadn't made a single sarcastic remark. That was highly unusual. Shen Yibin scanned the private room, suddenly alarmed and standing up. Where has Jianjian gone? No wonder it was so quiet. Jianjian was nowhere to be found. "Hare, have you seen Jianjian?" Hare shook its head vigorously. The 2 of them hurriedly searched all around. Corners, behind chairs, inside drawers, and under the table. But after a long search, Jianjian's whereabouts remained elusive. Just as Shen Yibin was growing increasingly anxious, he unconsciously turned around and was instantly relieved. So that's where it was. In the center of the sunlit garden room, amidst a flourishing array of flowers, a young girl dressed in a white dress was engrossed in playing music on a black piano. Nearby, a parrot named Jianjian perched on a tree branch, tilting its head in fascination as it listened to the melodies, its wings occasionally flapping in rhythm with the music. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the garden room was illuminated by sparkling lights that cast a beautiful glow upon the piano girl, leaving Shen Yibin momentarily spellbound. As the final notes of Zhou Hiseishi's Summer faded away, Shen Yibin couldn't help but applaud. He had been unwittingly swept away by the music, which, despite its trials, radiated a spirit of positivity and optimism that deeply moved him. Sun Qian turned her head slightly to nod in gratitude towards Shen Yibin, then shifted her gaze to the famous parrot Jianjian, who had been observing for quite some time. She wondered how it would evaluate her performance. In a previous show, it had offered insightful advice. Perhaps its guidance could lead to a breakthrough. But would it be too presumptuous to ask for its opinion? You made 3 mistakes just now, like the 3rd note of the 2nd measure and the 4th note of the 7th measure, and..." Before Sun Qian could muster the courage to speak, Jianjian spoke up first. "Ah yes," Sun Qian said, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Although she hadn't practiced the piece in a long time, such basic errors were indeed unacceptable. "I sincerely apologize. However, you played quite beautifully. I have heard countless performers who hit every note perfectly but lacked any depth. Yet I have never encountered someone like you whose technique, though still quite young, can beautifully convey the emotions of the piece," Jianjian remarked earnestly. What was this rhythm? Jianjian appreciated her performance so much. An idea sparked in Shen Yibin's mind, and he quickly took out his phone to open a compatibility test app, eager to gauge the rapport between Sun Qian and Jianjian. The client is naturally gentle, compassionate, and possesses a pure passion for music, making them a great match with pets. This category scored a perfect 20 points. The first item was a full score. Search results indicate that this client has a professional background in music and views it as a lifelong pursuit, practicing for long hours each day, which contributes to a happy pet. This category also scored a perfect 20 points. The second item was also perfect. Shen Yibin felt a glimmer of hope. Though the client has never owned a pet before, she is meticulous and eager to learn, so she is likely to master all pet care skills quickly. This category scored 20 points with 13 achieved. Shen Yibin felt a slight tension. The total was now 53 points. As long as the remaining 2 categories reached 27 points, he could sell hair. The client's health is good, maintaining a habit of regular exercise, thus fully possessing the energy required for pet care. This category scored 20 points with 16 achieved. 69 points. Just 11 points away. The client's current financial situation is not ideal. Meeting the daily needs of a pet may be somewhat challenging, but not insurmountable. This category scored 20 points with 12 achieved. The last score was in. 69 plus 12 equals 81, just passing the threshold. Shen Yibin felt tears of joy welling up After tirelessly searching for suitable candidates for days, he had unexpectedly stumbled upon this opportunity by bringing Hair and Jianjian along for a meal. Wait, how should I approach selling Jianjian to her? Should I just go up and pitch? That might be a bit too forward, right? What if she declines? That would ruin everything. Shen Yibin hesitated, but Jianjian was already engrossed in conversation with Sun Qian. Technique can be practiced by anyone, but infusing emotion into a performance is a skill not everyone possesses. Thank you for your guidance, but it has been extremely enlightening, Sun Qian said, nodding in appreciation. She wanted to express her gratitude to Jianjian, but was unsure how to repay such kindness. I'm a bit hungry. I was eating in that private room. Why don't you join me, and we can continue our conversation over a meal? Jianjian suggested, rubbing its stomach. It had forgotten to eat while immersed in Sun Qian's performance, and now that the music had ended, its stomach was growling. Sure, let me inform our manager, Sun Qian replied eagerly. She couldn't let such an opportunity for further guidance slip away. When Jianjian returned to the private room with Sun Qian, Shen Yibin felt overwhelmed. Wow, you're amazing. You brought back such a beautiful girl just by taking a stroll. You need to do this more often. Hello, Mr. Shen Im Sun Qian. I apologize for the intrusion. Sun Qian recognized Shen Yibin and greeted him politely. Your name sounds familiar. I feel like I've heard it somewhere, Shen Yibin mused, puzzled by the sense of familiarity despite having never met her before. After the pleasantries, he invited Sun Qian to sit opposite him, while Jianjian took its place on the table beside her. What would you like to drink? After ordering her a glass of lemonade, Shen Yibin began pondering how to pitch Jianjian to her. Unexpectedly, Jianjian didn't give him a chance to speak, launching into a discussion about music with Sun Qian. They became so engrossed that even the fruit salad was forgotten. Sun Qian occasionally furrowed her brow in deep thought, then would suddenly smile in realization and at times respond excitedly, fully immersed in her conversation with Jianjian. She seemed to forget about Shen Yibin, and even Hair, who was usually adored by everyone, failed to catch her attention. These two seemed like a perfect match, Shen Yibin thought, resting his chin on his hand as he exchanged glances with Hair, both shaking their heads and continuing to focus on their meal. It seemed they would talk for a while longer. Suddenly, Sun Qian jolted back to reality. Oh dear, I'm sorry, but I have some matters to attend to and should leave soon. She checked her phone and prepared to rise. Mr. Shen, could you please tell me your store's address? May I come back to discuss music with Mr. Jianjian later? There's no need for all that hassle. Since you two get along so well, why not just by Jianjian? Shen Yibin finally seized the opportunity to make his pitch. Mr. Shen, what do you mean? Sun Qian asked, her voice tinged with excitement. She had watched some talent shows before and had an inkling of the immense popularity that Jianjian enjoyed. She never expected such good fortune to land in her lap. I've been searching for a suitable owner for Jianjian for quite some time, but I couldn't find one. Now, however, it seems you and Jianjian have a special connection. If you truly like it, you can take it home, Shen Yibin said, a hint of urgency in his tone. He thought to himself, please, you must agree. Whether or not I end up in jail depends on your decision. After so long searching, even organizing a talent show, just to find a suitable owner for Jianjian, time was running out. With less than a month left, Shen Yibin doubted he could find another person that met the criteria. Sun Qian had almost become his last hope. Are you really selling it? Sun Qian questioned, still in disbelief. Yes, I am. Shen Yibin glanced at Jianjian, who was now ignoring him completely and focusing all its attention on Sun Qian. He thought, I initially thought it would bring me a beautiful companion, but who knew it was planning to elope with one instead? Then may I ask, how much? Sun Qian bit her lip, finally seeming to gather her resolve. But such a clever parrot must cost a fortune, right? Could she truly afford it? She had completely forgotten her previous conversations with Qianqian about Jianjian's market value. The total is 38,384 yuan and 38 cents, no bargaining. Just come up with this small sum and Jianjian will be yours. To be honest, Shen Yibin felt a pang of reluctance. Despite its sharp tongue, constant sarcasm, and insistence on making him engage in embarrassing practices, it truly enlivened the shop. If Jianjian left, both he and Har would feel a sense of loss. Sun Qian was taken aback that such a smart and lively parrot was priced so low. But even if it was under 40,000, she couldn't afford it. Her face flushed as she lowered her head, stammering, but I don't have that much money. Don't you have over 30,000? Shen Yibin seemed to have forgotten his own situation when he bought Har with a credit card. He couldn't even afford 20,000 then. Suddenly an idea struck him. You could use a credit card. Just swipe it and pay in installments. It wouldn't be much each month. I don't have a credit card. Sun Qian had returned to her hometown, a small county, after graduation. She never needed one in her daily life and now regretted not having applied for one earlier. If she could have taken Jinjin home. Why don't you ask your family or friends to lend you something? This was just a bird, yet it felt like a pyramid scheme. Sun Qian hung her head like a child cornered by loan sharks. Since she came out, her parents had been worried sick. If she asked them for money, she couldn't imagine how concerned they would become. She couldn't bear to do that. And asking friends for money felt inappropriate. Borrowing for a pet was a bit much, wasn't it? At this moment, Sun Qian hadn't considered the possibility of making money with Jinjin. Perhaps even if she did think of it, she wouldn't want Jinjin to have to work so hard. Maybe this was why her affinity was sufficient to meet the requirements. How about this? Since you're busy now, you can go ahead. Here's my business card with the pet shop's address. When you have time tomorrow, come back, and we can discuss it in detail. Shen Yibin decided it was best to pause the conversation for now. By the way, could I have your phone number, or WeChat? He was anxious that Sun Qian might disappear. The money issue could be resolved later, but there was only one suitable customer. If she vanished, he would be at a loss. All right, I will come to see you tomorrow, Mr. Shen, Mr. Jinjin, and Mr. Panda. See you then, she replied reluctantly, waving goodbye to Jinjin. After watching her figure disappear through the restaurant door, Shen Yibin turned his gaze away. So we should head back. Those guys at home must be starving. When the bill arrived, Shen Yibin felt another pang of regret. Fortunately, after the manager requested a photo with them, he generously waived the bill, lifting Shen Yibin's spirits considerably. By the way, is that lady playing the piano one of your staff? Shen Yibin seized the opportunity to inquire about Sun Qian's background for future reference. Not exactly. She's just recently started working part-time at the shop through a friend's introduction, the manager clarified, unaware of Sun Qian's specific circumstances. And she won't be coming in tomorrow. Why not? Didn't she play well? Shen Yibin's concern grew. If she didn't come to the shop tomorrow, and he couldn't reach her by phone, he would have no way to find her. Running a business isn't easy. She's been playing here for a month and the customers are getting tired of her, so we're bringing in a violinist for a performance instead, the manager explained helplessly. Is the friend who introduced her to you someone you know well? Shen Yibin engaged in further conversation, but unfortunately, he didn't gain much insight, only acquiring the phone number of Sun Qian's friend. Dear heavens, I hope she shows up tomorrow, or I'll have a headache, Shen Yibin prayed with hands clasped as he got into his car. Back at the shop, he tidied up, fed the pets, let them out for some fresh air, and then it was time to rest. The past few days had been particularly exhausting, and Shen Yibin usually fell asleep as soon as his head hit the pillow. However, this time he tossed and turned, fearing that Sun Qian might encounter some unforeseen circumstance and fail to come to the shop. On the other side of the city, Sun Qian, alone in her old rented room, also struggled to sleep. She truly enjoyed Jinjin's earnest discussions about music. It was clear that this parrot was filled with a passion for music and possessed a refined taste. If she had it by her side, her musical journey would no longer be lonely. Yet she simply couldn't afford the 38,384 yuan and 38 cents. After her performance at the bar that night, she had calculated her savings multiple times, and it still wasn't enough. It would be such a shame to lose such a clever parrot over a trivial financial issue. Thus, for the sake of Jinjin, both Shen Yibin and Sun Qian found themselves ensnared in a sleepless night. Oh, why am I feeling so conflicted today? Shen Yibin remarked while enjoying his breakfast. On one hand, I can't wait for this girl to come so I can sell Jinjin to her, but on the other hand, I don't want Jinjin to leave. Sigh. The thought that I won't have to endure your terrible singing every day brings me joy, ha ha ha. Jinjin replied with a feigned nonchalance, though its laughter was dry and devoid of true happiness. Har also put down his youtiao and tilted his head towards Shen Yibin, extending a paw as if to hold him back. Despite often being teased by Jinjin, their relationship was quite good. Eat quickly. Once we're done, we should open the door early. It wouldn't be nice to keep the young lady waiting outside if she arrives early. So I am not some literary youth, why should I be so sentimental? Whoosh. The roller shutter was pulled up and Shen Yibin stepped onto the street, looking left and right, but finding no sign of Sun Qian. It seemed she wasn't coming this early. At that moment, Har had finished feeding the pets and, donning a cozy coat, approached the door, trying to take Shen Yibin's hand. Har, let's not take a walk in the park today, let's just wait here in the shop. Shen Yibin was cautious, afraid that he might miss his chance to meet Sun Qian due to negligence. Sun Qian was in a similar situation. She performed at a bar every night and returned home quite late. To ensure she could rest, she typically woke up around 10. However, today she had set out early, squeezing onto the crowded morning bus to find Shen Yibin, equally worried that Jinjin would be sold to someone else. This should be the place, right? After getting off the bus and navigating 2 intersections with her phone's guidance, Sun Qian arrived at Shen Yibin's shop. Before she could take out her business card to confirm, she heard excited voices from inside. Sun Qian, no need to look around, it's right here. Come in, come in. Following the voice, she saw Shen Yibin beckoning to her from inside the shop. Beside him, Jianjian was playfully tussling with a chubby panda. It seemed Jianjian hadn't been sold yet, and Sun Qian felt a slight relief as she stepped inside and greeted Mr. Shen. You're up quite early. Probably not as early as you. Come have a seat and drink some water. Hargo fetched some fruit from the fridge upstairs. With her arrival, Shen Yibin felt a weight lift off his shoulders, as long as she was willing to buy, other concerns could be addressed later. Har hopped off the sofa and headed for the stairs while Jianjian flew onto Sun Qian's shoulder. So what fruits do you like? Jabuticaba, Brazilian raspberry, or figs? Though not yet its owner, Jianjian was already trying to curry favor. However, Shen Yibin's attention shifted to another matter. Jianjian perched on Sun Qian's shoulder, and the collar of her outfit today was a bit. From this angle, wasn't it? How enviable for Jianjian. No need to go through all that trouble, really, Sun Qian said, feeling a bit embarrassed by the warm hospitality. Not at all. They snack all day, so even if you weren't here, I'd still be fetching fruit for them. Before long, Har returned with a basket of fruit. These rare fruits piqued Sun Qian's interest. Encouraged by Shen Yibin, she tried a couple, and the atmosphere between them became more amiable. What do you do for a living? Don't you have to work in the morning? Given the earlier mention of Jianjian, it felt inappropriate to dive straight into that topic. Better to chat a bit and inquire about her circumstances. I just moved to Yinchong City from my hometown. Sun Qian mentioned a place that Shen Yibin had never heard of. After graduating last year, I worked as a middle school music teacher for a year, but I always felt unfulfilled. So I recently came to Yinchong City to seek my fortune. I haven't found a stable job yet. During the day I do odd jobs, and at night I perform at a bar. Listening to Sun Qian share her experiences, Shen Yibin nodded, occasionally envisioning a young girl pursuing her dream of music in the big city. No wonder Jianjian liked her. This dedication to her dreams was more than enough. I started this shop because I love pets as well. I graduated the year before last, so we're about the same age, right? After chatting for half an hour and finding a favorable impression of each other, Shen Yibin felt it was time to get to the main point. I've been looking for a suitable owner for Jianjian for quite some time. It's rare that they bond so well with someone, so I want to ask you once more, do you truly want to take Jianjian home? I like Jianjian very much, so of course I want to bring it home. But as you know, I just came from another place and am still figuring things out. I don't have a stable income yet. Although Jianjian's price isn't high, my savings are still insufficient. Sun Qian smiled shyly. I wonder if you would consider accepting installment payments. I can pay a deposit of 26000, leave Jianjian with you for now, and then pay you a sum every month until I raise the 3800. Of course, I understand that this may not be ideal for you, so I'd be willing to add some interest. This was a plan Sun Qian had pondered over all night. She still had more than 26000 on her, but still needed 12000. Besides her daily expenses, she could save over 200 each month. If the shop owner agreed, she could be ready to take Jianjian home in about 6 months. I'm afraid that's not possible. While Shen Yibin himself would be willing to agree, the pet shop's policies were strict, and they did not accept installment payments. Please don't rush. You've reminded me of something. Seeing the disappointment on Sun Qian's face, Shen Yibin quickly continued. The moment he heard she didn't have a stable job, he had the idea, but had hesitated to voice it until now. You see, I'm currently looking for employees. If you're interested, you could work in my shop. You just need to work during the day, which won't interfere with your performances at night. I can offer you a base salary of 2000, or even 2500. Shen Yibin slightly raised the offer, knowing that the compatibility app had indicated Sun Qian had a knack for this kind of work, so managing the shop shouldn't be a problem. In addition to the base salary, I'll also give you a 3% commission on sales. Overall, that would likely be better than the odd jobs you're doing. Even so, this wouldn't suffice to cover Jianjian's price before the deadline, so Shen Yibin had further plans. Additionally, I can advance you a few months of salary so that you can buy Jianjian right away. You see, our store is doing quite well right now, Shen Yibin said as he handed Sun Qian the financial report for the month. Last month, the revenue from this shop nearly reached 300,000. At this rate, it won't be long before you earn back the salary I advanced you. After that, whether you choose to stay here or resign is entirely up to you. Although the 30 million brought in by the talent show ultimately dissipated, Shen Yibin's business flourished remarkably. Last month, he occasionally closed the shop and still managed to bring in 300,000 in revenue with profits nearing 50,000. He had even begun to repay the money he borrowed to open the store. But I've never done anything like this before, and I still have to perform at the bar in the evenings. I absolutely cannot give that up. Sun Qian hesitated. It wasn't about the pay, it was that this job seemed unrelated to her musical aspirations. Our store closes at dinner time, so it won't interfere with your performances. Besides, during the slow hours you can practice in the shop. With Jianjian, keeping you company your efficiency will surely improve, Shen Yibin urged. Come on, just agree. If I wait any longer, I might end up in jail, he thought to himself, feeling a pang of distress. It was quite the contrast from when others begged him to buy Jianjian, and now he found himself pleading with someone else. The disparity was hard to accept. Sun Qian glanced at Jianjian and then at Shen Yibin. She really wanted to buy Jianjian soon, and he seemed quite earnest, not like a bad person at all. Perhaps she could agree. Then, should we sign a contract? After a moment of hesitation, Sun Qian asked. Also, I've really never done this before. Yes, we will sign a formal employment contract that includes social insurance and housing fund. There will also be training upon your start, ensuring you get the hang of things quickly. Shen Yibin considered asking Harer to teach her how to feed pets and letting Jianjian help her with marketing, but he was so focused on the practicalities that he didn't think to bond with her personally. Pursuing a career in music comes with significant investment. Buying and maintaining instruments, recording demos, caring for her voice, hiring instructors, traveling to music festivals. All of these require money. Sun Qian's earnings from singing at the bar and her odd jobs barely covered her basic living expenses. This job appeared to offer a decent income and a chance to secure Jianjian, soon making Sun Qian's interest grow. She bit her lip, engaged in a fierce internal struggle. A customer has arrived, I'll attend to them. Please take your time to consider, Shen Yibin said, sensing that sometimes it was best not to rush things. He seized the opportunity to give her some quiet space. Hello, welcome. What kind of pet are you interested in? Shen Yibin greeted warmly, with Harer following him to charm the customer. This left Sun Qian and Jianjian quietly lost in their thoughts on the sofa. After half an hour, they sold a Siberian Husky, securing funds for today's meals and utility bills. After escorting the customer out, Shen Yibin returned to the sofa. I've made up my mind, Sun Qian said before he could speak. Since you're not put off by my lack of experience and are offering such generous terms, I won't turn it down. I'm willing to work here. Great. Let me explain your schedule. You'll have 2 days off each week, but you cannot take weekends off as they are our busiest days. You can choose your days off from Monday to Friday, and during holidays you can take off as well. Just inform me in advance if you need to take a day off for any reason, and your wages won't be deducted. You can make up the hours later. Shen Yibin elaborated on the store's benefits. You can have your meals here, I'll cook for you. This would save her quite a bit, as Sun Qian currently had no boyfriend and no plans for one in the near future, so the timing of her days off was flexible. However, she did raise a concern: many music festivals and events occur on holidays, which could lead to a scheduling conflict. That's fine, missing 1 or 2 instances won't be an issue. Shen Yibin graciously accommodated her request. Do you have any other questions? None. I'll check the contract, and if everything looks good, I can sign today. I don't have any day jobs at the moment, so I can start right away, Sun Qian replied, shaking her head. All right, I'll print the contract for you now. The contract was a standard template, so it posed no issues. He quickly printed it out and handed it to her. Sun Qian found no discrepancies and signed her name. Welcome to the team. I hope we have a pleasant collaboration. With the contract signed and her ID photocopied, the onboarding process was swiftly completed. Shen Yibin took her delicate hand and is feeling the softness of a pianist's fingers, a comforting touch. Now, how much salary would you like to advance? Since she had agreed they should expedite the process of acquiring Jianjian, it was essential to finalize everything quickly to avoid potential complications. I have 26,000 now, or if you could advance me 13,000, that would be sufficient. Sun Qian felt a bit shy about requesting an advance so soon after signing the contract. You need some cash on hand, right? How about I advance you 15,000 instead? That covers 6 months' base salary, and if you perform well, you'll earn it back in a month or 2. Shen Yibin had 16,000 available in his bank and several thousand in the cash register, so his expenses were manageable. He'll write you a note. Sun Qian didn't decline, as she indeed needed some cash to carry around. After jotting down the note, Shen Yibin transferred the funds to her via WeChat. Before the money had even warmed up in her hands, it was directed towards acquiring her future pet. He sent her a payment QR code for the pet store, and Sun Qian transferred 38,384 yuan and 38 cents to finalize the deal. Jianjian finally found a suitable owner. From this moment on, Jianjian would belong to someone else. To be honest, it felt a bit bittersweet. However, at least for the next month or 2, Jianjian would still stay in Shen Yibin's pet shop, allowing them to postpone their separation for now. After completing the transaction, Shen Yibin rambled on to Sun Qian about the quirky habits of the pet, whom he affectionately called Jianjian. There was a hint of sadness in his voice. After all, it was someone else's pet now. He paused mid-sentence, saying, well, it can talk, so if you have any questions, just ask it. Taking care of this creature isn't cheap, so you must work hard, Shen Yibin encouraged her. For now, start with some light cleaning and serving tea to guests when they arrive. Observe and get familiar with the shop's environment and workflow. Feel free to ask any questions along the way. By the way, I have some pet care resources on my computer. You can check them out whenever you have time. He handed his tablet to Sun Qian. Okay, I'll try to get the hang of it quickly. This job was a bit new for Sun Qian, but the pets in the shop were incredibly smart and lovable, making it hard not to like her work. Following Hare's example, she soon found herself enjoying the task of feeding the pets. Whenever a customer entered, Sun Qian swiftly offered them tea, standing aside to observe Shen Yibin's sales techniques, nodding and jotting down notes in her notebook. As soon as the customers left, she would promptly clean up the paper cups and other items, making things much easier for Shen Yibin. The affinity testing app had proven accurate, as she was indeed a thoughtful and eager learner. Shen Yibin quietly nodded to himself, realizing that Sun Qian was far superior to the previous applicants. It wouldn't be long before she could handle things independently. All right, lunchtime is approaching. We usually don't get many customers during this time, so take a break. I'll go buy some groceries and prepare a meal. What would you like to eat? After completing 2 transactions in the morning, the shop's turnover was likely to surpass last month's. With Jianjian sold and business booming, Shen Yibin decided to treat himself to a nice feast. Boss, you can cook. Sun Qian was surprised, noting that Shen Yibin was only a year older than her, and men who could cook at this age were rare. How else would I be able to feed this little glutton? Shen Yibin teased as he patted Hare's head, who simply grinned, entirely unembarrassed. I'm heading out to buy groceries with Hare. You stay here and look after the shop. Let Jianjian handle introductions if customers come in. With an extra employee, he no longer needed to lock up when leaving. After a stroll around the neighborhood, Shen Yibin returned from the local grocery store with a bounty of ingredients. I'm going upstairs to cook. You stay down here, he instructed, noticing she likely wouldn't cook. If there are no customers, you can sing for Jianjian. Feel free to bring your instrument tomorrow. I want fig salad today. You haven't made it for me in days. Despite having a new owner, Jianjian showed no signs of restraint. Shen Yibin was taken aback, thinking it a bit unreasonable for a pet he had just sold to still expect him to cover its meals. But he relented, considering it a form of payment for Jianjian's past assistance in promoting the shop. Moments later, sounds of cooking wafted from upstairs while Sun Qian's melodious voice filled the downstairs. She was singing a song Shen Yibin had never heard before, seemingly an original composition. The soothing melody began with her solo, later joined by Jianjian in a delightful duet. Their bond was heartwarming, even evoking a tinge of jealousy in Shen Yibin. Hare, take the dishes down. We'll eat here today, Shen Yibin decided, opting for a more casual lunch spot. When Hare returned, Sun Qian quickly rushed upstairs to help with the dishes. Upon reaching the second floor, she was astonished by Shen Yibin's culinary skills. Boss, did you make all this? If you opened a restaurant, I'm sure you'd earn more than you do now. Thank you for the compliment. If you like it, eat up. That's Jianjian's fig salad. Ooh, please take it down. Shen Yibin felt pleased that his cooking was appreciated. Hare, this is yours, and this is mine. After pouring drinks for himself and Hare, Shen Yibin raised his bottle. Sun Qian, would you like to have a drink? How about a toast to celebrate your first day and your acquisition of Jianjian? Then I'll have a glass, she said, graciously lifting her glass. Don't forget me. Ooh, I'd like some too. Even Jianjian, usually a teetotaler, seemed to be swept up in the festive atmosphere, requesting to join the celebration. Cheers. Shen Yibin clinked glasses with Hare and Sun Qian, and for Jianjian, he found a shallow dish to pour a small amount. The grand meal left all 4 of them thoroughly satisfied. Shen Yibin was especially pleased when, right after finishing, Sun Qian volunteered to help clear the table and wash the dishes, liberating him from those tedious tasks. Initially, he felt a bit guilty, but Sun Qian insisted it was only fair to assist after he had worked hard to prepare the meal, lifting Shen Yibin's spirits. Thus, Sun Qian settled into her role at Shen Yibin's shop, juggling work and learning. The next day, she brought her guitar, performing for Jianjian, Shen Yibin, and Hare during her free time, making the atmosphere in the shop increasingly lively. Under Jianjian's guidance, Sun Qian's skills improved rapidly. Even Shen Yibin, an outsider to the music scene, could tell her singing was quickly reaching a level on par with average singers, and she might even gain fame if given the chance. Sun Qian soon became familiar with her duties, quickly learning the pet's behaviors and engaging customers in conversation. Perhaps due to her stunning appearance and melodious voice, her salesmanship was even better than Shen Yibin's. After observing her for a few shifts and noticing no mistakes, Shen Yibin finally relaxed, thinking he might be able to take a day or 2 off. If all continued smoothly, he'd consider taking Hare to visit the giant panda base in Sichuan. One morning, just after finishing breakfast, Shen Yibin returned from exercising in the park with Hare and Jianjian. As he and Sun Qian tidied up and opened the shop, he noticed Bayani's car parked outside. She leaned out of the window, calling, Abin, are you free today? Let's go to Nanshan. Abin, who is she? Bayani recently took on a significant case, working tirelessly to resolve it. Finally granted a 2-day break, she intended to invite Shen Yibin out for some leisure only to be unexpectedly unsettled upon entering the cafe and spotting Sun Qian. This is a new employee at the cafe. I've been overwhelmed alone, and after searching for a month, I finally found someone suitable. Sun Qian, this is Officer Bai, who has been a tremendous help to our cafe, Shen Yibin introduced. Hello, Officer Bai, Sun Qian greeted politely, secretly admiring the officer's beauty and the hint of charm in her demeanor. Hello, Bayana's response was somewhat frosty, her mind racing with thoughts. After such a long recruitment period, was this the best they could find? Were they hiring based on ability or looks? Hey here, let's head to Nanshan today. Jian, are you staying at the cafe, or? Shen Yibin, oblivious to the tension, eagerly prepared to leave. A little Qian, you can handle lunch on your own. They'll be back before closing time. If I'm late, just lock up. Jian decisively opted to stay and listen to music, leaving Shen Yibin to take care packing some outdoor gear into Bayana's car. Hey, why isn't Jian here today? Bayani inquired, curious, since Jian always accompanied them on outings. Oh, Jian has been sold. That girl is now her new owner. She's found someone new and isn't interested in me anymore, Shen Yibin joked. Sold? How much did she go for? Bayani felt a surge of annoyance. Little did she know there were compatibility requirements for purchasing Jian. She had once considered buying Jian herself. If Shen Yibin had sold her at a high price to a wealthy buyer, she could accept it, but seeing Sun Qian's demeanor, it seemed unlikely. Why hadn't he sold her to her instead? 38,384 yuan and 38 cents. The price hasn't changed, Shen Yibin replied, still unaware of the undercurrents in Bayana's tone. Suddenly Bayani pulled over to the side of the road. Hearing Shen Yibin's words had extinguished her desire to go out. 38,000 was within her means. Why hadn't he sold it to her? Oh, so you just gave the parrot away because you thought the girl was pretty? Not at all. I didn't sell it on a whim. We were at a Western restaurant, and she happened to be playing the piano. Jian took a liking to her immediately, and that's when I decided to sell. Shen Yibin explained, recounting how Jian had struck up a connection with Sun Qian. Oh, why are you parking? So that was the story behind it. Bayani blushed slightly, realizing she had misjudged Shen Yibin. It's nothing. Just twisted my ankle a bit, but I'm fine now. She restarted the car, feeling her mood lift. Twisted your ankle? Is it serious? There's a hospital up ahead. Should we check it out? Do you want me to drive? Shen Yibin asked with concern. I'm fine, no need for the hospital. Just a slight twist, it won't affect my driving. This silly boy, believing everything without question, Bayani quickly shifted the topic. You've got help at the cafe now, so things should be easier for you. Yes, once she fully understands the processes, I can head to Shuzhong. Shen Yibin responded, easily distracted. What's in Shuzhong for you? A trip or business? Bayani continued, relieved to steer the conversation away from her ankle. How long will you be gone? The duration is uncertain. I'll contact Professor Wu Gui at the Shuzhong Giant Panda base first. Shen Yibin pointed to the back seat where Hare was sitting. I need to take him for a checkup and perhaps find him a girlfriend. He hesitated to mention that Hare was looking to breed. Wow, even Hare is on the lookout for a girlfriend. Bayani thought, feeling a pang of envy. Why was it that even a panda had a partner while she remained single? After a day of fun in the mountains and enjoying Shen Yibin's cooking, Bayana's spirits were lifted. Hare, come down, it's time to head back. This time Hare had climbed to the top of a tree, refusing to come down, which made Bayani laugh heartily as she snapped photos. She thought to herself that she needed to earn more money to buy the surrounding shops, expand the pet store, and create a sunroom for Hare like the one at the Western restaurant, complete with bamboo and large trees to make sure he wouldn't want to leave when they ventured outdoors. After a long while, Bayani finally coaxed Hare down from the tree, and the trio set off on their journey back. Upon checking her phone at the cafe, it was just in time for dinner, and Shen Yibin cheerfully invited her. Officer Bai, why don't you stay for dinner? Bayani was about to agree, but upon seeing Sun Qian's demeanor, felt her mood darken again. Why did Sun Qian get to be so familiar while she was addressed formally as Officer Bai? What was that supposed to mean? Never mind, I have some matters to attend to tonight. You all enjoy your meal, she replied, starting the car and leaving in a hurry, leaving Shen Yibin and Hare confused about what had just occurred. In the following days, Shen Yibin continued training Sun Qian, and gradually it became clear that Sun Qian could manage the cafe on her own for a few days. Thus, plans for Shen Yibin to visit Shuzhong were set in motion. Professor Wu Gui, hello, this is Abin. Yes, I finally have some time, so I wanted to check if it's convenient for you. Great, I'll try to come as soon as possible. I'll call you again to confirm the time before I leave. No need to send someone to pick me up, right? Oh, right, I almost forgot, thank you for that. Okay, then I'll hang up. On the call, Professor Wu was quite eager, urging Shen Yibin to arrive in Shuzhong as soon as possible, and even sending a car to the airport to pick him and Hare up. Shen Yibin considered declining, but realized it would be challenging to travel with Hare, so he accepted. As for Sun Qian, she had no issues temporarily overseeing the cafe. You've been a great help these days. There are 2 rooms upstairs, but if you find it too tiring to commute, you can stay in the vacant one for now. With the cafe arrangements in place, Shen Yibin began preparing for his trip. The hotel accommodations were handled by Professor Wu, so he only needed to arrive in Shuzhou. Thus, Shen Yibin pulled out his phone and dialed the airline. Hello, I'd like to inquire about traveling with a pet on a flight. Hello, sir. According to civil aviation regulations, pets must be checked in when flying. They can be placed in the oxygen cabin as cargo. The airline accepts small domesticated animals, such as dogs, cats, birds, and other companion pets for transport, but wild animals, or those with unusual characteristics that may pose a danger like snakes, cannot be checked as luggage, but may be shipped as cargo. Additionally, animals that are pregnant, nursing, or within 48 hours of giving birth are generally not allowed to be checked in. The customer service representative spoke fluently, outlining the procedures. Furthermore, the specific process for handling this is as follows. You need to obtain an animal quarantine certificate from a health inspection department at or above the county level, which includes a valid health certificate and vaccination proof. Please note that the quarantine certificate is only valid for up to 7 days, so your travel date must fall within that period. Before Shen Yibin could interject, she continued. Next, you must confirm whether your chosen flight allows pets and reserve an oxygen cabin space for your pet 3 days in advance. The process sounded quite cumbersome. Then you need to purchase a specialized airline container for your pet and ensure it does not eat for 3 hours before check-in, taking care of its needs beforehand, and arrive at the airport 2 hours early to complete the check-in procedures. Listening to the customer service representative, Shen Yibin glanced at Hare, contemplating whether he could really bear to stuff this creature into a box and fly it to Shuzhou. It seemed a bit too harsh, especially since he had seen pandas on television comfortably roaming in the passenger cabin. Excuse me, my pet is a bit special. Could you allow it to sit with me? Shen Yibin asked. I will buy a ticket for it. Sir, that is not permitted. Pets must remain in the oxygen cabin and must comply with our regulations. May I ask what kind of pet you have? I can check if it can be transported. The customer service representative firmly declined. A giant panda. I've seen pandas traveling in the passenger cabin on television, haven't you? Shen Yibin replied, somewhat frustrated, not expecting this to be such a hassle. As for Jinjian, it was currently in a romantic phase with Sun Qian, both strumming a guitar and singing, completely uninterested in accompanying Shen Yibin on this trip. What? A giant panda? The customer service representative's tone noticeably shifted. She seemed to think Shen Yibin was merely a nuisance trying to keep her composure. Sir, please do not joke. This is no joke. I genuinely need to purchase a plane ticket for the giant panda I'm raising. Why couldn't she believe him? Oh, by the way, have you seen that talent show in Yunzhong City lately? That panda is mine. I'm sorry, but I'm not interested in variety shows. Great, the tactics that had previously worked were now failing. What to do now? Shen Yibin scratched his head. All right, I'll find someone who can verify this and have them call you. It seemed he would have to trouble Professor Wu Gui again. They often transported pandas and should have a partnership with the airline. After hanging up, he called Professor Wu Gui to explain the situation, and the professor burst into laughter. Haha, I'm sorry, Abin, I must be getting old. Ooh, I completely forgot about this. Don't worry, I'll call the airline right away. Also, you don't need to worry about the ticket, if our base will reimburse you for it. Thus, this issue was resolved smoothly. Not long after, Shen Yibin received a call from the airline. Hello, Mr. Shen. Our company has just received a notice from the Shuzhou Giant Panda base stating that you will be flying with a giant panda from Yunzhong City to Shuzhou. When would you like to purchase your ticket? I can assist you with the arrangements. The sooner the better. I see there's a flight to Shuzhou tomorrow at 10 a.m. Shen Yibin said while checking on his tablet. It looks like there are still seats available. Please book me 2 adjacent economy class seats. Since Hare was still young, the economy seats should suffice. Although Professor Wu Gui was covering the cost, Shen Yibin felt reluctant to spend extra. There is indeed a flight to Shuzhou at 10 a.m., but there's no need for economy class. Professor Wu Gui has reserved 2 first-class seats for you. Please provide your ID number, and he'll handle the paperwork. You will receive a confirmation text once it's done. The airline staff spoke politely. We have a long-term partnership with the Panda base, offering them very favorable rates. Sadly, I've never flown first class. I didn't expect my first time would be thanks to Hare. After providing his ID number and asking a few more questions, Shen Yibin hung up. Before long, he received a confirmation text for his booking and began gathering his things. Let's go, Hare, and see what you need to bring. He stuffed clothes, toiletries, chargers for his phone and tablet, and other miscellaneous items into a suitcase, while Hare assisted in packing. Wait a moment, Hare, what are you putting in the suitcase? Just as he pulled out some clothes from the wardrobe, he noticed Hare had shoved several cans of beer into the travel bag, leaving Shen Yibin speechless. Do you really like drinking that much? He regretted teaching Hair to drink in the first place. Come on, take those out. You can't bring those on the plane. Hair clutched the beer tightly, refusing to let Shen Yibin take it out. There's beer in Shuzhong too. How about I buy you some after we land? He hoped Hair wasn't planning to drink on the plane and end up performing drunken antics. After much effort, Shen Yibin finally managed to convince Hair to reluctantly return the beer to the fridge, looking quite dejected. All right, I'll let you have 2 bowls tonight. Shen Yibin had to compromise, which seemed to lift Hair's mood somewhat. Early the next morning at 7, Shen Yibin roused Hair from sleep. After a quick breakfast, he bid farewell to Sun Qian and Jianjian, preparing to head to the airport. Xiao Qian, Jianjian, I'll rely on you two for the next few days. Feel free to call me if anything comes up. Go. Jianjian barely paid attention, waving a wing without lifting its head, then returning to its feast of figs. Have a smooth flight. Sun Qian initially intended to say safe travels, but reconsidered as it seemed inappropriate since they were flying. After waiting briefly in front of the store with their suitcase and Hair the ride they ordered arrived. Shen Yibin and Hair waved goodbye to Sun Qian and Jianjian as they embarked on their journey to Shuzhou. The airline service was impeccable. As Shen Yibin arrived at the airport, a staff member called him, "Hello, Mr. Shen, this is Wang Jing, the chief flight attendant from Lantian Airlines. I am waiting for you at the airport entrance." "Thank you, I see you," Shen Yibin replied, waving to the flight attendant in her blue uniform as he walked over, leading his companion Hair. "I truly appreciate your assistance. No need to mention it. It is a rare opportunity for us at Lantian Airlines to serve you and Hair. Please follow me, we have prepared a special passage for you both." With that, Wang Jing took over Shen Yibin's suitcase and guided him towards the special channel. Accompanied by Wang Jing, they swiftly completed the security checks and were escorted into the VIP lounge. "Mr. Shen, please have a seat here. I will come to call you when it's time to board. By the way, would you and Hair like something to drink?" While typical pets are required to fast before boarding, Hair, being a panda, received special privileges. Wang Jing brought them beverages and snacks. Before Shen Yibin could express his gratitude, Hair was fixated on a can of beer held by a nearby passenger, pointing at it with his paw. "I'll buy you one when we get to Shuzhou," Shen Yibin thought, bemused. "Did you really want to show off your drunken boxing on the plane?" Hair, feeling disappointed, settled down on the chair, nibbling on an apple. The VIP lounge was bustling with guests, and Hair quickly became the center of attention. With Shen Yibin's permission, many approached to take pictures with Hair. Once they learned which flight Shen Yibin was on, fellow passengers from the same flight were even more delighted, thrilled at the chance to share a flight with a panda, something they would brag about upon returning home. After a brief rest, it was time to board. Passengers on the same flight eagerly allowed Shen Yibin and Hair to board first. Such is the charm of a panda. Would there be such privileges if he were alone? Once on the plane, Hair curiously looked around, and Shen Yibin settled him into a seat, fastening the seatbelt, albeit with some concern about whether Hair would feel uncomfortable during takeoff. In contrast to Shen Yibin's worries, Hair displayed no signs of distress. Instead, he seemed exhilarated, treating the plane's ascent as a thrilling game. "Next time I'll take you to an amusement park to try the roller coaster." Shen Yibin was surprised to discover that Hair had a taste for adventure. Once the flight stabilized, Wang Jing returned to provide service, asking Shen Yibin and Hair what drinks they would like. Hair, looking through the beverage cart, was disheartened to find no trace of beer and tilted his head in disappointment, returning his gaze to the fluffy clouds outside. Throughout the flight, Hair remained relatively calm, neither restless nor needing a bathroom break, sitting obediently in his seat. Occasionally, he would glance outside at the clouds or stretch his head curiously to inspect the magazine in Shen Yibin's hands. Since this was a flight to Shuzhou, the magazine naturally featured introductions to the panda base there. Shen Yibin flipped through the pages, displaying stunning pictures of the base. "Hair, look, we are going to this place, and in a few hours you can play here." The lush bamboo, splendid mountains, and flowing streams in the images seemed to promise fresh air and vibrant scenery, instantly endearing the location to Hair. "By the way, Hair, which of these lovely ladies do you fancy? I can have Professor Wu Gui introduce you." As he flipped a few more pages, he found pictures of female pandas at the base and presented them to Hair. Hair seemed a bit shy and quickly covered his eyes with his paw, but the curious glances peeking through his fingers betrayed his interest. It was evident he was longing for romance. "All right, when we get to the base, I'll have Professor Wu bring out all the ladies for you to choose from." What an enviable life, Shen Yibin thought, wishing he could have someone present a multitude of choices like Hair. After over an hour of flight, the airplane landed smoothly at the airport in Shuzhou. Shen Yibin, benefiting from Hair's status, was the first to disembark. He then proceeded to collect their luggage, leading Hair to the exit while garnering countless envious glances and flashing cameras along the way. Indeed, it was a wise decision for Professor Wu Gui to send someone to pick them up, Had it been just Shen Yibin, he might not have made it out of the airport. Observing the increasing crowd of onlookers, Shen Yibin mused. Mr. Shen, over here. An elderly man waved energetically, standing on tiptoe. His assistant quickly stepped forward to part the crowd, helping Shen Yibin and Hare escape. Professor Wu, thank you for personally coming to greet us. I truly appreciate it. Having seen pictures of Professor Wu before, Shen Yibin recognized him immediately and extended his hand. However, Professor Wu completely ignored Shen Yibin's gesture, instead squatting down to examine Hare closely. Oh my, you've gained quite a bit of weight since the last time you left the base, and you look much healthier, Abin. You've taken good care of Hare. You flatter me, Shen Yibin replied, awkwardly retracting his hand. He bore no ill will towards Professor Wu. After all, scientists often had their quirks. Professor Wu, we should head back to the base quickly. We're disrupting the normal operations of the airport, urged an assistant who had accompanied him, reminding him that research could not be conducted here. Yes, let's go. Professor Wu reluctantly stood up, and a group of people cautiously escorted Hare towards the parking lot, where a modified bus was ready, stocked with fresh bamboo and shoots to ensure Hare wouldn't go hungry. The next few days it would be challenging to prepare Hare traditional dishes like twice-cooked pork. What if Professor Wu saw it? However, judging by Hare's demeanor, he seemed to relish these traditional foods without any complaints. After a while, the vehicle entered the Shuzhong Panda base. Professor Wu promptly took Hare for a thorough medical examination. The results indicated that Hare was in excellent health, even surpassing the well-cared-for pandas at the base, leaving Professor Wu astonished. He incessantly questioned Shen Yibin about the details of Hare's care. However, Shen Yibin was hesitant to divulge the true situation and sought to change the topic. Professor Wu, don't always keep Hare in the lab. He should meet the pandas here too. Right, Hare, let's go. Oh, I'll take you to the breeding center. Finally, it was time for Hare to choose his mate. Professor Wu Gue casually remarked, the panda's mating period lasts only 3 days a year. If we miss this opportunity, we'll have to wait another year. Fortunately, we've just checked and found that Hare hasn't missed her heat period, and it's expected to arrive in the next few days. So Abin, your timing is perfect. He never considered that Hare might understand human language. Is it really appropriate to discuss such intimate matters in public? Shen Yibin sensed that Hare was becoming reluctant to continue walking, so he quickly changed the subject. Professor Wu, I saw in the pictures that you have a slide here, right? I bet Hare would love to play on that. Indeed, we have plenty of play facilities for the pandas, just a short distance ahead. Let me take you to see them. With that, Professor Wu quickened his pace, and soon they arrived at the playground area. In the playground, there were not only slides, but also climbing structures made of wooden frames, swings fashioned from tires, and grassy areas for rolling around. A few pandas were already playing, clearly enjoying themselves. Upon seeing the pandas rolling on the grass and sliding down the slide, Hare appeared somewhat excited. It had been quite a while since she had seen her kind, and the sight felt particularly heartwarming. Hare, do you want to go in and play? Shen Yibin realized that Professor Wu had a plan. The pandas currently in the playground were all females, and he probably hoped to use this opportunity for Hare to socialize. Hare nodded vigorously and made a beeline for the entrance. The staff barely managed to hold her back, but she charged ahead, bumping against the glass with a thud. In her eagerness to see the fun facilities and the female pandas, she hadn't noticed the glass wall. Be careful, Professor Wu said repeatedly, reaching out to help Hare. However, he was hesitant, afraid of hurting her. Hare, are you alright? Shen Yibin gently pried her paws away, checking the spot where she had bumped her head. Fortunately, she seemed to be fine. Hare looked up at Shen Yibin with pitiful eyes almost on the verge of tears. However, after a brief moment of discomfort, she was back to her lively self after resting on the ground for a while. Alright, you can go in now. I'll wait for you outside. This was Hare's chance to mingle with the females, and Shen Yibin felt it best not to intrude. The staff opened a small door, letting Hare enter, while Shen Yibin and Professor Wu observed from behind the glass wall. Wait a minute, something seems off. After just a brief look, Professor Wu noticed that all the other pandas in the playground were the typical black and white. Yet Hare had entered dressed in a colorful outfit. He had forgotten to let her change before she went in. How could she socialize dressed like that? The other pandas might see her as a strange creature. Coach, I want to be a panda too. I want to play with a group of females without any clothes on. Realizing Professor Wu's implication, Shen Yibin felt a pang of envy. Being a panda seemed so blissful. At that moment, Hare excitedly. Hodder cast a furtive glance at the female pandas playing in the enclosure, then towards Shen Yibin, Professor Wu Gue, and the onlookers beyond the glass. He shook his broad head like a rattle, steadfastly refusing to run about naked in full view. You have such an opportunity, and you won't seize it. Do you know how envious we are of those European and American naturist beaches we saw online? One of them chided. No wonder you're still single. Yibin tried coaxing him again. Time is slipping away, Professor Wu Gui urged. There were only a few days in the season, they could not afford to miss them. How about this, we'll leave at once. We won't watch, leave him with them to play. How's that? Shen Yibin gestured to himself and the professor, then to the slide, the swings, the lawn where the pandas clustered. He guessed Haru would not feel shameful among those pandas, it was the human spectators that made him hesitate. Haru scratched his head, hesitating. He looked up as if to speak, but blushed and fell silent, finally giving Shen Yibin an adorably sheepish grin. Professor Wu Gui, let's go. Haru seems embarrassed. If we leave, it should be fine, Shen Yibin signaled, having noticed several surveillance cameras tucked in the corners of the playground. If they needed more observations or data, they could consult the monitoring room. There was no need to remain on the scene. All right. We'll go now? Professor Wu Gui understood at once, leading his assistants and students away and kindly blocking the glass with their bodies. I'll be off too. I'll pick you up before dinner. Today Haru would probably eat bamboo with the other females. If Professor Wu Gui were to see him with leftovers like twice-cooked pork, he might be inclined to feed the base's pandas human food on a whim. And that would be a disaster Shen Yibin could not shoulder. As for your friend's donation, we used it to buy new equipment and to improve the pandas' living quarters, Professor Wu Gui said conversationally as they walked. I don't have a detailed expense list on hand, I meant to courier it to you. Since you're here, you can take it back to him. The panda base handled donations quite formally, Shen Yibin thought approvingly. Very well, I'll inform my friend. To honor his contribution, the base has decided to grant him naming rights to a few pandas. You can call him and discuss the choice of names later. A donation of over 35 million warranted more than a mere receipt, yet the donor had preferred anonymity. This was the compromise. Not a bad idea. What names should they choose? There was no hurry. Shen Yibin suddenly remembered something and asked, by the way, have the pandas in the playground been named yet? They have temporary names for now. If your friend wants to name a particular one, that's perfectly acceptable, Professor Wu Gui replied. After such a sizable gift, it was a small courtesy. All right, if Haru makes a move on one, we'll name that one for him, Shen Yibin decided with a playful seriousness, wondering whether this would grant the donor a kind of claim. He agreed and let his thoughts drift. They soon reached the monitoring room. From the central screen, they watched the playground scenes unfold with crystalline clarity. Shen Yibin brightened in a matter of, Upon seeing someone approach, Hare quickly darted behind the hillside, peeking out with a protesting whine, while hastily slipping on the clothes it had hidden there. All right, we won't peek. Take your time, no rush, Shen Yibin reassured, secretly amused that this creature had no idea it had been completely exposed moments ago. In no time, Hare was dressed and rolled over to Shen Yibin's side, looking as if it had missed him during their brief separation. Hey, you really shouldn't behave like this. Why the lack of sentiment for all those lovely ladies? Shen Yibin sighed, inwardly feeling a bit exasperated. I brought you all this way for matchmaking, can you at least show some appreciation for the effort? However, Hare seemed oblivious to Shen Yibin's thoughts, its front paws insistently banging on the small door, eager to get out. Sighing in defeat, Shen Yibin turned back and asked, Professor Wu Gui, should we let Hare out first? Sure, the other pandas need to rest too. Let's try again tomorrow, Professor Wu Gui sighed, then instructed someone to open the small door and release Hare. Other assistants and students entered the play area, planning to escort the female pandas back to their quarters, marking the end of today's unsuccessful matchmaking event. I'll look at the mess you've made, Shen Yibin remarked, plucking some blades of grass from Hare's round ears and brushing off the dirt and debris from its furry body. The current Hare was a far cry from its usual neat and well-behaved self. Mr. Shen, hey, race your tablet. Professor Wu Gui returned the tablet he had borrowed earlier, giving a knowing wink. You must be tired after your long journey. He'll have someone take you to the hotel to rest, and we can continue the tour with Hare tomorrow. Having already snacked a bit in the monitoring room and concerned about Hare's earlier antics, Shen Yibin decided to postpone the grand dinner he had planned for the evening, knowing he would need to help drive Hare later. All right, Professor, will you head back first? Well, see you tomorrow. Shen Yibin nodded slightly, signaling his understanding, and then followed the staff with Hare toward the hotel within the base. Professor Wu Gui had prepared a suite for them, likely the best room in the hotel. To accommodate Hare, he had even made specific adjustments, replacing the large bed with two smaller ones. Hare, you choose one first, then go wash up. He'll run the water for you. Shen Yibin pointed to the two small beds and stepped into the bathroom to fill the tub. Without much thought, Hare chose the left bed, the same spot it usually occupied at Shen Yibin's home. The water was soon ready, adjusted to Hare's favorite temperature. This little creature pushed Shen Yibin out of the bathroom and began to undress for its bath. Shen Yibin ears perked to catch any sounds from the bathroom, took out the tablet to check the educational videos Professor Wu Gui had uploaded for Hare. Professor Wu Gui had quite a collection, and to Shen Yibin's surprise, they were in high-definition Blu-ray quality, far more professional than the sites he usually I say, Hare, what is wrong with your eyes? Why are they so red? Shen Yibin asked. Whether from a sleepless night or from watching those instructional films with excessive ardor, the little one's eyes were rimmed with red veins, and the sight nearly sent Shen Yibin into a panic. If Professor Wu Gui and the staff at the giant panda base saw this, they would surely be livid. Fortunately, after a wash and a proper breakfast, Hare's eyes improved considerably. It seemed to be only a transient irritation. Perhaps it would clear up entirely in a little while. Come on, we're taking you out today. Aren't you missing the panda girls you played with yesterday? Shen Yibin teased. After an intense evening of study the previous night, Hare seemed to have grasped some things. He was no longer as bewildered as before. At the suggestion, he brightened, evidently looking forward to seeing the pandas again. Downstairs, Professor Wu Gui and a small retinue were already waiting. He shot a concerned look at Shen Yibin. Shun flashed an OK sign to indicate everything was under control. Wu Gui's face broke into a satisfied smile. Well, then it seemed the base might soon welcome newborns. Today we've chosen a different spot, a bamboo grove. Hare was raised in the wild. Perhaps in an environment like this, he will behave more naturally, Professor Wu Gui said as they left the hotel. Raised in the wild? Shen Yibin thought wryly. The notion was fanciful. The little fellow was likely, like many others, a product of a breeding facility. The success of the memory transplant made the deception all the more convincing. Professor Wu still believed it to be genuine. Outside the hotel, several electric scooters waited. Shen Yibin helped Hare onto one, and they rode slowly toward the grove. The giant panda base was picturesque, air untainted by any trace of pollution, a testament to the lengths the nation had gone to protect these endearing animals. They followed a shaded path until they reached the appointed enclosure, a circle of wooden fencing surrounding a stand of bamboo, where a small group of pandas were already frolicking, climbing trees and nibbling shoots. Hare, go in and play with them. They'll come for you later, Shen Yibin said, and to avoid Hare's shyness, he nudged him into the grove, then went with Professor Wu Gui and the others to the monitoring room to observe. No sooner had Hare seen the scooters vanish into the undergrowth than he impatiently began to undress. He raced toward the female pandas, so eager that he tore a large rip in his shirt trying to get it off. Ben, it seems last night's viewing sessions really worked, Professor Wu Gui said with excitement upon seeing Hare's attention shift from the play equipment to the female pandas. Shen Yibin felt a flush of embarrassment. Professor Wu was hardly one to speak so openly in public, yet everyone in the monitoring room, men and women alike, shared his enthusiasm, their eyes fixed unblinkingly on the scene of Hare cavorting with one of the females. Hare has integrated with this group remarkably quickly. They seem to have gradually accepted him. Perhaps tomorrow we will be able to observe mating behavior, the bespectacled young researcher said, her eyes alight with anticipation. Shen Yibin inwardly recoiled. Were they seriously planning to watch a live mating tomorrow? He found their single-minded scientific zeal almost indecent. Still, a part of him wondered whether he should watch. Guilt tugged at him. He felt bad for Hare, yet the prospect seemed perversely irresistible. He chided himself, and then, with typical human inconsistency, found an excuse to indulge his curiosity. Before he could devise a plan, Hare made another move. He gathered fresh bamboo leaves into a small bundle and presented them to a third female as a conciliatory gesture. The female hesitated for a moment, then accepted the offering and chewed contentedly. Hare's tactic was rewarded. The young man couldn't help envying Hare's effortless way of currying favor. Coach me, he thought, half serious. How to move so smoothly among the herd. In the monitoring room, Professor Wu and his assistants erupted into excited chatter. The bespectacled researcher reported, Professor Wu, given the current conditions, the likelihood of successful mating tomorrow is high. Moreover, based on yesterday's tests, Hare's health is excellent. He should be capable of more than one mating, and any offspring are likely to be healthier with improved survival prospects. A torrent of technical terms followed, spinning a little vertigo through Shen Yibin. He shot a glance at the young researcher. Could she be so cavalier with phrases like mating activity in front of an audience? Tonight's dinner for Hare and tomorrow morning's breakfast must be specially prepared. The enclosure, temperature, humidity, every detail must be optimized to ensure the success of the mating, Professor Wu added. Watching their meticulous, almost ritualized preparations, Shen Yibin found himself comparing them to imperial court officials who arranged an emperor's 3 days of indulgence. The precision and care were exhaustive. He felt a pang of sympathy for Hare. It was clear these people would not be satisfied until they had exhausted every ounce of potential. That evening, Hare was served a special dinner, and more instructional footage was loaded onto Shen Yibin's tablet. A bespoke breakfast was delivered to the hotel the following morning. Something had been added to the food for Hare, seemed even more animated than before. Soon they moved him to the designated mating enclosure and hurried back to the monitoring room. They had prepared an apple for Hare, According to plan, he would use it to charm the female pandas and then ideally proceed as intended. She keeps lifting her tail. That's a sign of heightened desire. Hare just needs to try a bit harder, Professor Wu said, excitement tightening his voice. Then an accident occurred. In his excitement, Hare fumbled the apple and it tumbled from his paws. The female abandoned him and charged after the rolling fruit. This then was the unvarnished appetite of a gourmand. At the sight of food, even the most ardent advances were abandoned. Shen Yibin almost burst into laughter. Poor Hare stood there solitary and neglected. Professor Wu Gui and the others wore even more exaggerated expressions. To Shen Yibin, it was like those university nights when a few dorm mates huddled before a screen to watch a film. Foreplay nearly complete, the main act about to begin, only for the heroine to take a call and disappear, leaving everyone in awkward embarrassment. Who handed over the apple? Professor Wu Gui demanded, irritated. Hare had been on the verge of mounting the female when this unexpected interlude occurred. From appearances, even without the apple they might have succeeded, yet this extra preparation somehow unsettled everything. Let's wait a little longer. Maybe once she finishes the apple shell settle down. That was all they could say, watching the panda maiden nibble at the fruit with hopeful, hungry eyes. They could have at least brought a smaller one. Why such a huge apple? Someone murmured. The child who had suggested the apple yesterday was buried in shame, nearly wishing to vanish. When the apple was finally consumed, Hare approached once more. The momentum that had surged earlier, however, had dissipated during the interruption, so he had to work to rekindle the female's receptivity. The onlookers could only watch with rapt attention. Fortunately, Hare had not wasted the instructional footage shown to him over the past days. Awkward but resolute, he applied himself with all his clumsy skill and at last succeeded in mounting the female. A burst of cheers erupted in the monitoring room. The jubilation was almost comical. This act of mating had become an occasion of public excitement. The expressions of Professor Wu Gui and his colleagues were as ecstatic as football fans witnessing a last-minute winning goal in a World Cup final. Note that many panda cubs born each year are the result of artificial insemination. Naturally conceived cubs are rare, Professor Wu Gui explained, sensing Shen Yibin's puzzlement. Many male giant pandas in our reserve suffer from low sperm motility, but Hare shows no such problems. He is far healthier than most of the other resident males. If he can successfully impregnate these females, naturally the cubs will likely be more robust. That would be a tremendous boon for our breeding program. Shen Yibin understood, then Hare's superior health and natural conception would produce offspring with stronger genes, effectively adding a layer of insurance to the species' propagation. No wonder they were so thrilled. 1 minute. Over a minute now. Hare continues. The researchers, unabashed, were even timing the encounter. The mating period for giant pandas generally ranges from 30 seconds to 5 minutes. So far, Hare is holding up well, Professor Wu Gui intoned like a commentator. 2 minutes. I think the pair from a few days ago lasted 1 minute and 20 seconds. The timer on the big screen ticked upward as the team watched Hare and the clock with intense focus. Shen Yibin felt a private absurd concern. Hare must not be a quick shot, otherwise he would suffer some small loss of face. The thought was irrational and oddly intimate, yet it lingered. 5 minutes passed, and Hare continued with steady vigor, exceeding typical expectations. Shen Yibin could not help but ask, "What's the longest recorded time you have?" "About 7 minutes and 45 seconds, someone replied, having pulled up a related report. Shen Yibin glanced at the article and finally let out a soft, incredulous laugh. Some audacious outlet had even compared those pandas' stamina to that of American men, claiming that a famous giant panda named Lulu had surpassed the American average because they asserted an archetypal man in New Mexico barely makes it past 7 minutes. The 22nd century genetically refined pandas were indeed formidable. Hare shattered Lulu's record, more than doubling it. The encounter only concluded at 18 minutes and 15 seconds, a new world record set by Hare in one sustained effort. Shen Yibin flushed with a strange pride. If one could raise such an extraordinary panda, surely its keeper must be remarkable as well. More resilient, more virile, more. He then remembered with a twinge that he was still very much single. Make sure to conclude properly. Bring that female panda back immediately and take her to the prepared enclosure for careful monitoring, Professor Wu Gui ordered. Captive-bred giant pandas face 3 perennial challenges: inducing estrus, achieving successful conception, and ensuring cub survival, and they had only just addressed the first. After the protracted exertion, the female could not rise on her own and had to be carried away by staff, exhausted. Hare, however, appeared unfazed. Once the handlers left, he resumed his vigorous prowling as. Hare, be sure to eat well at dinner. You'll need the energy for next year's hard work. As he watched Hare struggle to walk, limbs trembling, Shen Yibin felt a pang of sympathy. He no longer envied Hare's blissful life. Once or twice was bearable, but more than that felt like torment. Simply unbearable. Hare could barely muster the strength to speak, clinging tightly to Shen Yibin's leg, just to move. Professor Wu, after dinner, should we take Hare for a checkup? Perhaps he should rest tomorrow. It seemed that only a thoroughly exhausted bear could be so drained. Based on my experience, these are all normal reactions. A good night's rest should have him back to normal by tomorrow. Professor Wu Gui nodded reassuringly. Hare, how about resting in the room tomorrow? I can prepare some treats for you. Seeing that Professor Wu had no intention of letting Hare rest, Shen Yibin shifted his persuasion to Hare. Hare shook his big head vigorously, refusing repeatedly. Finally, he let go of Shen Yibin's leg and crawled a few steps on the ground, as if to assert that he still had plenty of strength left. That little bit of exhaustion was nothing. Sigh, this fellow prioritizes his pleasure over his health. Yet thinking back, if I found myself in such a situation, I would probably endure it, even if it meant taking a little blue pill. Well, I'll keep my thoughts to myself. I trust Professor Wu and his team won't exploit Hare excessively. If they wear him out this time, what will happen next year? For the sake of long-term planning, they must know their limits. We should wait for the health check results before making any decisions. The staff prepared a sumptuous dinner for Hare. Although he was slightly disappointed by the lack of beer, the thought of tomorrow's pleasurable activities made him devour his meal, heartily, stopping only when his belly was round. After a brief rest, Shen Yibin took Hare to the examination room, where staff used various advanced instruments to check his health. Everything is normal, not a single issue. Hare's health is far superior to that of the pandas we raise at the base, Professor Wu said, placing a thick stack of documents in front of Shen Yibin, smiling broadly. Then I can rest easy. It seemed that Hare was truly extraordinary. He had toppled so many panda females today, without any trouble. Coach, I wish I had such a robust constitution. With the worries alleviated and the hour growing late, Shen Yibin returned to the room with Hare to rest. By this point, the after-effects of the day's labor manifested. As soon as they entered the room, Hare collapsed onto the bed, without even washing up, sinking into a deep slumber. He even forgot to watch his favorite educational videos over the past 2 days. Damn it, you're comfortable enough to sleep soundly, while I'm left with what? Shen Yibin couldn't sleep so early. She tossed and turned in bed. Perhaps I should find some educational videos to watch. Early the next morning, a groggy Shen Yibin was awakened by Hare, whose eyes sparkled with anticipation, clearly eager to contribute to the expansion of the panda population. "I'll call to have breakfast sent up," she said, yawning as she dialed. After cleaning up, she found Hare already ravenously devouring breakfast. "See, I told you it would be fine. A look at that spirit. He doesn't show any signs of exhaustion," Professor Wu chuckled. Hare's good health meant more chances for other pandas to conceive, hinting that the number of panda cubs at the base was likely to reach new heights. But he wasn't like this last night. We should keep an eye on him. If any issues arise, we'll stop right away. Shen Yibin still felt a twinge of concern. However, the developments unfolded unexpectedly. After finishing breakfast and returning Hare to the previous location, Hare howled excitedly and shed his clothes, leaping towards the waiting female pandas, hardly noticing that